This is the wildest era in Xinjiang. Capital and power are tightly entwined, and the boundary between black and white has long since dissolved. Some scrape out a living on the edge of the blade, while others rake in the world at the gambling table. He rose from the very bottom, yet possessed a vision for capital far ahead of his time. A black gold storm was set in motion by his own hand. By buying distressed property and stocks at rock-bottom prices, he accumulated his original capital amid the surging tides of finance. He devoured local enterprises and forged a cross-industry commercial empire. By steering the flow of funds, he became a hidden puppeteer of capital, extending his influence across Asia, Europe, America, and into global markets. In this era, wealth is not merely accumulated, it is seized through control. He is not one of those who merely participate in the game. He is the black gold tycoon who writes the rules. Big brother, are we really going to take care of him? PUK and I am that kid saw me kill someone. If we don't get rid of him, we leave a future threat. No brains at all, and you still dare to mix with the Triads. Big brother, if we do this, won't it be a case of evil deeds bringing their own destruction? You spout catchphrases like you're cramming for graduate exams. Go wake him up. Ask who sent him, and once you've asked, slit his throat. Big brother, do you think he might be a cop investigating that Ford driven by the actress? Whether he is or not, we're killing him. I parked that car by the shore. Later you go spread the word, say there's a premium secondhand car for sale, personally owned and driven by a top-tier married actress. Those filthy perverts will fight to offer sky-high prices. Hearing the voices by his ear, Chun Fei snapped awake. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. It was a dim room, an orange light bulb overhead swaying unsteadily. Several men with vicious faces and bodies reeking of sour sweat stood nearby. Chun Fei felt momentarily dazed. Just a moment ago he had been out in the wild doing field photography when a gunshot rang out. Someone struck him from behind, and when he came to, he was here surrounded by people discussing how to kill him. A few lines of text suddenly surfaced before his eyes. Name Chun Fei. Identity, illegal immigrant. Date, April 5, 1979, Hong Kong. Skill, firearms, master level proficiency. Weapon 1 type 54 pistol, 30 rounds of ammunition issued into personal storage and can be retrieved at any time. Main quest, become a financial conglomerate wielding discourse power across multiple industries. If personal assets reach $1 million within 60 days, a mysterious grand reward will be granted. Countdown 59 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, 36 seconds. Note, as long as you possess sufficient US dollars, you may purchase various skills, products, and core production resources across major industries, such as entertainment, finance, high-end manufacturing, and biomedicine. For every 100,000 US dollars accumulated, the marketplace will automatically unlock. The more powerful the weapons, the higher their price. Although he now had a golden finger, Chun Fei did not focus on it. He had to deal first with the men in front of him who were preparing to kill him. Chun Fei came from a crooked background and regarded killing as casually as slaughtering a chicken, so he was not particularly panicked. He silently observed. Just then someone noticed he was awake and shouted, "Big brother, he's awake." All of them snapped their gazes toward Chun Fei. A tall man with a fierce face, standing with his foot planted on a copy of the South China Morning Post, spoke first in a vicious tone. "Kid, running into me, Sai Kung, big fool, is your bad luck. Speak. Did Jiang Tianxing send you, or was it Wu Ya? What are you doing here?" Chun Fei did not answer. His gaze flicked rapidly over the room and the four men. The space was small, the lighting dim, a crowbar and a hammer hanging from the wall. Big fool and another man had bulging waists, clearly carrying weapons inside, judging by the outline, most likely Black Star pistols. The other two were barehanded. He tilted his head, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Only the crash of waves reached his ears, nothing else. His mind rapidly settled on a plan. Seeing that Chun Fei refused to speak, Big fool barked again, "Fuck your mother, I'm talking to you. Have you turned mute, you little bastard?" The men beside him immediately flexed their fists, ready for violence. Chun Fei spoke at once. "Brothers, don't misunderstand. I'm in the business too. I just robbed 300,000 US dollars, but was betrayed and fled here. As long as you let me go, I'll give you $200,000 as a fee. I won't go back on my word." The cabin fell abruptly silent, all their breathing growing heavier. "How much did you rob?" They crowded closer, bombarding him with questions. 300,000 US dollars. "You're not lying to us, are you? Where's the money?" Chun Fei jerked his chin toward the newspaper under Big Fool's foot. "The main culprit in the HSBC robbery reported there. That's me." Big Fool shifted his foot away, half convinced. "Arong, see if it's true." Arong bent down, picked up the paper, and spread it open, scanning quickly. Even Big Fool and the rest craned their heads forward, eyes wide to read. Taking advantage of their distraction, Chun Fei swiftly drew his pistol and chambered around. Arong flipped several pages, but found no report about any HSBC robbery. He thrust his hand into his jacket and roared, "Damn, this bastard dared play us. Big brother, I say we just kill him." Bang. Chun Fei had already drawn his gun and pulled the trigger, blowing apart Arong's skull with a single shot. Arong. Fuck, kill him." The others reacted at once. One tried to draw his weapon, another spun around to grab the crowbar from the wall. But Chun Fei never gave them the chance to arm themselves. He pressed his wrist downward and fired in swift succession. Bang, 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 bang. Once he had survived by walking the crooked path, now with master-level marksmanship, he emptied 8 rounds in a flash. Some were hit in the chest, others in the forehead. Big Fool took a bullet to the chest and slumped against the wall, staring at Chun Fei in utter disbelief, breath thin as a thread. You. That night, Ayu immediately adjusted the deployment of the Undercover network, shifting from the previous comprehensive investigation and high-pressure control. You really dare to open your mouth? Chun Fei squeezed the trigger. Bang! Another flower of blood blossomed on Big Fool's chest. His body jerked violently, then went limp. His eyes remained wide, refusing to close in death. After finishing them one by one with a final shot, Chun Fei began searching the corpses. He found several crumpled packs of cigarettes, some Hong Kong dollars, and on Big Fool a car key and a gold Rolex. Chun Fei stuffed everything into his pockets in one go, then left the cabin. Outside it was pitch black, seemingly a desolate place with no signs of habitation. If one only understands killing and not governance, the mountains and rivers pacified today will inevitably breed new banditry, new divisions, and new undercurrents tomorrow. Just as he finished, a notification appeared before his eyes. Daily quest: subdue Big Fool. Completion will grant access to the Sai Kung's second-hand car market resources. Chun Fei froze. Damn, the man was already dead, and only then did the prompt appear. Moments later the notification refreshed. Due to the system's first initialization, quest delivery was delayed by 10 minutes. Big Fool is dead. Compensation granted: master-level financial skills, including knowledge of future economic trends capable of turning the stock market upside down. In an instant, a torrent of financial knowledge surged into Chun Fei's mind. Hong Kong stock movements, upcoming economic booms in the city, diverse capital operation strategies, stock market manipulation techniques. It poured in like a tidal wave, but Chun Fei had no time to delve into it for now. Once ashore, he saw a sign that read Yuan Long. Parked by the roadside was a champagne-colored Ford Cortina MK42. 3 Gia. He tried the car key he had taken from Big Fool, and to his surprise it actually unlocked the door. He quickly checked the interior. On the front passenger seat lay a copy of Ming Pao Weekly, the cover featuring Zhao Yaji as Su Rongrong from the Legend of Chu Liuxiang. Her makeup was exquisitely done, brows like distant mountains washed in dusk, eyes like autumn waters rippling sideways. With that uniquely amorous gaze and slightly upturned outer corners of her eyes, she indeed made one's heart itch. In this era, she was a leading film star and naturally appeared in the papers frequently. Finding nothing else of note, and seeing there was fuel left, Chun Fei started the car and drove off. There was only this one vehicle here. He certainly wasn't going to walk. As he drove, he pondered how to amass $1 million within 60 days. Perhaps because of the newly granted financial mastery, the first idea that surfaced in his mind was trading stocks. At present, Hong Kong stocks were in one of the great bull markets of the 1970s. Property, banking, and industrial shares were commonly rising 2 to 5-fold. Even so, to build $1 million in 60 days would still require substantial initial capital. However, the immediate priority was to secure an identity card. Under the touch-based policy, illegal immigrants who successfully reached Hong Kong's urban area, south of Boundary Street, could reside legally and obtain identity cards, but if caught in the frontier restricted zones, they would be promptly repatriated to the mainland. Chun Fei drove swiftly toward the urban districts. On the way, when the Rolex's hour hand reached 12, another daily quest arrived at the West Kowloon police station before noon. Completing the quest will yield a beginner's reward. Wonderful. Chun Fei had already intended to make a declaration. He had not expected that the daily quest would even come with a bonus. As for the car's origin, Chun Fei did not concern himself. If the car was stolen, he would simply pay to redeem it. If someone treated him as a car thief, then he would just have to stage a robbery in return. In short, meeting Chun Fei meant bad luck. Whether they escaped disaster was uncertain, but losing money was guaranteed. His journey to the destination went smoothly. Seeing that dawn was still some time away, Chun Fei first found a place to park and rest. When day broke, he went to buy breakfast and picked up several newspapers, eating as he read. The front page of the South China Morning Post read: Governor MacLehose pushes new territories development, border influx of illegal immigrants intensifies, Marine police strengthen interception at sea. On the society pages, a prominent story declared: West Kowloon Serious Crime Unit cracks major cases. Young Inspector Chen Jiaju displays fearless prowess and receives commendation from police headquarters. Ming Pao's financial section reported this year's Hong Kong bull market continues. Property, banking, and industrial shares climb broadly. Chinese capital forces expand rapidly. Social news read: nightclubs and construction sites in Tsim Sha Tsui and Yau Ma Ti witness frequent clashes. Turf wars between triad societies grow intense. Police increase patrols. The entertainment section of the Hong Kong Commercial Daily screamed: Zhao Yazi embroiled in yet another extramarital scandal. Miss it and regret it. Chun Fei could only stare baffled. ICAC anti-corruption campaigns, gang wars, rampant illegal immigration, Zhao Yaji's scandals. Those he could accept. But even a character like Chun Jiaju from the movies existed here. It meant this was no longer the world he knew, but a complex Hong Kong, far more intricate than he had imagined and brimming with opportunity. Chaos makes it easier to fish in troubled waters. So next Chen Fei's plan was to earn a great deal of money, purchase skills and core production resources in multiple industries, and then earn even more money. He had once been driven to the crooked path by poverty, now no one would stop him from getting rich. Only with money could he do as he pleased, chasing beautiful women without missing a single one, and pursuing whatever he wished to do. He believed heaven had arranged for him to come here for a reason, and under no circumstances would he squander this chance. Beyond securing his first pot of gold, he also had to solve the problem of where to live. Around 9 o'clock the forecourt of the West Kowloon police station bustled with people. Chen Fei entered to register and make his declaration. Daily quest completed, reward granted extreme sprinting speed, 200 meters in 19 seconds. Chen Fei could not help mentally scoffing. Was this extreme speed meant for running away? In barely half an hour, all the formalities were done. For now he held only a temporary residence certificate. Just as he stepped out, Zhao Yaji and her husband dressed inconspicuously emerged from the registration room, accompanied by a policewoman. Zhao Yaji had come to report a theft the previous night. Her Ford sedan had inexplicably vanished, so she had rushed over first thing in the morning. Mr. and Mrs. Wang, the report has been filed. If there is any news, we'll contact you immediately, the policewoman said politely. Thank you, we appreciate your help, Zhao Yaji replied gently. Leaving the station, Zhao Yaji turned to Wang Hanwei beside her and spoke first. I already told you my car was stolen, but you refused to believe it and insisted on coming here. What do you want me to do before you'll trust me? Or do you only believe what the papers say? Even if the papers are lying, how do you explain Wang Yuanshan's letter? Wang Hanwei replied coolly. We won't discuss that now. Your car was stolen. I came with you to file the report. Isn't that what I should do? The downside of owning a good car was worrying that someone would sneak off with it. They might pour in dubious petrol or drive violently and scrape the bodywork. Any repair to the panels would have to be paid out of pocket. Last year, Zhao Yaji had worked with Wang Yuanshan on Bo Cho Tai Na Chop Cho Gu and rumors of flirtation. Wang Yuanshan's method of pursuit was straightforward, relying on his talent. He wrote her love letters, every line brimming with admiration. After reading them, Zhao Yaji did not immediately dispose of the letters, but left them at home, where Wang Hanwei discovered them. In a drunken moment, he poured out his grievances to a weekly magazine boss, and soon the gossip press across Hong Kong went wild. Frowning, Zhao Yaji said, You came with me to report the theft. Today you came because you wanted to see whether I had done anything to betray you. Suddenly, she broke off, her gaze locked on a Ford not far away. Wang Hanwei noticed it too. It was Zhao Yaji's car. Suspicion surged through him. Hadn't she said the car was gone? How could it be here? They strode over quickly, Zhao Yaji close behind. Seeing Chen Fei inside the vehicle, she grew instantly wary. Who are you? She demanded. Why are you in my car? Chen Fei turned his head. Though Zhao Yaji wore only light makeup that day, he recognized her at once. He had just seen her photograph in the newspaper. He had simply not expected the car to be hers. No wonder Big Fool had dared brag about selling a premium married woman's second-hand car. The car was indeed in excellent condition. Chen Fei liked it very much. Seeing that he remained silent, Wang Hanwei snapped. You punk, how did you end up in my wife's car? Offended by Wang Hanwei's tone, Chen Fei replied coolly, Brother, when I was having my fun, I didn't know she was your... Had Wang Hanwei spoken properly, Chen Fei would only have asked him for the money to redeem the car. Yet the man opened his mouth and actually called him a punk. Chen Fei immediately responded with a cutting pun. If his sister-in-law's marriage had been happy, he would never have had an opening. He claimed he was just talking about playing with cars. But to Wang Hanwei, it was naked humiliation. A vivid green hat slammed down upon his head. His suspicion ran deep. He constantly overinterpreted Zhao Yaji's words and actions. Whenever she came home late because of work or had a normal dinner with friends, he would question her, insisting something was wrong. So now his emotions had slipped beyond his control, his voice squeezing out from his throat. What did you say? Zhao Yaji's face abruptly turned pale. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know you at all. Don't smear me with such lies, Zhao Yaji said. Wang Hanwei's gaze locked onto Chen Fei, the veins at his temples throbbing wildly. Don't know him. He let out a cold laugh, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage. He's already said this much, and you tell me you don't know him? I really don't know him, Zhao Yaji said anxiously. This man stole my car, and you still believe whatever he says. Keep fabricating, go on fabricating. Wang Hanwei sneered. I think it's not just your car that's been stolen. Your heart and your body have been stolen too. You're nothing but a faithless, promiscuous woman. The words had barely fallen before he raised his hand. Smack. A heavy slap crashed across Zhao Yaji's face. She was stunned where she stood by the blow, covering her cheek, unable to recover for a long moment. Aggrieved tears welled in her eyes. A vivid red handprint quickly surfaced on her face. Wang Hanwei fixed his stare on Chen Fei again, fists clenched as he ground out the words, You punk, did you sleep with my wife? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. In the very next instant, a gun was leveled at his forehead. Chen Fei said coldly, Believe it or not, I dare pull the trigger. Faced with the dark muzzle, Wang Hanwei's fury vanished in an instant. He did not dare gamble on whether the gun was real. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he continued to bluff. This is the entrance of the police station. You really dare fire? Chen Fei snorted. What of it if it's at the police station entrance? I, Chen Fei, am not someone who can't afford to play. If you keep rambling, I'll shoot you dead, and we'll be settled. He was sure of himself. Even if Huang Hanwei actually called the cops over, they would never find a gun on him. You call that settled? Huang Hanwei roared, already calculating in his heart how likely it was he could be saved if he called people over now. If the gun was real, he might be shot dead as soon as he opened his mouth. If it was fake, then before long all of Hong Kong might be saying that Huang Hanwei was scared witless by a lover's fake gun. His expression twisted as though he had just swallowed a fly. Get lost, Chen Fei said again. After weighing things over and over, Huang Hanwei shot a vicious glare at Zhao Yaji. Since you've gone looking for a pretty boy, don't blame me for finding another woman to play with. With that, he strode away, quickly afraid of being further humiliated. Chen Fei turned to Zhao Yaji. Miss Zhao, you don't want people to see you like this either. Get in the car. Zhao Yaji did not want to get in because she did not know Chen Fei. But unexpectedly, reporters from a television station were walking toward them. Seeing the camera on the cameraman's shoulder, Zhao Yaji dreaded having her current state filmed and had no choice but to grit her teeth and get into the car. All the more so because this man was armed. The car had been moving for a while before Zhao Yaji finally spoke. I don't know you. Why did you steal my car and even frame me? First of all, let me state clearly. The car wasn't stolen by me, Chen Fei said. And I didn't frame you either. Zhao Yaji felt utterly wronged. If you hadn't spoken recklessly, I wouldn't have taken that slap. Miss Zhao, you don't know me, do you? Zhao Yaji nodded. Chen Fei continued, and I don't know him either, do I? Zhao Yaji thought for a moment, then nodded again. So how could I be framing you? I'm not someone who enjoys stirring up trouble. If he truly loved you, would he hit you because of a single sentence from a stranger? Would he fly into a rage over those baseless stories in the newspapers? Chen Fei shook his head. When you strip it down, it's simply because in his heart you don't matter. Zhao Yaji pressed a hand to her still-burning cheek, her mind racing through countless thoughts. After marrying Huang Hanwei in 1975, she had slowly realized how greatly their personalities clashed. It made her feel that no matter how successful her career was, it was pointless. If her life was unhappy, she had no heart for anything, it was exhausting, and her heart was bitter. Then came the love letter incident, driving her relationship with Huang Hanwei to freezing point. Confronted with her husband's distrust, she felt despair and discouragement. Now this slap had killed what remained of her heart. Chen Fei seemed to be speaking up for her, but in truth, he was sowing discord. Without stirring things up, how could he take advantage? The car drove on for half an hour, and Zhao Yaji remained silent for the same half hour until she finally remembered something else. Who exactly are you? Why is my car in your hands? My name is Chen Fei. He replied. I bought the car in Tycoon. A second-hand car dealer told me there was an original paint used car once owned by a top-tier married starlet up for sale. I paid a high price for it, never imagining it would lead to this mess. Hearing the words top-tier married starlet, Zhao Yaji's expression turned subtly unnatural. You really bought it? Of course. Have you ever seen a car thief bold enough to march straight up to a police station? Chen Fei said with perfect confidence. Zhao Yaji thought it over and found the reasoning sound, then asked, how much did you pay? I'll reimburse you. 50,000. Chen Fei said, asking like a lion. It was his first pot of gold, so of course, he had to name a high price. Yet if he wanted to grow this initial stake into 100,000 in a short time, it would be difficult. He would still have to think of other ways. Zhao Yaji's voice rose sharply. 50,000. Although the car had cost nearly 90,000 new, she had driven it for a long time. She had not expected Chen Fei to open his mouth and ask for 50,000. That price would take her nearly 2 months of filming to earn. Chen Fei said solemnly yes. The label of top-tier married starlet alone is expensive enough, not to mention that it's the car of the famous Zhao Yaji. Isn't a higher price only natural? Zhao Yaji hesitated repeatedly, then countered 20,000, and I'll consider you a friend. 30. Chen Fei sighed. I've only driven it for a few hours, and I even helped you see Huang Hanwei's true face. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to have me lose tens of thousands? Zhao Yaji bit her lip. 25,000. I only have that much money. Deal. Chen Fei agreed on the spot. Let's call it making a friend. But I have one condition. Zhao Yaji's heart tightened at once, and she asked cautiously what condition. Chen Fei had just opened his mouth to speak when someone suddenly darted out from the roadside. The newcomer was drenched in sweat, his large nose particularly conspicuous. He rushed to the front of the car in a few long strides and raised a hand to flash his credentials. I'm Chen Jiaju from West Kowloon CD. I'm requisitioning your car. A few minutes earlier, Chen Jiaju and his colleagues had gone to arrest the major drug lord Zhu Tao, but Zhu Tao sensed something was wrong and fled by car. Chen Jiaju had been chasing after him as if his life depended on it. Watching Zhu Tao's car grow farther and farther away, likely to escape, he had been in a panic when this Ford suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Get in, Chen Fei agreed without a moment's hesitation. After carefully observing him, he found that apart from that big nose, the man looked quite different from Cheng Long. This fellow clearly had solid backing, and Chen Fei did not mind getting to know him. After all, having more friends means more paths, having more wives means more homes. Chen Jiaju yanked open the car door and dropped onto the back seat, panting heavily. Please help me chase that black Mazda 929 up ahead. Hurry. Relax. My nickname is the Hong Kong Car God, that's not an empty boast. With one slam on the accelerator, Chun Fei launched the car forward. In the Mazda up ahead, Zhu Tao clutched the briefcase in his arms. He kept urging his subordinate. Faster, faster. The subordinate glanced in the rearview mirror and said in panic, "Boss, that car behind is too close. We can't shake it off. Shoot. Kill him for me." Zhu Tao snarled, his face twisted. With that, two subordinates leaned their bodies out of the car, gun barrels aimed at the pursuing Ford. Damn, these guys actually have guns. Chen Fei pressed Zhao Yaji's head down with one hand. Get down, don't get shot. Caught off guard, Zhao Yaji was pushed between his legs. In the back seat, Chen Jiaju drew his revolver, half his body protruding from the window. Using the car body as cover, he aimed at the bandits in the Mazda and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides exchanged fire, but hitting a high-speed moving target was no easy feat. Listening to the gunshots outside and the crackling impact on the hood, Zhao Yaji felt her heart leap to her throat. On screen, she might be a heroic swordswoman, but in reality, she was just a frail woman. There was no NG here, no stunt double. Only bullets flying everywhere. In just moments, cold sweat was trickling down her back. Then with a crash, the front windshield was punched through with several holes. Shards rained down onto Zhao Yaji's shoulders, making her shudder all over. Instinctively, she curled closer between Chen Fei's legs. Chen Fei was used to such scenes. He held the steering wheel steady, weaving like a serpent, constantly using passing trucks and roadside obstacles as cover to dodge the fire. Up ahead, the Mazda suddenly jolted, its speed visibly dropping. The driver stomped the accelerator, but the car only roared. The speed refused to climb. "Boss, we're out of gas," the driver cried in panic. Zhu Tao's face turned iron blue. Gritting his teeth, he set out of the car. "Run." As soon as the vehicle stopped, he flung open the door and bolted out, briefcase in hand. Several subordinates followed close behind, firing back at the Ford as they ran to cover his escape. Seeing this, Chen Jiaju urged chase them. But at that moment, the Ford also ran out of fuel. "We're out of gas too," Chen Fei said helplessly. Chen Jiaju didn't even stop to think. He shoved the door open and sprinted out, shouting as he ran, "Zhu Tao, stop. Zhu Tao." Chen Fei immediately looked toward the middle-aged man ahead, fleeing with a briefcase, gold-rimmed glasses, suit, and tie the black briefcase in his hand especially conspicuous. He had not expected to stumble into this segment from Police Story 1. He remembered very clearly that Zhu Tao's briefcase contained at least $300,000. Wasn't that practically his first pot of gold? If he could manage to lay hands on it, not only would he have capital to get rich, he could even open his path into the business world. As for whether this was truly that scene, he only needed to try to find out. He glanced at Zhao Yaji, seeing her overwhelmed with terror, and joked, "Miss Zhao, may I borrow something from you? Lend me your stockings for a bit. I'm going to work some unexpected overtime." At that, Zhao Yaji's face flushed from pale to red. You, can you hurry?" Chen Fei kept his gaze fixed on the direction of Zhu Tao's escape, speaking without turning his head. Zhao Yaji's face grew redder and redder, but remembering that he had a gun, she eventually chose to compromise. Just as Chen Fei was about to get out of the car, a warm bundle of stockings was shoved into his hand. In a voice barely above a mosquito's buzz, Zhao Yaji said, "Take them." Chen Fei looked at the shredded meat in his hand and couldn't help but smile. "I'll buy some oranges. You stay here and don't move." He then pushed the door open and rushed towards Chun Zhejun and Zhu Tao. In an instant, they vanished from sight. Zhao Yaji was stunned for several seconds, realizing the car was indeed out of gas, and saw that the keys had already been removed. She felt a wave of fear and leaned back against the chair. This day, from being slapped by her husband to sharing a ride with a stranger, getting caught in a gunfight between police and criminals, and having her stockings borrowed by Chen Fei, she couldn't believe even her drama series would dare to write such a plot. But now she didn't dare to leave, fearing the car would disappear again. Just when Zhu Tao was about to run out of breath, a green double-decker bus slowly stopped in front of him, and he hurriedly quickened his pace, rushing inside with his subordinates. As soon as he got on the bus, someone suddenly flew in from behind, nearly knocking him over. Zhu Tao didn't have time to care and quickly ordered his men, "Make them crouch down, don't obstruct us, and don't let them recognize me. Tell the driver to speed up." One of the subordinates held a knife to the driver's neck, speaking harshly, "Drive faster, you bastard." The other subordinates began to threaten the passengers. Get down, get down. Anyone who dares to look up will be shot." Faced with these fierce thugs, the passengers dared not waste words and hurriedly crouched down, covering their heads. Chen Fei, who had rushed onto the bus at extreme speed, also crouched among the crowd. After a while, he saw Chun Jiejun hanging onto the bus with an umbrella. As soon as Zhu Tao saw him, he immediately shouted, "Turn, turn." The driver suddenly swerved the steering wheel. Chun Jiejun, hanging outside, swung back and forth like a juggler, yet he didn't fall. "Hurry, take him down." Zhu Tao's expression changed drastically. "Boss, stay calm, we will definitely get out of this." One subordinate responded, leading others to attack Chen Jiejun, who was hanging outside. Chen Jiejun hurriedly fought back, while shouting, "Zhu Tao, you can't escape." Despite his agility, he was no match for four hands, and was unexpectedly slapped hard on the face by Zhu Tao. The blow made his head ring, causing him to fall off the bus, and he rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Zhu Tao and the others, seeing the immediate threat eliminated, all breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, just as Zhu Tao thought he had shaken off Chen Jiejun, a car suddenly appeared ahead blocking the road, and there stood Chen Jiejun. A few minutes later, just as Zhu Tao thought he had shaken off Chen Jiejun, a car suddenly appeared ahead blocking the road, and there stood Chen Jiejun in front of the car looking determined. One of the subordinates shouted, "Boss, that kid is in front." Upon seeing Chen Jiejun, Zhu Tao's scalp felt numb. How could this kid be like an unkillable cockroach? He roared, "Hurry, run him over." The subordinates threatened the driver, "Drive faster, run him over. If he doesn't die, you will." The driver had no choice but to speed up, praying that the kid would dodge. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Jiejun showed no intention of dodging and continued to stand in front. Zhu Tao's heart filled with even more fear at the sight of Chen Jiejun's fearless demeanor. He tried to reassure his subordinates, "Stay calm, don't be afraid." Yet he himself was already in a panic, instinctively looking for a place to sit and gripping the handrail tightly. In the next moment, he suddenly felt something was off. Why did it seem like the person behind him was wearing stockings on their head? Could it be that he was seeing things? Just as he was about to turn around to check, a kind soul behind him helped him. One hand supported his chin while the other pressed down on his head, helping him rotate his head 180 degrees to observe the situation behind. Zhu Tao was suddenly attacked and instinctively wanted to scream, but just for a moment he felt darkness before his consciousness became hazy. Chun Fei took the opportunity to snatch the box from his hand, throwing it into his space, and adjusted Zhu Tao's head to rest against the chair. Judging criminals is the judge's job. He was not a judge, only able to send the criminal to heaven. Chun Fei took the opportunity to snatch the box from his hand, throwing it into his space, and adjusted Zhu Tao's head to rest against the chair. Judging criminals is the judge's job. He was not a judge, only able to send the criminal to heaven. As the bus got closer, Chen Jiejun fired a shot into the sky. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Zhu Tao's men quickly ducked for cover. The driver hurriedly slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The bus skidded for a while before coming to a stop, and everyone inside was thrown forward due to inertia. With a series of crashes, the standing thugs all fell heavily. Two of the thugs were even thrown out of the bus, and screams filled the air. Once the passengers regained their senses and saw the chaos, they quickly got up and jumped out of the windows to escape, fearing they would encounter more trouble. Chen Jiejun rushed onto the bus. Upon seeing Zhu Tao lying down in the cabin, he quickly approached, aiming his gun at Zhu Tao, shouting, "Zhu Tao, you are under arrest." Noticing that Zhu Tao remained motionless and didn't say a word, Chen Jiejun added, "Zhu Tao, you may not speak now, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court." He then took out handcuffs and cuffed Zhu Tao's hands behind his back, yet Zhu Tao still did not respond. Only then did Chen Jiejun feel something was wrong. He reached out to check and found that Zhu Tao had already stopped breathing. He was immediately stunned. Had Zhu Tao, whom he had pursued so hard, actually died? He felt for a pulse and found warmth indicating death had only just occurred. How could this be? Did Zhu Tao just die from the collision? Chen Jiejun was bewildered. "You take the wheel," Chun Fei said. "They'll push the car and go refuel first." While refueling Zhao Yaji, "You take the wheel," Chun Fei said. "They'll push the car and go refuel first." While refueling, Zhao Yaji went to the nearby bank to withdraw money. She returned and handed the money to Chun Fei. 25,000, you count it. "No need, I trust your character," Chun Fei said, stuffing the money away. "Now tell me about my conditions." "What conditions?" Zhao Yaji felt quite uneasy, worried he might ask for something excessive after just borrowing. Chun Fei said, "Didn't you say we could be friends? Then treat me to a meal." Zhao Yaji hesitated for a long time. "I need to go back after work." "You could go back and let him hit you, but does that mean you want to eat?" Chun Fei said, "You should eat with me first. If he gets angry again after you go back, you wouldn't want to starve." "All right, but I get to choose the place," Zhao Yaji said. "Fine." Zhao Yaji then said, "Shouldn't you return the car? Sister-in-law, this car is all battered. They'll help you send it for repairs as compensation for borrowing your stockings," Chen Fei said. "Where do you need to go?" "I'll take you." Zhao Yaji lost her temper and said, 77, Broadcasting Road, Kowloon Tong, please hurry in a rush. The wireless television station is in Kowloon Tong. Aside from wireless television, there are also Li Television, Hong Kong Radio, and commercial radio, as well as the now-defunct Jia E Television. The Y Country people, considering their control over public opinion, set this place as the media center for all of Hong Kong, with 3 television stations and 2 radio stations occupying the hills, hence it was also known as Wutai Mountain. Later a term called Beautiful Wutai Mountain came about. After the car had driven for a while, Zhao Yaji couldn't help but ask, "Why do you call me sister-in-law?" "Because an elder brother can only support me once, but a sister-in-law can support me multiple times." Zhao Yaji was speechless and stopped talking, quietly taking out a script to read. When they arrived at the place, she pushed the door open to get out. Chun Fei handed her a bag. "Here are the new stockings I bought for you. There is a principle of borrowing and returning. If you borrow again, it won't be difficult." Zhao Yaji waved her hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Saying this, she quickly left. Chen Fei asked her, "What time should I pick you up?" "I can't be sure, but it might be around 6, or it could be a bit later." After Zhao Yaji finished speaking, she hurriedly left. Chen Fei drove to a deserted place to count Zhu Tao's box. $300,000 US. and it was made from shady dealings fast money. It turned out that the first bucket of gold for capitalists is indeed bloody. According to the current exchange rate, the Hong Kong dollar to US dollar is about 5.0 to 5.2 to 1. After converting these 300,000 US dollars, there should be at least 150,000 Hong Kong dollars. Chun Fei quickly calculated in his mind. However, he needed 1 million US dollars, and he had only completed less than a third of it. At this moment, a system prompt appeared before him. Detected personal assets reaching 300,000 US dollars, laundering complete, and mall access opened. First opening 2 free draws. Would you like to draw? Having spent the money he had to draw. Congratulations, you have drawn a residence in mid-levels, 1,500 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, fully furnished with independent balcony. Ownership has been automatically transferred to your name. Documents and keys have been issued, ready for immediate move-in. Congratulations on drawing. Good luck. May luck always be by your side. Wonderful. Chun Fei originally planned to solve his accommodation issues, but he didn't expect the system to be so considerate. And there was also good fortune. Current purchasable items are as follows. Cultural and entertainment media, including works of well-known authors, film and television scripts, classic songs, comic books, magazine design plans, etc. Chun Fei temporarily did not consider this product. Although the popular literature market in Hong Kong is mature, newspapers and supplements like Ming Pao and Sing Tao Daily are the main monetization channels, it is still highly challenging for ordinary people to get rich this way. Newcomers receive about 20-30 Hong Kong dollars per 1,000 words. If they submit 67 pieces in a month, they can earn 100,200 Hong Kong dollars. Currently, a bowl of wonton noodles costs 3 cents, enough to buy over 300 bowls, which is just enough for basic survival. However, competition is fierce and monetization efficiency is low. Writing songs is even harder than writing novels. Since mainstream markets are dominated by singers like Sam Hui and dedicated songwriters, record companies prefer to collaborate with well-known lyricists and composers, making it extremely rare for newcomers to have their submissions accepted. Even if accepted, it is likely to be only for small-scale playback, and royalties may only amount to dozens of Hong Kong dollars per month. Films are even harder to get done within 2 months. Continuing to browse, there are core production materials of low-end industries, such as equipment related to electronic manufacturing. There are also cutting-edge technologies like semiconductor chip design and packaging technology, but the latter is very expensive. There are also bulk goods such as counterfeit clothing, shoes and hats, cigarettes, alcohol, medicine, and food. Skills include protective types, linguistics, arts, academics, and more. There are also special reminders. Note each product purchased is permanently valid, and some items are limited time offers with uncertain refresh times. After reviewing, Chun Fei decided to first accumulate original funds, wait to set up a company, and then purchase some core production materials for industry. Moreover, counterfeit goods wouldn't sell for $100 million in 60 days either. After making arrangements, he first sent the car for repairs. Then he went to check on the house obtained from the lottery. The location is in mid-levels, quiet amidst the hustle and bustle with a broad view. The floor-to-ceiling windows face Victoria Harbor directly. It was simply wonderful. Chun Fei walked around the house, then went out to exchange for Hong Kong dollars by a calling machine and open a stock account. After analyzing with master-level financial skills, he did not plan to buy gold. Currently, the gold price is about $2.24 ounce, which could soar to $834 by early 1980, with an annual increase of about $272. However, the problem is that during this increase from now until early 1980, gold will experience multiple severe corrections with declines ranging from 10 to 20. Even a minor decline could lead to paper losses exceeding 15, which is unacceptable for Chun Fei. Thus, stock trading is currently the most suitable method for him. The current exchange rate is 1.512, totaling 1.536 million Hong Kong dollars. He kept 530,000 as working capital. The remaining 1 million Hong Kong dollars was used to buy Chung Kong stocks, applying a 1-for leverage to go long. Chung Kong is favored by HSBC, offering a high ratio. The Hong Kong stock market is currently booming, and Chung Kong, as the leading real estate player, has favorable news about Li Ka-shing negotiating to acquire Hutchison Whampoa, making it a great time to invest heavily. Currently, the stock price is 4.5 Hong Kong dollars. If Chung Kong's stock price rises to $89 by the end of the year after deducting various fees, he could ultimately earn around 3.6 million Hong Kong dollars. However, leverage should not be excessively used. Archimedes once said, "Give me a lever, and I can lift the earth." Financing companies offer you 10 times leverage. After a few small fluctuations, Archimedes would lose 2 earths. After completing all procedures, Chun Fei walked through Central, secretly lamenting that he was indeed suitable for shady dealings. In less than 24 hours in Hong Kong, he had managed through his own efforts to own a house, finding 0 in savings, and had invested 1 million in the stock market. However, stocks would only yield profits after 5 months, and he still needed to find a way to earn $1 million within 60 days. He purchased several newspapers to read carefully. Quickly, he found an opportunity in the text. Hutchison Whampoa is facing severe losses with a crisis in its funding chain. HSBC is about to intervene with Hutchison. Why not borrow some money from Li Ka-shing? Entering the mall, he found a document titled Detailed Process of Chung Kong's Acquisition of Hutchison. The selling price is 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. By night fell, and when the lights came on, Chen Fei and Zhao Yaji arrived at a restaurant named Rongji in Yaomati. Zhao Yaji had dinner with Chen Fei partly because she didn't want to face Huang Hanwei, and partly because she had the thought of indulging herself in a vengeful manner. While she was placing her order, Chen Fei asked, "Would you like to drink something?" As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt appeared, "Good luck activated." Chen Fei was momentarily confused about what it meant. Zhao Yaji directly shook her head. Before she could finish, her eyes were fixed outside. Chen Fei followed her gaze and saw Huang Hanwei getting out of a car. Dressed to impress, he stepped out and walked towards the nearby Jinli Palace nightclub. He reached the entrance of the nightclub where a young woman in a tight dress greeted him. They embraced and kissed, then the woman linked her arm with his, and they walked in, chatting and laughing. The woman's dress was exceedingly short, and her high heels clicked against the concrete ground. As the two figures disappeared into the nightclub, Zhao Yaji stood frozen in place. Could this be the effect of good luck activated? "Hey, that person is your husband, right?" Chen Fei spoke up. Zhao Yazi's voice was very calm, too calm to be a normal reaction, but her eyes were reddening. Chen Fei waved to the waiter, "Bring a bottle of whiskey." When feeling down, most people drink regardless of gender. The waiter brought the whiskey, and Zhao Yaji opened it and poured herself a glass. "Aren't you not drinking?" Chen Fei asked. "Depends on the situation," Zhao Yaji said, lifting her glass and taking a large sip before looking at him. "Would you like a drink?" Chen Fei reached out to take her glass and finished the remaining whiskey, saying, "Thank you." You shameless." Zhao Yazi stared her pretty face, flushed, unsure if it was from drunkenness, anger, or embarrassment. "Who cares if you like it?" Zhao Yazi snapped angrily. Countless individuals have proven through their personal experiences that alcohol is impossible to tame. Indeed, it is so, especially in moments of profound unhappiness, when one is even less likely to control their drinking. Zhao Yazi drank cup after cup, her complexion shifting from pale to red, and then to an even deeper shade of crimson. Tears did not fall from her eyes, but her gaze was clouded as if veiled in mist. "You're drunk," Chen Fei remarked. "What do you care?" Zhao Yaji shot him a glare and raised the cup to her lips again. Chen Fei reached out to press down on the rim of her glass. Zhao Yaji looked up at him, unsure if it was the effects of the alcohol or if her emotions had reached a breaking point. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. "Why do you think you have the right to control me? You drove my car away, spoke nonsense in front of him, got me slapped, and called me randomly. Oh, what right do you have to dictate whether I drink or not?" Chen Fei remained silent and withdrew his hand. Zhao Yaji lifted her cup and drained it in one go. She poured herself another glass, her gaze fixed on the cup as if conversing with the alcohol. "At 19, I thought that getting married meant a lifetime commitment, and a lifetime was long enough to endure all unhappiness." Chen Fei took a sip, quietly listening. Zhao Yaji continued, "Only later did I realize that a lifetime is too long enough that you no longer wish to endure." She looked at Chen Fei and asked, "Do you think I'm foolish? I thought that as long as I took good care of the family, he would believe in me, but in the end, he would rather believe in the gossip in the papers and the idle chatter of others than trust me one bit." Chen Fei did not respond, silently drinking. Zhao Yaji took another sip, gazing at her empty glass, and said, "You should go. I want to be alone for a while." "How can I leave if you're in this state?" "Then I'll go," Zhao Yaji said as she stood up unsteadily and made her way to the door. Chen Fei settled the bill and followed her out, asking, "Where do you live?" "I'll take you home." Zhao Yaji fell silent for a while, recalling the image of Huang Hanwei embracing a girl as they entered a nightclub. She suddenly turned to him and asked, "Is it convenient to go to your place?" At that moment, she resembled Dao Baifeng seeking revenge on Duan Zhengchuan. Why worry about how long they have known each other? "My home." Zhao Yaji nodded. "Not convenient." "Of course it's convenient. I live alone," Chen Fei replied. After getting into the car, Zhao Yaji fell silent. When she was awakened again, she discovered they had arrived at Chen Fei's home, where he was holding a glass of water. Zhao Yaji, in a hazy state, asked, "Why are you being so nice to me?" "That's not being nice," Chen Fei replied. "That's just basic human decency." Zhao Yaji accepted the cup and said thank you. After finishing the water, she handed the cup back to Chen Fei and asked with bleary eyes, "Chen Fei, can I ask you a question? You have to answer me seriously." "Go ahead." "Do you think I am a very failed woman?" Chen Fei chuckled and asked, "Why do you say that? No matter how successful my career is, if my life isn't happy, I can't focus on anything. My husband doesn't trust me. People outside say I'm promiscuous. I can't even keep track of my own car, and now I have to borrow stockings from a stranger." She paused for a moment and glanced at Chen Fei. "And now I have to borrow stockings from you." Chen Fei smiled. "I was just joking you. I didn't expect you to actually borrow them." Zhao Yazi stared at him blankly. "You said you don't like drunk people, right?" "I did say that." "Actually, I'm not drunk." Zhao Yaji suddenly reached out, grasped his collar, and pulled him toward her. "Do I look like I'm drunk?" "If you're not drunk, you must kiss me," Chen Fei said. Just as he finished speaking, his lips were suddenly blocked. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling onto the white sheets. Zhao Yaji opened her eyes, her head pounding. She stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, dazed for several seconds before slowly turning her head. When she saw Chen Fei lying beside her, one hand resting on her waist, Zhao Yazi's mind went blank in an instant. Scenes from last night flooded back: drinking at the restaurant, him drinking from her cup, her asking Chen Fei to take her to his place, and then she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she felt that hand move slightly. After that, Chen Fei asked, "Are you awake?" Zhao Yazi did not respond, burying her face in the pillow. "Regretting it?" Chen Fei asked again. There was a long silence. "No." Zhao Yazi's voice was muffled in the pillow, making it hard to discern her emotions. Chen Fei immediately laughed. "That's good to hear." Zhao Yaji lifted her head from the pillow. "Good? What's good about it?" "Good is just good," Chen Fei said with a smile. "If you were regretting it, I'd have to comfort you. Since you're not regretting it, it saves me some trouble." Zhao Yaji, feeling agitated, threw the pillow at him. "Aren't you afraid I'm still thinking about him?" "It's okay, I don't mind." Chen Fei caught the pillow and said, "Since you're not regretting it, it's not a problem to practice once more in the morning." Zhao Yazi's face turned red again. "I need to go to work." As she spoke, she attempted to get up. "It's still early." Chen Fei pulled her back. About an hour later, Zhao Yaji braced herself, and after tidying up, she left the room, went downstairs, and drove her car out of the community, merging into the traffic, quickly disappearing around the corner. Only then did Chen Fei upstairs have time to check the system. After a night of toil and a morning workout, he had not yet looked. To be honest, the mature lady was quite alluring, and she really was soaring high. Daily task: establish contact with a senior business person before noon, complete to unlock a mysterious gift from the mall. After reading, Chen Fei thought to himself, "Isn't this simple? The boss of the convenience store downstairs must be a seasoned business person. It's extremely simple." After jotting down the task, Chen Fei turned to review the materials he purchased yesterday on the acquisition of Changsha and Huang. Besides the 5-4 style, this information is crucial. At this time, Li Jiaqing had already established a foothold in Hong Kong's real estate industry, through Changsha possessing considerable capital strength and management capability, while always keeping an eye on the developments of British-controlled firms in Hong Kong, keenly capturing opportunities for acquisition. To successfully take over Huang, he made multiple preparations, accumulating capital and reputation, and gaining the recognition of HSBC's top executive Shin Bai. During the Kowloon warehouse battle, he further accumulated personal connections and conducted in-depth research into Huang's business layout and development potential, formulating detailed operational improvement plans. The materials Chen Fei purchased included Li Jiaqing's improvement plans and details of his negotiations with Shun Bai regarding the future development and equity acquisition of Huang, as well as the number and names of the attendees. To avoid the mistake of information leakage during the Kowloon warehouse battle, Li Jiaqing placed great importance on the confidentiality of the acquisition plan. All negotiations were conducted in secret, without the knowledge of outsiders, with only core personnel involved. If Chen Fei were to toss this information onto Li Jiaqing's desk, it would surely leave the latter unable to eat or sleep well. After thoroughly studying the materials, Chen Fei felt more confident. Now only 3,000 Hong Kong dollars remained. He had to borrow money today. First, he needed to borrow a few million to spend. If Li Jiaqing refused, he would have to use his 5-4 style as collateral. With the 5-4 style plus Li Jiaqing's plan, he would surely be able to make money effortlessly. After thinking for a moment, he spent another 1,000 to purchase physical strength enhancement. His principle in life was to fight if he could win, and to run if he couldn't. A warm current flowed through his body. Enhancement: successful resistance 40, speed reaction 40, strength 50, endurance 45. Chen Fei felt stronger. As he prepared to get out of bed, he discovered an earring that Zhao Yaji had accidentally dropped. After some thought, he decided to put it away for now. Half an hour later, outside the community at the convenience store. "Boss, how long have you been in business?" Chen Fei casually asked while buying an alarm clock. "About 10 years. I used to sell beef offal in Causeway Bay," the boss replied. "This could indeed be considered a season. Let's exchange contact information. If I need to buy something later, I can reach you." "Sure, my phone number is on that sign." Chen Fei took out his notebook and noted down the store's number. Daily task completed, received reward for will technique. While this reward is a bit impressive, Chen Fei was quite pleased. He pondered seriously and found it quite suitable for himself. Last night, he realized there were still many aspects he hadn't fully utilized. With the enhancement of the wheel technique, he would certainly make that Zhao lady regret it, leaving her defenseless and foaming at the mouth. He just wondered when the next opportunity to communicate would arise. Chen Fei hailed a taxi on the roadside, saying, "To Changsha Tower." After getting in, he glanced at the driver's credentials and was surprised to see the driver's name was Song Zaheo. "Song Zaheo, aren't you in Taiwan doing business?" Chen Fei said casually. Song Zaheo replied without turning around, "Just served some time in prison. Oh, what business could I do?" "Which path are you from? How do you know me?" "I used to hang around aimlessly," Chen Fei said. "Not like you used to be a big shot." "I haven't been a big shot for a long time," Song Zaheo replied flatly. "It's very hard for someone who's been to prison to find a job." The two fell silent. Song Zaheo drove skillfully and managed to get Chun Fei to Changsha in just 10 minutes, although the journey should have taken longer. How good can you give me your pager number? Chun Fei asked. I'm a friend of Ajia. Song Zaheo thought for a moment and wrote down his pager number for him. After getting out of the car, Chun Fei looked up at Changsha Tower and then glanced at the surrounding buildings. All of them belong to the Land Company. The Land Company is the oldest real estate company in Hong Kong, located in the heart of the economy in the golden area of Central's business district, boasting a large portfolio of high-end commercial buildings, and is hailed as the crown jewel of Hong Kong real estate. Whoever can take over the Land Company will sit at the top of Hong Kong's property market. But all of this had nothing to do with Chun Fei. He stepped into Changsha Tower and approached the reception desk. Hello, I'm looking for your boss, Mr. Li. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked. Chun Fei handed over the document in his hand. No, but this document is urgent. Please deliver it to Mr. Li as soon as possible. He has been waiting for it. Inside was part of the negotiation content between Li Jiaqing and Shun Bai. If Li Jiaqing saw it, he would surely want to meet him. The receptionist glanced at the cover of Summary of Talks between Changsha and Chung Kong, which had a red stamp saying urgent, and looked somewhat skeptical. All right, sir, I'll deliver it as quickly as I can. After leaving Changsha, Chun Fei went to the tea restaurant across the street for some breakfast tea. While he was looking for a seat, someone called out, "Friend, we meet again." Chun Fei looked over and was surprised to see Chen Jiaju. "Chun, sir, we meet again." Chun Fei sat across from him and lowered his voice, asking, "Are you on a mission?" "No." Chen Jiaju shook his head. "Just came out for some tea. Come sit with me." His mood was quite poor because Zhu Tao had died, and as a police officer he hadn't obtained evidence against Zhu Tao and had let a suspect die during the capture process, which was a serious blunder. He was immediately accused by Zhu Tao's lawyer, and due to a dispute with his superior, he was suspended from duty. Chun Fei said, "A chance encounter is better than an invitation. Oh, today's meal is on me." "No." Chen Jiaju quickly refused. "I still haven't thanked you for yesterday. Oh, today's meal is on me. Don't be." Since he was so generous, Chun Fei did not refuse. Chen Jiaju asked, "What should I call you?" Chun Fei, from the Chen family, very nonchalant. "So we're from the same clan." Chen Jiaju laughed, then beckoned for the waiter to take their order. As they were eating, several guys entered the tea restaurant and headed straight for Chen Jiaju. The leader, a fellow with an odd appearance, pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Chen, sir, we've been looking for you along." The other four people dispersed vaguely surrounding the table of the two. Chen Jiaju recognized that these individuals were all Zhu Tao's henchmen, with the leader being Zhu Tao's nephew Zhu Qin. He reached for his waist only to remember that he was suspended from duty and had already turned in his service weapon. He calmly put his hand down and said, "Zhu Qin, what do you want?" Zhu Qin let out a cold snort. "My uncle Zhu Tao was killed by you, Chen, sir. Don't you think you should give an explanation? Zhu Tao died on the bus. That has nothing to do with me. If you want an explanation, go find a judge." Chen Jiaju's tone remained calm. "Heh." Zhu Qin slammed the table. "You're suspended now. What's there to be arrogant about? If you have the ability, go ahead and kill us all." The diners in the tea restaurant saw the commotion and hurriedly settled their bills and left. Chen Jiaju stood up and pointed at Chen Fei beside him, saying, "This has nothing to do with my friend. Hey, let him go." Zhu Qin sized up Chen Fei and sneered, "Leave. Since we're sitting together, let's fight together." Chen Fei smiled and said to Chen Jiaju, "How about we have a knockout match today?" "What knockout match?" Chen Jiaju asked in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Zhu Qin's henchmen, who was closest to Chen Fei, suddenly made a move. His hand was just reaching out. Chen Fei's physical fitness had already been enhanced. His reaction speed was fully displayed at that moment. He slightly turned his body to avoid the attack, grabbing the wrist of that hand and twisting it fiercely, producing a crisp crack. The henchman's arm dislocated, and before he could even cry out in agony, Chen Fei's right elbow struck his temple, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Chen Jiaju also took action. He punched the rushing henchman square in the face, and then raised his knee into the opponent's abdomen. The man bent over and staggered back a few steps, crashing into the next table. Zhu Qin's expression changed. He pulled out a switchblade from his pocket and lunged at Chen Fei. Chen Fei dodged the knife blade at an awkward angle, gripping his wrist like a vice and twisting and pressing down hard. The switchblade clattered to the ground, and Zhu Qin was forced to kneel on the ground, the sound of bones cracking in his wrist, making him wince with veins bulging on his forehead from the pain. The remaining two henchmen were frightened by this swift counterattack. One attempted to flee, but Chen Jiaju kicked him in the back of the knee, causing him to collapse in the aisle. The other henchman had just pulled out a dagger when Chen Fei had already released. Zhu Qin stepped forward and slapped him across the face. The slap was only delivered with 70% of Chen Fei's strength, yet the henchman spun around and placed two bloody teeth flying from his mouth and smashing against a nearby pillar. In just over 10 seconds, all 5 men were sprawled on the ground. Chen Jiaju glanced at the fallen Zhu Qin and then at Chen Fei, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise and admiration. "Have you trained? No wonder you wanted to have a knockout match." "Just messing around," Chen Fei smiled. "You're not bad yourself." Chen Jiaju squatted down and searched Zhu Qin and the others, but found no weapons. He then said to Chen Fei, "Please keep an eye on them while I notify someone." Chun Fei nodded, and also searched Zhu Qin and the others, finding about 2,000 to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars in their pockets. After deducting the restaurant's estimated damages, he pocketed the rest. When Chun Jiajue finished his call, Chun Fei casually asked, "Who are these people?" "It's inevitable for a police officer to have enemies. These are all my rivals." Chun Jiajue shook his head helplessly. "That means you're a capable and upright police officer." Chun Fei smiled. "Corrupt police officers wouldn't have so many enemies." Chun Jiajue sighed, "But the police department doesn't need skilled officers." After all, he had just met Chun Fei, and there were some things that were inconvenient to say. He then changed the subject. "Have you eaten enough?" "I'm full." "That's good." In a short while, several police officers arrived at the restaurant, and Chun Jiajue handed Zhu Qin and the others over to them. He then said to Chun Fei, "Those moves just now were clean and efficient. I owe you one. Why don't we exchange pager numbers and become friends? We can have tea together when there's time." "No problem, let's have tea together when we can." Chun Fei readily agreed. The two exchanged numbers, and Chun Jiajue left first due to business. Inside the Chengshun building, Chun Fei's documents were delivered to Li Jiaqing. Looking at the urgent red stamp on the documents, Li Jiaqing asked in confusion, "Which department sent this?" "Someone delivered it to the front desk, and it was transferred from there." Li Jiaqing frowned. "Next time documents should not go through the front desk. Each department should deliver them directly. If every document left at the front desk needs my review, it'll be overwhelmed. But this document I must open, as I haven't disclosed any discussions with Hyung Wang, and the meeting minutes are also confidential. How could someone have sent this?" Li Jiaqing examined the document with growing alarm. The content was filled with details of his discussions with Shun Bai. Not only did it include topics they had privately discussed, it even listed the number and names of the attendees. Li Jiaqing broke out in a cold sweat, his first reaction being that there was a mole beside him. Otherwise, how could this information possibly leak out? He had read in history books about the terror of the Jinyi, where it was said that when officials were at home dining, drinking, cursing, writing diaries, or chatting with concubines, the emperor would know everything the next day. He never expected that someone so terrifying could be lurking beside him. Li Jiaqing immediately thought of his trusted aide Hua Jianing, who managed all the finances of the group and was also core to the Hyung Wang acquisition. At this time, Hua Jianing was still the chief accountant of Chengshun, not yet the vice chairman of the group, who would hold immense power in the future, but he was already Li Jiaqing's most trusted financial aide, fully involved in all the secret negotiations with Shun Bai. Could the mole be him? Because only he had access to all the top secret information. But it didn't feel like it. In just a few minutes, Li Jiaqing's scalp felt numb from thinking. He sensed that an organization with a tightly knit intelligence network was lurking nearby, and it seemed to be of considerable standing. Who had betrayed him, and what was their objective? Despite the many thoughts that crossed Li Jiaqing's mind, he never considered reporting it to the police. In his view, calling the police was the most foolish choice and wouldn't necessarily resolve the issue, just like how his son was later kidnapped. Now his only thought was to clarify the other party's intentions. Money could be earned again, but if this unstable factor wasn't resolved, he would be restless for the rest of his life. After considering, he had someone call the front desk to inquire about who delivered the documents. However, after asking around, the front desk said they didn't recognize anyone. The only thing they remembered was that the person was very young and quite handsome. Li Jiaqing saw that the last part of the document had a Chun character along with a string of pager numbers. After pondering for a long time, he instructed his secretary dial this pager number and asked the person to return the call to your office number. "Understood, Mr. Li," the secretary replied with a nod. Soon in the tea restaurant, Chun Fei saw the information on it. He then used the restaurant's phone to return the call. After a few rings, a voice greeted him. "Hello, this is the Chengshun Secretarial Office. Who are you looking for?" "My surname is Chun. You called my pager asking me to return the call." Chun Fei said on the phone, "Is Li Sheng near? Please hold on a moment." The secretary turned to Li Jiaqing, who nodded and took the receiver, instructing the secretary. In the office, he was alone. At this moment, Li Jiaqing felt very uneasy, not knowing what kind of person he was going to face and what kind of situation awaited him. He tried to calm himself down before speaking. "Hello, I am Li Jiaqing. May I ask who is looking for me?" "Hello, Li Sheng. This is Chun Fei. I believe you have already read the document I sent you." "Yes, I have seen it," Li Jiaqing replied. "I wonder if Chun Xing needs my assistance." "It's nothing major, just wanted to get to know you and be friends." Chun Fei smiled, and then said, "I don't like discussing matters over the phone. How about we meet instead?" Upon hearing the proposal to meet, Li Jiaqing immediately agreed. "Sure, I love making friends. However, I have urgent matters and can't leave. If it's convenient for you, you can come to my office to see me." "That works," Chun Fei replied. Without hesitation, "I'll be at table 12 in the tea restaurant across from your company. Please send someone to pick me up." Hearing that the other party was at the tea restaurant across from the company, it was clear he wasn't afraid of being reported to the police. Li Jiaqing felt even more certain that this person must hold some highly confidential information. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up right away." After hanging up, Li Jiaqing notified his secretary to come in and relayed the instructions to go to the tea restaurant to fetch someone. The secretary was puzzled. However, since the boss had instructed it, he naturally had to comply. Li Jiaqing patiently waited in his office, speculating various possibilities. About half an hour later, the secretary brought in a young man. Li Jiaqing examined him secretly. he did not recognize. Dressed very ordinarily, he didn't carry the swagger of a thug. He smiled and stood up, walking towards Chun Fei, extending his hand with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Sheng, welcome. Mr. Li, I've long admired your name, Chen Fei said, shaking hands with him briefly. Li Jiaqing instructed the secretary to leave first. Once the door was closed, he invited Chen Fei to take a seat and personally poured water. I wonder what brings Chen Sheng to visit today. My time is limited, so let's be brief. Do I need to borrow some money? Chen Fei took out an alarm clock. Setting a 10-minute countdown, he placed it on Li Jiaqing's desk. Before the alarm goes off, I need your answer. Seeing him take out a clock and set a 10-minute countdown, Li Jiaqing felt greatly puzzled. What does borrowing money with a clock mean? Is this a threat? Before Li Jiaqing could ask, Chen Fei continued, I only need to borrow a small amount, just 5 to 6 million Hong Kong dollars with interest calculated at the HSBC daily rate. They'll pay you back in 3 months, principal and interest included. Hearing him mention 5 to 6 million at the outset combined with the clock on the table, Li Jiaqing couldn't help but secretly think, could it be that he brought a bomb to extort me? Otherwise, why would he open with such a large sum? And what gives him the right? Li Jiaqing felt displeased yet maintained his composure, smiling. 5 to 6 million. Since Chen Sheng has made a request, he must have some collateral. None. Li Jiaqing's smile froze for a brief. Chen Fei seemed not to notice, watching the countdown on the clock as he said, Boss Li, is that document of mine worth this? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock's countdown was ticking away. I can modify the content of the document, Li Jiaqing replied gently. In business, plans often fail to keep up with changes. You can modify it. Chen Fei nodded, but you cannot stop those who want to acquire Hong Kong. Once what you discussed with Shunbai leaks out, not to mention whether HSBC will continue to support you, just the fact that outsiders know will at least double your acquisition price. Are you threatening me? Li Jiaqing still wore a smile. I'm borrowing money, Chen Fei corrected with a promise to return. Borrowing again is not difficult. In 3 months, principal and interest no less. Li Jiaqing fell silent for a moment. 3 months. How can you guarantee you'll pay it back? Chen Fei smiled. What I said. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Li Jiaqing suddenly changed the subject. How did you get that document? Chen Fei smiled naturally. I have my methods. How do you know I want to acquire Hong Kong? Li Jiaqing asked again. I read it in the newspaper. Although many details are unclear, I can infer. Chen Fei chuckled. Doesn't Boss Li want to lend? Li Jiaqing remained silent for a moment. Changsha is not a bank. It's difficult to proceed without collateral. Bang. Chen Fei slammed his Type 54 pistol onto the table. Can this be used as collateral? Looking at the gun on the table, Li Jiaqing was startled. Indeed, the plot thickens. But he knew the other party wouldn't kill him, as killing him would yield nothing. It can be borrowed. Bang. Chen Fei threw out another document. What about this? Can it be borrowed? Li Jiaqing took a glance at it, and his expression changed slightly. It stated Shin Bis bottom line, quote 7. 1 Hong Kong dollar per share, totaling 639 million Hong Kong dollars, with only 20 of the total price required to be paid immediately. The remaining amount can be deferred, and HSBC is willing to lend. Li Jiaqing's heart trembled. What background does this person have to obtain such information? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed second by second. After a long silence, Li Jiaqing finally spoke again. It can be borrowed. Extortion. Chen Fei slammed the gun onto the document. Bang. He asked again, with this, can it be borrowed? Li Jiaqing's expression grew serious. Which path are you on? Chen Fei revealed his declaration. I am Chen Fei, a smuggler who just declared residency yesterday. Before coming to Hong Kong, I was a farmer in the mainland. After seeing the information and date on the document, Li Jiaqing's heart trembled. A smuggler who arrived in Hong Kong yesterday actually obtained his highest level business secrets. What does this mean? Cold sweat broke out on Li Jiaqing's back. As someone who came from the mainland and experienced wars, the Double 10th incident, and the 67 storm, he had a natural fear of the intelligence system in the mainland. His first reaction was to think that Chen Fei was an intelligence officer sent from the mainland. Moreover, this identity must definitely be fabricated. It wouldn't be long before this guy would contact him again under a new identity. Li Jiaqing was not afraid of thugs, but feared people with unknown backgrounds who acted unpredictably. After various assessments, Li Jiaqing finally said 5 million 3 months, with interest at twice the preferential rate of HSBC. I need you to sign an IOU and promise that the document in your hand will not appear before a third party. Although it's called an IOU, I know it's just scrap paper in the toilet. If the other party doesn't pay back, what can I do? Chen Fei stood up. You can rest assured to continue contacting Shinbai. I guarantee that during the board meeting of HSBC regarding Hong Kong, the directors from Jardine Matheson and Swire will be absent for various reasons, and the meeting will decide to sell the shares to you. Jardine Matheson, Swire, Hong Kong, and K. Who are the 4 major trading firms in Hong Kong. The Kowloon warehouse acquired by Sir Yue Kong Pao is part of Jardine Matheson. Li Jiaqing's acquisition of Hong Kong had already been fully arranged by Shinbai. At that time, not only would the directors from Swire and Jardine Matheson be absent, but even Wei Li, the head of Hong Kong, would be unaware of their transaction. In any case, under Shinbis arrangement, everyone had a strange feeling of being sold without knowing why. However, at this moment, Shinbai had not revealed anything to Li Jiaqing, so Li Jiaqing was once again taken aback, because the directors from Jardine Matheson and Swire were one of the most important variables in the acquisition. Could this person really handle it? Though suspicious, he smiled. Then I will take Chen Sheng's good words for it. However, for the 5 million cash, I will need transfer it. It's more convenient. Chen Fei wrote down his HSBC account, then asked with a half-smile, boss, Li won't call the police, right? After Chen Fei left, Li Jiaqing sat in his chair for a while to collect himself. Over the years in business, he had seen all kinds of storms, but he had never encountered someone who played by such unconventional rules with a clock, a gun, and confidential documents. It left him utterly bewildered. So after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to buy peace from the perspective of a businessman. Once he calmed down, he thought about the potential leak of information and decided to investigate whether there was an insider. Chen Fei, who had left Changsha, didn't care what Li Jiaqing was thinking. What he said about borrowing money was genuinely borrowing. He would not resort to extortion. However, this money would not arrive immediately. The earliest would be tomorrow. But if the Li family didn't transfer the funds, he could only wield a hammer. That's how Chen Fei operated. He hated people who said one thing but meant another. Watching the bustling traffic on the street, Chen Fei decided that once Li Jiaqing's money arrived, he would buy a car. A Rolls-Royce was not suitable for him at the moment, as one had to sit in the back to enjoy it. He was currently a lone wolf, looking like a driver, no matter how you looked at it. He hailed a taxi. Sir, where to? Kennedy Town. In any case, he had nothing urgent, not needing to work like a beast, so he would go back and get some sleep first. When he woke up from hunger, it was already nighttime. Before leaving, Chen Fei habitually opened the mall and lingered on the weapons section. As a future tycoon in Hong Kong, carrying a few weapons was quite reasonable and logical. What he wanted was something easy to carry with a large magazine, one that could fire rapidly. After comparison, he chose the Czech Scorpion VZ-61. This gun has a very fast rate of fire, and with a 20-round magazine, it could suppress at close range like a torrent. It was a great helper for making quick money, killing, and traveling. However, it was quite expensive. A gun and 3 fully loaded magazines cost $600, equivalent to 3.0 Hong Kong dollars. Once prepared, Chen Fei left to grab something to eat. The nights in Hong Kong were beautiful. The air was permeated with the scent of opulence. Chen Fei strolled in front of the Grand Hotel's nightclub, watching the heavily made-up women socializing there, wondering if he should find someone to try his luck tonight. In any case, Zhao Yaji would definitely not come tonight. As for the escort, it would be a shame for the brother to sleep with an escort when top-tier female stars were available. Good fortune activated. Looking at the prompt, Chen Fei was baffled. What does it mean? Is someone about to throw themselves? Then the car door opened, and a pair of long, beautiful legs stepped out, followed by the entire person getting out. The woman wore a deep-neck bodycon dress with a neckline so low it revealed much skin, and the hem was so short it barely covered her backside, exposing her inner thigh as she moved. She wore a black lace sheer shawl, and with a gust of wind, the view inside became hazy, making one feel a stirring in their heart. How provocative. The woman got out of the car, wordlessly tossed the car keys to Chen Fei, and stepped into the nightclub. Chen Fei felt utterly confused at what was going on. Good evening, Miss D. As soon as the woman entered the nightclub, the waiter approached to greet her. She nodded slightly in response and said, the new valet is quite oblivious. He only noticed me after I honked. Even if he doesn't recognize me, he should at least recognize the car belonging to Brother C. I apologize, Miss D. It was our oversight. We will definitely provide better training. Please come inside. The waiter responded with a broad smile. The woman nodded and stepped into the club. She was none other than the 1973 Miss Hong Kong and Miss Asia champion Di Bolai. However, she had been working as a waitress, dancer, and performer in nightclubs and dance halls since the age of 14. Thus, even after winning the titles of Miss Hong Kong and Miss Asia, she was often photographed entering and leaving high-end nightclubs in Wan Chai and Tsim Sha Tsui. Even now, despite being in a passionate relationship with Xie Xian and on the verge of marriage, she frequently went to dance halls alone and danced with male friends, causing Xie Xian to feel jealous and the newspapers to sensationalize her as unfaithful before marriage. But she paid no heed, continuing her nightlife unabated. The Brother C she referred to was Xie Xian, who, although he hadn't yet played the role of the gambling king Luo Sihai, had been called Brother C within a small circle for many years due to his position as the fourth son in his family. Once Xie Xian took on the role of Luo Sihai and truly became the famous Brother C, he began to believe himself to be a god of gambling and went to Macau to gamble. As a result, he accumulated a gambling debt of 16 million and was pursued everywhere, ultimately leading to Di Bolai visiting the gambling king's residence in a dance dress late at night to seek help. The next day's headline read, Di Bolai's night meeting with the gambler. One song wipes out thousands of debts. Brother C wears green and becomes the talk of the town. Outside the nightclub, Chen Fei looked at the car keys in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Could this be the effect of good luck? He had been thinking about buying a car during the day, and now a woman had come to gift him one at night. He wondered if he should drive the car away. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, you over there. Chen Fei looked up and saw the waiter from the nightclub waving at him. He looked left and right, then pointed at himself. Me. The waiter hurried over, frowning, and said, Is it your first day on the job? You don't even recognize Miss D. What Miss D? Chen Fei was completely bewildered. The waiter frowned even deeper. That was Di Bolai just now. How could you not recognize her? If there's another time you can go home. Hurry up and park the car. Chen Fei suddenly realized that the woman was Di Bolai. No wonder she was dressed so provocatively. He immediately said, sorry, I didn't recognize her on my first day. Where's Miss Dis table? He'll personally go and apologize to her later. After saying this, he pulled a banknote from his pocket and slipped it into the waiter's pocket, saying, please take good care of things. Just do a good job. You have a future ahead of you. The waiter smiled broadly and patted Chen Fei on the shoulder. As for the apology, it's not necessary. Miss D won't hold it against you. Aren't you going to park the car? Also, he added, this is Brother Sis' car, so be careful not to scrape it. Chen Fei felt displeased. How dare he take advantage of him. For now, I'll let it go. I'll deal with you later. He turned around to park Di Bolai's car properly. After getting out of the car, Chen Fei realized he was actually dressed similarly to the valet, which is why he was mistaken for a valet by Di Bolai and the waiter. What's the point of driving Brother Sis' car? If I'm going to drive, I should drive that one inside. After tidying himself up a bit more, he got out and entered the nightclub. It seems like laughter, it seems like hardship. How to distinguish between fake and real, entangled in grievances. Chen Fei entered the main hall with the song. The place was vast. The stage was directly ahead with a red velvet curtain hanging down to the floor. The band was on the left side of the stage, and a female singer in a sequined cheongsam stood at the microphone, swaying her body as she sang, through wind and rain together. Below the stage were round dining tables covered with white tablecloths adorned with fruits and beverages. There were many guests, but he couldn't spot Di Bolai anywhere at a glance. Sir, how many people? The waiter approached to inquire. 1. All right, please follow me. After sitting down and ordering drinks, Chen Fei pricked up his ears to listen to the sounds around him. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical condition, he could hear the conversations of the surrounding guests amidst the singing. This side was discussing the stock market and real estate, while that side was talking about the Middle East conflict, and there were discussions about which female celebrity to sleep with. Those beautiful female stars were resources fiercely contested by Tycoon's rich men and gangsters. They had to serve drinks, dance, and entertain powerful figures. Refusal would lead to being blacklisted and retaliated against. For example, Di Bolai, it was completely normal for Xian to possess her, for gangsters to play with her, and for others to covet her. Suddenly, a nearby table's hushed conversation caught his attention. Is everything arranged? Boss, I've arranged everything. They're all waiting downstairs. Once that woman gets in the car, we can grab her right away. Chen Fei glanced over at the table where 2 men were seated. One was in his 40s, wearing a gray suit, his hair slicked back, giving off a somewhat businesslike vibe. The other was a skinny man in his 30s, wearing a floral shirt with an open collar revealing a thin chain around his neck. Both men spoke in hushed tones. The man in the gray suit asked, what about the location? Is that arranged too? The skinny man lowered his voice, saying, Kowloon walled city, no one manages that area, not even the police. Once we finish taking the photos, we can handle her however we like. The man in the gray suit nodded in satisfaction and continued, what does new knowledge rely on? It relies on the Triads and the starlets. We definitely need her provocative photos, the more revealing the better. As long as we publish them in the magazine, we won't have to worry about sales for this issue. The skinny man chuckled a couple of times, saying, don't worry, boss. The photographers I found specialize in this type of work. They'll definitely capture her in a way that's both revealing and enticing, making those perverts pay up. Damn that ungrateful bitch, the man in the gray suit snorted coldly. Inviting her to shoot the magazine cover, and she hesitates and resists, thinking our magazine is beneath her. When she's on the cover in the nude, let's see how she maintains her pride. The skinny man hesitated for a moment before saying, boss, I'm a bit worried. That woman has some status. What if she calls the police afterward? How will we explain it to Luo Zong? Call the police, the man in the gray suit laughed coldly. Does she even dare? Once those photos are out, she can forget about surviving in Hong Kong. Besides, does the police even manage things in Kowloon walled city? Moreover, if the sales go up, Luo Zong will be more than happy. The skinny man nodded repeatedly, saying, boss, you're brilliant. Is the target confirmed? Don't go and mess it up. Isn't it that whore Di Bolai? I've already sent her photo to the guys. I guarantee they won't mistake her. They're all waiting in the parking lot. As soon as she gets in the car, we'll block her in front and back. Even if she wants to run, she won't be able to. The corners of the man in the gray suit's mouth curled into a slight smile. That's good. No one has dared to disrespect me while I've been responsible for the New Knowledge Weekly for so long. What is Di Bolai anyway? Chen Fei didn't find it surprising. Kidnapping a female star and taking revealing photos or shooting a Category 3 film was quite normal in the entertainment industry. He had no interest in photography, but he was a bit intrigued by the magazine. The 2 most important words, public opinion. With a stroke of the pen, a good person becomes a bad one. Romance turns into scandal, and a tycoon becomes a laughingstock. At this time, without the internet or short videos, all of Hong Kong relied on newspapers, magazines, and television. However, not just any small magazine can control public opinion. Only magazines with a large circulation throughout Hong Kong can truly influence public discourse. and the new knowledge weekly that the man in the gray suit spoke of fit his needs perfectly. As a tycoon, how could he not have his own mouthpiece? New Knowledge was founded in 1974 by Luo Bin, who combined entertainment gossip with underworld insights covering topics such as gang turf wars, assassinations, and succession to the leadership, while also publishing photos of starlets, causing a sensation throughout Hong Kong upon its release. The audience for such magazines comprised vigorous and passionate grassroots men with high reader engagement. They bought the magazines solely to see the scoops. Founder Luo Bin was a self-made media tycoon recognized in the industry as the bull of the newspaper industry, who had helped nurture a number of cultural figures renowned in Hong Kong, such as Ni Kuang, Ishu, and Gulong. One could say that without Luo Bin, Hong Kong's popular literature and film industry might have been significantly diminished. What Chen Fei wanted now was not just Di Bolai, but also Luo Bin's new knowledge. Saving Di Bolai was nothing, but if he could get his hands on new knowledge, he would have a stake in an industry. However, Chen Fei was also aware that just relying on the conversation between these two was not enough to persuade Luo Bin to sell new knowledge to him. Luo Bin could easily shift the blame onto his subordinates. After some analysis, he could only curse inwardly. Damn it. It seemed he would have to take a loss tonight and play the hero. Since he could not obtain new knowledge for the time being, he would have to make use of Brother Xia's car. But he couldn't let himself suffer without gaining anything. Chen Fei opened the mall and purchased a powerful remote-controlled bomb, preparing to gift it to Luo Bin and Xia Xian, and also get a gift for Chen Jiaju. Now that Chun Jiaju was suspended if he helped him out by letting him catch a group of thugs attempting to kidnap Di Bola using a bomb, it was possible that Chun Jiaju could regain his position, and he would definitely owe Chen Fei a favor. By then he could also barely count as having someone in the court. At the same time, he could tarnish the credibility of Luo Bin's new knowledge, making people think that his magazine used unscrupulous tactics. As for Brother Xia, saving Di Bola and then giving him a generous gift would be completely logical. After preparing everything, he paid the bill and left. He took a quick look around the parking lot outside, and Di Bola's car was still in place. First, he found a phone to call Chun Jiaju's pager. He waited by the phone for a while. The phone rang. Chen Fei picked up the phone, and Chun Jiaju's voice came through. Hey, Fei Go, what do you need? At this moment, Chun Jiaju was full of questions, as the two did not have much of a relationship, at most having raced cars together and fought. He did not expect Chen Fei to suddenly seek him out, and even say there was something urgent. Chen Fei said, Chen sir, I just heard that someone wants to kidnap Di Bola. I was going to report it, but without evidence the police probably won't respond. After thinking it over, I decided to call you. What? Someone wants to kidnap Di Bola. Chen Jiaju exclaimed, are you sure the information is correct? Do you have any evidence? He was currently suspended, and if he came to help Chen Fei, it wouldn't interfere with his duties. If a kidnapping case really did happen, and he successfully prevented it, it could also be considered a service to the public. Chen Fei said, I overheard it unintentionally, so naturally, I have no evidence. I am now at the Haicheng Grand Hotel nightclub. I don't know if you can make it. I can make it, but it will take at least 20 minutes to get there. Will you be able to wait? Chen Jiaju hurriedly said, if it's too late, you should just call the police. Chen Fei replied, you should be able to make it in time. Di Bola's car keys are with me now. Alright, I'll hurry over Haicheng Grand. Yes, hurry up. After hanging up, Chen Jiaju suddenly thought of the last time he chased Zhu Tao with Chen Fei. The woman in his car seemed to be Zhao Yaji, and now Di Bola's car keys were in his hands. How does this guy have such a good relationship with celebrities? Always surrounded by this female star or that female star. It's truly enviable. As Chen Jiaju was lost in thought, he quickly rushed out straight to the Haicheng Grand Hotel. Just calling Chen Jiaju was not enough. Chen Fei also called the TV entertainment channel City Real News. This call was not confidential. The newspapers clearly printed tip-off hotline. Hello, who is this? A woman's voice came from the other end. Chen Fei said, I have a big news tip about Di Bola. Is your program interested? Di Bola. Is it another night? What's so big about a nightclub story? This is absolutely major news that will guarantee a stir across Hong Kong. Chen Fei said unhappily, if you're not interested, just go to TVB. Upon hearing this, the woman on the other end seemed a bit interested, since it's guaranteed to cause a stir across Hong Kong. I'll check it out. Where are you located, sir? By the phone booth next to the Haicheng Grand Hotel night club parking lot. I'm coming over right now. My car has our program's logo, so just look for me. And if the tip-off is true, the reward will be quite generous. Naturally, giving a tip to the TV station was to create public pressure on new knowledge. Since he could not obtain this weekly magazine, he could only find ways to suppress it, making Luo Bin anxious. Because that's how he did business. He never played the game of false commercial warfare. After finishing 2 calls, Chen Fei carefully calculated in his mind. Then he noticed a prompt. Good luck activated. He wondered if this good luck could help his plan proceed smoothly. A Toyota Hiace van slowly entered the parking lot. This was a work vehicle for members of the underworld, spacious enough to hold 10 people, an ideal choice for thugs to ambush, block, and kidnap. Inside the vehicle were 3 young men in their 20s. After circling the parking lot, they stopped in front of a Ferrari. The young man in the passenger seat was wearing a tank top with tattoos faintly visible on his chest. He glanced at the Ferrari's license plate and said, red Ferrari license plate DK 729. That's the one, block it quickly. The driver immediately positioned the van in front of the Ferrari and grinned. Being a star is really lucrative. A Ferrari can be bought just like that, and beautiful women can be pursued easily. With my looks, if I go act in movies, I'll definitely be famous. You idiot, I'm not trying to insult you, but with your looks no one would want you even in a softcore film. The tattooed man in the passenger seat said disdainfully. The young man in the back seat chimed in, right, I actually think I have the potential to be a star. If I apply for TVB's artist training class, I'll definitely become famous. Don't you think so, Shoppy Go? You two better stop daydreaming. One is called Jizai Ming, and the other is called Jaime Zai. Just hearing your nicknames reveals your true colors, and you still want to be stars. Shoppy said disdainfully, keep an eye out. If someone escapes, see how the boss will deal with you. We're blocking right here. Where can that slut run to? Jaime Zai confidently replied. He suddenly asked, hey, do you guys think who took out Desha Go? Speaking of this, it's really creepy. Desha Go had some influence in Saikong, yet he was killed, and they even burned the body. If it was burned clean, no one would probably know he died. Jizai Ming said. Jaime Zai replied, it must have been done by a big figure in the underworld. Such ruthless methods clearly indicate they are not ordinary people. Damn it, this incident made the cops go back and forth in Saikong, forcing us to come here to mix. Jizai Ming chuckled. In the past, we only stole cars with Desha Go, and we never had the chance to interact with female stars. Now that we're here, we get to kidnap a female star. Who knows, we might even get to interact up close. I say this is a nice job, just look at how seductive she is in movies. Damn, have you never seen a woman? Shoppy cursed. Yet he couldn't help but think of Dee Bola's role in Hong Kong. Emmanuel secretly evaluating, indeed, quite seductive. While the three were talking, Chun Fei arrived in front of their car. The boss has a new order. What boss? Shoppy frowned as he did not recognize this person. Chun Fei pointed to Dee Bola's Ferrari. Didn't the boss send you to block Dee Bola? Seeing the van blocking the Ferrari, he confirmed they were indeed here to kidnap Dee Bola. Ordinary people would definitely keep their distance from a Ferrari, fearing scratches, yet they parked so close. Hearing him mention this, Shoppy and the others immediately froze. Could it be that this person was truly sent by the boss to convey a new order? Shoppy immediately asked, what new order? Get out and talk, Chun Fei said, while looking into the car. The three men felt reassured. Without suspicion, they opened the car doors and got out to stand in front of Chun Fei. What new order does the boss have? However, what greeted them was Chun Fei's fist. He suddenly swung a punch at Shoppy's temple, and Shoppy collapsed to the ground without a sound. Jizai Ming and Jaime Zai were startled. What was going on? What are you doing? Jizai Ming barely managed to speak before Chun Fei's elbow struck him in the face, blood instantly gushing from his nose as he fell backward, hitting his head hard on the car door and passing out. Seeing his two companions suddenly faint, Jaime Zai turned and tried to run. However, Chun Fei was already prepared, slamming a brick down on the back of his head. Jaime Zai immediately dropped to his knees, sprawled on the ground motionless. Chun Fei quickly dragged the three men into the back of the van, tied their hands and feet, gagged them, and closed the door. He then took out the bomb and placed it in an area where no one would pass by. He initially wanted to blow up the Ferrari, but decided it would be better to use Brother Xia's car. He then climbed into the driver's seat of the van and drove it about 20 to 30 meters away. He needed to keep the wit. After that, he returned to the entrance of the Haicheng nightclub, handing over the Hong Kong dollars he had confiscated from Zhu Qin and others to the attendant at the door. Brother Xia asked me to find Miss D for an important matter. Please show me the way. A few minutes later, Dee Bola, confused, followed Chun Fei out from the nightclub. Who exactly wants to harm me? Just moments ago, this person contacted her through the attendant, saying someone wanted to harm her. Although Dee Bola was suspicious upon seeing Chun Fei pull out the keys to the Ferrari and say that this was not the place to talk, she decided to step out and clarify. But she heard someone call out, Fei Go. Chun Sir, you're here. Chun Fei waved at Chun Jiaju. When Chun Jiaju saw Dee Bola next to Chun Fei, he felt a twinge of envy. Who exactly is this person? Why is he always surrounded by female stars? Once Chun Jiaju approached, Chun Fei introduced Miss D. This is Chun Sir from the West Kowloon Police Station. Hello, Chun Sir, I recognize you. Dee Bola smiled slightly. The model detective reported in the newspapers a few days ago. Hello, Miss D. Chun Jiaju nodded. Chun Fei said, Miss D, Chun Sir is here specifically to deal with those kidnappers. Are there really kidnappers after me? Dee Bola asked in confusion. Chun Fei nodded. Those kidnappers are tied up in the parking lot over there. Let's go, Chun Jiaju said, taking the lead. Chun Fei led the two to the van where the kidnappers were locked up. Those few guys are tied up inside, but I'm not sure if there are any accomplices. After Chun Jiaju opened the door, he indeed saw three men tightly bound inside. Dee Bola's expression changed slightly as she thought, could it be that someone really wants to harm me? I'll wake them up and ask, Chun Jiaju said as he planned to wake those three men. While both Chun Jiaju and Dee Bola were focused on the kidnappers, Chun Fei quickly placed the bomb's remote control inside the van. Then he pretended to discover it, accidentally picking up the remote control. Oh, what's this? Dee Bola leaned over to take a look and said, it looks like a remote control. What is it used for? Let's try it. And see, Dee Bola said as she pressed the button on it. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from the front. Chun Jiaju's face instantly changed. What happened? Chun Fei feigned surprise. Was it a gas explosion? No. Hurry up, hurry up. Inside a van adorned with the words City Watch, reporter Lu Huijin continuously Miss, this vehicle can only go this fast. What more can I do? The chubby driver looked helpless and added, do you really believe there will be a big news leak? I don't know, but we can't miss any clues, Lu Huijin replied. This segment was newly launched by Lee's Television and currently lacked any noteworthy achievements. If it continued to be so unremarkable, she feared she would lose her job. So after receiving a call from Chun Fei despite her doubts, she still headed to the Grand Hotel in Haicheng. All right, you are the boss, it's up to you. The driver shrugged and asked again, did that person say where to wait for us? Next to the phone booth by the parking lot of the Grand Hotel in Haicheng. Lu Huijin said, well, go directly to the parking lot. With the address in hand, the driver slammed on the gas and drove into the parking lot. While Lu Huijin was searching for the phone booth, she suddenly heard the driver say, isn't that Deborah? Is she going to the nightclub again? Do you think that man next to her is her new boyfriend? Should we go take pictures of her? What's so surprising about Deborah going to the nightclub? Lu Huijin dismissed, she's often reported in the newspapers, there's no point in taking pictures. Hurry up and help me find the phone booth. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Boom. A huge fireball erupted ahead, thick smoke billowing and debris flying in all directions. The driver instinctively jerked the steering wheel and the van swayed a few times, leaving black tire marks on the ground. He slammed on the brakes, and his body lurched forward, nearly hitting his forehead on the steering wheel. Damn! The driver widened his eyes. What happened? Lu Huijin was stunned by the loud noise, her ears ringing, but her eyes were fixed on the fire ahead. In the next moment, she instructed the driver, hurry over there. Are you crazy? That just exploded over there. The driver turned back to look at her, his face full of disbelief. Exactly because of the explosion, that's big news. Lu Huijin said excitedly, park the car and come over quickly. At that moment, she had already forgotten about the information from the phone call. The driver looked at her back, cursed, and quickly turned off the engine, pulled the handbrake, and took the camera as he exited. Lu Huijin saw the scene filled with choking smoke, scorched debris scattered on the ground, several trash bins blown to pieces, and a nearby car's window shattered with glass shards everywhere. She immediately instructed the driver to start recording. Did you see? This is big news. We're the first segment to arrive at the scene. Oh, we must secure an exclusive scoop. As the driver lifted the camera, he saw a figure running towards them. While running, the figure shouted, MC Di Chenjiaju from West Kowloon. What are you doing here? Do not linger. Lu Huijin immediately greeted him. Hello, Sir Chun, I am reporter Lu Huijin from City Watch. What happened here? Was that explosion caused by a bomb or something else? No comment. Chun Jiaju frowned and said, we need to secure this area. Please leave immediately to avoid any accidents. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Huijin was even more convinced that something serious had occurred. She pressed further, Sir Chun, are you rushing us away because there are bombs? The reason she kept mentioning bombs was that discussing other topics wouldn't attract attention. She had to say something. I didn't say that. Please do not hinder my work. Chun Jiaju was overwhelmed with only one person and had to call Chun Fei for help. Fei, come help out. I need to make a call to get more people. Hearing this, the driver's camera immediately turned towards the side. Lu Huijin followed his gaze and saw a decent-looking young man striding towards them. And the woman next to him was surprisingly Deborah. Lu Huijin spoke, hello both of you. I am reporter Lu Huijin from City Watch. I would like to interview you. What was that explosion about? Chun Fei examined her seriously. Her aura resembled that of Qiu Shuzhen, although equally charming, her appearance was still distinct from Qiu Shuzhen. Hello, we just spoke on the phone, Chun Fei said. Are you the informant from the phone? Lu Huijin's eyes lit up. What big scoop are you talking about? Is it about the explosion that just happened here? Chun Fei shook his head and said, the scoop I mentioned is related to Miss D. Related to me? Deborah's expression slightly changed. I won't be on camera, right? Chun Fei immediately said seriously, how can you not be on camera? Those people not only want to kidnap you, but are also likely to kill you up. Perhaps that bomb was prepared for you. Such violent behavior must be met with strong condemnation. Lu Huijin's eyes instantly lit up like a bulb upon hearing the words kidnap and bomb. She immediately pressed, kidnapping, bomb. Are you serious? Absolutely true, Chun Fei said solemnly. Miss D almost got kidnapped by a group of kidnappers tonight, and it seems they brought a bomb. Seeing the driver's camera aimed at her, Deborah immediately covered her face with her hand. Don't film me. Miss Lu Huijin's tone turned earnest. You are the victim. If you don't come forward, how will the public know what you've been through? How will the masterminds behind those kidnappers be exposed? Deborah bit her lip, her eyes flickering. Chun Fei interjected at the right moment. Miss D, reporter Lu is right. If you don't stand up, those people will only become bolder. Moreover, with the incident tonight causing such a stir, if you don't speak, the newspapers will write nonsense. Rather than let others fabricate stories, it's better to tell your own. Deborah hesitated for several seconds before finally nodding. But I will only answer a few questions. No problem. Lu Huijin quickly asked, Miss D, what were you doing at the Grand Hotel in Haicheng tonight? Dining. When did you find out that someone was going to kidnap you? Deborah glanced at Chun Fei. It was this Mr. Chun who informed me. Lu Huijin's eyes darted between Chun Fei and Deborah. A mysterious man warned in advance. Deborah escaped the calamity, and an explosion occurred at the scene. These threads connected well enough to write an explosive report. Do you know who wanted to harm you? Deborah shook her head indicating she was unaware. Lu Huijin then asked Chen Fei, Sir, how did you know someone wanted to harm Miss D? Who exactly? Reporter Lu, as for who exactly Sir Chun is still investigating, but I overheard the kidnappers discussing their plan and they mentioned a magazine company. What magazine company? Lu Huijin pressed. New Knowledge Weekly. Lu Huijin's eyes gleamed. She definitely knew about New Knowledge Weekly, a tabloid that reported on underworld secrets and glamorous star photos, which had high sales among lower-tier readers, but mixed reputations. If this kidnapping case was related to New Knowledge, it would truly be a bombshell. Mr. Chen, are you sure the kidnappers mentioned New Knowledge? Yes, I'm sure. Chen Fei nodded. I overheard them planning to kidnap Miss D to take scandalous photos, and they also mentioned some boss like Mr. Luo. However, this is just what I heard. It doesn't necessarily mean it's directed by someone from New Knowledge. We still have to wait for the police investigation, but I did knock out a few kidnappers. He spoke very cautiously, but to Lu Huijin's ears it certainly sounded definite. Not to mention there were kidnappers, and she immediately instructed the driver to film the kidnappers and began brainstorming a title, Deborah Faces Kidnapping Threats Behind Scenes Mastermind Points to New Knowledge Weekly. Chun Jiaju was busy calling for assistance and had no time to stop the actions of the few people. Aside from those few thugs, Chen Fei also took out a remote control and exaggeratedly praised Chun Jiaju with terms like people's guardian and nemesis of evil. Just then a few kidnappers began to regain consciousness, realizing they were tied up, and they knew their plan had been exposed. They were not particularly resolute individuals, and upon learning there were bombs at the scene, they were all terrified. Chun Fei only needed to mildly intimidate them with a few words, and they hurriedly revealed the details of the situation. They only knew that someone had paid them to kidnap Deborah to take scandalous photos, but they had no idea if the mastermind was from New Knowledge Weekly. They also claimed to be unaware of the bomb situation. Chun Fei speculated that perhaps their boss saw them knocked out and wanted to kill them to silence them. Although this reasoning was rather flimsy, it still counted as a reason. After hearing the kidnapper's testimony, Deborah finally believed that someone indeed wanted to harm her. Moreover, they also attempted to do those atrocious things to her. Although the information the kidnappers revealed was vague, Lu Huijin was already overjoyed inside. This was indeed a massive scoop. This news segment was solid. Hearing the sound of police sirens approaching, Chen Fei said, Reporter Lu, I need to take Miss D home first as she's been frightened tonight. Lu Huijin advised a couple of times, but saw he was unwilling to say more, so she said, Sir, thank you for your scoop. This is my business card. If you have any more news, feel free to contact me anytime. Chen Fei took the business card, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. Fei, I need to deal with these matters now. Let's have tea tomorrow. Chen Jiaju said to Chen Fei. Because the superior Biao Shu made an exception to temporarily restore his position and handle the kidnapping and bomb cases. Lu Huijin then turned to Deborah. Miss D, if it's convenient, can we schedule a formal interview tomorrow? We can find a quiet place to discuss tonight's events properly. Deborah hesitated for a moment and nodded. After Chen Fei and Deborah left, the driver asked, Do you really believe what that guy said? New Knowledge wants to kidnap Deborah. Whether I believe it or not isn't important. What matters is that the audience believes it. Now, let's go interview Search. In the departing Ferrari, Deborah reacted late. Who exactly are you? When you entered the nightclub, you mistook me for a valet. I was planning to return the keys, but I overheard this situation. Chen Fei said, I hate people like that. Deborah suddenly realized and gratefully said, So it's you. Thank you for tonight's events. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine what the consequences would have been. This was about kidnapping for scandalous photos and bombs, making her thoughts spin like a roller coaster. After saying this, she leaned back in her seat, exhaling deeply, and tried to calm her emotions. Chen Fei glanced at her and reminded, Miss D, you are exposed. Do you want to see a bit more? Deborah replied calmly. Is that really okay? Chen Fei lightly tapped the brakes and said, I want to drive Brother Sis' car. Deborah, being a seasoned nightclub girl, immediately caught the implication. She looked at Chen Fei and leisurely said, Brother C won't agree. It doesn't matter whether Brother C agrees or not. What matters is whether you agree. Lu Ji stood at a secluded bend halfway up the mountain. This was a quiet corner at the mountain peak devoid of passersby. In the distance, the dazzling night view of Victoria Harbor unfolded below a sea of stars created by countless lights. A Ferrari 308 GTB was parked in the dim light. Even though the engine had been turned off the bodies, although this car was a sports car, the spacious front seats provided ample room without feeling cramped. Moreover, under the enhancement of the wheel technique, Chen Fei could perfectly showcase his abilities. However, Debo Law felt that the space inside the car was too small, so she decided to move outside. The gentle wind blew and the rain continued to fall incessantly. After blowing in the wind for nearly half an hour, she returned to the car. Debo Law took a while to compose herself. Glancing at Chen Fei, she said, It's getting late, I need to head back. All right, Chen Fei readily agreed. However, he drove to his own home. Debo Law, who had been resting with her eyes closed, opened them and looked around, saying, This isn't where I live. I know, because this is where I live. Chen Fei smiled faintly and said, I feel there were many places I didn't perform well just now. Debo La was taken aback. You still have places where you didn't perform well. Of course, let's go. Are you even? Debo La exclaimed in shock. After all that, aren't you tired? Huh. Is it that easy for fourth brother to get tired? Chen Fei replied in surprise. Debo La frowned and thought for a moment, then said, why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? Those bandits weren't sent by you, were they? Have you ever seen a bandit who dares to be so brazen in dealings with the police? Chen Fei said sternly. You can't slander me. I do not share a fate with evil. After a brief pause, he said, come on, I'll treat you to some sweet soup. The next morning, City Truth revealed. The host reported the news. Last night, a violent incident occurred in the parking lot of a large nightclub. Our reporter arrived on the scene promptly to exclusively reveal the shocking conspiracy behind this event. As the host spoke, footage from the scene appeared. Flames shot into the sky and thick smoke billowed. According to our exclusive sources, this explosion is related to a kidnapping case. The kidnappers disclosed that someone paid them to abduct the famous actress and former Miss Hong Kong Miss Debo La with the intent to commit a crime. Debo La accused into the camera. I came to High City to dine, and someone informed me that bandits were after me. I narrowly escaped a disaster only to find out these people actually wanted to kidnap me. This is a heinous crime, and I demand the police investigate thoroughly. Besides Debo La and Chen Fei, the television also showed 3 bandits tied up along with footage of the... According to informants, the kidnappers mentioned that the mastermind might be the magazine New Knowledge. Last night, West Kowloon Police Chief Chen Jiaju already apprehended the suspects. As for the progress of the case, our reporter will continue to follow up. In a tea restaurant in Wanchai, the television was broadcasting the City Truth Revealed segment, capturing the attention of the diners. They discussed animatedly, damn it, New Knowledge. Isn't that the gossip magazine that specializes in reporting on gang news? What's so surprising about that? That magazine's covers are always about violence and scandalous stars. It's not surprising they would do such a thing. Debo La, the first Miss Hong Kong, is reportedly getting married soon, yet someone is stalking her to take scandalous photos. These people are so immoral. What do you think Xiesian's expression is right now, eh? Who knows what expression he has, but if it were me, I'd have stormed over by now. But speaking of which, who is that informant? How just happened to be at the scene and overheard everything? Who cares who they are as long as the news is interesting? Hey, did you notice? That guy next to Debo La is quite handsome. Is he a new actor? Halfway up in Luo Bin's mansion, the television was playing footage from the City Truth Revealed segment. Halfway through, Luo Bin's face turned ashen. He cursed, damn it. How could they do such a thing? What were they thinking? You can pay for such things, but it doesn't cost that much. After cursing, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Did you watch City Truth Revealed? Find a way to suppress the reports on the kidnapping case from New News. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bin's anger had yet to dissipate. He was a self-made media tycoon well known in the Hong Kong cultural scene. Now his magazine was being accused of orchestrating the kidnapping of an actress. This was no small matter. It wasn't just about sales, it was about reputation. Luo Bin didn't even have time for breakfast and immediately called the driver to take him to the company. Despite his fiancée almost getting into trouble. However, Xiesian had gone out to have fun last night, stayed up late, and had yet to wake up. He was unaware of the incident and did not know that his beloved car had been driven away. The only thing he knew was that Debo La had not returned home last night, but that was a common occurrence, and he had not. Li Jiacheng's morning habit was to read the newspaper and watch television. Although some of the information in the newspaper and on TV was fabricated, there were still some truths hidden within. When he saw the interview scene from City Truth Revealed, his gaze suddenly froze. On the screen stood a young man beside Debo La, his expression calm. That person he recognized. It was Chen Fei, who had borrowed money from him yesterday in his office. Li Jiacheng, a self-proclaimed illegal immigrant who just arrived in Hong Kong, had appeared beside Debo La on the very night. It was evident that his suspicions were correct. The declaration was fake. This person definitely had a significant background, and the forces behind him were surely substantial. Li Jiacheng was temporarily unaware of the extent of Chen Fei's connections. However, Debo La already knew. She quickly excused herself, moving around the room slightly to wake herself up, and then turned on the television. Upon seeing the news on the TV station, she rushed to wake Chen Fei. Get up quickly, something happened. What happened? Did Xiesian come looking for me? Chen Fei asked in surprise. Debo La replied irritably. The news from last night has come out. Why did you have to mention New Knowledge when you were interviewed by the reporter yesterday? Because I heard it. You dared to speak out just because you heard it. Do you know how powerful New Knowledge is? How high Luo Bin's status is in the Hong Kong media? By bringing this up, you'll offend many people. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Fei said dismissively. If they really come looking for me, that's fine. Debo La stared at him closely. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Chen Fei countered. Debo La opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Chen Fei added, I drove fourth brother's car and never felt fear. Why should I fear Luo Bin? Go to hell. Debo La said, annoyed, hitting him with a pillow. Deborah originally intended to return early. However, she was entangled in morning exercises by Chen Fei. After a good rest, she left directly. She had not returned all night and was unsure if Xiesian was worried. After she left, Chen Fei finally had the time to check his messages. Personal assets have accumulated to $1 million with a gift package 1. A daily situation map of the entire port that refreshes automatically each day, displaying events that are about to happen or are happening throughout the port. Each use costs $1 with more detailed information costing more too. A HSBC account. In Chen Fei's mind, a dynamic intelligence map of the entire city unfolded, clearly showing which street was about to have an incident, which street was currently experiencing one, whether it was a betrayal or a deal, a shootout or a fire, with the locations and events laid bare. In Chen Fei's mind, a dynamic intelligence map of the entire city unfolded, clearly showing which street was about to have an incident, which street was currently experiencing. Moreover, he discovered loopholes to exploit, whether robbed or borrowed. The system only recognized the total amount. This provided ample room for maneuvering. Daily task: please invest in a new industry before midnight. Investing in a new industry. Chen Fei quickly assessed the current industries suitable for himself and soon decided what to invest in. Around noon, Chen Fei and Chun Jiaju were dining in a restaurant. "Chen Sir, how is the investigation into last night's events going?" Chen Fei proactively asked this question. Chun Jiaju replied, "Those thugs only admitted to being hired for the kidnapping, but they did not acknowledge anything about the bomb. Even the person in charge of new knowledge only admitted to planning the kidnapping and denied everything else. If the matter is left unresolved, the police will probably classify it as some sort of explosive device. This will require police investigation," Chen Fei said. "As long as they get beaten up, I believe they will confess to everything." Chun Jiaju said helplessly, "Perhaps. Thank you for last night's events. For now, I've been reinstated by the higher-ups." "Oh, then I wish Chun Sir a smooth ascent." Chen Fei raised his glass. Chun Jiaju smiled and said, "I dare not dream of a smooth ascent. I only hope to handle a few major cases, catch more criminals, and bring a bit of stability to society." After finishing the meal, Chun Jiaju went off to handle the case. Chen Fei then made his way to HSBC to check his account. Although it had been confirmed, he still wanted to see that string of numbers. Upon seeing the transfer of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, he instantly felt much more confident. With this money, he could do many things. But this money still needed to be split. First, he would invest 3 million back into the stock market, still in Cheung Kong, still with a 1 for leverage. Now he had invested 4 million in the stock market, and by the end of the year, after deducting various costs, he would at least earn 18 million as a baseline. In a bull market, this investment would be a guaranteed profit. However, he couldn't just wait for the stock market to rise, so the remaining money needed to be divided into 2 parts: 1 million for the magazine and 1 million for personal use. Starting a magazine was a choice Chen Fei made after careful consideration. Although there were many products in the market, some could not be mass-produced immediately just by purchasing production lines and technology and distributing them throughout the city. Magazines were currently the most suitable industry for him in Hong Kong. No magazine has ever relied solely on selling magazines to make money. Instead, they relied on the reader community established by the magazine. With a reader base, one could sell star cards, merchandise, host events, collect advertisements, and promote newcomers while earning commissions. As the scale grows, one can participate in public opinion. The magazine itself is merely an entry point. Even though the magazine industry in Hong Kong is currently shallow with many competitors, Chen Fei was not worried about sales. With the daily situation map of the entire port, he could quickly arrange for his subordinates to go wherever robberies, betrayals, or deals were about to happen, definitely faster than those newspaper reporters. Although daily newspapers would be more suitable for reporting this information, their politically sensitive content is strictly regulated by the British Hong Kong government, and they cannot casually expose the black history of celebrities, insider information from the business world, or scandals involving foreign firms. Furthermore, the established newspapers like Oriental Daily, Ming Pao Sing, Tao Daily, and Apple Daily have been rooted for many years with fixed readership, making it difficult for newcomers to break through. In contrast, the British Hong Kong government has a more relaxed regulation on gossip, society, and finance weeklies, allowing the publication of celebrity secrets, entertainment industry gossip, gang insider information, gray market deals, and shady operations of foreign firms. After making up his mind, Chen Fei began to visit various magazine stalls in Causeway Bay, Tsim Sha Tsui, Wan Chai, and other areas. He found that there wasn't a single magazine specifically targeting young people. Ming Pao Weekly is too expensive and the content is too mature. Hong Kong Television is too official, full of TVB's promotional materials. New Knowledge is too risque and won't be bought by schoolgirls. Dragon Tiger Gate is too hardcore and not appealing to girls. This is a gap. He decided to create a magazine called Yes, specifically for young people. Following the principle of first come, first served, he directly used this name. Then he designed 4 or 5 sections such as star chasing, information, campus fun facts, love, QA, fashion trends, serialized novels, and comics. Once sales take off, he will sell star cards, each card printed with a popular star's photo and profile with lyrics or personal information printed on the back for fans to collect, exchange, and cherish. Currently, Hong Kong's printing industry is highly developed and 4-color offset printing technology is mature enough to produce high-quality star cards. As for high-definition photos of stars, they can be obtained from publications like Ming Pao Weekly, as copyright management is lenient at this time. This is absolutely promising. The other magazine will be called Black Gold, specifically for information about betrayals, deals, shootouts, wealthy people's infidelities, inheritance disputes, CID corruption, and the like. As long as it doesn't touch the leftist issues and doesn't criticize the governor, it is basically safe. In fact, the ICAC might even tacitly allow the magazine to expose corruption. Once established, yes, will become a cultural symbol for Hong Kong's youth, while Black Gold will turn into a nightmare dictionary for the upper class. Once decided, Chen Fei first went to the mall to purchase positioning and development strategy plans for Yes and similar magazines like Black Gold, then called Lu Huizhen to arrange a meeting under the pretext of a scoop. Because he only knew this one person in the news business and he needed to complete the investment before midnight, recruiting a senior editor would not be this quick. Half an hour later at the Peninsula Hotel Cafe, Lu Huizhen arrived on time. Upon meeting, she handed over an envelope. Chen Sheng, this is the scoop fee from last night. I wonder what explosive news you have today. Chen Fei accepted the envelope and said, we can talk about the scoop later. I have something I want to consult you about. You may speak. I want to acquire a magazine. Do you have any contacts in this area? You want to start a magazine? Lu Huizhen asked in surprise. Yes. What kind of magazine? She asked. The target audience is middle school students, young men and women, and young white-collar workers in Hong Kong, aiming for a trendy entertainment weekly for the young generation, clean and non-vulgar, focusing on star-chasing youthful lives and leisure trends. Lu Huizhen looked at him and asked seriously, do you know how much it costs to start a magazine? You do the math for me. Without thinking, Lu Huizhen replied, first you need to have an office, right? In Wan Chai or Mong Kok, about 1,000 square feet. Monthly rent is 5,000 with a 2-month deposit and 3 months rent totaling 25,000. For equipment, typewriters, phones, fax machines, and cameras starting from 30,000. Licenses, registration, miscellaneous expenses 1,000. Personnel, editor-in-chief, editors, reporters, photographers, and artists. 5 people, first month salaries plus recruitment fees, at least 25,000. Then there's printing the first issue of 10,000 copies, copperplate paper cover, newsprint for the inner pages around 18,000. Regarding distribution, if you want to cover all the newsstands and convenience stores in Hong Kong, you'll need to rely on a distribution company, which takes a commission of 50 to 60%. She continued, the initial investment needs to be at least 150,000, and the monthly operational estimate requires at least 80,000 as a baseline, which might even go up to 150 to 60,000. Before you start making money, you'll need to invest nearly 300,000. Chen Fei quickly calculated in his mind and said, I see that your column isn't doing that well. Why not come work on the magazine with me? Upon hearing this, Lu Huizhen was stunned. You want me to work on the magazine? Aren't you supposed to be exposing news? Isn't this an exposure? Chen Fei took out the plans for Yes and Black Gold. You take a look first. Lu Huizhen looked at the 2 plans confused and began to flip through Yes. The first page was about positioning. The first youth culture weekly in Hong Kong, targeting readers aged 12-25, with content centered around stars, music, movies, trends, emotions, and comics, without any sleazy photos or violent content, clean and fun, belonging to the youth. Lu Huizhen said nothing and turned to the second page. Section Design, Star Chasing Information Bureau, exclusive interviews with stars, on-set visits, and fan letters. Campus Gossip Station, student submissions revealing fun facts about schools, quirky teachers and classmates. Love Radar, emotional QA, teaching young people how to date, how to break up, how to reconcile, and whether to use protection. Trend Strike Team, what to wear, what to listen to, what to play, with a theme for each issue. Yes, star cards included or sold separately, with each issue randomly packaged, and collecting a full set can be exchanged for prizes. Lu Huizhen's eyes began to shine. She had been a reporter for 3 years, covering record companies, film studios, and concerts, and had seen too many magazine proposals. But those proposals all shared a common feature: they were boring. They all contained phrases like, we want to create a good-looking magazine, or we want to provide valuable content for readers, which were meaningless. But this one was different. This one was not about, we want to create a good-looking magazine, but rather, how are we going to make money from young people? The star cards, collectability, and random packaging. Wasn't that just a form of a lottery? Young people would buy 10, 20, or 50 copies just to complete a set. The magazine is merely a lead-in. The star cards are the real money-making machine. She turned to the budget page. The first issue will print 30,000 copies, priced at $2 HK. Star cards sold separately at $1 HK each, with 510 designs released each issue. Estimated monthly profit: the magazine itself will break even, while the star cards will yield a net profit of 50 to 100,000. Lu Huizhen quickly assessed in her mind, then lowered her head to flip through the second book. Black Gold. The cover features just 2 characters with a black background and golden letters. Upon opening the first page, the positioning states, the first in-depth investigative weekly in Hong Kong, targeting male readers aged 2,545, with content focused on political and business insider information, gang activities, inheritance disputes, and ICAC actions. Lu Huizhen paused slightly, then continued to flip through. Exclusive confidential files, insider trading, extramarital affairs, and illegitimate children of political and business elites. Gang daily robberies, gang activities, turf wars, and feuds among big shots, more daring and timely than ICAC actions. The latest investigations by the ICAC, who was invited for a coffee. Wealthy family feuds, inheritance disputes within Hong Kong's prominent families, sibling betrayals, and father-son enmity. Liu Huijun was slightly shocked. Currently no magazine in Hong Kong dares to touch on the three fields of politics, business, and gangs simultaneously. Touching just one is already dangerous. Touching all three is equivalent to seeking death. But she also knew that if someone dared to do it, as long as the information was accurate and timely, this magazine would sell like hotcakes. Liu Huijun closed the proposal and looked up at Chun Fei, feeling that this person was a madman. Did you write these two proposals? Is there a problem? The proposals are fine. Liu Huijun placed the proposals on the table, but I have one question. You may ask. Do you know how many magazines there are in Hong Kong? I don't know. Ming Pao Weekly, Hong Kong Television, New Knowledge, New Television, Silver World, Popular Television, Sister, Youth, Yulon Television. Dozens of magazines, big and small. On what basis do you think your magazine can survive? Do you know what the consequences of writing about gang insider information can be? New Knowledge has been in operation for 5 years, and its owner Luo Bin has been threatened at least 10 times. His office has been smashed 3 times and reporters have been beaten twice. That's because Luo Bin isn't capable. Are you capable? I am capable. This person is quite arrogant. This was Liu Huijun's first reaction. But she had to admit that these two proposals were the most ambitious magazine plans she had ever seen. Not the kind of empty talk like, we want to be the best in Hong Kong, but rather every step calculated: how to make money, how to obtain content, how to mitigate risk, and how to establish barriers. She already felt that if someone could really establish these two magazines, it would definitely be a cash cow in one hand and a weapon of public opinion in the other. Aren't you afraid it'll steal your idea? Liu Huijun asked half-jokingly. Slap. Chun Fei pulled out a check Scorpion VZ61 and placed it on the table. First, ask yourself if you can withstand the spray of 20 bullets. Lei Huijun's expression flickered ever so slightly as she watched Chun Fei draw a gun. By the sound alone, it was unmistakably real, not a plastic toy. Moments earlier the conversation had flowed effortlessly. Now, without warning, he had drawn a weapon. Besides, what kind of recruitment involved pulling a gun? She wondered, heart quickening, if she turned and fled at this very instant, would he shoot her in the back? Lei Huijun felt her breath tighten. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, she finally asked, voice hushed, if I ran right now, would you fire at my back? You're welcome to try, Chun Fei replied unruffled. Lei Huijun nearly burst into tears. Is this how you recruit people? It was you who said you'd plagiarize my idea. So, will you join me? Chun Fei continued. Do you wish to remain a roving reporter chasing fleeting news, or become the founding CEO of what may well be Hong Kong's most lucrative media empire? Let's discuss titles later. Lei Huijun forced a smile, more pain than pleasant. Just put the gun away first. I'm rather timid by nature. Indeed, brandishing a firearm in broad daylight was unwise. Chun Fei holstered it. Lei Huijun added, even if I resigned, it wouldn't take effect immediately. I need time to consider. How much time? Chun Fei asked. If you say a year or half a year, I simply don't have that luxury. Lei Huijun wrestled inwardly. On one hand, the two proposed magazines held undeniable allure and seemed ripe with potential. On the other, Shed just gained modest fame following last night's incident. Abandoning it now would feel like quitting mid-journey. Yet refusing outright risked dire consequences. After nearly 3 minutes of deliberation, she asked, how much capital are you planning to invest? 50,000 Hong Kong dollars to begin. With further injections later, Chun Fei replied. As I told you from the start, I have no magazine, no office. If you join me, you'll be my chief lieutenant. Lei Huijun faltered, momentarily speechless. Here was a man with no office whatsoever already appointing his chief lieutenant. A more timid soul might have called the police on the spot. Instead, she pressed on. Yes, seems feasible, but how will you guarantee both accuracy and timeliness for Black Gold? If it's like New Knowledge, why should readers choose yours over an established title? An excellent question. I have my own channels, Chun Fei smiled. Every scoop will be freshly unearthed. Exclusive, unfiltered, and verifiably current. Even the impending abduction of Deborah, for instance, I knew before it happened. You truly don't imagine I overheard that, do you? That does hold some merit, Lei Huijun mused, then added, I won't be a subordinate. I want equity. How? 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, and he'll serve as editor-in-chief of Black Gold. She reasoned silently. She could request temporary leave from the television station. If the magazine failed, she could always return to reporting, or even launch another venture using his concept. Chun Fei studied her. A woman covering Triad affairs. What's wrong with that? Lei Huijun shot back, eyes flashing. For 3 years I've reported from police stations, courts, the ICAC, and Triad territories. Name one place I haven't entered. Do you know who was the first journalist in Hong Kong to photograph the Hang Seng Bank armed robbery last year? You? Precisely, which is why I recognized your talent instantly. The concept is mine. The intelligence networks are mine. Therefore I retain 80% equity, 20% for you. Any objections? To make a horse run you must feed it. To keep it from straying many methods exist. In Republican-era China Tianyi Film Company was founded by Xiao Zhuoyang. Its first star Hu Dai later left, costing the studio dearly. Xiao Zhuoyang resolved to groom a new Hu Dai Qin Yume. To prevent her defection, only one solution proved. He married her, becoming both employer and husband, ensuring her loyalty while saving on salary expenses. Xiao Zhuoyang was the elder brother of Xiao Renmei and Xiao Yifu, the founders of Shaw Brothers. Xiao Yifu would later inherit and refine this frugal strategy masterfully. Deal. Lei Huijin agreed. Chen Fei paused then asked, do you have a candidate for editor-in-chief of Yes? Honestly, Lei Huijin sighed exasperated. Beyond his business plan and capital this man possessed literally nothing else. With quiet resignation she added, I happen to be free for now. Let's handle the magazine registration first. By the way, the publishing license, ISSN distribution rights, they're all transferable to corporate entities only, not individuals. Do you have a registered company? No. Lei Huijin stared blankly. Do you even know where to register? No, but you do. Lei Huijin surrendered entirely. Fine, I yield. Let's go register the company now. At the registry office, she guided Chen Fei through form-filling, queuing, and document submission. She knew the process well, having researched corporate records for interview subjects during her reporting days. Chen Fei chose the company name, Black Gold Media. Lei Huijin didn't even bother asking its meaning. Registration fees and stamp duty totaled HK250, paid by Chen Fei. Registered capital came from both parties equally. Stepping out of the registry office, Lei Huijin spoke again. I must warn you, launching a new magazine requires at least a month just for licensing, registration, printing permits, and distribution approvals. Not to mention building retail networks, securing wholesalers, street vendors, and bookstore placements, all from scratch. Then acquire an existing one. Transfer ownership directly. No waiting, no approvals. We take over today and publish this month, Chen Fei countered. Which one? Any recommendations? Lei Huijin laughed bitterly. You don't even know which one to buy, and yet you're already set on buying. You've been a journalist for years. You must know which magazines are near collapse. She paused then nodded. There is in Wan Chai New Tide Weekly. Launched 3 years ago, focusing on fashion and beauty. Its positioning mirrors Sisters. The founder is a woman named Ms. Lin. She added, reportedly it lost over 1 million HKD. Though publication has ceased, its ISSN remains valid, distribution contracts haven't expired, and several veteran staff still hold the fort. Most importantly, there's no outstanding debt. Could it be acquired for tens of thousands? She invested 50,000 3 years ago, Lei Huijin said. Now 5 or 6,000 should suffice. Take me there. You're serious about buying it. I've prepared the funds. Why hesitate? Lei Huijin found herself utterly unable to object. She arranged a lawyer, and the three drove to Wan Chai. New Tide Weekly's office occupied the 3rd floor of a weathered commercial building, its brass plaque faded with age. Lei Huijin had interviewed Ms. Lin before. She led Chen Fei confidently to the publisher's office and explained their purpose. Ms. Lin glanced at Chen Fei. You want to buy my ISSN? The entire magazine, lock, stock, and barrel, Chen Fei affirmed. ISSN distribution network, office equipment staff. Ms. Lin offered a wry smile. My staff have long since departed. Only 3 remain: layout, typesetting, and administration. All seasoned professionals. Take them if you wish. How much? 80,000. Lei Huijin countered. 50,000. Ms. Lin, you know the market. 50,000 is the absolute ceiling, and if we wait a few days it won't be this price. After brief negotiation, Ms. Lin accepted the HK5000 offer for the full package. With magazines opening and closing daily across the city, in a few days the price might drop to HK0. Ms. Lin produced the sales contract, ISSN documentation, distribution agreements, and lease papers. Yet these required legal review to uncover hidden liabilities or pending litigation. Both parties agreed to entrust the documents to the lawyer. Once due diligence confirmed clean title, they would sign the asset acquisition agreement. As the lawyer departed, Lei Huijin stood on the sidewalk, chilled by the breeze, feeling as though she had just awakened from a dream. She couldn't decide whether she had lost her senses or simply been terrified into compliance by that gun. In under 2 hours, she had become a shareholder in a company with no office, and its founder appeared profoundly on 20% equity for HK2000. She wondered faintly, desperate, was withdrawal still possible? You've helped me enormously. Shall I treat you to dinner? Chen Fei suggested. Lei Huijin shook her head emphatically. No thank you. Merely sharing tea landed me as shareholder in a company with nothing. A meal might land me as its CEO, or worse, its wife. Your imagination runs ahead of reality, Chen Fei remarked, then opened his Hong Kong daily situation map. As CEO, he needed to demonstrate tangible capability to earn Lei Huijin's conviction that he could indeed build a successful magazine. Seeing Lei Huijin move toward her car, he added, I happen to know of an ongoing armed robbery, perfect for black gold. Shall we go observe firsthand? Oh, Lei Huijin regarded him skeptically. Wary. Despite the dense red marks on the daily incident map of the entire port indicating the events happening or about to happen all over the place today, Chen Fei focused only on one of them. 1547 Kai Tak Airport cargo area. A convoy transporting 50 million South African diamonds is planned to be robbed by a bold gang on Yellen Avenue, with the escort vehicle bearing the license plate DH1327. The gang's escape route: Yellen Avenue, Old Airport Road, Quarry Mountain Road, abandoned quarry. The gang's trading plan: they intend to make a deal through Li Yunfei at the Saikang Pier soon and plan to engage in a black market transaction. This news costs $5,000. Chen Fei took Lei Huijin with him not only to prove his abilities, but also because he had just invested $500,000 and spent another $5,000 to buy information, so he intended to rob the gang. If the robbers were robbed, they wouldn't dare to report it. If they were all eliminated, no one would accuse him. As long as no one knew, he wouldn't be a robber. Although robbing was risky, he had a map to guide him. Chen Fei sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Lei Huijin asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" "To Kai Tak Airport." "Don't you need evidence?" "They'll take plenty of pictures for you." Lei Huijin hesitantly got into the car. Chen Fei stepped on the gas and drove towards Kowloon Bay. Meanwhile, in a car parked on Yellen Avenue, a bold man took a deep puff of his cigarette and picked up the intercom. "Have you found any clues about who killed my brother?" Soon the intercom replied, "Not yet. The Sha Gu is doing well in Saikang. I suspect it was the Big Circle guy." "Right, I also think it was the Big Circle guys. Only they have no bottom line: killing and burning, destroying bodies. Locals, no matter how ruthless, wouldn't burn both the boat and the people." Hearing this, the bold man's brows furrowed. The term Big Circle guys meant something in Hong Kong's underworld, and he knew it all too well. Those who ran from the mainland were ruthless, not only disregarding rules, but also not valuing their lives, wielding AKs and firing recklessly. Compared to them, the local gangs seemed like kindergartners. No matter if they're Big Circle guys, or whatever, the bold man gritted his teeth. "As long as I find out who killed my brother, it'll wipe out their entire family." He was a blood brother to the Shah, but while the Shah dealt in used car trading, he preferred the quick money of robbery. He had been planning this heist for half a month, so he hadn't focused on his brother's matters these past few days. He then changed the subject. "How long until the target arrives?" "It will arrive here in 40 minutes. "Good," the bold man said. "Everyone get ready." While a few of them waited, Chen Fei also drove to the side of Yellen Avenue and parked on a small road less than 30 meters from the main road. Lei Huijin, following his instructions, stealthily raised her camera, pointing the lens at the intersection ahead. But she still didn't believe Chen Fei's words. "Are you sure there's going to be a robbery here?" she asked for the third time. "Absolutely. How can you be sure? I told you I have my own channels." "What channels?" Chen Fei glanced at her, but did not answer. Lei Huijin sensibly fell silent. This person was either deceiving her or really had an extraordinary network of information. A few minutes later, Chen Fei suddenly spoke. "They're coming." In the distance, 3 cars were driving from the direction of Kai Tak Airport. The first was a black escort vehicle, the middle was a green transport vehicle, and the last was another trailing vehicle. The 3 vehicles maintained a uniform speed on Yellen Avenue. "Camera ready." "Oh, I need to keep up," Chen Fei said. Lei Huijin replied, "I only brought a still camera." "That's fine, but don't let anyone notice." Chen Fei instructed before starting the car to follow the escort vehicle. Just as the convoy passed an intersection, a motorcycle suddenly burst out from a side road. The motorcycle rider threw a Molotov cocktail, smashing it onto the hood of the lead car. Bang! The glass shattered and flames instantly engulfed the entire front of the vehicle. Seeing this scene, Lei Huijin quickly snapped a photo. She witnessed the fireball explode in her lens, her heart racing and her palms starting to sweat. The driver of the lead car was blinded by the flames, unable to see the road. The steering wheel turned, and the entire vehicle overturned, sliding out several meters, with its roof scraping the ground, sparks flying. The escort vehicle immediately realized something was wrong, but they could not stop now. They could only continue driving. After driving for 100 meters, a construction vehicle suddenly charged in from the side, crashing violently into the side of the trailing vehicle. Boom! The trailing vehicle was overturned in an instant, and the passengers inside were left uncertain of their fate. The construction vehicle did not stop pushing against the escort vehicle and continuing forward until it pushed up against a nearby trailer. On the trailer stood a masked robber, skillfully taking a steel cable and attaching the iron hook to the tow hitch of the trailer. The steel cable tightened, lifting the front wheels of the escort vehicle off the ground by half a foot, while the rear wheels dragged along the ground, producing a screeching sound. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Clean and efficient, as if it had been rehearsed 100 times. Lei Huijin was so scared her hands were trembling, but she did not put down her camera. She initially thought Chen Fei was joking, but to her surprise it was real. Watching the escort vehicle being dragged away by the trailer, turning down a small road and disappearing from sight. However, Chen Fei did not follow. She immediately said, "Hurry, chase after them." Chen Fei calmly replied, "If we chase after them, we'll be exposed. I know where they're going." "No way." Chen Fei quickly turned the steering wheel, entering a small road in the opposite direction. Lei Huijin panicked, "You're going the wrong way." "I'm not." Chen Fei's car sped quickly along the narrow mountain road. Gravel was kicked up by the tires hitting the underside of the car with a crackling sound. Lu Huijin was tossed around, desperately gripping the handrail with one hand while trying to protect her camera with the other. 10 minutes later, Chun Fei parked the car atop a desolate mountain. From here looking down, there was an abandoned quarry halfway up the mountain, accessible by only a narrow road. A natural dead end. A few minutes later, the trailer appeared, dragging the escort vehicle, driving a short distance before starting to reverse, pushing the escort vehicle to the edge of the quarry. The escort vehicle was suspended by the steel cable, its rear wheels leaving a deep mark on the gravel ground. The trailer only stopped when it reached the edge of the cliff, the front half of the escort vehicle already hanging precariously, swaying dangerously. Several masked robbers surrounded the escort vehicle with guns drawn. Because they were a bit far away, Lu Huijin could not hear what they were saying, but she saw the robbers retrieve a safe from the escort vehicle. One masked robber picked up the safe, opened it to take a glance, and then turned to walk towards the trailer. Lu Huijin initially thought the robbers would retreat after securing their loot, but to her surprise they actually took off their masks. She hurriedly snapped pictures of the faces of those men, but unfortunately some turned out blurry. Then she saw the robbers push the escort vehicle off the cliff, and one tall robber even pulled out a gun, firing several shots at the escort vehicle. Boom. After the explosion, a massive fireball erupted from below the cliff, thick smoke billowing and debris flying. The escort vehicle continued to roll in the flames, rolling all the way to the bottom, turning into a twisted heap of scrap metal. The robbers then drove away. Lu Huijin's camera kept shooting until the film ran out. She calmed her emotions and turned to Chun Fei. How did you know about this case? Not only do I know what the robbers plan to do, but I also know their route, which makes one suspect that I might be involved. Have you heard of the King of Intelligence in Hong Kong? Standing in front of you is him, but I have a vendetta against evil, so I want to run a magazine to expose these crimes. The King of Intelligence. Lu Huijin scrutinized him carefully. After thinking deeply from last night's close call with the abduction of Deborah to today's robbery case, he seemed to know everything clearly. This King of Intelligence was indeed quite credible. Let's leave once we've captured the footage. Chun Fei said. This wasn't the right place or time for the robbers. They needed to wait until the transaction occurred. Lu Huijin thought for a moment and cautiously asked, since the magazine hasn't been established yet, can I use this information in my column first? Sure, this is my scoop for today, but now that you've seen my capabilities, I think the equity needs to change. I want 95. You know that the information channel is the lifeblood of the magazine, so are you in favor or against? Lu Huijin almost cried. Does it matter if I oppose? No, it doesn't. Initially, he had offered her 20 to help him sort out those messy affairs. Now that the preliminary matters were sorted out, it was natural to reclaim his shares. If she didn't comply, she would have to exit the partnership. Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? Lu Huijin's expression looked worse than crying. The next moment, Chun Fei asked, did you bring any stockings? Lu Huijin's face changed. You've already taken 15 of my shares. You don't want to do anything to me now, do you? Is that okay? Chun Fei asked her if she had brought anything, as he only wanted to work overtime tonight. However, since she mentioned wanting to do something, he decided to indulge her. Parking at Finglinwen, the mountain wind blew for a while. Although they were in the wilderness, Chun Fei still let loose. After the matter was settled, Lu Huijin said with a spirited tone, how can you do this? Is there a problem? Chun Fei asked in confusion. Lu Huijin blushed and said, I can't believe it. We have only known each other for less than 24 hours, and we've already developed to this extent. I must be crazy to partner with you to start a company and to be treated like this on the mountain. What's the big deal? Chun Fei reassured her this is a fast-paced era, and it's normal for many things to happen. Besides, I consider you one of my own, sharing with you the insider details of such a major robbery. You bastard, Chun. We just met, and you already treat me like this. If you don't give me some insider information about this robbery, they'll take it up with you. Lu Huijin said through gritted teeth. Chun Fei glanced at her and saw that she looked like she was about to break. He realized he might have gone too far. If he didn't reveal something, she might throw in the towel. He said, since I am the King of Intelligence, of course I know the inside story of that gang of robbers. The leader of this gang is called Dadan, and the batch of diamonds they stole is worth about 50 million. How do you know that? Lu Huijin hurriedly asked. Although this person had some questionable character, using a gun and borrowing stockings from her, he was quite capable. She comforted herself in her heart thinking of it, as exchanging information with him, using her body. Besides, he wasn't old, and he was quite capable in that aspect. Chun Fei glanced at her and said, I have my channels to know. Now, weren't you in a hurry to get back to the TV station to release the news? Let's go. Upon hearing TV station, Lu Huijin immediately became anxious. News is all about timeliness. If it's late, what kind of news is that? She quickly got dressed and said to Chun Fei, I'm weak in the legs. You need to take me back to the TV station. No problem. Chun Fei drove swiftly, delivering Lu Huijin to the TV station entrance. Lu Huijin tidied herself up in the car before preparing to get out. Don't forget about the magazine office. Chun Fei reminded her, you've been at the TV station. There are still many things at the magazine office waiting for you to handle. As the boss, I can't handle everything myself. But I also can't let my subordinates be too free. I need time to resign, Lu Huijin said impatiently. Do you think the TV station is my family business and I can do whatever I want? I'm just reminding you. I'll borrow the car for now, or just call me when you finish work. Chun Fei waved his hand. Lu Huijin was only thinking about getting the news out quickly, saying, I understand, you go ahead and be busy. After getting out of the car, she rushed into the office of the program group in a hurry. A man in a suit with a center part saw her and quickly waved, Asian, where have you been busy? Do you know about the robbery that happened in Yulandao? A batch of valuable diamonds has been stolen. We need to hurry and film. This man was the program producer Li Xiaoyan, nicknamed Idiot Li. Idiot Li, there's no need to go. Lu Huijin said triumphantly as she took out her camera. I've already captured it, but unfortunately it's not on video, just photographs. Upon hearing this, Idiot Li looked astonished. You got it all on camera? Of course, and I also know the leader of that gang of robbers is called Dadan. Lu Huijin said. Idiot Li was even more shocked. So amazing. The cops don't even know who that gang of robbers is. You not only filmed the process, but also know the name of the leader. How did you do that? I can't tell you that right now, Lu Huijin said, suddenly recalling what happened with Chun Fei on the mountain. She straightened her face. I have my channels. First I need to develop the photos. As for the follow-up on last night's Ebola kidnapping case, arrange someone else to follow up. Okay, you quickly go develop the photos. Idiot Li nodded. We must publish this big news before the wireless channel does. Our segment will surely become extremely popular then. While Lu Huijin was busy developing the photos at the wireless channel's production team for Chu Luxiang. Chu Luxiang was an urgent project initiated by Wireless to counter Li's Tian Can Bien, produced by Wang Tianlin, starring Zheng Xiaoqiu Zhao Yaji, and Wang Mingchun, written and filmed simultaneously, with everyone busily running around. They were currently filming the Legend of the Flowerless segment. During the break, someone casually brought up the topic of Ebola almost being kidnapped. Do you know about Ebola almost being kidnapped? As soon as this was said, the resting actors were immediately drawn into the conversation. Such a big incident spread all over Hong Kong this morning. How could we not know? It's terrifying, with both a kidnapping and a bomb. I heard it was done by the New Knowledge over there. I've seen their magazine. Besides clubs, they also feature those starlets. They wouldn't have coerced those starlets, would they? How could those starlets be coerced? They must have participated willingly. It being on such magazines leads to better sales for their films. That's true. I heard Ebola is dating Xiesian. If something like this happens now, will they still get married? If not Xiesian, how would I know? As everyone was chatting passionately, the main actors Zhao Yaji and Zheng Xiaoqiu came over. Seeing the two leads, everyone eagerly greeted them. Zheng Xiaoqiu smiled back and asked, what are you all discussing? We were discussing the incident of Ebola almost being kidnapped. One person handed over a newspaper saying, this is the newspaper I just got. These magazine people are too crazy to do such a heartless thing. Thank you, I've read the newspaper. Zheng Xiaoqiu waved his hand and added, these unscrupulous magazines have always had no bottom line. As long as the magazine can sell well, they will use any means possible. Zhao Yaji took the newspaper and said, let me take a look at the newspaper, thank you. She then sat down and started reading. She had heard about this incident when she arrived at the set this morning. The event was so heinous that many people were talking about it with a change in expression. The discussions about the gang's various horrifying methods made her feel a bit scared. Thinking about her car being stolen, Zhao Yaji decided to keep a low profile when leaving work in the future to avoid being targeted. As her gaze fell on the newspaper, she suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable disappointment when she saw the front page photo. She saw Chun Fei standing next to Ebola. Chun Fei, how could he be with Ebola? Although after that night, they had no further contact, it felt as if it was just a dream. However, when she got home and saw the cold-faced Huang Hanwei and the empty room, she couldn't help but recall the experiences of that night. Yet she couldn't get past the emotional hurdle in her heart and didn't know how to contact Chun Fei. Sometimes she even felt angry with Chun Fei, blaming him for not contacting her. Now seeing Chun Fei with Ebola made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she prepared to continue reading when the black pager on the table suddenly beeped. Zhao Yaji felt puzzled, knowing that not many people had her pager number. After thinking for a moment, she decided to return the call. As soon as the call connected, she asked, hello, who is looking for me? Sister Ji, it's me, Chun Fei. Do you want to come out for a cup of tea? Chun Fei's voice came from the receiver. Zhao Yaji was momentarily taken aback and replied, are you looking for something or just wanting to have tea? I left my heirloom at your place, can you return it to me? Chun Fei asked. Zhao Yaji was immediately confused. Jingzi. On Johnston Road in Wan Chai, the neon sign of Fortune Restaurant gleamed brilliantly in the night. As the most expensive fine dining establishment in Hong Kong, several Rolls-Royces and Benzes were parked outside. Moreover, this is the most prestigious, costly, and hardest-to-book Cantonese restaurant in all of Hong Kong without exception. Chun Fei might be favored by fortune as he managed to reserve a table. After sitting down, Zhao Yaji was somewhat surprised. I can't believe you actually got a reservation. I've always had good luck, Chun Fei replied with a smile. What do you want to eat? Chun Fei asked. Zhao Yaji said, just order a few dishes, the food here is quite expensive. How can I just order casually when I'm treating you? Chun Fei ordered several signature dishes. After contemplating, Zhao Yaji asked, is there something going on since you suddenly invited me to dinner? Can I treat you to dinner without any reason? Chun Fei gazed directly into her eyes. Zhao Yaji was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Their relationship had a hint of secrecy. If someone saw them together, she feared that tomorrow's newspapers would be filled with news about her. Thus, she changed the subject. How's the situation with Deborah? I don't know, I'm not a cop. Chunfei shook his head and said, we'll need the police to investigate to find out the detail. That's true, Zhao Yaji nodded. With such an incident happening, everyone is on edge worrying about whether they might also be kidnapped to commit illegal acts. Chunfei reassured her, this matter is so severe, the police should crack down hard. At least for the short term there shouldn't be any more incidents. Let's hope so. Chunfei poured her a cup of tea and said, the reason I called you tonight is not only because I miss you, but also because I need your help with something. What do you miss me for? It wouldn't be good if someone overhears. Zhao Yazi's face turned slightly red. What do you need my help with? I'm starting a magazine soon. Chunfei briefly explained the content of Yes. The only person I know in the entertainment industry is you, so I'd like your help to connect me with more artists, and then my employees can interview them. You only know me, eh? Zhao Yaji said somewhat playfully. What about Deborah? Chunfei immediately denied, noticing a hint of jealousy in her tone. I'm not familiar with her. She's getting married, and if any rumors spread, that would be bad. Seeing that his expression didn't seem fake, Zhao Yaji said, in that case I'll try, but with the commotion caused by new knowledge, if they're unwilling to accept an interview, there's nothing I can do. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Chunfei smiled. You truly are my confidant. Don't say that. Who is your confidant? Zhao Yaji shot him a glare. It wouldn't be good if someone hears that. After dinner she said, I need to go back. Thank you for the dinner. You left something at my place last time, you should go get it. What is it? You'll find out when you get there. Never mind, I'll be late getting home. How could that be bad? Chunfei said, it'll be quick. Just take another hour. Let's go get in the car. An hour later, Chunfei reached out and rubbed the nearby ball, asking, have you rested enough? Stop it and let me rest a bit longer. How can you be so unyielding, not caring if someone can handle it? Zhao Yaji said lazily. Chunfei switched to another ball, laughing. In that case, this time I'll let you take the lead. You can go fast if you want, slow if you want. What do you say? Get lost. The two were playfully wrestling on the bed when suddenly a sharp phone ring sounded. Ding ding. The phone was on the bedside table, ringing annoyingly. Zhao Yaji directly turned to him and pinched his hand. Answer it. It might be Deborah looking for you. Don't say that. I really have no connection with her. Chunfei denied directly. However, the phone continued ringing at the bedside, which was indeed irritating. He turned over and picked up the phone. Who is it? It's me, Lu Huijin. Lu Huijin said on the line. Where's my... I drove it home. If you want it, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, Chunfei said. I'll drive it to the TV station to return it to you, and I don't have a car right now. Yours can be borrowed for a few days. Lu Huijin was speechless for a moment. You really are. She felt that since she met Chunfei, she had lost both her virtue and her wealth. Changing the topic, she said, after the robbery aired, our program's ratings shot up. How much do you still know about the information on those bandits? You're not a cop. Knowing too much won't do you any good, Chunfei said seriously. You've seen how brutal those bandits are. If they find out you took the photos, it could be dangerous for you. Why do I feel like you want something in return? Lu Huijin said. Now that I'm your number one aide, can't you reveal a... I'm being serious, precisely because you're my number one aide. For your safety, I can't reveal too much. Let the cops handle the rest, Chunfei said earnestly. All right then, Lu Huijin said with a hint of resignation. Remember to return my car tomorrow. I have to deal with some magazine issues, and you wouldn't want those matters to be left unfinished, would you? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yaji asked, who was it? Our general manager from Black Gold Media, Chunfei replied. Never mind her. Let's get back to work. No, I really have to go back first. You wouldn't want me to keep getting scolded at home, right? Zhao Yaji quickly shook her head. Then why not just move out and live with me? Chunfei suggested. Zhao Yaji paused for a moment and shook her head slightly. Not right now. Since she insisted on going back, Chunfei didn't press her to stay. If you encounter any difficulties, just call me, Chunfei said. Whether it's life or work. Zhao Yaji smiled faintly. Then thank you in advance. After sending Zhao Yaji off, Chunfei spent $1,000 to open the Hong Kong daily incident map, staring at the densely packed marks like a voyeur peeking into those events. A friend betrayal incident was occurring in Causeway Bay. In Borrington Street, there was a sex trade ongoing for 10 minutes. Political black money bribery was happening in Wan Chai. In the affluent area of Repulse Bay, a group activity was taking place. There was a drug trafficking case in Kowloon Tong. In Yuen Long, illegal immigrants were landing. At Sai Kung Pier, a black crime involving over 10 million Hong Kong dollars was set to occur in 2 hours. Despite these incidents happening or about to happen, Chunfei felt little interest. He was not a superhero out, nor was he a cop dedicated to fighting crime. He only focused on matters related to his own interests. The black crime at Sai Kung Pier was precisely linked to the incident from earlier in the day. He didn't expect these bold people to find buyers so quickly, probably fearing that the longer they waited, the more complications might arise. Chunfei quickly purchased some powerful weapons like grenades, submachine guns, shotguns, and bulletproof vests. Diamonds were not important and could easily attract police attention, so the money prepared by the buyers was crucial. The buyers had surprisingly prepared so much money, indicating it was ill-gotten wealth. Such ill-gotten wealth should belong to him. 10 million Hong Kong dollars was enough for him to start a large company and achieve multifaceted success. Having made all the preparations, he headed out directly to Sai Kung Pier. Following the map's guidance, he took the time to load some ammunition into the submachine guns. After waiting for half an hour, he saw several car headlights cutting through the night approaching. Several cars came to a halt. As the doors opened, more than a dozen armed men rushed out. The leader boldly surveyed the crowd and said, "Everyone hide while wait for my signal. If anyone makes a sound, understood, big brother." At his command, the group dispersed, hiding behind nearby containers, abandoned shelves, and atop the containers. The leader watched as his brothers concealed themselves and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it. He said to his subordinate, "Don't rush to act later. Wait until that bastard produces the money. Make sure the cash is legitimate. There are too many counterfeit bills in Hong Kong now. Be careful." "Got it, big brother," the subordinate nodded. The leader coldly remarked, "Today our actions have been exposed by a television station. The police are surely searching for us everywhere. After we complete this job, we'll hide for a while, then blow up that station. Damn it, how dare they take our photos? It's simply courting death." "Big brother, isn't blowing up the television station a serious crime?" The subordinate hesitated. The leader glared at him. "Damn you, you're not afraid to kill, but afraid of blowing up a TV station. I've said it many times, those of us in this line of work must have strong mental fortitude. Since we've already been exposed by the TV station, we might as well go big." "You're right, big brother. But blowing up the TV station will require a lot of firepower, right? This amount is more than enough, and we'll extort a few million more later. We can make a fortune," the leader said fiercely. "But first, let's handle tonight's business. Remember, we must eliminate witnesses, leave no survivors." "What about Li Yunfei? Spare his life for now. Once we take care of those people, we will need him to handle this batch of diamonds," the leader replied. "Don't hurt him." "Understood," the subordinate replied, and then asked, "Should we still investigate?" Big Shah sighed. "Yes, even if we have to turn Hong Kong upside down, we must find out who did this," the leader said, filled with murderous intent. Perhaps he felt that this place was filled with his people, so his voice inevitably became somewhat loud. Chen Fei, who had been lying in ambush, frowned when he heard the leader actually wanted to blow up the TV station. He had never acted this way in his underhanded dealings. This reckless bandit was actually going to blow it up. He could not stand seeing such a criminal slaughter the defenseless. It was simply terrorism. Since that was the case, he decided to go back to the mall to purchase a Browning M2 HB heavy machine gun and an MG42. When dealing with a ruthless bandit, heavy weapons were of course necessary. With such a combination, he believed these thugs would have nowhere to hide. However, the two guns cost nearly 6,000, and they could only be used once. Just as he positioned the heavy machine gun towards the direction of the leader and his men, he saw two headlights approaching from a distance. "They're here, everyone get ready," the leader instructed. The car stopped just a few meters away from them. Several people then. At the forefront was a bespectacled chubby man along with Li Yunfei, known on the streets for his loyalty. Li Yunfei and the chubby man approached the leader. The short man asked, "Where are the diamonds?" The leader signaled his subordinate to bring out the diamonds. After a serious inspection, the chubby man looked at the leader and frowned. "Aren't these the South African diamonds that were stolen today?" "They're hard to sell," the leader replied coldly. "Do you want them or not?" "Yes," the chubby man immediately replied, then looked at Li Yunfei. "Brother Fei, can you help set a fair price?" Li Yunfei nodded and then held out 3 fingers. "Big brother, 30% of the market price cash transaction. How does that sound?" The leader furrowed his brow. 30%. That's only 15 million. That's the current market price, and the time is tight. Moreover, the cops outside are searching for you like crazy, Li Yunfei said. "Is this price acceptable?" "Deal." The leader agreed immediately, as he had no intention of selling the diamonds. After the agreement was reached, the chubby man sent someone to bring the money. "Damn it," the leader's expression turned cold. "Do you even understand the rules of the trade? You don't bring cash for a transaction. How can you survive in this business with such a lack of credibility?" The chubby man's face changed drastically as he hurriedly said, "The money will be here soon." Everyone calmed down. Another car arrived, and a short man in a suit got out first with a gun at his waist, walking with a swagger. His subordinate followed, one hand holding a briefcase and the other hand reaching for his gun. The rest of the men cautiously followed, as if facing a great enemy. "Big brother, there's no problem with the goods," the chubby man said to the short man. "However, they say we lack credibility." The suited short man walked up to the leader, looking up at him. He then extended his finger, poking the leader's chest while arrogantly saying, "Are you fucking stupid? Transactions are supposed to be done with the goods in sight before paying. Are you really an idiot?" Seeing the short man being so arrogant, the leader's expression suddenly turned grim and the muscles on his face twitched violently. The short man patted the gun at his waist. "What? You're not convinced? Let's see who has the guts." Li Yunfei, seeing that a fight was about to break out, quickly intervened. "Everyone calm down. We're not here to drink tea and negotiate. You give him the money and he gives you the diamonds. There's no need for it to get so tense." The short man snorted and then said, "Bring the money over." The subordinate carrying the cash approached with the briefcase. The leader took it, opened it to check, and after confirming everything was in order, handed it to his subordinate. The leader felt overjoyed. This was easier than robbing a bank or a jewelry store. If he could sell the diamonds again, he could make a fortune. He thought about getting more weapons to blow up that TV station, and soon everyone in Hong Kong would know how formidable he was. The short man, seeing the deal completed, coldly snorted at the leader and turned to leave. However, unexpectedly, the leader intended to double-cross them. Despite having received the money, he still threatened the chubby man to hand over the diamonds. A fierce gunfight erupted between the two parties. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of pistols and shotguns intertwined. But the leader had already arranged for snipers to lie in ambush. After a dense volley of gunfire, all the buyers were shot dead, leaving only Li Yunfei holding the diamonds alive. Just as Li Yunfei ran to the corner intending to look back, he was suddenly struck from behind. He instantly felt darkness closing and fainting without a sound, and the diamonds were snatched from his hands. Chun Fei chose not to kill him. Such middlemen could sometimes be quite useful. Not far away, the leader placed the money briefcase by his feet and ordered his subordinates, "You guys check all the bodies to see if Li Yunfei is dead. We must find the diamonds." Before he could finish speaking, a loud boom 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 sounded. The leader was stunned for a moment, then realized two of his subordinates had been cut in half. Chun Fei, using the Browning M2HB heavy machine gun in hiding, unleashed a hail of 12 7mm rounds. He had no intention of reasoning with these bandits. Moreover, he wasn't Jesus. So the best way was to send them to heaven and let either Jesus or Yama explain things. If you can act, don't hesitate. The bandits who had just boasted about blowing up the TV station were quickly crushed into a pool of blood and body parts by this heavy machine gun. Some tried to hide while others attempted to escape. But in the face of such a deadly weapon as the Browning, neither the gangsters nor the containers they hid behind could escape unscathed. Let alone the rate of fire exceeding 400 rounds per minute, no one could outrun it, not even having the chance to. Such a terrifying scene left the leader's mind blank. It was as if he forgot to hide and stood there foolishly. Having been a bandit for many years, robbing banks and diamonds with blood on his hands, he had never imagined that one day he would encounter such military-grade firepower. This wasn't a gunfight, it was a one-sided massacre. Had he provoked the military? Was it just a bag of diamonds? Did they really need to use a heavy machine gun against him? These people had no sense of rules. Just as the leader thought this, the bullets from the M2HB ripped him apart. Seeing that everyone was dead, Chun Fei packed away his weapon and emerged from the shadows, quickly collecting the money briefcase. He glanced at the leader's body, now in two pieces. Damn, you can't even dodge a bullet, and you still want to blow up the TV station. You deserve to die without a complete corpse. Then he strode away. Detected an income of 15 million Hong Kong dollars, already helped to launder it. Chun Fei originally thought he could get 30 million, but in the end it was only half. However, 15 million was already a lot. Hong Kong truly is a land of gold. He had only been here for a few days and had already earned over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. He easily became a millionaire. Although it was faster than stock trading, the risk was also high. It only suited those who were bold and skilled, relying on violence for large-scale accumulation. Tomorrow he would continue to invest another 10 million in the stock market. Since there was a tailwind for making money, there was no reason to let it go. However, when the clock struck midnight, the new task left Chun Fei somewhat puzzled. Daily task: a lone wolf often struggles to manage everything. Please find an outstanding strategist for your gang who shares your ambitions. What do you mean by a gang? Am I not a lone wolf? How did it become a gang? About half an hour later, Li Yunfei slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was still beside the containers at the dock, but he no longer had the diamonds. Moreover, he wasn't tied up. Other than a slight pain in the back of his head, he had no other injuries. What is going on? Li Yunfei absolutely did not believe that the leader's gang had a change of heart and let him go. Regardless, it was urgent to escape first. However, he didn't expect to trip over something and fall. When he turned, looking down, he discovered that he had tripped over a half-body mangled and bloody. The sight of the bloody wound nearly turning around, he was shocked to find a sea of corpses, each in a terrible state, with some bodies completely mutilated. Li Yunfei was instantly terrified, his scalp tingling, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was clearly the work of a heavy machine gun. Did the police actually mobilize military forces over a bag of diamonds? None of the bandits in Hong Kong, not even the big players, would possess such heavy weapons. It seemed that he needed to run away as soon as possible. Hong Kong was no longer safe. The leader only wanted to rob diamonds, yet they had been intercepted by the military and resorted to using heavy machine guns. Saigon Dock. After dawn, several dock workers were preparing to start their day of labor. But unexpectedly, they found a ground strewn with corpses. Some people fainted on the spot, while others directly vomited. Most of the corpses were mutilated, either with their upper and lower halves separated or missing entire heads. In any case, there were no complete corpses, and the scene was extremely gruesome. The news was quickly reported to the police station. However, the situation here did not resemble a gang fight, nor did it appear to be a revenge incident, let alone involve heavy-caliber illegal firearms. The police station was completely incapable of handling it, and reported to the East Kowloon district, which swiftly dispatched personnel to investigate, and then reported to the Royal Hong Kong Police Force. At this time, the chief was Roy Henry, known in Chinese as Han Yili. Upon learning that a Browning M2 HB machine gun, a military standard weapon, had appeared, he immediately summoned the heads of various departments to his office for a meeting. In the office, which was filled with a serious atmosphere, Han Ely glanced at Robert, the chief of the Saigon police station, and said, "Robert, please introduce this case to your colleagues." "Yes, sir." Robert stood up. While turning on the projector to share case information, he began his introduction. Although the deceased met a tragic fate, our preliminary investigation has confirmed that several of the deceased were the robbers from yesterday's diamond robbery on Yulin Avenue, while another group was a well-known diamond dealer in the underworld. Although no diamonds were found at the scene, it is initially determined to be a case of black on black. According to the forensic department's assessment, the buyers died from small-caliber weapons, while the robbers all perished under heavy firepower, indicating that there should be another party involved, all armed with 12.799mm. 50 ammunition, which only Browning's M2 and M3 machine guns can fire. However, we are puzzled as to why black on black would use a heavy machine gun. Robert continued, "Sir, after the incident, we have secured Saigon Dock and the surrounding streets, evacuated unrelated personnel, and preserved the scene. We are also conducting individual inquiries with dock workers and nearby merchants to gather eyewitness testimonies. Currently, we have preliminarily learned that the incident likely occurred between 11 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning. Some workers vaguely heard dense gunfire, but thought it was the sound of fishing boats or thunder and did not pay attention. We will continue to expand the inquiry scope, focusing on suspicious individuals and unfamiliar vehicles that have appeared at the dock recently to gather more leads." He looked at Han Ely and said, "Sir, my report is complete. Please sit down." Han Ely turned to the others and said, "Everyone, the emergence of such a devastating weapon like the Browning in our jurisdiction is a blatant challenge to our legal bottom line and disrupts the order of Hong Kong Island. Let's hear your opinions." "Sir, I believe the appearance of such a large-caliber destructive weapon is a direct challenge to our laws and is undermining the governance of the Hong Kong government. So, I believe we need the Major Crime Unit, the Flying Tigers, the Heavy Weapons Investigation Unit, and even military intervention." The head of the Major Crime Unit spoke first. As soon as he finished speaking, the commander of the Flying Tigers, who was seated at the leftmost position, immediately stood up. "Sir, the Flying Tigers fully agree with the Major Crime Unit's perspective. The Browning M2 is a military heavy machine gun, definitely not something an ordinary gang can handle. The user must have professional firearm operation experience, and they could even be veterans or mercenaries." He glanced around the room and added, "Once we discover the whereabouts of this group, the regular police and major crime detectives will not be able to cope. The Flying Tigers are already on heightened alert and can be deployed at any time to handle the scene, capture suspects, and recover heavy weapons to ensure that similar incidents do not occur again." Han Ely nodded, slightly shifting his gaze to the head of the Heavy Weapons Investigation Unit, Baidelli, who was sitting on the other side. Baidelli adjusted his glasses and slowly began to speak. "Sir, the Heavy Weapons Investigation Unit has urgently intervened to trace the source. Such firearms and ammunition are strictly controlled military supplies locally, and it is nearly impossible for them to circulate among civilians. We initially judged that this batch of weapons was either smuggled into the country through Saigon Dock or illegally transported from overseas, most likely related to an international arms smuggling organization. We will immediately check the shipping records of Saigon Dock for the past month, cross-reference with arms smuggling leads, and coordinate with customs to block all possible smuggling routes, ensuring we find the source and direction of the weapons." "And what about the Marine Police?" Han Ely's gaze swept over to the head of the Marine Police's Eastern District. The Marine Police Chief immediately responded, "Sir, the Marine Police Eastern District has fully secured the waters of Saigon Sea and Niue Sea, deploying patrol boats for round-the-clock inspections, and has begun to check all nearby fishing ports and speedboat docking points, verifying information on suspicious vessels, while coordinating with land police to form a joint waterland defense to prevent suspects from transferring weapons or escaping by sea." In response to the replies from the heads of various units, Han Ely nodded and said, "Everyone, this case is not a simple gang feud. It is a blatant provocation against the Royal Hong Kong Police and the governance of the Hong Kong government. I announce." Immediately, the heads of various units stood up. Han Ely declared, "Led by the Major Crime Unit, pursue any leads. The Heavy Weapons Investigation Unit will trace the source of the weapons, while the Marine Police will be responsible for the waterland blockade. Once a situation is discovered, the Flying Tigers will handle the assault arrests. If necessary, I will request military intervention. You all must work together, break down barriers, and share leads." "Yes, sir." Everyone saluted in unison. Meeting dismissed. However, less than 10 minutes after the meeting had been adjourned, the head of the Major Crime Unit, Henry Cyril, knocked on the office door again. "Sir, I've just discovered a lead. Oh, perhaps we can start from here." "What is it?" "At the time of the robbery, it just so happened that a female reporter from Lee TV's City Truth D program filmed the incident. After conducting an interview, we found that she not only knew about the robbery, but also the name of the gang's leader." "Did you invite this reporter to assist in the investigation?" "I did, but she denied making those statements and claimed that she just happened to be passing by when she filmed it. However, we have reason to believe she knows something, and coincidentally her show has just become popular. She unexpectedly proposed to resign to start a magazine, yet knows so much information, which must indicate something is amiss. What do you plan to do? Because this female reporter's identity is somewhat special, we can't use ordinary means, Cyril said, so I am applying to send undercover officers trained in Scotland Yard, especially those without public records in the Hong Kong police force. Good idea, let's follow this lead. Han Ely nodded. Go to the archives to retrieve the information. The undercover agent will report directly to you. You must strictly keep their identity confidential. No one else must know about the undercover's existence. Yes, sir. Robert immediately stood at attention and saluted. Just an hour later, Henry Cyril selected. The candidate was a young woman in her early 20s. Without any small talk, Cyril went straight to the point. You just graduated from Scotland Yard, have received professional training, and excelled in every subject. Normally, you would start as a junior inspector upon returning, but this case is special, so we need you to execute it. Saying that, he pulled out several documents. Here are your materials. You are now an outstanding graduate from the London School of Economics and Political Science, and you return to Hong Kong to look for a new job. Do you understand? The young woman quickly read through the new resume and nodded. Yes, sir. Cyril continued, I know you have learned a lot at Scotland Yard, both in marksmanship and combat. However, from now on you must forget all that. Under no circumstances should you display these skills. You must not attract any attention. Yes, sir. The woman nodded, and then asked, Sir, what tasks do you need me to carry out? Cyril outlined the case, saying, we suspect that a group armed with heavy weapons is hiding in Hong Kong, but there is currently no intelligence. To avoid causing panic among the citizens, we can only choose to conceal this, so your task is to locate this terrorist group hidden in Hong Kong. Then he took out a photo. The only lead in this case is her. You need to pay attention to anyone who contacts her. It would be best to access her regular communications. As long as she knows something, we can always find clues. Remember, do not expose your identity, and do not alert the snake. The woman stared at the smiling face in the photo momentarily, stunned. My sister. She's just an ordinary reporter. How could she be involved in such a big case? I find that hard to believe as well. Cyril then recounted the results of the inquiries. Her colleague, who is nicknamed Idiot Lee, personally confirmed to the officers that she filmed the robbers in action and knows the robbers' names. Therefore, it is hard to say that she is unrelated to this case. Could it be that she knows more than ordinary people because she is a reporter? Although I have thought along those lines, too many coincidences aren't just coincidences. She is currently investing in a magazine, and her partner just happened to be a new immigrant who arrived in Hong Kong not long ago. Cyril said this would be an appropriate time for you to approach her. Yes, sir. The woman saluted while secretly cursing damn at this foreigner. Around noon, Lu Huijin came out from the television station preparing to go eat, when she suddenly heard someone calling Asian. When she saw the woman calling her, she immediately smiled and ran over. Yazzie, why didn't you tell me you were back? Yazzie flicked her forehead and said, call me sister. Aren't you just a few minutes older than me? Lu Huijin said unhappily. Yazzie frowned. A few minutes older is still older. Have you eaten? I'm treating you to a meal. Someone is treating me to a meal, Lu Huijin said. Yazzie looked her up and down. Boyfriend. Of course not, he's just a greedy capitalist, Lu Huijin quickly denied, then curiously asked, aren't you studying, and how come you're back? I graduated, so I'm planning to come back to find a job, Yazzie said. I heard from my parents that your segment just became popular. Why do you want to resign? Lu Huijin sighed and said, there's no way. I promised to partner in starting a magazine, and I even invested in it. I can't go back on my word. I see, Yazzie said. Just as I was about to look for work, how about I join you in starting the magazine? Lu Huijin didn't rush to agree. I can't decide. Oh, let me ask the boss first. Who is your boss? Yazzie asked. Just as she finished speaking, a car drove up. Lu Huijin pointed at the driver, Chen Fei, and said, that's my boss. Hey, let's get in the car. After getting into the car, Lu Huijin introduced Yazzie to Chen Fei and mentioned that Yazzie just returned from Y country and wanted to take her out to eat. Chen Fei looked at the similar faces of the two women and silently repeated Yazzie's name in his mind. Could she be the female officer who wreaked havoc on the fortune ball? She came here to look for a job. Could she be an undercover agent? However, he didn't take it too seriously. An undercover agent, if utilized properly, could be even more useful than an ordinary person. This was a good resource sent by the police department. As long as there was no evidence or new orders, she wouldn't resign. She had to be fully utilized. Squeeze her dry. He glanced at Yazzie and Lu Huijin in the back seat, thinking that if they changed clothes, he might not be able to tell who was who. But in the next moment, he thought, why would he need to recognize who they are? After all, they are all just tools. Just feed them well. He nodded. I see you are her sister, so let's eat together. Yazzie secretly assessed him. He was tall, young, and handsome, unlike someone who mixed with the outside world, and even less like someone who had just come to Hong Kong. She withdrew her thoughts and sat in the car to eat. During the meal, Lu Huijin mentioned Yazzie's job search, and said she was an outstanding graduate from the London School of Economics, asking if she could temporarily help her set up the magazine. Setting up a magazine? That's too much of a waste of talent. Chen Fei directly refuted. They'll give you 5 million Hong Kong dollars as startup capital. You help me establish a comprehensive group company called Black Gold Group, which should include real estate, entertainment, investment banking, and trade sectors, with entertainment linked to the magazine. Yazzie was stunned upon hearing this, not asking anything, just thinking 5 million Hong Kong dollars. This is ridiculous. Am I here to be an undercover agent or to do business? Isn't he afraid he'll run away? Chen Fei truly meant business when he said he would start a company. After finishing lunch, he took Lu Huijin and Yazzie to HSBC to transfer the 5 million Hong Kong dollars he had deposited that morning to a new account. Last night's 15 million was already split in two. 10 million would still be invested in the stock market, while the 5 million was originally intended for his personal use. However, since there happened to be a high-achieving individual to help, he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Setting up a company isn't complicated. The most important thing is to have a business. He then handed Yazzie the account and password, saying this amount is the startup capital for the company. Work hard, and I'm sure you will have a place among the top companies in Hong Kong in the future. Yazzie, holding what he had given her, felt a bit overwhelmed. Big brother, we just met. Do you really want to be this generous? You're giving me 5 million without any investigation. Besides, we haven't even discussed the salary yet. Lu Huijin also looked a bit surprised, wondering what was going on. In just the time it took to have a meal, he actually handed over 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Yazzie was about to speak. Chen Fei continued, this company is very important to me, so I hope you can set it up as soon as possible. I will do my best. Do you have any other requirements, boss? Yazzie asked as she tried to immerse herself in her role. Yes, first set up 3 offshore companies, and then register the Black Gold Group under the names of those 3 companies. Chen Fei said, go find a lawyer first. If you just returned to Hong Kong, you can ask Zhen. Oh, she knows a lawyer. Lu Huijin exclaimed in surprise, you've only known her for half an hour, and you're already giving her 5 million. Aren't you afraid she might run away? It's just 5 million, what's there to fear? Chen Fei said, trying to act cool. Lu Huijin gave him a thumbs up. Alright, boss, you win. I have to go handle some matters at the magazine company. The lawyer is calling, and we need to go sign some documents soon. Well, then I'll go find a lawyer too, Yazzie said. Since this is what the boss assigned me, I will complete it beautifully, and regardless, she had temporarily made contact with Zhen's circle. Thus the two parties went their separate ways. By the afternoon, the magazine company on Lin Tai's side was already settled. The publication number, distribution channels, and office equipment were all in place. Chen Fei purchased sample designs of Yes and Black Gold from a store and handed them to Lu Huijin. This is the sample design I created. The designs for these 2 magazines are set. Don't skimp on the necessary expenses. I hope to see our first issue at the beginning of next month. I will arrange it as soon as possible, Lu Huijin sighed. It's already early April, and time is a bit tight. If you don't have enough manpower, recruit more staff. After all, you have friends in the industry. It shouldn't be a problem for them to help interview a few artists. After finishing up on this side, news came from Yazzie that the lawyer and financial consulting company had been found, asking Chen Fei to come over to handle the affairs. The so-called handling of affairs was just signing documents. By the time Chen Fei arrived, the lawyer and the financial consulting company were already waiting. After some pleasantries, they presented their credentials for Chen Fei to verify their identities. Once the identities were confirmed as correct, they took out a large stack of prepared documents. Chen Fei directly signed with Chen Fei. The names of the offshore companies could be chosen freely: Apex Investment, Ace Investment, ACO Investment. As for the name of the group company, Chen Fei indeed chose the name Black Gold, with the 3 offshore companies holding shares in proportion. The core goal was to achieve the advantages of compliance with tax evasion, risk isolation, and covert operations. Companies like Jardine Matheson and other British and Hong Kong financial magnates have all transferred assets and mitigated risks through offshore companies, reducing the chance of being regulated or investigated. Chen Fei then bought a pile of planning documents from the store and handed them to Yazzie, saying, this is the framework planning document for the company. You should follow it. My plan is to quickly establish operations in the investment banking and trading sectors through the acquisition of suitable small companies. Recruiting staff would take too long and carry high risks. The new team lacked cohesion, leading to issues like account confusion and mismanagement of funds. Moreover, the new company had no historical business flow, which didn't meet his needs. After all, the barriers to entry for small investment and financial companies were low at this time. Most had completed registrations and had basic accounting systems and simple client resources. After acquisition, operations could be directly taken over without reapplying for relevant qualifications, saving 13 months of registration approval time. After everything was settled, Chen Fei called Yazzie and her sister over, saying, now our company has taken the first step. It will definitely have a place in Hong Kong in the future. I can see that you 2 sisters are all talented. Let's go out for dinner tonight. No, thank you for the invitation, boss. Yazzie politely declined. The new company has just opened, and you've given me so many documents. I still have a lot to do to help boss establish the company as soon as possible, so they can be exploited thoroughly. Even if the company faces difficulties, they can still seek funds from them. Chen Fei insisted, that's not acceptable. After all, we are a startup company, so they can be exploited thoroughly. Even if the company faces difficulties, they can still seek funds from them. Chen Fei insisted, that's not acceptable. After all, we are a startup company, and there are many arduous tasks waiting for you. What if you get too tired? What about Zhen? I won't eat either. Lu Huijin shook her head. You gave me a pile of things, and I need to go back and study them first. It's just a meal. How can that delay anything? Chen Fei said. Let's go. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, the two sisters felt they couldn't refuse. During dinner, Yazzie feigned interest and said, "Boss, Why call me boss? That sounds distant. Call me Brother Fei," Chen Fei replied. "All right, Brother Fei," Yazzie nodded, and said, "I saw from your identity documents that you just arrived in Hong Kong a few days ago, yet you can open such a large company. Your abilities are truly remarkable. It's nothing to mention its basic operations. There's no need to make a fuss. This is just the beginning. If you work hard, I will definitely not treat you unfairly, as shares and dividends will not be lacking for you." He didn't boast about what would happen in the future. After all, no matter how he put it, it all sounded like bragging to Yazzie, and why waste breath on that? It's better to just joke around. After dinner, Yazzie and Lu Huijin left first. On the way back, Yazzie curiously asked, "How did you meet Brother Fei? Have you always been like this?" "We've only known each other for 3 days," Lu Huijin recalled the scene where Chen Fei had recruited her with a gun and shook her head helplessly. "It's not like he's always been like this. You've only known him for 3 days, and you already dare to partner with him in business," Yazzie exclaimed in surprise. Lu Huijin silently laughed, thinking, "He even threatened me with a gun. How could I refuse?" She said, "I feel he has quite a bit of ability. The case of Deborah and yesterday's robbery was mentioned by him. I thought this was more promising than being a reporter, so I agreed." He mentioned that. Yazzie was even more puzzled, realizing why Robert, that foreigner, suspected Lu Huijin knew. Lu Huijin nodded, saying, "Yes, if he hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't know anything. By the way, you can't tell anyone about this. The police came to ask me about these matters this morning, and I really don't know anything at all." "Don't worry, what could I possibly tell the police?" Yazzie said, secretly analyzing Chen Fei's background. He had just arrived in Hong Kong for a few days, and was already aware of 2 cases, and he was able to make such a significant investment. Could he have come from the north? Lu Huijin pondered for a moment, and asked, "Don't you think this person is a bit abnormal?" "What do you mean?" "He only talked with me for a while, and then gave me 500,000. Now he's only had a meal with you and dares to give you 5 million. I can't think of any other words to describe him other than abnormal," Lu Huijin replied. "Although I found it strange at first, after thinking about it carefully, I realized he was actually testing us." Yazzie analyzed, "I don't know why he's not afraid that we might run away with the money, but he must have a backup plan to prevent." Lu Huijin recalled, and found that this was indeed the case. This person does not follow common sense in his actions, and claims to be the king of intelligence in Hong Kong, so he probably has a backup plan. But she was still puzzled. "Why did he choose us?" "That's precisely the question I've been pondering," Yazzie replied, and then countered, "If it were you just arriving in Hong Kong, and you needed to find a local partner to start a company, what would you think?" "Of course I wouldn't do it. Who knows if someone would run away with the money?" Lu Huijin answered without hesitation. Yazzie nodded. "Even if I needed to find someone to help, I would definitely look for someone I know. Only then would I not get scammed, but as soon as he met us, he directly offered us real cash to start the company." Lu Huijin picked up the conversation. "That's right, but we don't even know his background or origins, and yet he dares to do this. It can only prove that he has the ability to prevent us from running away." At this point, Yazzie suddenly felt a chill down her spine. If her analysis was correct, to prevent her undercover identity from being exposed, she must work even harder. She should even assist in filling in the gaps for things he hadn't mentioned proactively. Could she use her identity to seek higher-ups for a green light, and provide convenience to the Black Gold Group on certain matters? Instead of waiting for her undercover identity to be discovered, it would be better to fabricate a story, saying someone in her family works in the police station. Moreover, after listening to what Ajun said about the magazine content, she felt it was quite promising. How much can a police officer earn in a month? What's the point of risking their life? Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head. "Wait a minute, I'm an undercover agent. How can I be corrupted by money?" After parting with them, Chen Fei went straight home. He didn't recruit a strategist today, or check notifications. He just wanted to see if the golden finger would produce any oddities. Lying on his bed, he opened the notification. "Gang strategist recruitment task completed, reward entertainment gift pack." What the hell? What does this mean? Chen Fei didn't pay attention to that entertainment gift pack. The gang strategist actually got recruited successfully. Could it be Yazzie? Am I really recruiting an undercover cop to be the strategist? Is it because I'm not flashy enough? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Fei picked it up.
苏团长，你要是看不上俺直说，俺也是清清白白的女儿家，你怎么能这么糟蹋俺的心？
Yazzie continued, "My uncle works at the police station. How about I have him help sweep away those shady magazine companies to pave the way for Yes and Black Gold?" "Oh." Chen Fei was taken aback. "Is it you who is engaging in shady business, or am I the one?" Chen Fei casually asked, "Is your uncle's power really that high? Can he suppress those magazines?" "Well, maybe." Yazzie hesitated and said, "Shall I ask him?" Chen Fei replied, "Forget it. Our magazine still needs to rely on strength to speak. Besides, it wouldn't be good to owe your uncle a favor, and we are running a legitimate business. How can we use such means?" "All right, Brother Fei." After hanging up, Chen Fei temporarily put aside the matter of the strategist. Thinking too much was of no use. At most, he would bring her down when taking action later. After all, his money had all been laundered and the authorities couldn't find anything. He then turned to study the entertainment gift package rewards. He discovered that the content consisted of novel songs, scripts, and comics. Chun Fei understood that this was meant to help him become a master through plagiarism. Novels and comics could be published in his magazine, while scripts and songs could be useful if he invested in the film industry. Since he couldn't remember that many novels and songs this gift package allowed for direct copying, it was convenient. However, he still needed to focus on making money through side ventures. Writing books and composing songs could come later. First he needed to get the magazine sorted out. He recharged $1,000 and checked the Daily Situation report of Hong Kong. Most of the reports were about casual encounters, flaunting wealth, sex transactions, and minor drug trades. Perhaps because the police were investigating machine guns today, there weren't many large transactions. Either they were too far away, or by now it was too late to catch the action. Chun Fei watched for a while, but didn't see any information worth going out for. Suddenly the phone beside the bed rang. Could it be Yazzie calling again? Chun Fei picked up the phone. Hello. Ah Fei, it's Deborah. Deborah invited him over the phone. Are you free now? Fourth brother wants to treat you to a late-night meal as a show of gratitude. Just tell me the place. Half an hour later, Chun Fei arrived at the restaurant suite Deborah mentioned. Inside, besides Deborah, there was also Xiesian. Ah Fei. Xiesian approached with a smile, extending his hand. Thank you for your help last time. Otherwise the consequences would indeed have been unimaginable. Fourth brother is being polite. Anyone with a sense of justice wouldn't tolerate such things. Chun Fei warmly. This person could be considered a kindred spirit, so being warm and friendly was appropriate. The two of them felt like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, very close. Ah Fei, since I'm older than you, I'll just call you Ah Fei. Don't take offense, Xiesian said. That's perfectly fine, fourth brother, please, Chun Fei replied. Deborah also invited. Ah Fei, please take a seat. At this moment she appeared very dignified compared to her usual self. Xiesian was very grateful for Chun Fei's assistance, and was especially warm during the meal, almost as if he wanted to perform a ceremonial gesture of gratitude. The atmosphere became even more lively after a few drinks. Xiesian and Chun Fei chatted about everything under the sun, thinking it was merely casual talk. However, it turned out that everyone present was eloquent and playful, which made them all a little surprised. Chun Fei primarily engaged in side ventures, having spent many years in various gray areas, and coming from a future world, he had experiences far beyond the ordinary. However, Xiesian could be considered a veteran of the film industry, having entered the field in 1953, earlier than Bruce Lee and Sammo Hung. Even Deng Guangrong, Qin, Xianglin Shun, Dianxia, Sammo Hung, and Dongsheng had to call him senior, and he was known for his generous personality, loyalty, and willingness to confront others. After a few drinks, he cursed the magazine New Knowledge, and claimed he had rushed to ask Luo Bin in his office about it, and even found people to smash Luo Bin's magazine office, leaving Luo Bin too scared to say a word. Chun Fei didn't know whether what he said was true or not, but Xiesian was now a top star, with a guaranteed viewership commanding a ceiling for pay. Even New Knowledge had to line up to interview him. Moreover, his private life was extremely high profile. Racing cars, nightclubs, gambling, and changing girlfriends were synonymous with him. Thus, in some ways, he and Chun Fei felt they had met too late. Deborah also mingled in nightclubs and had seen all sorts of messy affairs. When discussing these topics, she had some insights. Although most of it was superficial, it still counted as common ground. As the conversation grew lively, Chun Fei took the opportunity to bring up his magazine. Xiesian patted his chest and said, Ah Fei, don't worry. Just arrange for someone to come over when the time comes. It'll be absolutely fine. They'll also call the members of the Silver Mouse Band, as well as Mao Sammo Hung and his brothers, and Su Guanwen's brothers, to support your magazine, to knock down the arrogance of New Knowledge, and prevent Luo Bin from thinking he alone dominates the Hong Kong magazine scene. The Silver Mouse Band, many people might not have even heard of them. This so-called band primarily consisted of self-entertainment. There were 7 members ranked by size, as Big Brother Zhang Chong, second brother Xia Xian, third brother Chen Ziqiang, fourth brother Chen Hao, fifth brother Qin Xianglin, sixth brother Deng Guangrong, and seventh sister Shen Dianxia. Among these 7, Deng Guangrong was their strongest backing, as his father Deng Bowen was one of the subchapter masters of the Hongmen with very strong influence. At the same time, Deng Bowen had a horse named Lu Rongju, who founded one of the 3 major associations in Hong Kong, Liangong Lo. Lu Rongju had an uncle named Lu Fu, who was the second chief detective in Hong Kong. Before the 5 billion detective Lu became prominent, he was just a subordinate under Lu Fu. Later, after Xiesian incurred huge gambling debts in Macau, Deng Guangrong sought Lu Rongju for help. Unfortunately, that was Macau, not Hong Kong, and he could only secure a promise of no violence and a 6-month extension, but he couldn't escape the debt. It could be said that as long as Deng Guangrong was present, the Silver Mouse Band could walk all over Hong Kong. Fourth brother is right. Just let someone contact us in advance when the time comes, Deborah added. Chun Fei was delighted. Thank you both for your help. It was easier to get things done with connections in the circle. If it were up to Chun Fei's usual habits, he might have to send them bullets. Xiesian laughed. We're all brothers, why be so polite? Come on, let's drink. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Chun Fei was happily chatting with Xiesian. Suddenly, he felt something bump against him. He remained composed and discreetly looked down under the table. He saw a high-heeled foot rubbing against his calf, slowly moving up. It was actually Deborah from across the table. Chen Fei initially thought that was her limit. However, he was surprised to find she had taken off her shoe and was now using her stocking-clad foot to touch him. Moreover, Deborah maintained a serious demeanor on the surface, showing no signs of being flustered. This was troublesome. It seemed impossible to continue drinking now. Xian was enthusiastically pouring him wine, and why was Deborah being so eager? Beep, beep, beep. Xian's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and said, "They'll take this call, you all eat." Fourth brother, go ahead, Chen Fei said. After a while, Xian returned and said to Chen Fei, "Ah Fei, I need to discuss something with Deng Guangrong and the others later. Do you want to come along?" Fourth brother, I won't be going, Chen Fei smiled. Xian then looked at Deborah. Do you want to join us? Deborah shook her head and said, I'm planning to buy something in Causeway Bay. All right, Xian said. Ah Fei, I can't leave for a while. Can I trouble you to accompany her? An hour later. In Causeway Bay, the area becomes lively at night. The sounds of people, cars, and vendors blend together, wrapped in the salty sea breeze, filling the entire block, much like the current atmosphere surrounding Deborah. There are at least hundreds of outdoor stalls lined up in a dazzling array with colorful lights dancing. The shouts of the stall owners, the conversations of consumers, and the music playing from merchants rise and fall, while vibrant signs flash, and the aroma of delicious food wafts through the air, igniting one's appetite. Under the neon lights, the city's nighttime hustle and bustle is ignited. The crowd is packed tightly, workers just off their shifts, young couples strolling hand in hand, and locals buying snacks with their children. A few gangsters, cigarettes in mouth, weave through the stalls to collect protection money, occasionally teasing the young women. They utter lewd remarks, their hands wandering inappropriately towards the skirts of the girls, causing the young women to pale and retreat in fear. At that moment, one gangster with dyed yellow hair noticed a girl in a white dress with cascading curly hair ahead, and his spirits lifted instantly. Particularly when she turned her head, her alluring eyes accentuated by the neon lights, making her stand out even more. The yellow-haired thug nudged his two companions beside him, gesturing towards the girl. After getting a good look at her face, malicious grins began to appear on the faces of the group, their eyes fixating on the girl, clearly with intentions. The group huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, then swaggered over to the girl, their steps brazen and cigarettes dangling from their mouths, prompting passers-by to glance away in avoidance. As they approached, the yellow-haired thug reached out to touch the woman's backside. However, just as his hand extended before he even brushed against the brass hem, Chen Fei noticed instantly. Chen Fei swiftly grabbed the yellow-haired thug's wrist, twisting it forcefully in a reverse motion, breaking his hand instantly. A sharp crack echoed. The thug immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. The scream shattered the night market's liveliness, causing stall owners and diners to scatter. The previously packed crowd suddenly cleared a space, with some watching from a distance, while others hurried to pack up and hide, fearing they might get caught up in it. Deborah was startled by the sudden scream from behind and quickly turned around. She saw the yellow-haired thug curled up, sweating profusely, half bent over and howling continuously. One of the thug's companions saw him injured, and their faces changed dramatically, filled with shock and anger. One tattooed young man shouted, "You mother!" Before he could finish, Chen Fei slapped him hard. Slap. Two of the tattooed young man's teeth were instantly knocked out. Chen Fei said, "Sorry, my hand was too fast." "What were you trying to say?" "Go on." "FCKU." Slap. Another resounding slap landed on the other side of his face, making his vision spin and his head buzz. Chen Fei said, "Do you believe I will chop off your filthy hand?" Deborah reacted, "He wanted to touch my backside." Chen Fei nodded and began to break the yellow-haired thug's fingers one by one. With each snap, the thug let out a chilling scream. In no time, all 5 of his fingers were bent backwards. In the next moment, Deborah kicked fiercely at the tattooed young man's groin. "Oh!" The tattooed young man screamed violently and knelt on the ground. Deborah scolded, "At such a young age, learning to be a scoundrel and touch girls' backsides, why don't you go home and touch your mother?" The remaining earring-wearing young man, seeing his two companions injured, showed no fear. He extended his hand and shouted angrily, "I see you are looking for death. Do you know we are from Hong?" Before he could finish, Chen Fei grabbed his hand and directly broke the finger he extended. Crack. The index. "On my hand, let go, let go." The earring-wearing young man screamed in pain, desperately trying to pull back his hand, but it was futile. "Just a broken finger, and you're screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Can't handle this and still out here." Chen Fei gripped another finger. "No, no." The earring-wearing young man hurriedly shook his head, his eyes filled with terror. But Chen Fei ignored him and brutally broke that finger. "Oh." The earring-wearing young man was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Chen Fei grabbed another finger. "Tell me, what's your background? I want to see what kind of background you 3 little punks have. If I can't handle it, I'll kill all 3 of you and then run away." Crack. Another finger was snapped. "This guy is tough." The earring-wearing young man yelled, "We are from Hongxing, big brother, please let us go, we know we were wrong." "You admit your mistake, just like that." Chen Fei said, somewhat disappointed. "I was hoping you would be a bit tougher." "Brother, I'm not tough at all." The young man's face turned pale, and he dropped to his knees, shaking his head desperately. "I'm just a coward, please, big brother." Chen Fei released his grip, and the earring-wearing young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment Chen Fei tightened his grip around his throat, saying, "Brother, your luck is bad. Your hands are too filthy. In your next life, be a soft-bodied animal." Seeing that he seemed truly terrified, the earring-wearing young man quickly cried out, "Big brother, spare my life. I didn't do anything." "That's true." Chen Fei nodded. "You just said you are from Hongxing." "Yes." "Are they too also?" "Yes." "Why didn't you say?" Chen Fei grabbed his severed finger, pulling him up from the ground. "I have some connections with your leader Jiang Sheng. If you had said earlier that you were from Hongxing, you would have been fine. Why didn't you say it sooner?" The earring-wearing young man grimaced in pain, but dared not cry out. Instead, he cautiously asked, "Big brother, what do you think about this matter?" Just as Chen Fei was about to speak, he heard someone call him, "Fei Ge, what's going on?" He looked up to see it was Chun Jiaju. He smiled and said, "Teaching a lesson to a few clueless punks. Are you here to shop?" "Kind of." Chun Jiaju stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Fei Ge, these punks can't be finished off, nor can they be captured. It's better to let it go. A few punks aren't worth you causing a life." Chen Fei nodded. "What you said makes sense. If it weren't for Deborah being by his side, he would have definitely gone to Hongxing for a visit. However, it wasn't to make enemies with them, as sometimes these punks are more useful than the police. As long as they are paid, they can do a lot of things. But if these people are clueless, just throw something into their territory and let Chun Jiaju clean it up. It's just a matter of whether Chun Jiaju has the capability. If he doesn't have that capability, just toss that machine gun with no bullets over there. That would surely give Hongxing a good scare." He waved at the yellow-haired thugs. Scram. The yellow-haired thugs, as if granted amnesty, quickly helped each other away, not daring to utter a harsh word. Deborah curiously asked, "Do you really have connections with Jiang Tiansheng?" "I saw it in the newspaper," Chun Fei replied with a smile. "It should count as a nodding acquaintance." After briefly greeting Deborah, Chun Jiaju added, "Fei Ge, I have things to attend to, so I won't disturb you further." As he hurriedly left, Chen Fei thought to himself that Chun Jiaju was definitely not out here shopping. He was likely still investigating that machine gun. He couldn't help but sigh. Being a cop is tough. It's better to be like me, accompanying someone else's fiancée. Accompanying for meals, drinks, and entertainment. However, it is quite taxing on the kidneys. Just as he was idly wandering, his attention was suddenly drawn to a diner at a nearby beef offal stall. This person wore a tattered windbreaker and was gobbling down his food. Something seemed to be hidden in his lower back. When he bent down, the shape of it was clearly visible beneath his clothing, long and narrow. That outline quickly disappeared as he straightened up. When he bent down again, Chen Fei finally saw clearly. It was a military dagger. Chen Fei's gaze shifted from the military dagger to the face of the young man. His appearance seemed somewhat familiar, resembling the Chong Wei from his memories, who lacked martial skills. He also bore a slight resemblance to Tony, who would say, "This is how we do things." However, Tony didn't use a military dagger. Thus, Chen Fei tentatively called out Wang Jianjun. The man, still chewing on beef tripe, suddenly froze mid-motion and stood up, exclaiming, "Present." This drew the attention of others around. Wang Jianjun realized something was wrong. His right hand immediately dropped to his side, just a hand's breadth away from the military dagger. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Chen Fei felt reassured, realizing it was indeed this person. He sat down and said, "Don't be nervous, I called you." "Who are you?" Wang Jianjun asked in confusion. "Do we know each other?" "I am Chen Fei, very Fei, and I just finished my time." Chen Fei spoke very naturally, as if it were true. "I used to be in the 488th Regiment of the 163rd Division of the 55th Army. During the time in Langsun, our units were on the same front, and I met you a few times." Wang Jianjun immediately saluted with a snap, "Hello, squad leader." Chen Fei waved his hand. "This is Hong Kong, no need for that. Just call me Bro Fei and sit down." Wang Jianjun nodded. "Bro Fei, please sit." Chen Fei plopped down and asked, "How did you come to Hong Kong?" "Did Jianguo come along too?" Upon hearing about his brother, Wang Jianjun finally believed that this person truly knew him. He lowered his head, staring at the bowl of beef tripe, and remained silent for a while. He finally spoke slowly. "When we retreated, Jianguo was injured on the battlefield, trying to cover for me. Then we encountered 2 Vietnamese agents disguised as pregnant women who threw explosive packages, and 7 or 8 comrades died before my eyes. In a fit of rage, I forgot all discipline and grabbed a few bundles of explosives to let those 2 women sit on a makeshift plane, almost landing me in military court, but since I had merits, they let me return home with a demobilization order." He paused and continued, "Jianguo was recuperating in a rear hospital. After I got home, I couldn't find work, and I only know how to kill. I wanted to make money to support the families of those comrades, so I came to Hong Kong just a few days after returning home." "Have you found work yet?" Chen Fei asked. "I just arrived in Hong Kong today." "This bowl of beef tripe was even stolen," Wang Jianjun said. Upon hearing this, Chen Fei took out a wad of cash and a business card from his pocket and handed them to him. "Take this money. Tomorrow come to the place on the card to find me. If you encounter any issues, just call me. I have something to attend to now. I'll see you tomorrow." "Thank you, squad." "Bro Fei." Wang Jianjun expressed his gratitude. Being new to Hong Kong and needing money for everything, receiving a wad of cash from a stranger, at least over $10,000, was truly touching. "How come you also came to Hong Kong, Bro Fei?" "I heard that the 488th Regiment still had missions when I was being Chen Fei sighed. "Like you, I killed an agent disguised as an ordinary old man, which is why I ran to Hong Kong. Let's not dwell on the past. We need to look ahead. I have to get busy. We will meet tomorrow." Okay bro, Fei, Wang Jianjun replied. After Chen Fei left with D Bowl, he took out the business card and examined it. Black gold media along with the phone number and name. After sending D Bowl off, Chen Fei went straight home to sleep. He had a comfortable night's sleep and went to the magazine office early the next day. To his surprise, he encountered Wang Jianjun squatting on the ground with a bag in his arms looking like a thief. Lu Huijin was startled. Who is it? Ah Jun. Chen Fei exclaimed in surprise. Why are you here so early? Wang Jianjun quickly stood up and said, Bro Fei, I came last night. Didn't you go find a place to sleep? Chen Fei asked, slightly surprised. Wang Jianjun shook his head no. Initially, he felt quite lucky to have met a comrade who could help him right after arriving in Hong Kong. However, he didn't expect his luck to turn sour as the police were intensely investigating a heavy machine gun incident, checking the identities of anyone they found suspicious. As a result, Wang Jianjun was caught in the crossfire. He had no identification, and he was carrying a military dagger which was clearly not an ordinary item, and he was immediately detained. At the moment he was about to be handcuffed, Wang Jianjun decisively fought back, injuring an officer before swiftly. This caused a commotion, and the injured officer noted Wang Jianjun's brutal fighting style, clearly indicating he had been professionally trained, matching the characteristics of a veteran, as described above. He hurriedly used his radio to call for backup. Upon learning that a veteran was involved, regardless of whether it was related to the case, nearby patrol officers quickly arrived to assist. After thinking it over, he decided to wait at the entrance of Chen Fei's magazine office during the night. Is this your friend? Lu Huijin glanced at Chen Fei. Chen Fei nodded. Yes, he's my friend. You go ahead and get busy. You'll take him to buy some clothes. He took Wang Jianjun out to buy clothes and prepared to get a phone, then took him to a nearby police station to report his identity. Wang Jianjun said, Bro Fei, I'm really sorry for making you spend money right after arriving in Hong Kong. He'll pay you back when I have money. We're all brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Chen Fei patted his shoulder and said, Ah Jun, I'm just starting a business and I need manpower. Come work with me. I only know how to kill. Wang Jianjun straightened up. In the best soldier, my nature is to attack and eliminate enemies. I know. Chen Fei nodded in satisfaction, his tone sympathetic yet persuasive. Ah Jun, on the battlefield we are unstoppable warriors, but now we can't even find a proper job. Do you want to live like this for the rest of your life? Don't you want to save some money to support the families of those comrades? Wang Jianjun replied, I do. Chen Fei continued, we know what kind of people we are, so I won't paint you a rosy picture or talk about brotherhood. Let's talk reality. If you work with me, I guarantee that your skills won't go to waste, and you'll earn money to support your comrades' families, even helping those who are about to be demobilized. We've just met, and I'm already willing to give you over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Do you think I'm going to shortchange you in the future? Wang Jianjun paused for a moment and asked, who does Bro Fei want me to kill? No rush. Oh, just get familiar with Hong Kong first, Chen Fei said. They'll find you a place to stay, and you can settle down. All right, Wang Jianjun nodded in agreement. The next half-month, Chen Fei didn't assign Wang Jianjun any tasks, and he himself didn't go out to make extra money during that time. In any case, the daily tasks over the past half-month were quite simple. They either involved helping elderly ladies cross the street or engaging in in-depth discussions with senior professionals in various industries. These tasks were a piece of cake for Chen Fei. He also occasionally met up with Zhao Yaji and Lu Huijin in secret. He also went to the police station to collect his identity card. Therefore, he spent a significant amount of money acquiring skills in marksmanship combat and driving, aiming to surpass Wang Jianjun in every aspect. With these enhancements, each competition almost left Wang Jianjun in shock. After half a month of competitions, Wang Jianjun was completely convinced. Moreover, he felt a sense of jealousy. Why was he so strong, yet he still needed to be stronger than himself? That morning, Chen Fei returned to the magazine office from outside. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw several police cars whizzing past the entrance. Was something happening up there? As Chen Fei stepped upstairs, he discovered a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the Black Gold magazine office, and it was a complete mess. Not only had the magazine sign been removed, but even the glass door was smashed. Inside was even more chaotic, with documents and shards of glass strewn across the floor, and a few employees shivering in fear nearby. The magazine office was actually vandalized. Lu Huijin, looking grim, said to him, the magazine office was vandalized. I saw that. Who did it? No one was hurt, but everything was broken, Chen Fei inquired. The neighbors recognized some of the vandals as members of the Hong Xing gang. As for the reason, it seems you beat up one of their little brothers. Is that true? Yes, Chen Fei admitted without hesitation. Let's close for today, find a new place that can be used for office work, and give everyone some red envelopes, more than usual, to comfort them. Okay, Lu Huijin nodded. But what do you plan to do about this? From what I understand, for such a small matter, the police won't expend much manpower investigating, and it's very likely that we'll suffer in silence and just accept our bad luck. When have I, Chen, ever suffered in silence? Chen Fei replied. You take the team to find an office to rent right away. They'll handle this matter. He then entered the office and called Wang Jianjun. Soon Wang Jianjun returned the call. Bro, Fei, what do you need? Get ready, we're working tonight. Evening. In Causeway Bay, at the Golden Sparrow nightclub. The atmosphere is vibrant and intoxicating, filled with laughter and flirtation. A few heavily made-up women dressed scantily sit in a corner, their eyes scanning for prey like radar. At another table, a long-haired man with braids leans back on the sofa, his feet resting on the coffee table, holding a stack of cash, spitting on his fingers to count the bills one by one. After counting the stack, he tossed it to a younger associate nearby. Everyone takes some. We did well today. Everyone deserves a share. The younger associate took the money and happily distributed it to those present. 7 or 8 thugs each received several bills, their faces beaming with joy. Thank you, Brother Longhair. Brother Longhair is generous. Brother Longhair is awesome. Brother Longhair waved his hand, waiting for everyone to quiet down, then said, although the cops probably won't investigate that magazine office, everyone should still keep a low profile during this time, don't cause any trouble, and give Sir some peace. His last statement immediately sparked laughter among the crowd. One younger associate laughed heartily. Brother Longhair, don't worry, it's just a magazine office. Those cops can't be bothered. Besides, we can drink tea in the station like it's home. Even if we get caught, what's the big deal? Another person chimed in, no matter what that magazine office is up to, since they dared to mess with Brother Longhair's brother, they are asking for trouble. Exactly. Brother Longhair nodded, snorting through his nose. My brother's hand is all bandaged up, making my mother cry every day just because that bastard beat him up. All he wanted was to touch a woman, and on his own turf he gets beaten like that. Is there still any law left? Is there still any law? Spitting on the ground, he continued, those who run magazine offices and newsstands who dares not to give us Hongxing face. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep running, yet they dare to hit our Hongxing people. The crowd erupted in laughter. Brother Longhair is right. Getting beaten on our own turf, we must take it back. Screw them, we must deal with it. Brother Longhair smiled with satisfaction, reaching for a cigarette on the table. Just as his fingers touched the cigarette box, a cold glint flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, Brother Longhair felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking closely, he realized a weapon had pinned his hand to the tabletop. Brother Longhair let out a scream that was less than human. Instinctively, he tried to pull his hand back, but it was pinned to the table, and he couldn't move. Blood poured out from the blade's groove, instantly staining half the tabletop red. The surrounding laughter abruptly ceased. A few thugs were stunned, frozen in place by the sudden turn of events, as if they had forgotten how to react. When Wang Jianjun pressed down on Brother Longhair's shoulder with his left hand and gripped the blade with his right, he applied pressure. Brother Longhair's scream rose an octave, his entire body arching like a butterfly pinned to a specimen board. Only then did the younger associates react. They shouted, what the hell are you doing? Let Brother Longhair go. How dare you come to Hongxing's turf to cause trouble, brothers? Quick, go call Brother to be. Hurry and save Brother Longhair. Clank. Wang Jianjun suddenly pulled out a black pistol, pressing it against Brother Longhair's forehead. Try moving. Seeing him draw a gun, the surrounding younger associates immediately froze, paralyzed with fear. In their gang fights usually involved knives, often leading to bloody encounters, but rarely resulting in fatalities. But they never expected someone would draw a gun. They had seen tough guys before, but never someone so reckless, willing to pull a gun. Clearly not an easy opponent. Brother Longhair's screams were silenced by the gun. He trembled and said, bro, what's happening? We don't seem to have any feud, right? You may not have a feud with him, but you have one with me. Chun Fei stepped in front of Brother Longhair. You guys smashed my magazine office during the day. The renovation costs, equipment costs, employee compensation, moving costs, investigation fees, altogether amount to 300,000. Brother Longhair didn't expect that just as he was celebrating, the other party would come to his door. As a low-level leader, how could he come up with 300,000? He could only frantically signal to his younger associates, but they either looked down, avoiding eye contact, or wore helpless expressions. Brother Longhair could only pray that the other brothers would notify Brother to be to come. Not speaking, huh? Chun Fei suddenly grabbed his head and slammed it against the table. Bang! Brother Longhair was instantly dazed. Blood began to flow from his nose. So you're Brother Longhair. You think you're so impressive. Bang! He slammed down again, even causing the beer bottles on the table to shake. You bastard made me spend a fortune investigating you. Bang! He slammed Brother Longhair's head onto the table again. Seeing him brazenly smashing Brother Longhair on his own turf, the younger associates felt a wave of fear. Seeing Brother Longhair's face covered in blood, his consciousness fading, Chun Fei pulled out a clock, set a countdown, and said to the still stunned younger associates, you have 30 minutes to find your leader. If you don't arrive, every 5 minutes, I'll cut off one of his fingers. The surrounding younger associates immediately replied, I'll go notify him right now. Just as he was about to call someone, a commotion broke out, accompanied by the younger associates shouting, Brother To Be is here. Brother To Be arrived. Following him were a dozen fierce Hongxing associates armed with knives, surrounding a man with a crew cut and a shallow scar on his face. It was indeed Brother To Be, the leader of the Hongxing Causeway Bay district. With so many people arriving, they immediately surrounded the table. Brother To Be scanned the blood-soaked floor, Brother Longhair pinned to the table, and the black pistol in Wang Jianjun's hand, his expression darkening, his tone icy. Which path are you two friends from, and why are you using blades and guns on Hong Xing's turf? Chen Fei leaned back against the sofa in a tactical manner. Your men smashed my magazine office during the day. I'm here for an explanation. 300,000 in compensation. If it's less than that, today won't end well. Brother Debi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. 300,000. Friend, this joke is too big. Is Chen Fei asked. Brother Debi replied, it is. In the next moment, Chen Fei sliced off Brother Longhair's finger. Oh. Brother Longhair instantly convulsed in pain. This scene stunned everyone, including Brother Debi. What the hell? Who cuts off Brother Longhair's finger just like that? Brother Debi's face darkened, his facial muscles twitching. I'm not interested in talking to small fry called Jiang Tian. Chen Fei added, you are not qualified to bargain with me. As soon as this was said, an eerie silence fell. Even Brother Longhair's screams diminished to a whimper. Brother Debi's facial muscles twisted. Even though he wasn't the decision maker for Hongxing and Causeway Bay, at least the people on the street respected him as Brother Debi. Yet this man actually said he wasn't qualified. Not to mention that such a trivial matter would require Jiang to be involved. The people in the gang would only think he was incapable. You're looking for death. Brother Debi finally couldn't contain his anger, coldly stating, what status does Jiang have that you can just call him? Kid, I see you don't know the power of Hongxing. Even if you have a gun today, you won't walk out of here alive. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 younger associates behind him raised their knives, their blades glinting coldly under the light. They stepped forward, surrounding Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun. Who dies first is uncertain. Wang Jianjun suddenly ripped open his jacket. Wrapped around his body were several yellow tubes, one end connected to a wire leading to a small screen with constantly changing numbers. Wang Jianjun held a red switch in his hand, calmly stating, come on, 10 kilograms of explosives. As long as I press this switch, I guarantee everyone present will die. Come on. Brother Debi and his subordinates felt a chill run down their spines. They had seen craziness in their years in the gang, but never this reckless disregard for life. Everyone quickly retreated, protecting Brother Debi. If anyone moves, he'll press the switch. Wang Jianjun continued, those who aren't afraid of death can try. Brother Debi had never seen a scene like this. Cold sweat broke out, and he hurriedly said to his younger associates, quick, call Jiang Sheng. Jiang Tianxing quickly received the call. Upon learning that two tough guys had come to his turf threatening Brother Debi with explosives, he dared not gamble on whether they would act on it. Fortunately, he was not far from there and hurriedly drove over. The atmosphere in the nightclub had been tense for nearly 10 minutes. Jiang Tianxing finally arrived and saw the tough guys his subordinates spoke of. They were two young men armed with guns and explosives, clearly reckless and willing to take risks. Friends, I am Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing sat down across from Chen Fei and said, let this brother calm down first, and he'll ask what happened. The younger associates who went with Brother Longhair to smash the magazine office dared not hide anything and laid out the entire story. After briefly understanding what had happened, Jiang Tianxing frowned. Although he knew his younger associates could be unruly, he didn't expect this time it would cause such big trouble. Chen Fei smiled slightly. Jiang Sheng, two conditions. Speak. First, the 300,000 compensation cannot be less. Second, my magazine is set to launch next month, and Hongxing must help me distribute it across all the newsstands in your territory. Chen Fei stated. Jiang Tianxing frowned again. These two conditions are a bit unreasonable. Oh. Chen Fei smiled. Am I a reasonable person? Since you walked in, your life has been in the hands of my brothers. If he presses the switch. He mimicked an explosion gesture. Boom. We all get blown up together. Are you threatening me? Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened instantly. After all, he was the leader of a gang. To be threatened like this, how could he mix in the world if it got out? Chen Fei glanced at him sideways. That's how I do things. Do you have any objections? Jiang Tianxing was feeling apprehensive. He was afraid to gamble on whether the bombs of these two lunatics were real. He even worried that if he did not agree, it would be difficult for him to leave this place tonight. The so-called bomb at the nightclub was a ruse intended to draw him out. His clothes were already soaked with sweat. This young man looked quite dapper, but why was he acting so recklessly? Was he running a magazine, or was he involved in shady dealings? Jiang Tianxing was silent for nearly 3 minutes before he finally said, I agree to these two conditions. I detest those who go back on their word, Chen Fei remarked, and I have always enjoyed making friends. Since Jiang Sheng has agreed so readily, I will give you a gift that I believe you will appreciate. What kind of gift? Jiang Tianxing asked, puzzled. Chen Fei smiled. If I tell you what the gift is, there would be no surprise. Just wait for the surprise, and now prepare the money. Jiang Tianxing signaled to Big B. Big B leaned closer. Jiang Sheng. Gather all the cash from the venues, and see if you can collect 300,000. If you can't, go to my house to get the money. Jiang Tianxing instructed in a low voice. Big B was taken aback. Go to Jiang Sheng's house. Do you think they would leave without the money? Jiang Tianxing's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. They are clearly set on taking advantage of me. Big B dared not argue and quickly sprang into action. Jiang Tianxing engaged Chen Fei in casual conversation to buy some time. He realized that this young man was the one in charge, while the one with the bomb scanning the surroundings was merely a pawn. They exchanged small talk, but he could not even uncover Chen Fei's background. Chen Fei kindly reminded him, quickly take Long Mao to stop the bleeding. It don't let him bleed out too much, it would be bad luck. Just as Jiang Tiansheng was getting anxious waiting, Big B finally rushed back with 2 boxes. He placed them on the table and said inside is 300,000 cash. Jiang Tiansheng glanced at Chen Fei. Brother, please count it. No need, I trust Jiang Sheng's credibility, Chen Fei replied, rummaging through the box to check for any hidden surprises. After confirming that the box contained money, he closed it and said, Jiang Sheng, please escort us out. Jiang Tiansheng reluctantly stood up, while Big B and the subordinates of Hongxing closely followed. Once outside, they got into the car, and Jiang Tiansheng escorted them for a few hundred meters before letting them out. Chen Fei patted his shoulder. Jiang Sheng, it was a pleasure cooperating. I hope to hear good news from you at the beginning of next month. Jiang Tiansheng remained silent, his face dark. Chen Fei drove forward for 100 meters, then stopped to make a phone call. Yazi, you mentioned your uncle works at the police station, right? Yazi, upon receiving the call, seemed confused, but responded, yes, what's up? Do you need me to look into the nightclub? No need, Chen Fei replied, I've already taken care of that. What I want to discuss is something else. What is it? Are you looking to acquire a company? No, I just went to Hongxing to discuss matters, and I discovered a considerable amount of military weapons inside the Jinkai nightclub. While it's not surprising for gangs in Hong Kong to have firearms, they shouldn't have standard issue weapons, right? Is Hongxing smuggling arms? Chen Fei said. Yazi's heart skipped a beat, trying to keep her emotions in check. Standard issue weapons. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? As an enthusiast of military weaponry, collecting various military magazines, how could I be mistaken? I took a quick glance and saw Sten submachine guns, L1A1 semi-automatic rifles, and L42A1 sniper rifles, with at least 3 to 5 of each, along with plenty of ammunition. This certainly doesn't seem like something Hongxing could possess. These items were bought by Chen Fei to frame Hongxing, just as he had stated. He was not the type to suffer in silence, taking losses without a fight. He had initially considered throwing in a machine gun. However, since his company had just been established, revealing a machine gun might scare Yazi away. So he decided to present a few standard issue weapons first. Upon hearing that Hongxing actually had such weapons, Yazi thought it must be related to the machine gun case, and immediately said, I'll call my uncle right away. After hanging up, she immediately reported it. Upon learning that the Jinkai nightclub had appeared with active standard military arms, Cyril, the officer in charge of the major crimes unit, became furious. Why would a gang possess so many active standard military arms? Were they planning a rebellion? They could very well be the criminals from the machine gun case. Cyril immediately mobilized troops, even sending the Flying Tigers rushing to the Jinkai nightclub at the fastest speed. Big B and the others were anxiously waiting outside the nightclub. Due to Chen Fei's car speed, it had disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving them with no time to pursue. Just when they were wondering where to find Jiang Tiansheng, unexpectedly, he returned in a taxi. They hurriedly welcomed him. Jiang Sheng, are you alright? Quick, take Jiang Sheng back inside. A large group escorted Jiang Tiansheng back into the nightclub. Jiang Tiansheng, still shaken, sat on the sofa. Big B sat beside him and said Jiang Sheng about tonight's incident. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Tiansheng said, this matter isn't your fault. I didn't expect these 2 young men to act so recklessly, but you are responsible too. Big B immediately raised his head. Jiang Sheng, I will accept any punishment. This 300,000, we will split it in half. Jiang Tiansheng said slowly, consider it a lesson learned. Thank you, Jiang Sheng, for your generosity. Big B readily agreed, and then asked Jiang Sheng, that kid said we should help him distribute goods. Should we really assist? Let's clarify their background first. There's still plenty of time until next month. Big B seemed to think of something. Jiang Sheng, that kid mentioned a mysterious gift. Could it be something like sending us? It's common for people in this line of work to receive such gifts. It's merely a threat, using the organs of close ones around them. Jiang Tiansheng thought for a moment, realizing he didn't have anything that could be used as leverage against him. God knows what it is. Jiang Tiansheng shook his head. Find a few private investigators to look into his background, but be careful not to reveal anything. Understood. Jiang Tiansheng rubbed his aching temples, reached into his pocket, and prepared to take out a cigar to calm the evening's nerves. However, along with the cigar box, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, the edges slightly rough, without any signs of deliberate folding, as if someone had casually stuffed it into his pocket. Jiang Tiansheng unfolded it, and saw a line of text written, Jiang Sheng, your father is in my hands. Cooperate obediently, and don't play tricks. These few words struck Jiang Tiansheng like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. His father Jiang Zhen, the first leader of Hongxing, had passed away in 1975. How could he possibly be in? After a brief moment, Jiang Tiansheng suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that his father had been exhumed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, chaos erupted at the entrance of the nightclub. He heard a series of loud bangs, followed by dozens of armed officers bursting in. Upon entering, they immediately threw several smoke bombs, filling the nightclub with smoke that stung people's eyes. Simultaneously, someone outside shouted, this is the Royal Hong Kong Police. You are surrounded. Everyone drop your weapons, and come out with your hands up. Jiang Tiansheng's face turned to confusion. What was happening? Why were there so many officers here? In just a few seconds, white smoke surged like a tide, filling the entire nightclub and stinging the eyes. Fully armed, the members of the Flying Tigers streamed in, all wearing black tactical helmets, black bulletproof vests, and wielding black MP5 submachine guns. One after another, their movements were as synchronized as a finely tuned machine. Crouch down. Crouch down. Just as Debby stood up to say something, a Flying Tiger member struck him on the shoulder with the butt of his gun, knocking him to the ground. Another Flying Tiger pressed his knee against Debby's back, handcuffing him from behind. The members of Hongxing offered no resistance. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was that they dared not. Faced with the muzzles of dozens of MP5s, who would dare to move? After a brief chaos, Jiang Tianxing and his subordinates all lay on the ground, hands on their heads like a row of pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Debby was pressed face down to the floor tiles, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A middle-aged foreign police officer stepped in and scanned the hall. "Who is in charge here?" Jiang Tianxing replied. "I am Jiang Tianxing. What crime have I committed?" "You are Jiang Tianxing." The foreign officer sneered. "Jiang Tianxing, I suspect you are involved in arms smuggling and harboring a large number of standard weapons. I am arresting you according to the law. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence in court." "Arms smuggling." Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow and coldly said, "Officer, are you joking? Hongxing is engaged in legitimate business. How could we smuggle arms?" He wasn't afraid of a search. There had never been a large cache of arms in his territory. As for handguns, what member of the gang didn't have a few? But tonight's events were too bizarre. First, those two lunatics threatened him with a bomb demanding 300,000, and then he was inexplicably surrounded by the Flying Tigers. Clearly someone was targeting him. Jiang Tianxing remained silent, quickly thinking of a countermeasure. A few minutes later, several Flying Tigers appeared carrying a few black canvas bags. The bags were heavy, dragging on the ground and creating a clanging sound. "Commander, we found it," one said. The foreign officer glanced at the bag and ordered, "Open it." The bag was pulled open and its contents spilled onto the floor. The foreign officer immediately recognized the submachine guns, L1A1 semi-automatic rifles, and L42A1 sniper rifles inside, along with dozens of boxes of ammunition. Seeing so many weapons, Jiang Tianxing's heart sank. He truly had no idea where these items had come from. Such things had never been allowed in his territory. But now the evidence was right here on his turf, under his very nose. Could it have been done by the police? Yet upon further thought, he felt it impossible. The police and Hongxing had always coexisted. "What is this?" The foreign officer pointed at the arms on the ground and asked Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing slowly replied, "These are not mine." Even though he knew it wouldn't matter as the evidence lay on the ground for all to see, he still had to say it. The foreign officer chuckled. "Mr. Jiang, I must say you are quite humorous. These items were found in your nightclub. You say they aren't yours. Are they mine? These are all active standard weapons. Does Hongxing intend to establish a new government?" Jiang Tianxing chose not to respond further. His mind raced, piecing together everything that had happened tonight. A newly opened magazine office was smashed. He was threatened with bombs, 300,000 in compensation, active military arms, and the Flying Tigers. All these details connected. This was no coincidence. It must be that reckless young man colluding with the foreign officer. Otherwise, there was no way so many active arms would appear here. Damn, what a dirty trick. Framing him was one thing, but using such underhanded methods was beyond the pale. Who exactly was he, and how could he make the foreign officer use standard military arms to frame him? "Handcuff everyone," the foreign officer ordered. Two Flying Tigers stepped forward, pulling Jiang Tianxing's hands behind his back and fastening the handcuffs. Jiang Tianxing made no effort to resist. Struggling was futile. As he and Debby were escorted out of the nightclub, the outside was already crowded with people. The police lights spun in the night, red and blue flashing, casting intermittent shadows on his face. A group of reporters had arrived, their flashbulbs popping like welding sparks. Jiang Tianxing quickly turned his face away to avoid the cameras. A reporter shouted at the foreign officer, "Commander, it has been reported that a large cache of arms, including submachine guns, rifles, sniper rifles, and ammunition, has been found at the Golden Sparrow nightclub. Is this true?" Facing the cameras, the foreign officer smugly replied, "The police took action tonight and seized a large cache of standard arms in the Golden Sparrow nightclub, arresting Hongxing gang leader Jiang Tianxing and related suspects. The case is under further investigation and specific details will be released by the Public Relations Department." Hearing that a large cache of arms had truly been found, the reporters immediately swarmed in, asking questions and snapping photos of Jiang Tianxing and the others. But the foreign officer did not respond, further waving for them to take Jiang Tianxing away in a police car. The next morning, as dawn broke, newsstands across Hong Kong were filled with various newspapers. The Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, Chung Pao, Ming Pao, and several tabloid papers all dominated the front pages with the arms case at the Golden Sparrow nightclub. The headlines were more explosive than the last. Thunderous drug sweep in Causeway Bay at midnight. Flying Tigers raid nightclub, seizing large cache of standard arms. Hongxing leader Jiang Tianxing involved in arms smuggling arrested by police overnight. MP5s, Stens, and L1A1 rifles found in entertainment venues. Hong Kong government highly concerned about firearm influx. Night closure. Golden Sparrow nightclub hides arms cache. Multiple Hongqing leaders arrested. The newspaper pages featured blurry yet impactful photos from the scene last night. Flashing red and blue police lights, the flying tigers armed to the teeth standing guard at the entrance, and Zhang Tiansheng and Debi being led away with their heads down, their silhouettes captured by the flashbulbs clearly visible. The inside pages were filled with lengthy descriptions vividly detailing how the Flying Tigers received an anonymous tip-off and launched an armed raid on the Golden Sparrow nightclub. They wrote about the discovery of Sten submachine guns, L1A1 semi-automatic rifles, L42A1 sniper rifles, and a large number of standard ammunition, pointing out the heinous nature of the case involving the smuggling of active standard weapons, which had even alarmed the higher-ups in the police department and the governor. The reports deliberately highlighted that the incident occurred within Hongqing's territory in Causeway Bay, and that gang leader Zhang Tiansheng had been apprehended on the spot along with multiple leaders from various factions. The police had initiated an in-depth investigation, not ruling out the possibility of uncovering the arms smuggling chain behind it and cracking down on related factions. In no time, on the streets and alleys and tea houses and bars, working citizens and street vendors were all stunned by the news. My God, even the Hongqing big boss has been caught hiding so many arms. Standard rifles and sniper rifles. This isn't just a gang, it's practically an uprising. No wonder the police sirens were blaring all over Causeway Bay last night. Turns out it was a big operation by the Flying Tigers. Those returning home late at night were even more anxious. What status did Hongqing hold? They were one of the top gangs in Hong Kong, and Zhang Tiansheng was firmly at the helm. To have fallen so suddenly and over an arms case too was astonishing. For a time, the entire Hong Kong gang scene was thrown into turmoil, with each faction hastily tightening their operations, afraid to provoke trouble lest the police take advantage of the situation to launch a sweeping crackdown. Inside the police station, the atmosphere was equally tense. British officer Cyril sat in his office reviewing the front pages of various newspapers, a smug expression on his face. Accurate intelligence, swift action, seizing the perpetrator with the evidence in hand, and the media reports galore. He knew that the arms could never have belonged to Hongqing, but it didn't matter how the arms came to be. What mattered most was that it not only deflected pressure from the heavy machine gun case, but also dealt a significant blow to Hongqing, allowing him to earn substantial political capital within the police department. Truly brilliant. Meanwhile, at the new office of Black Gold Media magazine, the staff, who had initially been on edge, were thrilled to learn that Hongqing had fallen overnight. They couldn't help but excitedly discuss, Zhanjia, all the newspapers in Hong Kong have exploded with this massive arms case. This is enough to keep Hongqing occupied for a while, and perhaps Zhang Tiansheng will even have to go to jail. Yeah, it was really frightening when they came to smash things yesterday. I didn't expect them to be caught so quickly. It's a major arms case, I think it's likely they'll be in for a while. They couldn't help but excitedly discuss, Zhanjia, all the newspapers in Hong Kong have exploded with this massive arms case. This is enough to keep. How is that possible? This is a huge case. Does Zhang Tiansheng have some sort of powerful background? You never know which gang member doesn't have a strong background. If Hongqing falls, there will be countless Hongqings to take its place. Lu Huijin stated, what those foreigners want is stability. Leaders like Zhang Tiansheng and even members of Hongqing can sometimes be more useful than the police. Besides, with tens of thousands of members, if any riots occur, the foreigners will have a headache. Just then Shun Fei walked in asking, what are you all discussing? Upon seeing him, everyone quickly greeted him. Good morning, Chen Sheng. Boss, good morning. We're discussing Hongqing's matters. Lu Huijin glanced at him. What brings you to the magazine office today? CSCN has agreed to our exclusive interview, and even the Silver Mouse Band is here. They're all at the TVB filming location, Chen Fei said. Let's go take a look. The interview with CSCN and the Silver Mouse Band wasn't worth his early morning visit. He just wanted to see if any beauties would be around at the TVB filming location. Men understand such things. Upon hearing this, Lu Huijin immediately chose 2 employees to accompany him. Chen Fei said, you should come along too. Me too. Lu Huijin replied in surprise. I have a lot to do. It's just for one morning or it won't take up. Chen Fei casually replied. If I'm not in a hurry, why should you be? Fine then. The 4 of them took 2. Once in the car, Lu Huijin frowned and said, it's just 4 people. Does it need to be arranged like this? What's the big deal? Can't we afford the gas for one trip? Chen Fei took out the 300,000 that Zhang Tiansheng had compensated him. This is the compensation from Hongqing, 300,000. Lu Huijin's eyes widened. 300,000. Does Zhang Tiansheng have something on you? No, but I made an agreement with Zhang Tiansheng that when our magazine starts selling, Hongqing will help us distribute the goods in their territory, Chen Fei explained. Lu Huijin looked incredulous. Isn't that still having leverage? I guess so. I have his father in my hands. Isn't his father dead? Are you digging up graves? Not exactly, but if he doesn't agree, he'll scatter his father's ashes, Chen Fei said indifferently. Lu Huijin was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Boss, you're really something. I am indeed something. Look at me. Chen Fei glanced down. Do me a favor. I'm really angry right now. In the cafe, Yazzie sat with Xylier, who was disguised sipping coffee. Xylier praised her. You did a great service this time. We managed to seize a shipment of arms. So I can resign now? Yazzie asked. She had been running nonstop helping Chun Fei set up the company. First, she acquired 2 failing investment and trading houses and folded them into the new company. She also relocated the magazine that had been attacked yesterday into the same office building. Together, the staff numbered over 100, a marked improvement in appearance. Although there was no bloodshed to contend with, integrating everything left her perpetually busy. She often felt like throwing down the burden and quitting. Xylier shook his head. Not yet. There are too many doubts in this case. You need to keep following this lead. Hong Xing's people insist they know nothing, and Jiang Tianxing refuses to admit anything, even unto death. From his demeanor, it does not look feigned. He was right. Yazzie also knew those standard-issue weapons could not have come from Hongxing. Local groups generally avoided such hot items. Even a reckless man like Jiang Tianxing would not make such a basic mistake. The origin of the arms was therefore highly suspect. After Hongxing smashed the magazine yesterday, Chun Fei had barged in without a word, threatened Jiang Tianxing with a bomb, brazenly demanded 300,000 in compensation, and yet managed to walk away unscathed. Then Hongxing was found with arms. The sequence of events fit together a little too smoothly. How did Chun Fei happen to witness it? Could it be that Chun Fei planted the weapons himself? The thought made Yazzie startle. Chun Fei might be erratic and not the obedient sort, but he had just invested 5 million and entrusted her with running the company, determined to build Heijin Group. Why would he risk framing Hongxing by smuggling standard-issue weapons? Jiang Tianxing had even less reason to hoard those weapons and invite his own ruin, and the police could not have fabricated evidence from thin air. Xylier, spiteful as he was, would not dare hide active-duty weapons to frame a syndicate, especially with the Special Action Unit witnessing the scene. The evidence was conclusive. These arms are active-duty military weapons. Either they were smuggled in from Southeast Asia, or someone used contacts within the military to steal and transport them. We need to dig into that chain. Xylier went on. Your partner is crucial. To be honest, I suspect he planted the evidence against Jiang Tianxing, but I have no proof. All right. They'll continue to investigate. Yazzie thought for a moment and said, I'm worried I can't get into his inner circle quickly. I need you to greenlight certain things so I can gain his trust. Without hesitation, Xylier said, okay. What do you need me to do? Yazzie had already prepared her conditions and spoke directly. First, Heijin Group has just consolidated the investment and trading firms, which triggers many legacy compliance checks. Get the industry and financial regulators not to be overly strict. Let one eye be closed. Chun Fei values smooth operation above all. If I solve these troubles for him, he will trust me with core business. Xylier nodded. That is easy. They'll help straighten out the compliance reviews. As long as you don't touch arms or major crimes, no one will trouble you. Anything else? Second, the investment bank will handle merchants and fund flows, so audits are inevitable. Have someone tip me off in advance. Yazzie explained, don't wait until auditors show up and make me scramble to coordinate. That would arouse Chun Fei's suspicion. Fine. They'll have my people notify you before any audit. Xylier raised an eyebrow. Any other requests? Third, Heijin's trading arm will be shipping a batch of goods that require cross-border clearance. There may be joint customs and police inspections. Yazzie continued, help me arrange for the shipment to pass inspection smoothly so the schedule isn't delayed. Chun Fei invested 5 million of business mishaps could cost me my position as general manager. Cross-border clearance. Xylier considered and nodded. Okay. He'll call customs, give them Heijin Group's name, and request priority release without intrusive checks. Lastly, the company has just moved into a new office building. After the magazine was attacked, Chun Fei is worried there might be more trouble. Yazzie added, ask the local police to send 2 more officers to patrol near the building. Discreet surveillance rather than overt protection, to keep unrelated people from causing disturbances and affecting normal work. All her requests were meant to steady the company's operations and win Chun Fei's trust. Xylier smiled. You make a competent royal police officer, so quickly inhabiting that persona and anticipating the company's needs. Very well, I'll handle these 4 matters. But remember, if you find any evidence linking Chun Fei to the arms case, you must tell me immediately. Okay. Yazzie stood. I have business to attend to. I'll return to the company and contact you with any news. Xylier waved her off. Go, and be careful not to give your partner any reason to suspect you. Back at the company, the staff greeted her in chorus. Good morning, General Manager Lo. Yazzie smiled and nodded to each. No sooner had she sat than her secretary arrived to report, handing over an envelope. General Manager Lo, this is from the boss. More new business. Yazzie tore it open. The handwriting was Chun Fei's, bold and unmistakable. It contained only a few lines. Establish a covert division within Heijin magazine. Keep it confidential and independent of regular magazine operations, dedicated to intelligence gathering. You will personally select the personnel. The budget is unlimited. Only results matter. Provide an initial roster and plan within 3 days. Yazzie closed the file and calculated rapidly. She had to involve herself in this secret unit. Only then could she truly enter the core business. After a brief reflection, she had a preliminary plan. She sighed. Chun Fei had gone off to a television set while she strained to manage the company's affairs. No, he must put up more money. She cursed Chun Fei inwardly as an unscrupulous boss. At the studio, Chun Fei sneezed a couple of times as he arrived. He wiped his nose with a tissue but paid it little mind and greeted Xie Xian and the others. With Xie Xian mediating among the band members, Deng Guangrong and the others also smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Chun Fei. Although Chun Fei felt little interest in them out of camaraderie with Xie Xian, he wore a broad smile that left no room for reproach. At the time, Xie Xian was also filming a unit episode of Chu Liuxiang titled Wu Hua Chuanqi, playing the Central Plains killer Yidian Hong already in makeup. Because filming would start soon after a brief exchange with Chun Fei, the Yes crew began the interview. Lu Huijin, as a professional reporter, stayed on site to manage the rhythm. Chun Fei wandered the set, glancing here and there, when suddenly a voice called out, "Oh, what are you doing here?" He turned to see Zhao Yaji, already made up as Su Rongrong. Seeing no one around, Chun Fei lowered his voice. "I missed you, so I came to see you." "Stop it, don't say that or someone might hear." Zhao Yaji rolled her eyes. That little look was so spirited. Chun Fei added, "Come to my place tonight in that costume, and he'll teach you the finger snap art." "What do you know about the finger?" "How could I not? Didn't you try it last time?" Zhao Yazi's face flushed. "You're unbearable, that really hurt." Chun Fei had wanted to examine the costume's artistry himself, but with the call to begin he told Zhao Yazi, "Remember to come in that costume. I will be waiting at home." An hour later, Yes completed interviews with Xie Xian, Zheng Xiaoqiu, Zhao Yaji, and the Insa Shu band. Chun Fei did not want to linger and disturb the shoot, so he returned to the office with Lu Huijin. He had been seated for less than 5 minutes when Yazi, about to head out for a meeting, had someone deliver documents concerning the formation of the covert division and the company's current operational status. They detailed personnel renting a discreet office, drafting confidentiality rules, screening targets' budgets, and so on. Chun Fei scanned the pages and discerned 2 telling words. Send the money. It seemed he had to go raise funds again. He wired $1,000, checked the situation map, reviewed the options, and finally selected a target. Objective 1, the counterfeit group hidden in the shipyard. Objective 2, the cash transport vehicle of the Hong Kong Jockey Club carrying over 30 million Hong Kong dollars is about to be robbed. After a simple comparison, Chun Fei chose Objective 2. Running a company requires money for everything. Besides the costs of integrating the resources of those 2 companies, there are also the cross-border fees of the original trading company, which means that half of the 5 million has already been spent. Currently, the company has not developed any decent business, and the 2 million or so might not last long. No wonder Yazi was asking for money. Since there is 30 million Hong Kong dollars in front of him, there is no reason to let it go. Chun Fei spent another $100,000 to purchase detailed information about the robbery. The rich girl Yang Ning lives in solitude, seeking solace, intends to steal the cash transport vehicle carrying 30 million Hong Kong dollars from the Hong Kong Jockey Club. Robbery time today at 1420, precisely 28 minutes after the cash transport vehicle departs from the Shatin Racecourse Treasury. Originally planned escort route: Shatin Racecourse, Tai Per Road, Tolo Highway, Central Jockey Club headquarters. Yang Ning's method of operation at 1415 hired hands at the intersection of Tai Per Road and Shatin Road deliberately caused multiple rear-end collisions to block the main road, then arranged robbers disguised as police officers to direct the cash transport vehicle into the secluded Shatin Lion Rock Tunnel Road. Robbery location: Shatin Lion Rock Tunnel Road, where Yang Ning set up the ambush point, and the robbers controlled the cash transport vehicle, successfully obtaining all the cash. Method of transferring the stolen cash: after the robbers succeeded, they immediately contacted a helicopter on standby, hoisting all 30 million Hong Kong dollars in cash to the helicopter, flying to the designated offshore area and sinking all the cash boxes to the seafloor for concealment. Underwater concealment coordinates: latitude 222418, longitude 1141632. Yang Ning's subsequent plan: at 1700 today, she personally takes a speedboat to the designated coordinates to retrieve the cash boxes, avoiding the police patrol routes throughout the process. Although the money spent was a bit extravagant, the information was detailed enough. After mentally organizing the information, Chun Fei found a movie in the corners of his memory titled The Great Heist. It tells the story of the rich girl Yang Ning, who despite her wealth of billions feels extremely lonely, so she plans to orchestrate the largest robbery in Hong Kong's history, recruiting people from all over the world to carry out the heist. Since the hired hands did not know each other after the case occurred, there were no witnesses, no evidence, and no clues. Chun Fei forgot some details of the plot and was not concerned, focusing only on retrieving the money. Since the hired hands did not know each other after the case occurred, there were no witnesses, no evidence, and no clues. Chun Fei forgot some details of the plot. I am doing just fine. Besides, if she feels lonely, she can come find me instead of robbing a cash transport vehicle. Seeing that there was still time, Chun Fei first went to find Lu Huijin to borrow a car. He had been borrowing cars during this period because he had gotten used to it. Moreover, not only was he borrowing cars, but he was also borrowing women. Where are you going? Lu Huijin, busy with work, casually asked. Going fishing, Chun Fei replied. Lu Huijin paused her work. Fishing. Mermaid. Something like that, Chen Fei said. Once I catch it we can have some fun together. You go ahead, I have a lot. Lu Huijin said impatiently. Chen Fei drove to the dock and rented a yacht equipped with lifting equipment. He then leisurely headed towards the destination. Anyway, the robbers wouldn't report it, so there was no need for any disguise. At the police station entrance, after some operations by the lawyer Jiang Tiansheng had been released on bail, because there was no direct evidence proving that he was indeed involved in that arms deal, and coupled with the lawyer's eloquence he exploited the loopholes in the law. So despite the Flying Tigers finding a lot of arms at the Kingfisher nightclub, he could remain uninvolved. Even DeB was released on bail. Jiang Sheng, DeB approached. Please get in the car. After getting in the car, Jiang Tiansheng first asked, is my father's grave all right? No, I've already sent someone to check. Jiang Sheng's grave is fine, DeB replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiansheng felt a weight lift from his heart and asked, is the gang all right? It's fine for the time being, DeB hesitated before saying, but I heard that other gangs are restless and preparing to seize Hung Hing's territory, so keep a close watch on our people. Jiangsheng, you're right. I've become impulsive, DeB thought for a moment and added, but that kid asked us to help him distribute goods. Should we really help him? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Jiang Tiansheng frowned and said, are you out of your mind? Just because someone smashed his magazine, we were extorted for 300,000, and now this big incident occurs. If they do anything else, what do you think the consequences will be? You're right, Jiangsheng. I was a bit impulsive, DeB admitted. After a moment's thought, he added, but that kid said to help him distribute goods. Should we really do it? Jiangsheng remained silent for a long time before saying, help him. I believe that kid definitely has connections with the upper echelons of the British Army, otherwise how could he get so many arms to frame us? Let's swallow this bitter pill first and remind our brothers to be cautious and never provoke that lunatic again. To Chen Fei, he was like a prickly hedgehog, not to be touched or provoked, or he might explode at any moment. Moreover, Jiang Tiansheng was even more afraid of that kid digging up his father's grave. Being a leader is not about being aggressive. Now that he is unclear about the opponent's origins, acting rashly would be foolish. Jiangsheng, are we going directly home? DeB asked again. Jiang Tiansheng shook his head saying, no, let's go to Sha Tin. I want to pay a visit to someone. DeB stopped speaking and quietly started the car. However, as they reached the intersection of Taipa Road and Sha Tin Road, they encountered a severe traffic jam. The entire road was completely blocked with the loud blaring of car horns making the already noisy scene. Fortunately, the traffic police arrived promptly to clear the traffic, and a cash transport vehicle bearing the Hong Kong Jockey Club logo drove in the direction of the Lion Rock Tunnel under the guidance of the police. In the distance, in a tall building, a high-powered telescope was locked onto the departing escort vehicle. The owner of the telescope was a beautifully refined young woman dressed in an expensive black suit, completely embodying the appearance of a successful professional. She was none other than the mastermind behind this robbery, Yang Ning. Seeing that the cash transport vehicle was indeed heading towards the secluded Lion Rock Tunnel Road, as per her plan, Yang Ning lowered her telescope. Yet there was not a trace of fluctuation in her gaze, because this meticulously planned heist was merely a pastime to alleviate her loneliness. As Yang Ning had planned, the cash on the escort vehicle was quickly robbed, without a single bill left behind, and was thrown into the designated offshore area via helicopter. At exactly 1700, Yang Ning boarded the speedboat as scheduled and headed towards the designated sea area. When she spotted the red buoy, a slight smile curved her lips. Moreover, there was an extra box in the net. What was going on? Yang Ning was puzzled as she opened the box. Inside there was a piece of paper with 10 words, Miss Yang Ning, thank you for your efforts. These 10 words pierced through all her composure and sense of control like a fine needle. Yang Ning's expression changed dramatically, because she had never expected that her carefully plotted and meticulously executed heist would in the end result in 30 million Hong Kong dollars vanishing without a trace, leaving only a light thank you note. But this was not gratitude, it was a blatant provocation. Someone had intercepted her hard-earned results and shamelessly left a mark. Thank you for my efforts. Yang Ning gritted her teeth and said, how dare you? At that moment, Chen Fei had already docked at the pier. This job was truly easy. It must be the effect of good fortune. Just as he got ashore, he heard the call machine ringing. He glanced at it. It was a call from the company. Chen Fei found a nearby phone to return the call. This is Chen Fei. Did something happen at the company? He asked. Lu Huijin said, I need to go to Edinburgh College for market research. If you have nothing to do, remember to pick me up. Sure. Chen Fei readily agreed. It seemed that Edinburgh College sounded somewhat familiar. Yang Ning. Edinburgh School is quite renowned in Hong Kong. It is said that many politicians have emerged from there. When Chen Fei arrived, it was just the time for students to finish their classes. Lu Huijin set up a simple consultation booth at the school gate with 2 employees holding a survey form and stopping passing students to ask questions. Classmate, we are conducting a prize survey. May I ask if you enjoy reading magazines? Do you have any content you would like to see in a magazine, such as celebrity interviews or fashion sharing? Which celebrity do you like the most? Students gathered around the consultation booth, responding eagerly. Some pointed at the celebrities in the sample magazine and shouted, "I want to learn from Xian how to be a groom every night." Others laughed and said, "I want to see my idol's daily outfits," while some huddled together discussing the gossip in the magazine. Lu Huizhen and her employees were busy taking notes quickly while patiently responding to the students. As the boss Chen Fei did not participate in their work, but leaned against the front of the car observing the young female students passing by secretly sighing at the beauty of youth. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a figure walking out of the school gate. She wore black-framed glasses and had a neat short haircut, dressed in a simple white shirt paired with blue jeans, carrying a handbag exuding an intellectual beauty. When she saw Lu Huizhen, she walked over with a smile and greeted, "Ajin, what are you doing here?" Lu Huizhen paused, looked up with a smile, and replied, "Oh, it's Teacher Hemin. I brought my employees here for market research. Our company is launching a new magazine and wants to ask students about their preferences. Did you just finish class?" Hemin nodded and smiled, saying, "Conducting research at the school gate. Is your magazine aimed at students?" "As far as I know, our students usually enjoy reading content related to celebrities, as I have collected quite a few magazines." Chen Fei stared at Hemin's appearance for a few seconds and suddenly remembered why the Edinburgh school sounded familiar. Wasn't it the school from Truant Officer? The students saw Hemin and eagerly greeted her. "Hello, Teacher He. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher He." Teacher Hemin smiled and nodded at the students, her tone gentle. "It's time to go home now that classes are over." The students responded in unison. Lu Huizhen pointed to the survey form on the table and said to Hemin, "You're right. I just asked a few students and they all love celebrity interviews and gossip. It seems our magazine's direction is correct. Once the magazine is published, it'll send you a few copies so you can see our results." "That would be great, thank you." Hemin smiled and said, "I remember your column was quite popular. Why did you suddenly start working on a magazine?" Lu Huizhen glanced at Chen Fei beside her and replied with a hint of displeasure, "Because I have a heartless boss." "Boss, this is my classmate Hemin." "Ajun, that's not a fair statement." Chen Fei walked over and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, teacher." He am Chen Fei, Ajun's partner and boss. "Hello." Hemin politely shook his hand. Just as the three were chatting and laughing, a loud engine noise suddenly caught their attention. Two vans rushed toward the school gate, with great momentum, suddenly stopping at the roadside, the tires screeching sharply against the ground, the inertia of the vehicles nearly crashing into the students, who had no time to dodge. Before anyone could react, the van doors swung open with a crash, and 7 or 8 burly men armed with sticks poured out, each looking fierce, and without a word they swung their sticks at the students at the school gate. Ouch! Out! The sudden attack caught the students off guard, and screams erupted instantly, turning the originally orderly school gate into chaos. Terrified, the students fled in all directions, some falling to the ground, others crouching down and covering their heads, creating a scene of utter disarray. Hemin's face turned pale in an instant, and she instinctively rushed forward, tightly shielding a student who couldn't dodge in time. Seeing the thugs swinging their sticks, she closed her eyes in fear, bracing herself for the impact. But in the next moment, the expected pain did not come. Instead, she heard a chilling wail. Opening her eyes in confusion, Hemin saw Lu Huizhen, the heartless boss she mentioned, charging toward the group of thugs like a tiger descending a mountain. His skills were exceptional, and every punch and kick landed precisely on the thug's vital points. Hemin released the student she was protecting and gazed at Chen Fei's back, her eyes filled with disbelief. Ajun's heartless boss was surprisingly formidable. In just a few minutes, all 7 or 8 burly men were knocked down, each with bruised faces and injuries, all over lying on the ground, unable to move, only able to emit a series of wails. The chaos gradually subsided, and the fleeing students stopped, watching the scene before them in shock. Lu Huizhen hurried over, her face filled with fear, grabbing Chen Fei's arm and asking with concern, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Chen Fei scoffed and replied, "I'm fine, just a bunch of small fry. They can't hurt me. Quickly call the police to clarify what happened." Hemin's voice was filled with gratitude. "Chun Xing, thank you. If it weren't for you just now, these students would have been in danger." Chen Fei waved his hand, saying, "It's just a small act of kindness, teacher. He no need to be polite. I can't just stand by and watch someone bully the students here." The nearby students also gathered around, repeatedly thanking Chen Fei, their earlier fear gradually dissipating, replaced by admiration. A silver sedan drove up, and a young man in a suit stepped out. Seeing the people lying on the ground wailing, he asked in confusion, "Hemin, what happened?" "You're just in time. These people just attacked the students at the school gate. Fortunately, this gentleman intervened, otherwise the students would have been in danger," Hemin hurriedly explained. "Quickly arrest all these people." Lu Huizhen added, "Oh, it's Officer Huang, you came at just the right time." Hemin whispered to Chen Fei, "This is Min's boyfriend from the anti-organized crime unit." Officer Huang did not rush to take action, his gaze shifting from the moaning individuals on the ground to Chen Fei, his eyes filled with suspicion. Chen Fei felt unhappy. How dare he look at me with such suspicion? Is he going to take advantage of me next? "Don't blame me for stealing your girlfriend later." "One person taking on 7 or 8 is impressive," Huang said. "Not bad." Huang nodded and added, Could you all help escort these people to the police station and assist with the investigation? Forget it, we are not the police and don't have handcuffs. What if they run away? Chen Fei decisively refused. Huang's face showed slight displeasure as he turned to go back to the car for a walkie-talkie. Lu Huizhen saw the situation being controlled and went to instruct her employees to pack up. Chen Fei quietly asked He-min, "Is your boyfriend a police officer?" "Don't blame me for speaking out of turn. To be honest, being a police officer is quite dangerous. You see in the newspapers that gangs have a lot of standardized weapons, and they often deal with gangs. The danger level goes without saying. You never know when you might get shot a few times and heroically sacrifice yourself." He-min was taken aback and said, "It is indeed quite dangerous." However, she did not say much more, probably because she was not very familiar with Chen Fei. Officer Huang called in a patrol car, which arrived shortly after, likely on patrol nearby. After having the suspects loaded into the car, Huang approached He-min and said, "Min, let's go." Just as He-min was about to step forward, Chen Fei suddenly said, "Officer Huang, please wait a moment." Huang looked puzzled and replied coldly, "What do you want?" "Officer Huang, this is a major case. Are you just going to leave and let someone else take the credit?" Chen Fei asked. Huang frowned. "Why are you telling me this? You are still young and at a good time for a promotion. What if someone else takes credit for this case?" Chen Fei continued, "These people rushed to the school gate to attack students. They must be gang members. Aren't you from the anti-organized crime unit? Why not take this opportunity to dig deeper? What does it have to do with you?" Huang felt confused. Chen Fei helplessly said, "The parents of these students might be politicians or something. As a police officer, if you handle this case well, the higher-ups will definitely not forget your credit." Huang's mind raced, and he suddenly felt Chen Fei made a good point. After thinking for a moment, he turned to He-min. "For the safety of the students, I think it's better to arrest them for questioning." "But we had arranged to have dinner together, right?" He-min frowned slightly. Huang replied, "Dinner can wait until tomorrow. But if we let them go, these thugs might come back to attack the students again, so it's better to clarify things." "I'm leaving now." After saying that, he really turned to leave. He-min looked at his car, driving away, her expression not looking good. "See, I told you police are unreliable." He really just turned and left. Chen Fei said to He-min, "Let's give you a ride home." He-min replied with annoyance, "If it weren't for you saying that to him, would he have turned and left?" "I don't know him. I just said a few words, and he really left." "What does that indicate?" Chen Fei said. "It shows he doesn't care about you, and it also shows you two aren't suitable for each other." Chen Fei felt as if he had effortlessly gained 30 million today, and his mood was quite cheerful. He brought along He-min and Lu Huizhen, heading straight to Fulemin. At the dinner, most of the conversation was between Lu Huizhen and He-min, with him occasionally chiming in. He behaved very gentlemanly, yet he could engage in any topic the two women discussed. From cosmetics to the fashion industry, from literature to philosophy, from songs to movies, from astronomy to chemistry. Chen Fei's remarks were both reasonable and substantial. At times he left He-min astounded, and at other times he made her laugh uncontrollably. Such a breadth of knowledge left He-min greatly surprised. It turned out that he was both cultured and capable. There was a strong sense of a missed connection. As the evening progressed, it was mostly her talking to Chen Fei, with Lu Huizhen occasionally interjecting. After the meal, Chen Fei still felt a lingering desire for more. "Teacher He, you truly are knowledgeable and talented. If I were your student, I would definitely want you to teach me." He-min smiled and replied, "Fei Gu, you are being modest. You are the real scholar. If you were a teacher, I would definitely seek your guidance. Then feel free to find me anytime you have the chance." Upon hearing this, Lu Huizhen beside them felt somewhat displeased. After all, in a certain sense, she was also his girlfriend, wasn't she? He was chatting enthusiastically with He-min right in front of her. How infuriating. However, she couldn't show her anger openly. She could only secretly act mischievously, gently reaching out her foot to touch He-min's calf, rubbing it up and down softly. Just as He-min was about to take her leave, she noticed a foot gliding up from her ankle, teasingly caressing along the inner side of her calf. Her face flushed, instantly burning from her neck to the roots of her ears. She stole a glance at Chen Fei across the table. Chen Fei appeared completely at ease, as if nothing had happened. Moreover, that foot was still on her leg, moving back and forth leisurely, as if testing the waters, or perhaps teasing her. She glanced secretly under the table, noticing the foot was in heels. Coupled with the sight of Lu Huizhen's ambiguous smile from the corner of her eye, her heart raced even more. Could it be that Jean had feelings for her? Damn it. So it was Chen Fei who had disrupted her relationship, allowing Jean to take advantage of the situation. It was impossible to stay here any longer. Lu Huizhen, witnessing He-min's forced calmness, nearly burst out laughing. "Teacher He, what else would you like to eat?" Lu Huizhen sweetly asked, pressing her foot down a little harder. "No need to trouble yourself. Oh, I'm full." He-min's voice was a bit tense. "I have class tomorrow, so I should head back now." "So early?" Lu Huizhen also stood up, saying, "I'll see you off." "You don't need to trouble yourself. Oh, I can take a taxi by myself." He-min hurriedly refused. Lu Huizhen stepped forward, linking arms with her. "How can that be? Let me see you off." Then she turned to Chen Fei and said, "Boss, I'll take Teacher He home. You can head back by yourself." After sending off the two, Chen Fei took a taxi home. As he opened the door, the living room was illuminated by a dim yellow light. A person was sitting on the sofa. No, not sitting. It was posed, like a painting displayed there. Dressed in ancient clothing, her white attire was as pure as snow. Her hair was styled high, with a white silk flower pinned at her temples. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes were like autumn waters. With alluring eyes slightly tilting upwards, there was a hint of melancholy in her charm. Su Rongrong. No, it was Zhao Yaji playing Su Rongrong. Upon hearing the door open, she turned to look at Chen Fei. A Ji. Don't speak, Zhao Yaji interrupted him softly. Tonight, I'm not a Ji. Then who are you? Su Rongrong. She stood up, her skirt trailing on the ground as she walked closer. In the drama, I'm the romantic interest of Chu Liuxiang, but tonight, I'm neither in the drama nor his romantic interest. Chen Fei closed the door behind him, leaning against it to watch her. Then whose are you going to be? Zhao Yaji approached him, tugging at his collar. I want to be yours. Chen Fei reached out and gently plucked the white silk flower from her hair, letting her hair fall like a waterfall. Tonight, don't go back. Zhao Yaji wrapped her arms around Chen Fei's neck, standing on her tiptoes, and leaned close to his ear, whispering, if I don't go back, then I won't. Hearing this, Chen Fei lifted her up. Zhao Yaji let out a surprised cry, wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, her ancient-style skirt swaying gently in the dim light. Chen Fei carried her into the bedroom. His heel pushed the door shut. Bang! Soon sounds of giggles and whispers filled the room, accompanied by the sounds of playful intimacy. Late at night, Hong Kong was bustling. Countless people immersed themselves in the vibrant nightlife after finishing their daytime affairs. Some, like vampires, prowled the night. Recently, Wang Jianjun was living similarly without needing to kill anyone. He just had to prepare the tools according to Chen Fei's instructions and head to the places he mentioned at the right time. Then he would proceed with tasks like photography or eavesdropping. Although the places where these individuals met or conversed were quite hidden, Wang Jianjun always found ways to approach them, capturing candid shots or listening in with ease. Wang Jianjun paid no mind to whom he was photographing or eavesdropping on. He only focused on how much money he could send home this month. The next morning, all media in Hong Kong, whether newspapers or television stations, were reporting on the horse racing robbery that occurred yesterday. The entire city was in an uproar. Following the gun case at the Golden Sparrow nightclub, the shocking cash transport robbery soon followed, with two major cases erupting one after the other, leading to widespread discussions among the populace, complaints and outrage regarding the police's efficiency. Are the police incompetent? They can't even solve the case, letting those criminals come and go freely. It's simply a waste of our taxpayer money. Do these criminals think of Hong Kong as their bank? What audacity to commit crimes at this time. Fortune favors the bold while the timid starve. The Horse Racing Association publicly condemned this heinous incident in newspapers and on television, offering a reward of 500,000 Hong Kong dollars for clues related to the robbers. The police's public relations department held a press conference stating that law enforcement would crack down on such cases severely and that they already had leads, urging citizens not to panic. However, inside the police station, the atmosphere was tense. In the Serious Crimes Unit office, the smell of cigarettes filled the air, with case files strewn across the desk, as several inspectors and officers furrowed their brows, feeling helpless over the case. The cash transport vehicle's route was standard, with comprehensive security measures in place. It only deviated due to a series of traffic accidents on Tai Po Road, but once it entered the Lion Rock Tunnel, it was hijacked. There were no eyewitnesses, no clear license plates, and the robbers acted swiftly and decisively, disappearing without a trace, leaving not a single useful clue. Strangely, despite the police reviewing surveillance footage along the route, setting up checkpoints, and searching nearby waters, they could not find any trace of the stolen money, as if 30 million Hong Kong dollars had vanished into thin air. The press conference made lofty claims, yet internally there was no breakthrough, and they could only put on a brave face to reassure the public. Posters offering a reward of 500,000 for clues from the Horse Racing Association were plastered across the streets, but still no useful information was provided. Amidst the noise outside, Chen Fei had already arrived at the company. He went straight to see Yazi. He stated bluntly, I've prepared 20 million Hong Kong dollars. What are your next plans? The other 10 million will still be used for stock trading. Company funds belong to the company, but personally, I need to have some money too. 20 million. Yazi was taken aback, saying, let's go for a reverse merger, find a clean shell company valued between 500,000 and 1.5 million with concentrated stock ownership and low debt, acquire 51 controlling interest, which would cost about 4 to 5 million, and then inject 100 of yes and black gold, leaving us $1 million for operations. She was right. Currently, there are no restrictions on reverse acquisitions or shell mergers, and there are no stringent financial indicators for IPOs. The regulatory logic is quite simple. Buy the shell, change the name, inject capital, change the main business, complete the listing without needing the exchange's new listing review. There are also no restrictions on asset types. Trade, manufacturing, catering, and media, including magazines, can all be injected, and those ordinary small-cap shells with dispersed equity and low trading volume are priced unbelievably low. So recruiting you was the right decision. I'll leave this matter to you. Chen Fei nodded in approval. Next month, our black gold, and yes, will be published. At that time, we can hold a press conference to make a bigger scene. I'll move quickly, but we can't rush the shell acquisition. We must investigate thoroughly before taking action, Yazi said. Chen Fei replied, I trust your capabilities. In less than a month, he would become the owner of a publicly listed company. This world is so crazy that there's no reason to explain. It's clear that he is the chosen one. What he emphasizes is boldness. After delegating matters to Yazi, Chen Fei slipped into Lu Huijin's office. Upon seeing him arrive, Lu Huijin pointed at the information collected by Wang Jianjun, exclaiming in amazement, Where did you get all this information? It's so compelling. It can't possibly be fake, right? Chen Fei casually pulled up a chair and sat down, saying, These are all real events without a hint of fabrication. Lu Huijin flipped through a few pages, growing more astonished. The information was categorized meticulously, all details clearly noted. There was a member of the Legislative Council secretly accepting huge bribes from real estate developers, privately paving the way for developers altering land use plans, with the entire chain of benefit transfers clearly documented. There was an old wealthy tycoon in Central who appeared dignified and with strict family values, yet secretly hosted parties in a private villa every night, filled with chaos and a scandalous private life. There were also numerous police officers from various districts abusing their authority for personal gain, collecting protection fees for stalls, covering up gray activities for gangs, and even colluding with criminals to shelter crimes, with each person's name, location, and time of interaction recorded in painstaking detail. The more Lu Huijin read, the more excited she became. These are all big shots, prominent figures, and even serving police officers. Where on earth did you get this information? Every detail was precise, even the locations and amounts involved in private meetings were crystal clear. Having been in the media for many years and encountering plenty of insider gossip, I have never seen such systematic and hardcore first-hand evidence. These are not mere rumors, but solid information that could have serious consequences. Chen Fei maintained a calm demeanor. I have my sources, you don't need to worry about where it comes from. Some of this information was earned by Wang Jianjun, lurking at night, capturing photos, and eavesdropping. He was steady in his work, not inquiring about backgrounds or reasons, just going where instructed, and quietly unearthing secrets that others could hardly touch. The information without images was purchased by Chen Fei from a system. Lu Huijin closed the materials, smiling brightly. With this information in hand, once Black Gold is published, we won't have to worry about sales. We can pick a few pieces to arrange and report subtly. It'll ignite discussions all over Hong Kong, while keeping the powerful figure's vulnerabilities in check. Exactly, once both Black Gold and Yes are published and the sales explode, we can go for a shell listing and then issue new shares for financing to expand our business, Chen Fei nodded. Half a month later, it was early May. After nearly a month of preparation, the magazines, Yes and Black Gold, finally reached the sales stage. At the same time, Yazi had prepared for a press conference. Lu Huijin also leveraged her connections from her previous work at a television station to invite some journalists to help promote the event, essentially just needing to hand out red envelopes and treat everyone to a meal. Yazi specifically booked a banquet hall at a well-known hotel in Tsim Sha Tsui to hold a grand press launch. She invited journalists from Hong Kong media, as well as several film and television stars such as Xian Zhaoyaji and Di Bolala. As for the socialites, Black Gold was not yet at a scale sufficient to invite them. Hemin was also invited by Lu Huijin. Dressed in a simple shirt and long skirt, she stood among the crowd, feeling somewhat curious. After all, it's just 2 magazines. Why go to such lengths? The banquet hall was dazzling with lights, and a champagne tower sparkled. Huge posters of the 2 magazines were displayed prominently, forming a striking contrast. Yes featured the hottest star Xian on its cover, vibrant in color and lively in style, focusing on youth entertainment and celebrity gossip, attracting many young men and women as well as fans. Black Gold, on the other hand, adopted a cold and dark style, featuring no stars, only the striking phrase, revealing the untold side of Hong Kong, brimming with mystery and precisely hitting the public's curiosity about celebrity scandals and insider secrets. Lu Huijin, dressed in a professional outfit, expertly introduced the positioning of the 2 magazines to the guests. Yes targets a young audience, featuring exclusive interviews with celebrities, fashion sharing, entertainment gossip, and the idols that students love. Black Gold focuses on insider stories, avoiding sensationalism and only telling the truth, with every report being authentic first-hand information. Now let's invite our company's boss, Chen Fei, to say a few words. The journalists flocked forward, the sound of camera shutters clicking in succession. Everyone was equally curious. After all, it's just 2 magazines, yet they were holding a press conference. It felt as if they were just burning excess money. Chen Fei stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and said, "Good afternoon, esteemed journalists and guests. Today I stand here not to show off, or because I have too much money to burn, but to tell everyone that we are here to redefine the magazine market in Hong Kong." Everyone was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Are they really going to redefine the magazine market in Hong Kong? Is he really blowing such a big trumpet? Amidst the puzzled gazes, Chen Fei continued, "I spent a total of 1,150 hours researching the magazine market and discovered a rather interesting phenomenon. In the Hong Kong magazine market, either the celebrity gossip magazines are poorly produced or the insider reports are vague. Regardless of the type, either the pricing is exorbitant or the content is superficial, completely disregarding the readers. But if you think about it, the consumers buying magazines, especially young people and ordinary citizens, are actually the most frugal. They just want to spend a little money to see real content, to enjoy engaging material. So why can't magazines in Hong Kong be both affordable and substantial, both visually appealing and full of attitude? Chun Fei smiled slightly and continued. So I asked our editorial team if we could realize this revolution. Could we create 2 magazines that are both affordable and rich in content, capable of entertaining and enlightening? In the end, I made up my mind that we must do this thing that could potentially revolutionize the Hong Kong magazine market. Therefore, today I stand here not to brag, nor because I have too much money to burn, but to proudly announce to all readers in Hong Kong that we, the Black Gold Group, have achieved this groundbreaking event in magazine history. Yes, and black gold are our answers. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and the sound of camera shutters instinctively paused for half a second. The banquet hall fell into a brief silence, followed by a burst of quiet discussions filled with doubts and disbelief. Revolutionizing magazine history. Is this boast too grand? A company that is not well known dares to say such things. Did he really say he spent 1,150 hours researching the market? Is that true? Is this a new version of a press conference? Chun Fei raised his hand to signal for silence in the audience. Today, the 2 magazines I brought are meant to break this deadlock. He pointed to the giant poster behind him. First, let's look at Yes. You can see that the celebrity magazines available on the market either only have photos or superficial interviews. But we are different. We have numerous exclusive interviews with artists, the most cutting-edge fashion tutorials, and the idol merchandise that students want the most. More importantly, our pricing is friendly, making it affordable and enjoyable for everyone. The audience's reaction was muted, but the journalists who received red envelopes still took notes enthusiastically. Chun Fei then shifted gears. Now let's look at Black Gold, which is the magazine I want to discuss the most with you. I dare say that in all of Hong Kong there is no magazine that dares to speak the truth and report the facts like we do. Aren't you all curious about what those seemingly righteous lawmakers do behind the scenes? Aren't you wondering if some police officers, while taking taxpayers' money, are secretly profiting and shielding criminal forces? Don't you want to know how chaotic the lives of those billionaires are behind the scenes? Chun Fei's series of rhetorical questions instantly captured everyone's attention, and the audience fell silent, all eyes focused on him. He tapped the magazine in his hand. All of this is included in Black Gold. We do not rely on speculation or rumors. It is all solid first-hand information with photographs, records, and details. Every report can withstand scrutiny and the test of time. Today I dare to present these materials not fearing trouble. We do not seek conflict, but we are not afraid of it. I can promise everyone that Yes will ensure that every young friend finds content they love, spending the least money for the most joy. Black Gold will stand firm, never compromising, revealing those hidden truths and speaking for the ordinary people. Chun Fei raised the 2 magazines. Tomorrow these 2 magazines will be released simultaneously across Hong Kong. I dare to predict that within a month they will undoubtedly become the hottest magazines in Hong Kong. I am even more confident that as long as everyone supports us, we will keep going, revitalizing the Hong Kong magazine market. Next, I will release a few pages of Black Gold content for everyone to photograph and report. As his words fell, there was a brief silence in the audience, followed by thunderous applause. Yazzie signaled to the staff to open a few sample copies of Black Gold and display them on the stand in front of the stage. The journalists who had received money crowded forward to take a look, instantly replaced by disbelief and shock. The magazine clearly published photographs of a well-known legislative council member meeting with a real estate tycoon, where the member was seen accepting a thick envelope with a secretive expression alongside detailed information on the time and place, even noting the amount inside the envelope. The next page featured images of several police officers clandestinely collecting protection fees, along with transcriptions of wiretapped conversations. Every dialogue and every amount was clearly recorded, even the officers' names and their police stations were evident. Another page published secret photographs of a billionaire's private villa party, showing a chaotic scene that starkly contrasted with his usual pristine public image. There was even a detailed account of a counterfeit currency group's transactions and information about a drug trafficking gang. After a brief silence, the banquet hall erupted into chaos more intense than ever before. The journalists could no longer contain themselves, frantically pushing forward to photograph the samples and the pages on the big screen. The sound of camera shutters was dense like raindrops, and the flashes of lights were blinding. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, is this real?" Legislator Lee actually accepted bribes from real estate tycoons. Because Legislator Lee held a considerable reputation in Hong Kong and always prided himself on being clean, no one could imagine he would do such a thing behind the scenes. These police officers are too bold, openly accepting protection fees and shielding criminal forces. If this gets reported, it would definitely be sensational news across Hong Kong. I had no idea Boss Zhang was this chaotic behind the scenes. If this gets out, his business empire might be affected. Black Gold has really laid it all bare, daring to expose all of this. The journalists who had previously harbored doubts were now filled with shock and urgency instead. They then rushed to interview Chunfei Chinsheng. Chinsheng, are these photographs and records real? How did you obtain this first-hand information? Chinsheng, do you have more details on legislator Li's bribery case? Are you worried about his retaliation? Will you hand over the evidence of these officers' corruption to the police? Will there be more revelations about celebrities in the future? The questions came one after another. The journalists were like madmen competing to ask, and the scene became uncontrollable. Seeing this, she knew in her heart that this press conference had been a complete victory. The insider information in Black Gold would undoubtedly explode across Hong Kong once reported, and their Black Gold group would overnight become the most talked about company in Hong Kong. Chun Fei raised his hand to signal for silence, his voice still firm. Everyone, I will say it again, every piece of information in Black Gold is solid evidence capable of withstanding any scrutiny. As for what follows, we will continue to expose more truths, never compromising. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of camera shutters erupted once again. The journalists knew they had unearthed a significant news story that would send shockwaves across Hong Kong. One by one, they felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline, furiously recording and photographing, all calculating that they must seize the opportunity to be at the forefront of tomorrow's headlines. Subsequently, Xian Zhao Yaji and others began to help promote, yes, stating that everyone had signed a few copies of the magazines as blind box rewards, hoping that readers could buy and enjoy them, while Black Gold was not discussed, and the journalists claimed to not know anything. After the press conference, it was time for dinner and red envelopes. The next day, the journalists who received the red envelopes did not disappoint, beginning to promote, yes, Black Gold, especially the explosive content of Black Gold, dominated half a page. When citizens saw the magazine pages in the newspapers, many were astonished. Just seeing this tip of the iceberg exposed by the newspapers was enough to attract attention. Wouldn't the entire magazine be even more explosive? After such a wave of promotion, Hong Kong was completely swept by the heat of yes and Black Gold. With less than a day until the official sale of the two magazines, all parties were already buzzing with excitement, and discussions about these two magazines filled the streets and alleys, overshadowing all recent hot topics. The first to get excited were the ordinary citizens, especially the young crowd and neighbors interested in insider stories. In a tea restaurant, several students gathered together, chattering non-stop about the press conference segments published in the newspapers. I heard, yes, has many exclusive interviews with celebrities and idol merchandise. I must go grab I want to see Black Gold, even more if the content inside is so explosive. The newspaper only showed the tip of the iceberg. The whole magazine must be even more substantial. Neighbors gathered together, and the topic also revolved around these two magazines. Artists in the entertainment industry were also secretly paying attention, with many artists discreetly monitoring the subsequent sales situation of yes. As Chun Fei's biggest rival Li Ka-shing watched the Black Gold Group's press conference, he was frozen for quite a while. Indeed, in just a month, this person had assumed a new identity and surprisingly grasped so many confidential pieces of information. Now, anyone who claims that Chun Fei is not someone sent from the mainland for intelligence work would be unbelievable to Li Ka-shing. The distributors who had already made agreements sensed opportunities, and on the very day the newspapers were published, the magazine office's phone was flooded with calls. Distributors who had initially tentatively ordered a small quantity were all adding to their orders. I want to add an order of 500 copies of Black Gold. The more the better. Having seen the content of the press conference today, it will definitely sell well. I also want to add to my order especially for yes. The younger generation has pre-ordered too many copies. If there isn't enough stock, the clients will complain. After another day of brewing public opinion, it finally arrived at the day of the release of Black Gold. At dawn, while the sky was still faintly lightening, newsstands across Hong Kong had yet to fully open, yet citizens had already formed long queues. Some were drawn by the novelty, others were heading to early shifts, and many were paid shills hired by Black Gold media. After all, no era is exempt from the age-old necessity of staged enthusiasm. At the Tsim Sha Tsui MTR station entrance, the moment a newsstand rolled up its shutter, over a dozen people surged forward. Boss, one copy of yes, and one of Black Gold. Give me Black Gold first. Does yes have a signed photo of Alan Tam? The vendor scrambled to collect cash and make change, shouting hoarsely, one at a time. Please take it easy. Yes. Costs $2 per copy. Celebrity cards are $1 each. Black Gold is $5. A girl in school uniform handed over $2, snatched a copy of yes, clutching it tightly to her chest, then fished out another coin from her pocket. Boss, one more celebrity card. Fei Yuan. The vendor rummaged through his stack of cards. Fei Yuan sold out. We've got Deborah, Jenny, Michelle, and Olivia left. Want one? Olivia's fine. The girl nodded eagerly. Nearby, a middle-aged man slid a $5 note across the counter. One copy of Black Gold, please. The vendor took the money and handed over the magazine. The man weighed it in his palm and muttered, $5. That's twice the price of Ming Pao Weekly. The vendor chuckled. Uncle just flipped through it. You'll find explosive revelations on legislators taking bribes and police officers accepting kickbacks. Is $5 not worth it? The man flipped 2 pages, and his eyes widened instantly. Without another word, he tucked the magazine under his arm and walked away. Outside the Causeway Bay newsstand, several students huddled together, chattering animatedly. Yes, is only $2. That's such a bargain. Celebrity cards cost $1 each. I can skip breakfast and buy 2. Black gold costs $5. That's expensive. You won't even read it. It's for adults. My uncle just bought one and said it's worth every cent. Outside a Monco convenience store, 3 young men in work uniforms each held a copy of Black Gold, flipping through them while waiting in line. One pulled out a $10 note, 2 copies of Black Gold, $10. As the cashier finished giving change to another customer, he added, also 4 yes. Celebrity cards, any names will do. Buying for your sister. Exactly. She's determined to collect the full set. $2 for the magazine, 1 for each card. It's cheaper than my $5 lunch. At a major bookstore in Central, a dedicated yes featured display stood prominently at the entrance, stacked high with magazines and neatly arranged boxes of celebrity cards. Several teenage girls crouched before the display, sifting through cards like blind box collectors. I got Danny Chan, and it's a signed edition. One shrieked, sending her friends rushing over. What incredible luck. I bought 3 cards and got only standard versions. Let's grab 2 more magazines. $2 each is cheaper than a plate of fried rice. The bookseller smiled. We've restocked 3 times this morning. Each batch sold out in under half an hour. Students buy entire sets at $2 per magazine and $1 per card. A young white-collar worker in a sharp suit approached, picked up a copy of Yes, and asked the clerk, celebrity cards really cost $1 each. Yes, they're randomly sealed, or you can buy full boxes of 50 for $50. Then give me 2 boxes and 10 magazines. He opened his wallet. My sister asked me to get them for her. Another youth nearby picked up Black Gold, glanced at the price, $5. That's steep. The clerk smiled. Sir, why don't you take a look inside? He flipped a few pages, and his expression shifted. No longer complaining about the price, he paid $5 and walked off with the magazine. At a Wanchai newsstand, the atmosphere was utterly different. No cheers, no laughter. Most in line were adult men, their faces grave, as if awaiting something momentous. A bespectacled middle-aged man handed over $5, took Black Gold, tore open its plastic wrap on the spot, and turned straight to the first page. The headline read, The Envelope Life of Legislator Mr. Lee. After reading a few lines, his brow furrowed. He turned to the next page. Rotten apples and the police force. Who's collecting protection money? His expression shifted from shock to fury. $5, worth every cent. He muttered a curse under his breath. These scoundrels. Someone else standing behind him bought a copy and flipped to the article titled, The Private Parties of Billionaire Mr. Zhang, whistling softly. $5 to glimpse a tycoon's private life. Not expensive, not at all. An elderly woman behind him asked, Young man, what kind of magazine is this? $5 seems steep. The youth turned and grinned. Auntie, you wouldn't understand. What's written inside is worth 50. She shook her head and instead bought a $2 copy of Yes. This one's for my grandson. A TVB reporter stood before a Causeway Bay newsstand, addressing the camera. Good morning, viewers. It's now 8 a.m. Behind me are the sales sites for Yes and Black Gold. As you can see, queues stretch from the newsstand all the way to the end of the street. Yes is priced at $2 per copy. Celebrity cards sell for $1 each, a highly accessible price point. Meanwhile, Black Gold retails at $5, higher than most magazines on the market. Yet demand remains unstoppable. He then interviewed a middle-aged man who had just purchased Black Gold. Sir, at $5 per copy, don't you think that's The man waved the magazine. $5 to read about legislators taking bribes and cops accepting kickbacks. Expensive. I call it a bargain. In the past, such truths would cost far more, or remain forever hidden. The reporter then turned to a young woman holding Yes. Why didn't you choose Black Gold? She stuck out her tongue. $5 is too much. I don't have that kind of allowance. Besides, I'm not interested in that kind of content. $2 for Yes is just right. Finally, he asked the vendor, Boss, how's Black Gold selling today? Wiping sweat from his brow, the vendor replied, Better than I expected. At first, many thought $5 was too steep. They'd pick it up, hesitate, then put it back. But once they skimmed the content, most ended up buying. Nearly 300 copies sold, more than Ming Pao Weekly. And yes, it's flying off the shelves. At $2, students buy stacks at a time. We've restocked 4 times and still can't keep up. By mid-morning, Yes and Black Gold had been restocked multiple times across every major outlet in Hong Kong. Newsstand vendors beamed with delight, yet the queues showed no sign of thinning. Meanwhile, those exposed in Black Gold were also reading it. High above in the mid-levels at Legislator Lee's official residence, the man sat in his study, the coffee table before him bearing an open copy of Black Gold. His face was ashen, cigar ash fell unnoticed onto the costly Persian rug. His finger traced the page. There a sharply angled photograph captured him meeting privately with a property developer, his hand receiving a brown paper envelope. Beside it ran the caption, Inside the envelope HK300 in cash. Date April 20th, 1979. Location a private club in Wanchai. Trembling with rage, he slammed the magazine onto the coffee table. Who gave them the audacity? Where did these materials come from? His assistant stood frozen, breath held. Investigate. Find out who Black Gold Media really is, and who stands behind them. How did those photos leak? His voice rose. I'll sue them, bankrupt them, imprison them. The assistant ventured cautiously, sir. If the amounts, dates, and locations cited in the magazine are all accurate, then during litigation such evidence must be submitted in open court. That could. Legislator Lee whirled around, glaring with venom. The assistant dared not continue. Silence hung thick in the study. For 15 seconds, Lee sank back into his chair and lit another cigar. Call my lawyer. Send a defamation cease and desist letter immediately. Buy us time. Then we suppress the narrative through public relations. Yes, sir. Also prepare a formal statement declaring I have never accepted any illicit benefit, and that this magazine constitutes malicious slander, a deliberate assault on my reputation. The assistant nodded and withdrew. Lee leaned back, his gaze cold and calculating. For over a decade as legislator, he had never been so publicly exposed. Meanwhile, at the Yau Ma Ti police station, a recently exposed officer sat in the duty room reading the magazine. His name was Liu Jiqiang, 36 years old, a uniformed constable stationed in Yau Ma Ti. There in stark print was his photograph, taken outside a stall on Temple Street, accepting a red envelope from the vendor. Beside it read, this officer has collected 500 Hong Kong dollars monthly as protection money from this vendor for 3 consecutive years. Liu's face paled, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. A colleague leaned over, glanced, and gasped, "Da Chong, is that really you?" "Shut up." Liu snapped the magazine shut and shoved it deep into his drawer. "Is it true, what it says about protection money?" "False. All lies." Liu stood abruptly, voice booming, but hollow with uncertainty. One thought consumed him: it's over. Whether true or not, exposure meant investigation, inevitable. Suddenly the internal phone rang. He flinched, snatched it up, and after only a few seconds his face drained further. "Me? Upstairs." "Yes, sir." He hung up, hands still trembling. His colleagues watched him, expressions unreadable. The same scene unfolded at a Shallow Bay villa, where property tycoon Mr. Zhang sat relaxing after returning from his yacht. Dressed casually, he was still savoring memories of a lavish party held days earlier. His aide approached, holding a magazine. "Boss, there's something urgent to report." "What is it?" The butler handed him Black Gold. "Mr. Zhang took it, glanced at the cover. "This is the new magazine everyone's talking about." "Turn to page 25, the butler said quietly. He flipped, and his smile froze. There in crisp detail was the very party had hosted. The angle was merciless, him walking toward a bedroom flanked by 2 female companions. Though fully clothed, the implication was unmistakable, especially since both women were wives of his business partners. The headline read, "The Private Parties of Billionaire Mr. Zhang, Another Side of Opulence and Excess." Damn it. He hurled the magazine to the floor. "Who took these photos?" The butler kept his head lowered, unknown. "The magazine claims exclusive sourcing and refuses to disclose it." "Who are these Black Gold Media people?" "Find out now." "Already underway, sir." "Shall we issue a legal notice?" "Mr. Zhang paused, then retrieved the magazine and studied it carefully page by page. "Hold off for now. Call their publisher. Arrange a meeting. If money can resolve this, let's avoid escalation." "Understood." The Black Gold Media office phones had not stopped ringing since dawn. Orders pouring in, furious callers demanding answers, desperate pleas, partnership proposals, and outright threats. Across Hong Kong, newsstands continued printing and distributing. Queues grew ever longer. Those exposed reacted in varied ways: fury, fear, frantic strategizing. That day, Hong Kong's magazine market was utterly upended by 2 new publications, and Black Gold exploded overnight. Chen Fei entered Liu Huizhen's office to find her overwhelmed with work. "How are sales going?" he asked. Liu Huizhen replied, "Yes. Sold out its initial run of 50,000 copies, reprinting 20,000. Black Gold's 30,000 are nearly gone and distributors are urgently requesting more. At $5 it's selling faster than I anticipated. Though there are complications," she added with a shrug. Legislator Lee's law firm has already issued a defamation notice, demanding immediate sales suspension and a public retraction. Chen Fei chuckled. "A legal notice? Let him sue. Aren't you worried?" "Worried?" He picked up the magazine from her desk and turned to Legislator Lee's feature. "We hold irrefutable evidence. If he sues while present, everything in open court. And it won't be us who lose. It'll be him who ceases to exist." Liu Huizhen smiled. "That's not a bad strategy. It double as free publicity for our magazine." Just then a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." The door opened and staff member Xiao He stepped in. "Mr. Chen, Miss Yang Ning is here to see you." Chen Fei had someone invite Yang Ning to his office. As soon as Yang Ning entered, she smiled and said, "Chen, congratulations on your magazine's explosive success right from the start. Although I felt it would be a hit from the beginning, thank you for your blessings." Chen Fei also smiled slightly. "Miss Yang, please take it." After Yang Ning sat down, Chen Fei had someone pour her a glass of water, then said, "Miss Yang, are you here to discuss business with me?" "Though I am the owner of Heijin, I don't manage the business aspects." No, if it were serious business, I wouldn't be looking for you. Yang Ning shook her head with a smile and continued, Chun, it's really not easy to find you. Chun Fei straightened up a hint of a smile on his face and said, looking for me. It's not about business, is it? Are we here to discuss love? I meant we're not discussing serious business. Yang Ning still wore a smile. It's not that we're not discussing business. Oh, I'm a serious businessman only engaging in proper business, Chun Fei replied. I never involve myself in illicit activities. Yang Ning leaned forward. Chun, I came to find you because I know your background well. That 33 million will be my sincerity. How about that? What 33 million? Chun Fei looked surprised. Don't slander me. I live my life with caution, never doing anything illegal. Upon hearing this, Yang Ning laughed, a flower-like brilliance in her smile. Chun, you are truly interesting. You know my background, and I know yours. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. I'm not here to get that money back. I genuinely want to collaborate with you. To find the several tens of millions that mysteriously disappeared, Yang Ning had put in considerable effort during this time. After failing to find the money that day, she returned to shore and searched around, finally locking onto Chun Fei. She didn't dare to firmly accuse Chun Fei of taking the money, so she started with a psychological tactic. I don't know about any money, but what kind of collaboration are you talking about? Chun Fei asked. Yang Ning noticed he seemed to ease up and said, I heard there's a huge counterfeiting group in Hong Kong. Are you looking to get involved in this counterfeiting business? To put it bluntly, that's not a good business, as I am a legitimate businessman, and those who make counterfeit money are heavily armed. I am unarmed and cannot confront them directly. Chun Fei shook his head. Yang Ning smiled lightly. I have inquired. The selling price of $100 in counterfeit bills is $38 in real ones, which is equivalent to a 3.8 discount. As long as it changes hands, it nets over double the profit. Upon hearing this, Chun Fei raised an eyebrow. Slightly, Miss Yang, what you say is even more ridiculous. The counterfeiting business is a death sentence. I have no reason to wade into such murky waters when I can run my magazine and legitimate business peacefully. Why must Chun beat around the bush with me? Yang Ning crossed her legs and spoke slowly. You could quietly swallow my 33 million, acting swiftly and decisively. How could you be the type to abide by the law? Don't frame me. I know nothing about your 33 million. Chun Fei shook his head. Yang Ning responded, do you know how many adventure yachts in Hong Kong come with small lifting equipment? I spent quite a bit of money checking. There are less than 30, and among the rental list of these yachts there was you on that day. It wasn't easy to recognize you among millions, so I had to ask a few companies to pay close attention. It wasn't until your press conference report appeared that the rental company's employees helped me recognize you as the person who rented the yacht, as that company's yacht had only been rented by you in the past 2 months, so the employees had an impression. Moreover, she threw out the paper she fished out of the sea. The handwriting on this is exactly the same as the one you left at the rental company. Oh, I've had it authenticated by the Country Document Authentication Association. Chun, I've seen your magazine, and the information inside is extremely detailed, indicating that you are a person of courage, means, and connections, and you aren't afraid of me coming to find you. And I just happen to know the internal structure, strongholds, and core figures of this large counterfeiting group. I even have some knowledge of their shipping times and trading channels, and more importantly, I have connections in Country. Faced with Yang Ning's words, Chun Fei laughed heartily. Thank you for the compliment. However, I'm still not interested in your... However, he felt a certain admiration for this lonely rich girl. After he had taken away those tens of millions, she not only stayed in Hong Kong, but also followed the clues to find him. Indeed, she was meticulous and bold. She wasn't here to demand the 33 million, but aimed to seize the opportunity to pull him into the game, partnering to take a bite out of the counterfeiting group's big cake. Chun Fei asked her, Miss Yang, do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might sell you to the police or swallow your information and act alone? Yang Ning smiled, gently, confidence radiating from her. If I dared to come here, I naturally wouldn't fear you selling me out, and you definitely wouldn't do such a thing. In fact, this business is not me inviting you, it is you who will have to agree with me. Why? Chun Fei asked with interest. Because the counterfeiting group at the shipyard reported in your magazine has already set their sights on you. Since that's the case, it would be better to take the initiative. Yang Ning said that 33 million is my sincerity. Even if you don't agree, I won't ask for it back. How do I know if what you're saying is true or false? Chun Fei still looked disinterested. Yang Ning remained calm, leisurely sipping her water. She continued, Chun, the counterfeiting business of Gao Pei, which has grown strong in Hong Kong, relies on the protection of those police officers and legislators you exposed. If you make their dirty laundry public, sever Gao Yingpei's umbrella, how can he let you off the hook? Chun Fei laughed heartily. If Gao Pei truly had the ability, he would come to find me. Since I, Chun Fei, dare to do Heijin, I wouldn't fear offending anyone, let alone a counterfeiting boss. Chun Fei indeed has guts. Yang Ning clapped her hands, her tone filled with admiration. But Gao Pei is ruthless, with all his subordinates being armed desperados. He won't confront you directly, but will play dirty. Your magazine, your subordinates, and even the people around you could become his targets. Just as she was speaking, there was suddenly a rapid knock on the door. Brother Fei, it's Ajan. Come out and take a look. Was it possible that Lo Huijin suspected her of fooling around in the office? Chun Fei opened the door. What's wrong? Someone sent a fruit basket, and inside the basket there's this. Lu Huijin held the fruit basket with one hand and opened her palm, revealing several bullets. She coldly said, "It seems someone isn't happy after being exposed, so they specially sent this to warn us." "Are you scared?" Chen Fei asked. Lu Huijin replied, "If I were scared, I wouldn't have cooperated with you to start the magazine. You're the boss now. In business, I always adhere to reason and truth. Since the other party doesn't understand reason, then it must be the truth," Chen Fei said. Lu Huijin asked him, "Do you have any suspects?" None. Chen Fei shook his head, "But I will find a way to handle it. You go ahead and get busy." Lu Huijin nodded and turned to leave. Chen Fei returned to the office sitting across from Yang Ning. "I'm starting to take an interest in the business you mentioned." In fact, he wasn't sure if Gao Yingpei wanted to take action against him. But since Yang Ning said Gao Yingpei would retaliate, he would start with Gao Yingpei first. As for whether Yang Ning was playing a trick, he didn't care. It was just an excuse to deal with Gao Yingpei. After all, he was not a judge, so the best way was to send Gao Yingpei to hell to print counterfeit money. Moreover, robbing the counterfeits and then looking for opportunities to sell them elsewhere could also make money. Chen Fei looked seriously at Yang Ning across the table. "Have you ever collaborated with someone to do this?" "No, I've always worked alone," Yang Ning replied. Chen Fei nodded. "Then let me tell you. To do this line of work, you need to prepare tools, gather partners, set goals, and gather intelligence. Only after all these preparations are complete can you take action and split the earnings." "Why is it only 70%? Yang Ning frowned slightly. Chen Fei said, 70% is mine. You can get 30%, but that depends on my mood." "Whose mood?" "Mine." Chen Fei pointed at himself. Yang Ning's expression immediately darkened. "You. I came all this way just to see your mood." "Exactly. I lost tens of millions for no reason and finally found a new project. I still have to prepare the tools, gather partners, set goals, gather intelligence, and watch your mood." "Right. Am I begging like a beggar?" "If you put it that way, finding someone to collaborate and rob the counterfeiting group is indeed like begging. There are many who want to beg but can't even get this opportunity." Chen Fei stood up. "There's no time to lose. Let's take action tonight and rob Gao Yingpei." "So soon?" Yang Ning was greatly surprised. "Don't we need a thorough plan? Like the route, manpower, and so on?" "He'll arrange everything. Just wait for the counterfeit sales," Chen Fei said. "Give me your phone number or pager, and he'll contact you later." Yang Ning, half convinced, left her phone number and pager number. After sending Yang Ning off, Chen Fei first called Wang Jianjun and then headed to Uncle Jian's car dealership. Half an hour later, he arrived at the place and asked, "Is Uncle Jian here?" "Who is looking for me?" The car dealership owner, Uncle Jian, came out from inside. "I'm looking for Song Zaheo." Uncle Jian's auto repair shop appears to be an ordinary establishment, but in reality, it serves as a secret contact point in Hong Kong's underground world. Some people enjoy adopting orphans, while Uncle Jian prefers to take in prisoners. After Song Zaheo was released from prison in Taiwan, it was his loyal uncle who called him to seek refuge with Uncle Jian, allowing him to temporarily avoid trouble. However, very few people come directly to him by name. Uncle Jian looked Chen Fei up and down and asked, looking for Song Zaheo. "What do you want with him?" "Long Si sent me to find him," Chen Fei replied casually. "Is he not here?" "How has gone out?" Uncle Jian waved his hand and thought for a moment before adding, "Since it was Uncle Si who sent you, I will help you call him. Just wait here for a bit." Long Si is Song Zaheo's mentor, and upon mentioning Long Si's name, Uncle Jian temporarily did not harbor any suspicions. Chen Fei came here not only to find Song Zaheo, but also to check out the auto shop. He remembered that when Song Zaheo and the others were preparing to eliminate Gao Yingpei, Uncle Jian had prepared a lot of heavy firepower. So he wanted to take a look. "Thank you, Uncle Jian," Chen Fei nodded. It wasn't long before Song Zaheo returned driving a taxi. "Brother Hao," Chen Fei greeted. "Can we talk for a moment?" Song Zaheo appeared hesitant, but still nodded. "Sure, let's talk in the car." As soon as they got in the car, he got straight to the point. "You say Uncle Si sent you, but right now I just want to live a quiet life and have no desire to get involved in the underworld. Moreover, Uncle Si has been out of the game for over 10 years. I don't think he needs my help." He had seen through the conflicts of the underworld for the time being and simply wished to stay away from disputes, having long lost interest in the violent and opportunistic business. Chen Fei said, "I understand you want stability, but some things cannot be avoided just by wanting to hide." Although Long Si has withdrawn from the underworld, his counterfeit money group still exists, and Gao Yingpei has been secretly conducting illegal activities without Long Si's knowledge. When the time is ripe, he plans to frame Long Si and seize the shipyard. The police are already onto Long Si. "Are you not planning to help?" He sought out Song Zaheo not because he was skilled in combat, but because Song Zaheo could get close to Gao Yingpei. "Aren't you sent by Uncle Si?" Song Zaheo turned to Chen Fei and asked, "Are you with the police?" "No." Chen Fei shook his head. "I am Chen Fei, the owner of the Black Gold Group. I need a sensational piece of news to make my magazine explode, so Gao Yingpei is the best material." "Is it the best-selling magazine Black Gold today?" Chen Fei noticed the magazine in the front of his car and added, "Right, I've only skimmed through a few pages." Song Zaheo was a bit out of sync with Chen Fei's line of thought. "If you want sensational news, why not just expose Gao Yingpei's counterfeit money directly? Why come to me?" Chen Fei shook his head. "Brother Hao, your mentor is in grave danger, and his daughter, as well as your brother Song Zijia, are also in danger. Are you really going to stand by and do nothing?" "Zijia." Song Zihao furrowed his brow, his tone suddenly serious. Are you serious? He had previously advised Song Zijia not to get involved in this case. Do you think the things I exposed in my magazine are false? Chun Fei picked up black gold and said if you hesitate any longer you might regret it later. Song Zihao thought of his brother Song Ziji's figure and remembered the favor owed to his mentor Long Si. The internal struggle grew stronger. After a long silence, Song Zihao finally said, although I used to run with Uncle Si, getting close to Gao Yingpei is not an easy task. It would at least take some time to gain his trust. Some time. Chun Fei shook his head. Time waits for no one. I need to act tonight. Brother, how the reason I'm looking for you is not that I can't handle this, but that I want to give you a chance to save Long Si and Zijia. So soon. Song Zihao was taken aback. Chun Fei said, I always work fast, brother. How? Do you want to do this or not? Just give me a clear answer. Song Zihao hesitated because his intention was for the police to take down Gao Yingpei rather than getting involved. He looked at Chun Fei and asked seriously, what's your plan? Of course we charge in and go on a killing spree. Chun Fei replied. How many people do we have? Including me, 3 in total. 3. Song Zihao's expression darkened. Are you? With just the 3 of us, we can't save Uncle Si and Zijia. We'll all end up in trouble, and Gao Yingpei's men are all desperate criminals with heavy firepower. Before we even get into the shipyard, we'll be turned into a sieve. Chun Fei remained unfazed. Since I dare to say we will act tonight, I am well prepared because I never take on tasks without assurance. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Song Zihao asked, what about Zijia? His biggest concern was his brother's safety, fearing that any slip-up could implicate Song Zijia. As long as we take down Gao Yingpei, Zijia will not be in danger. Chun Fei said, brother, how there's no time to hesitate. Either you come with me to pull off this job and save Long Si and Zijia, or you stay here and wait to see them get into trouble. You choose. Song Zihao did not rush to agree. I need to see what you've prepared. If it's not enough, I can also prepare in advance. All right, let's go to my magazine company. Chun Fei said. Song Zihao skeptically started the car and drove him to the Black Gold Group. Upon arriving at the company, Chun Fei first let Song Zihao sit down and drink some water while he went to prepare. He found an empty room and then spent money to purchase weapons from the mall. Song Zihao waited in the reception room, always unsure of Chun Fei's confidence. He had one question in mind. Did they really only have 3 people? With only 3 people, how could they dare to storm Gao Yingpei's counterfeit money shipyard? After all, Gao Yingpei had not only many men, but also heavy firepower. While he was confused, Chun Fei had already chosen sufficiently powerful long-range heavy weapons and individual arms, ensuring both long-range suppression and close-quarters raid capability, definitely not limited to just heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. 2 Browning M2HB heavy machine guns, 4 M72 Law rocket launchers, 2 M60 general-purpose machine guns, 8 MP5 submachine guns, a Browning high-caliber pistol, and 3 M16 automatic rifles. In terms of ammunition, they were well supplied. 10 boxes of Browning heavy machine gun ammunition, 15 rocket shells, 8 boxes of M60 general-purpose machine gun ammunition, 10 boxes of MP5 submachine gun ammunition, and 6 boxes of M16 automatic rifle ammunition. There were also 2 boxes of pistol bullets and 20 M26 grenades. In an instant, a pile of heavy military arms silently appeared in the storeroom, filling up most of the room with real deadly weapons. This batch of weapons, including all the ammunition and tripods, cost Chun Fei a total of $350,000. Once everything was ready, he went to call Song Zihao to take a look. When Song Zihao pushed open the door, he was completely shocked by the sight before him, standing frozen in place. Inside the room, 2 Browning M2HB heavy machine guns stood against the wall, and 4 rocket launchers were neatly arranged on one side. 2 M60 general-purpose machine guns were mounted on tripods with MP5 submachine guns, Browning pistols, M16 automatic rifles, and M26 grenades neatly placed beside the ammunition boxes, all types of ammunition boxes piled high, filled with powerful weapons. Are you planning to go to war? Song Zihao's tone was filled with shock. After years of mingling in the underworld, he had never seen such a strong firepower configuration. This configuration was more than enough for a bank heist, he had no doubts. What was even more alarming was that Chun Fei had placed it directly in the magazine's office. It was as if he wasn't afraid of the police knocking on his door. This person surely had connections with high-ranking officials in the police department. Otherwise, how could he have acquired so many arms and obtained so many unknown secrets? Chun Fei said calmly, just tell me if these weapons are enough for us to take down the shipyard. Feigo, I've been in this business for many years and I rarely admire anyone, but I have to give you a thumbs up. Song Zihao had lost track of how to describe his feelings. He paused for a moment and continued, but I have a question. Go ahead. Are we supposed to take down the shipyard and then kill Gao Yingpei, right? Correct. But once these guys are used, not to mention whether Gao Yingpei's gang will die, the police will definitely notice right away. Song Zihao's expression became somewhat uneasy. I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle. Are we really going to clash with the police? Don't overthink it, it's not that complicated. Chun Fei shook his head, you just need to lure Gao Yingpei out, and then we can hit him with a few rocket shells from a distance, blowing up his car and men, and then go for the shipyard, right? Song Zihao opened his mouth. He was at a loss for words. He had thought they were going to storm the shipyard and engage in close-quarters gunfights with Gao Yingpai's men. Who would have thought that Chen Fei's plan was actually a long-range strike? Compared to this, his previous ideas about close-quarters gun battles with Xiao Ma seemed trivial. What is a gap? This is what a gap looks like. Judging by this method of attack, it seems like 3 people could work after all. Song Zihao walked away with a forlorn expression. He felt that the current martial world was no longer as he knew it. In the past, when he roamed the world with Xiao Ma, they mostly used firearms like pistols. Then they engaged in close-range gunfights and various close combat. It seemed that only then could the hero's true colors be revealed. Yet now this young man wielded both guns and cannons, claiming that 3 people could take down Gao Yingpai and his gang. Indeed, times have changed. It no longer suited someone like him. Once Song Zihao left, Chen Fei began to put away those weapons. Because those were merely for Song Zihao's viewing, not really on display here. At the airport outside the arrival hall, a few foreigners dragged their suitcases out, all dressed in dark suits, their stout figures exuding an air of authority as they walked. The leader, around 40, had slick-back blonde hair, wore a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses, and held a cigar between his lips. Beside them, a man dressed as a janitor pretended to mop the floor while secretly observing the surroundings. As the foreigners approached, he slightly raised his head, scanning their faces and taking note of their numbers and physical features. Once the foreigners had moved away, he crouched down, pretending to pick something from the trash can, and stealthily took out a wallet. In a low voice, he said, "Sir Huang confirmed these foreigners are from the Wolf Gang of Country M, a total of 5, and the blonde leader is Richard, nicknamed White Glove." In a Toyota van parked by the roadside, Sir Huang put down his binoculars and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Indeed, it's that notorious guy. Be careful, and make sure not to let them find out." "Understood." Sir Huang was here because the higher-ups had reported that a gang from Country M had entered the country, but for now he did not know what this gang intended to do or who they were meeting. That was precisely his job, to figure out the purpose of these foreigners. Several of them walked to the roadside. 2 cars approached and stopped in front of them. From the first car, a young foreigner got out, enthusiastically embracing Richard, laughing as he spoke in English. "Brother, welcome to Hong Kong." "Cole, my brother, it's great to see you." Richard patted his shoulder and added, "I hope you haven't lost yourself in this beautiful city of the Far East Hong Kong." "Of course not, let's get in the car first." After seeing the group get in the car, they drove away. Sir Huang immediately used the walkie-talkie to call for assistance team to follow them and see where they are staying. "Report to me immediately if anything happens." "Received." After the voice came through the walkie-talkie, a car quietly followed behind. Inside the car ahead, Richard asked Cole, "How did you do with the task I assigned you?" "I've already checked. Gao Yingpai's batch of goods has exquisite craftsmanship. The high-grade printing, ink, and paper technology are top-notch, capable of deceiving most counterfeit detectors." "Very good." Richard nodded in satisfaction. "Hong Kong is a free port and an international financial center, perfect for us to transport and launder money. Once this batch of counterfeit bills successfully reaches Country M, the power of our Wolf Gang will grow even stronger. However, it seems that Gao Yingpai is being watched. A magazine has exposed his counterfeit base, so he hopes we can complete the transaction as soon as possible. It would be best if we can expedite the transaction." Richard thought for a moment and said, "But this is our first transaction with Gao Yingpai, so we must be cautious. We need to prepare some weapons to feel at ease. Have you arranged any weapons since you've been in Hong Kong for so long?" Hearing this, Cole looked helpless. "I don't know which madman used a heavy machine gun recently, but all the police in the city are cracking down on firearms. I searched for a long time before finally finding someone named Fei who was willing to sell us weapons, but they are all low-powered ones. As long as they can kill at close range, that's enough." Richard thought for a moment and added, "You should contact Fei now. We'll go buy firearms this afternoon and trade with Gao Yingpai at night. After getting these 2 things done, I'll give everyone a break." "Okay." Cole nodded. Richard continued, "Inform the guys that Hong Kong is not our territory. Try to follow the local gang's rules. Until these 2 matters are resolved, anyone who causes trouble for me, I will definitely kick his ass hard with my shoes." "Okay." On the way to the hotel, suddenly Richard noticed a large crowd gathering outside a company, each person holding signs with words on them, waving and shouting, and curiously asked, "What protest is this?" "No, this is the magazine Gao Yingpai mentioned that is targeting him. These people are here to support that magazine." Richard was somewhat puzzled. A magazine can be this powerful? "Yes, I heard it published a lot of insider information about prominent figures in Hong Kong, so it was highly sought after as soon as it hit the market," Cole stated. "It's truly an unbelievable thing." Richard laughed and shook his head. "Too bad I can't read Chinese, otherwise I would definitely buy a copy to see." As the car passed by the Heijin Group company, they brushed past a seafood freezer truck. "Ajun, I don't understand how you ended up with such a vehicle." Inside the freezer truck, Chun Fei asked in confusion, "Do you like this kind of vehicle? If you do, I can go buy one for you." Wang Jianjun said, "Fei, good, didn't you ask me to figure out the environment of Gao Yingpai's villa? I found it hard for other vehicles to enter, so only this seafood freezer truck could do. I had no choice but to get this freezer truck, and it also makes it convenient for us to hide weapons." Chun Fei pondered for a moment. "You have a point. Driving such a large vehicle, even if I pulled out a cannon from inside, no one would suspect anything." He then asked, "Have you figured everything out? The external environment is basically clear. Wang Jianjun replied, as for the interior, it's mostly armed. It's quite difficult to sneak in without killing anyone. Chen Fei was unconcerned, saying, it doesn't matter as long as we fire a few rockets outside. I'm sure Gao Yingpei will obediently run out from inside. Fei, go where to now? Wang Jianjun asked. Chen Fei replied, let's find De Fei. Those bastards are too cowardly to show themselves, so they send their underlings to take the risk. I want to see just how bold De Fei really is. He had already found out that the person who sent the flower basket was one of De Fei's subordinates. Since he had discovered that, how could he tolerate it? Those who knew him knew that Chen Fei would not tolerate any sand in his eyes. Half an hour later, the freezer truck stopped downstairs at De Fei's loan shark company. Previously, De Fei was engaged in loan sharking, but recently, he had switched to arms dealing while also dabbling in used car sales. His territory was on the second floor with a mahjong parlor on the first floor, the sound of shuffling tiles coming from within, while a few old men smoked at the door watching the excitement. Chen Fei jumped out of the car with Wang Jianjun following behind, both ascending the stairs one after the other. The stairwell was dimly lit with the walls plastered with advertisements for sexy girls, drain, cleaning, vendettas, and loans like a skin disease. At the end of the second floor was an iron door guarded by two young men in floral shirts who were currently engrossed in a sleazy magazine featuring nude stars. Seeing Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun approach, one of them asked with a sidelong glance, who are you looking for? De Fei. Brother Fei isn't here. Chen Fei directly kicked him in the chest. The man went backward, chair and all, his head hitting the iron door with a dull thud, knocking him out on the spot. The other turned to run, but was caught by Wang Jianjun, who slammed his head hard against the wall. Bang! With a dull sound, he fell unconscious. Chen Fei reached out and knocked on the iron door. Inside, an impatient voice asked, who is it? A delivery. The iron door opened a crack, but the person inside hadn't yet seen the situation outside. Chen Fei kicked the door open, sending the person flying out, who landed on the ground, clutching his nose and wailing. Behind the iron door is a corridor. At the end there is another door. The young man who was thrown by the door is lying in the corridor wailing as Wang Jianjun steps forward and knocks him out with a couple of punches. At the entrance of the mahjong parlor downstairs, a middle-aged man stands up, stretches his limbs, and mutters to himself, I should go buy a pack of cigarettes to turn my luck around. He then strides over to the convenience store opposite, picks up the phone and dials. After a few rings, someone finally picks up. Hello. Director, it's Old Wang. Old Wang covers the mouthpiece and lowers his voice. I suspect that your kind-hearted gun was stolen by De Fei's men, but I have no evidence. Why not just send someone to arrest him? De Fei, the one who lends money at high interest. The director pondered for a moment. We can't send someone. I can't let the police know that I lost my gun. Use other charges to report it and see if there are any other leads. I've already sent someone to assist you. Once De Fei makes a mistake, we'll take him down directly. If it really is him, I'll definitely crush his skull with my deadly scissors. Yes, SIR. Old Wang hung up the phone, slipped out the back door, and circled back to the newspaper stand across the street, pretending to buy a newspaper. At this moment, Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun have arrived in front of De Fei's company. They push the door open and enter, revealing a well-decorated office. The floor is covered with gray carpet and several feng shui paintings, and a couplet hang on the walls. The upper line reads, national laws govern the nation. The lower line reads, trade has its own rules. The horizontal inscription reads, integrity. On the left, a row of black leather sofas hosts several people seeking loans, both men and women, each with different expressions. One person speaks up to borrow money. I want to borrow 10,000. What's the interest for 3 months? The subordinate replies, according to the rules set by Brother Fei, the rule of the rivers and lakes is 10 days for 1%. If you borrow 10,000, you have to pay 1,000 in interest every 10 days, and due to the trade rules, you only receive 9,000 in hand, and at maturity, you must return 13,000. Do you want it? The young man gritted his teeth, yes. To the right, there is a long office desk, where someone is deeply focused on balancing accounts with a calculator, ledger, and several stacks of cash on the table. One person is tapping away at the calculator saying, this month we've collected a total of 38,000, including principal and interest. Another person is recording a note in the ledger. Those few debts are nearing maturity, all with compounded interest. I will personally collect them when they are due, and there can be no delays. Another person speaks from the side. Uncle Zhang, the interest this period is 3,000, and together with the principal, it comes to 60,000. They'll go finally tied to collect the debt. She still hasn't paid back the 20,000 she owed last month. Leaning against the wall on a long sofa are 3 young men dressed in Edinburgh high school uniforms, some puffing smoke like adults, others chewing gum with their legs crossed. De Fei is not here. He is in a separate office inside, answering a phone call. Hi Cole, my old friend, why are you calling me? De Fei, I want to buy some goods from you. Cole says on the phone. I hope to make the transaction in an hour. Do you see an hour later? Of course, no problem. De Fei immediately agrees. You just need to prepare the money. Where shall we meet for the transaction? De Fei replies, an hour later at the back mountain of Edinburgh High School. How does that sound? Okay. Outside, just a wall apart. 2 henchmen at the door see Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun enter, sizing them up and asking, what do you want? Borrowing or repaying? Chen Fei does not look at him, his gaze sweeping around the office. I'm looking for De Fei, I'll call him out. The henchman frowns. Brother Fei is busy. Who are you? You don't have the right to talk to me. Chen Fei is too lazy to waste words. As soon as the words fall, Wang Jianjun kicks the henchman over. Bang! The henchman crashes heavily onto the nearby desk, scattering the calculator ledger and several stacks of cash all over the place. This scene instantly shocks everyone. The men and women borrowing money are so frightened that they jump up and cower in the corners of the sofa. The three boys in uniforms also panic, instinctively standing up, but not daring to approach, only staring at Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun from a distance, their eyes filled with panic and feigned calm. A henchman of De Fei's darkens his expression. Damn you, how dare you cause trouble in Brother Fei's territory. Immediately someone rushes toward Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun sidesteps, countering with an elbow strike to the back of the henchman's neck. The henchman grunts and collapses to the ground, landing on top of the previously kicked-over henchman. In just 2 seconds, both henchmen are on the ground. This fierce display instantly intimidates the remaining henchmen, who were eager to act. After a moment, someone yells, "Brother Fei, someone is causing trouble." The office door opens in response. A voice follows, "What's all the noise about?" De Fei steps out, glancing at the fallen henchman, and then glancing at Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun, his eyes cold and fierce. "Which path are you on? What do you want?" Chen Fei replies, "To discuss matters." "Discuss matters?" De Fei says coldly. "I, De Fei, only collect debts, not do business. If you are here to repay a debt, not a single cent less. If you are here to borrow, follow my rules. But if you are here to stir up trouble, you'll leave lying down today." After a pause, he continues, "What do you do?" "I run a magazine," Chen Fei answers. "So you're a lecherous man." De Fei immediately dismisses him. "A magazine publisher dares to cause trouble on my turf. Let me tell you, in this office, I have the final say. Just because you can walk in doesn't mean you can walk out. Brothers, take action." As soon as the words fall, the remaining henchmen reveal their weapons. There are wooden sticks, iron chains, spring knives, and folding chairs. A swarm rushes toward Chen Fei and Wang Jianjun. Chen Fei stands still, even taking a step back and sitting on the sofa. Wang Jianjun steps forward. As the wooden stick swings down, he doesn't even dodge. He raises his left hand to firmly grasp the wooden stick and pulls it forward. The henchman stumbles, and Wang Jianjun's right fist has already struck his face. The sound of a nasal bone breaking is clearly audible. Blood sprays out instantly, and before the henchman hits the ground, he is already unconscious. Wang Jianjun follows up with an elbow strike to the ribcage of the henchman holding the iron chain. With several crisp sounds, that henchman flies back, crashing into the wall, and as he slides down, his mouth is full of blood, at least one rib broken. As for the other henchmen, Wang Jianjun has no pressure dealing with them, employing the most ruthless moves, either heavy punches to the temples, or kicks to the knees, or elbow strikes to the ribs. In less than 2 minutes, De Fei's henchmen are sprawled all over the ground. Some are clutching their arms and wailing, some are curled up convulsing, and some have already fainted. Blood stains the gray carpet everywhere, and the air is thick with the smell of blood. The 3 or 4 people who came to borrow money have long been scared silly, and only now react, screaming as they rush out. The boys in uniforms are also terrified, scrambling and rolling to follow them out. One of them stumbles at the door, gets up without daring to look back, and leaves a shoe behind. In the entire office, only De Fei remains standing. But his face has completely changed. From disdain to fear, his hand quietly reaches for the gun hidden at his waist. However, his fingers haven't even touched the gun handle. Wang Jianjun flicks his hand, and the military dagger flies out like a flash of lightning. De Fei only feels a sharp pain in his right arm and looks down. He sees a weapon piercing through his arm, the sharp blade protruding from the other side, blood spraying out instantly, soaking half of his sleeve. "Ah!" De Fei immediately screams in agony, his face turning pale. With his left hand trembling, he tries to pull out the military dagger. Wang Jianjun strides over and delivers a kick to his chest. De Fei grunts and crashes heavily to the ground. Wang Jianjun steps on his chest, first confiscating his weapon. Then he slowly twists the grip of the military dagger. The sound of the dagger scraping against bone is clearly audible. "Ow. It hurts. Big brother. Please stop turning." De Fei is covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling. "Who are you?" "De Fei did not recognize Mount Tai and offended both of you. Please spare me." His tone no longer carries the previous arrogance, and his speech is even stammering. Chen Fei stands up and approaches, squatting in front of him. "Heijin Media, Chen Fei. This bastard sells a few guns and still dares to call himself an arms dealer. It's simply shameless." De Fei is taken aback. He certainly knows Heijin Media, which has offended half of Hong Kong's elite, with its magazine, Heijin. He stutters, "Brother Fei, what do you want from me? Here, do you recognize what this is, eh?" Chen Fei pulls a bullet from his pocket and tosses it in front of De Fei. De Fei's lips tremble. "A bullet? This bullet was sent to my magazine by your subordinate, hidden in a fruit basket," Chen Fei says. "What do you think we should?" De Fei instantly turns pale with fear, shaking his head vigorously. No. "Brother Fei, I really don't know about." "Do you think I'm joking?" "No, it's just that I have too many subordinates. I really don't know who the bastard is." De Fei speaks rapidly. "Big brother, give me 3 days. I will definitely find the person and personally deliver them to you." 3 days? Chen Fei says coldly. "Do you think my words are goods on a shelf to be bargained over?" Wang Jianjun slowly twists the military dagger and Fei is almost about to faint from the pain. He quickly changes his tune. Brother Fei, 2 days I will definitely find the person and deliver them to you. Jun, let him go. Wang Jianjun silently pulls out the military dagger. Suddenly the sound of police sirens blares outside, sharp and piercing, getting closer and clearer. Fei's face changes drastically. Could it be that these two called the police after beating up his men? Such a despicable tactic. He is not afraid of high-interest lending, but he is afraid of being discovered by the police for selling arms. Realizing this, he disregards the intense pain in his right arm and suddenly jumps out the window to escape. Chun Fei rushes to the window and sees Fei limping away below, his figure quickly disappearing around the corner. He looks at Wang Jianjun. Let's go. As they head downstairs, Wang Jianjun casually takes down the large photo of Fei hanging on the wall and says he'll go back and find out about this scoundrel's whereabouts. If he doesn't provide an explanation, this photo will serve as his memorial. Outside, Fei thought he could escape easily, but unexpectedly several police cars arrived, blocking all the exits. Seeing officers approaching, Fei realizes he can't break through and has to hide behind a nearby refrigerated truck. The sound of police footsteps and voices grows nearer. Search thoroughly. The higher-ups said there might be clues related to an arms case here, and don't let any leads slip by. Fei in the shadows feels a jolt. Damn, they are indeed coming for him. It must be that Chen reported him. Perhaps it was for his magazine, so he called the police to catch him. The more Fei thinks about it, the more he believes this possibility. Just as he ponders how to escape, a sudden flash of inspiration strikes him. He opens the back door of the refrigerated truck, quietly sneaks in, and closes the door, leaving just a crack. With his ear pressed against the truck, he unexpectedly discovers that the officers have stopped outside and are talking. Fei doesn't dare to go out now, fumbling to bandage his wound. Before long, he hears someone outside say, "Why is the car door open?" Maybe the officers opened it for inspection. Close it, and let's go. Bang. The car door slams shut. Soon Fei feels the truck shaking. Clearly the vehicle has started. In the driver's seat of the refrigerated truck, Wang Jianjun casually tosses Fei's photo onto the dashboard, asking, "Brother Fei, where to now?" Chun Fei replies, "Back first, prepare, then we will go take out Gao Pei tonight. Then he'll turn on the air conditioning to prevent the seafood inside from spoiling." Wang Jianjun turns on the air conditioning in the truck's cabin. "My current identity is a seafood transporter. First, we'll deliver seafood to the Peninsula Hotel, and then I will also cruise near Gao Yingpai's villa tonight." As soon as the air conditioning is turned on, Fei in the back cabin suffers, soon freezing and shaking uncontrollably. Edinburgh Back Mountain. Cole, along with Richard and the others, has been waiting here for a long time, but has not seen Fei arrive. Richard is instantly furious, cursing, "Damn, this local gang has no manners at all. Cole, are you sure we agreed to trade here?" "Yes, I am absolutely sure we agreed to trade here." Cole also has a grim expression. "Could that bastard be playing? Should we wait a bit longer?" "Fuck, no need to wait." Richard angrily declares, "That damned bastard is definitely toying with us like we're foolish groundhogs. Let's go back, well, trade with Gao Pei tonight. After the transaction, we will deal with this bastard. Do you still recognize that guy?" Cole grinds his teeth. "I do, I've dealt with him before." "Good, then let's go take care of him." Richard says, "Let's go." After that, he angrily gets into the car. Cole also sits in with a grim expression, and the group hurriedly leaves. Arriving at the parking lot of the Peninsula Hotel, they park next to a refrigerated truck. As Cole passes by the front of the truck, he accidentally glances and unexpectedly sees Fei's photo. Cole stops in his tracks, staring at the photo on the truck's hood, recognizing it several times. It's the Fei who stood him up. He hurriedly calls out to Richard, "Big brother. This is the guy who promised to sell us arms. I heard that his arms depot is a truck that is always on the move." Richard walks over, looks at the photo, then at the refrigerated truck, and suddenly sneers. "Fuck. That bastard played us and dared to park the truck here. He thinks we're idiots. Go find that bastard." The subordinates immediately scatter, with 2 blocking the front of the truck and 2 going to the back. Cole pulls out his gun from his waist, pressing against the side of the truck. He glances through the windshield, saying, "There's no..." Then he must be nearby. Search. Turn the parking lot upside down to find him. At that moment, the subordinate at the back opens the truck door. A bone-chilling cold rushes out from the cabin, enveloped in white mist. The inner walls of the truck are already frosted over. In the center, a person is lying in a prone position inside the truck, hands stretched out forward, completely covered in white ice crystals, with frost on his hair, eyebrows, and clothes. The whole person looks like an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Cole immediately exclaims, "Damn, this guy is dead." Because this person is Fei. Richard leans over to take a look, and his expression changes. "Are you sure it's him?" "Absolutely sure." Richard gasps. "Someone must have known about his deal with us, so they froze him to death here, then sent him to us. I didn't expect the Hong Kong gang to be so ruthless." "Big brother, what should we do? Should we run?" Cole immediately asks. Richard gulps. "Since they dared to send the body, it means they know our details. We're currently in Hong Kong, and there's no way to escape. We might as well see what the other side wants." The Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong is the premier luxurious landmark of the Far East, often referred to as the Far East Grand Dame. Here one can find the top tycoons of Hong Kong, foreign dignitaries, international merchants, and even gang leaders. Because of this, the police rarely come to such places to conduct investigations. Thus, many outsiders visiting Hong Kong choose to stay in such establishments. The lobby's decor is a perfect blend of neoclassicism and Eastern details, exuding an aura of old money with its high ceilings, dark woodwork, marble crystal chandeliers, red carpets, and silverware. It embodies both British colonial luxury and subtle Chinese elegance, making it the most prestigious space in current Hong Kong. Chen Fei is currently in the lobby enjoying afternoon tea with Yang Ning. Disguised as a seafood transporter, Wang Jianjun has also changed his outfit and sits alone in a corner. In front of Yang Ning, an English-style teapot emits steam with an array of delicate pastries neatly arranged on a silver tray. However, she has no desire to eat. Chen Sheng, are you sure you're going to act tonight? Could you please share the details of your plan? Chen Fei chuckled and replied, the details are quite simple. We rush in, guns blazing, take out everyone, and then seize the goods. Just like that. Yang Ning frowned slightly and added, to be honest, your plan is full of flaws. Leaving aside the police, just the numerous gunmen surrounding Gao Yingpei will make it impossible for you to approach. And how will you safely escape after the job? Chen Fei waved his hand dismissively. Don't overly concern yourself with such details. Haven't you heard the saying? As long as there are flaws everywhere, there are no flaws. Yang Ning was instantly left speechless. Her own robbery plans were meticulously designed, leaving no trace behind, ensuring she could easily evade police investigation. Yet the action Chen Fei described was hardly different from robbing a bank. It not only created a loud commotion, but also left behind numerous traces, making it easy for the police to zero in. Yang Ning thought for a moment, and then realized Chen Fei might suspect her of leaking the plan, so she continued, Chen Sheng, I'm not trying to nitpick your plan, I just hope everything goes smoothly. It will definitely go smoothly, Chen Fei replied confidently. Have you ever heard the saying? What? When poor one must be subtle, when rich strike with overwhelming force. What do you mean? Yang Ning asked, confused. Chen Fei explained, when I first started out I might have relied on AM 1911 to maneuver through, but recently I've become affluent, so I use overwhelming firepower. A few shells drop down and Gao Yingpei will have nowhere to hide, then want his goods be mine for the taking. Yang Ning was left feeling baffled. Overwhelming firepower, a few shells. Did he think this was a movie? Was he returning as a king? Yet she ultimately kept these thoughts to herself. After about a minute of silence, Yang Ning raised her hand and then she gave a thumbs up. I must say, Chen Sheng, your plan is simply flawless with no loopholes at all. It's truly admirable. Compared to your methods, my plans could be considered child's play. Chen Fei pretended not to notice her sarcasm, chuckling, thank you for the compliment. In her heart, Yang Ning secretly thought, compliment. What I want is to participate, to enjoy the precision and thrill of the heist, but you talk so roughly, how can anyone enjoy it? After another minute of silence, she spoke again, if you really plan to go in guns blazing, can you get me a gun? Get you a gun? Chen Fei frowned, what era are we in? You can't be thinking of using extreme speed and marksmanship like a Western cowboy to take down enemies, right? When I shoot with a Colt SAA, I can fire 6 rounds in 3 seconds with extreme speed. Yang Ning said somewhat defiantly. What do you rely on? Chen Fei was surprised her speed is that fast. I bet I couldn't last half an hour against you. Yang Ning had lost her temper, retorting, do you only have half an hour? Chen Fei took a sip of coffee and continued, him just being straightforward. Besides, think about it, we just met and you are asking me to share my detailed plan. If it were you, would you be willing? Yang Ning pondered seriously, but ultimately shook her head. Have you heard the saying about the 4 great ironies of life? Do you know what they are? Chen Fei asked. Yang Ning shook her head. It refers to having shared a window, fought together, visited brothels together, and divided. Chen Fei continued, we haven't experienced any of those yet. If we want to work together seamlessly, I think we can only rely on mutual deceit. That way both sides can feel secure. Yang Ning was infuriated by his twisted logic. My room is upstairs. If you have the guts, come. You said it. Chen Fei immediately perked up. I have plenty of guts, you just don't whimper. Yang Ning was taken aback, realizing how rash her words had been, but having said it, she felt it would put her at a disadvantage if she took it back. So she decided to press on. Who will whimper is still uncertain. I want to see what true skills you have beyond bragging. I can also brag. Chen Fei stood up. Let's go, we're heading upstairs now. Tonight I'll show you what true prowess is. Yang Ning hurriedly said, no, I still need to buy offerings to pay respects to my grandfather. Chen Fei waved to Wang Jianjun and instructed, go to a nearby offering shop and help Miss Yang buy some offerings. Alright. Seeing that this tactic wasn't working, Yang Ning added, I also need to buy some feminine hygiene products. Also help Miss Yang buy some feminine hygiene products. Alright. I also want to buy some adult toys. Yang Ning almost gritted her teeth. Go buy them. Yang Ning was completely out of options. A June for all these items, pack them in one box, otherwise bringing them in all wrapped up will look bad to everyone. Chen Fei cautioned, then thought for a moment and leaned toward Wang Jianjun's ear to add, buy a few vibrating rods and some expedited items as well. Got it, brother Fei. After giving instructions, Chen Fei looked at Yang Ning. Let's go upstairs. But once upstairs, Yang Ning regretted it. Yet by now, what was there to regret? At most, she'd take a pill afterward. In the underground parking lot below, after waiting for a long time, Cole frowned and asked, brother, who do you think it could be? Need you ask? It must be that the Fae was blacked out by someone, Richard replied. They probably targeted us as soon as we entered the country, so now they're secretly observing us. In that case, why don't we just take them out? Cole suggested immediately. Fuck. You idiot, Richard coldly replied. We came to Hong Kong to buy counterfeit money, not to fight. Since they dared to send people here, they definitely know our identity and that we're here, but they're not acting. It's clear they want to trade with us. We should just wait. They continued to wait downstairs. About an hour later, Chen Fei was satisfied and dressed. The parties needed more interaction to better understand each other. As a gentleman, he naturally believed in open communication. However, due to time constraints, he couldn't unleash even 1/3 of his true capabilities. Yet Yang Ning pleaded several times. Once she regained her composure, she immediately asked, I've kept my promise and done what I said. Oh, what is your plan? You'll know my plan tonight. I promise you'll be thrilled beyond measure, Chen Fei replied. I still need to prepare. Do you get lost? Yang Ning threw a pillow directly at him. What about your stuff? Chen Fei asked again. Those items were merely something Yang Ning had said offhand. So she hastily found an excuse. My assistant is in the parking lot. Oh, just give it to him. Don't bother me. I need some quiet. After Chen Fei went downstairs, he saw Wang Jianjun in the lobby. He was holding a cardboard box tightly sealed with tape. Brother Fei, the items have been bought. Wang Jianjun said. Chen Fei nodded. Let's go to the parking lot. Someone is waiting there. The two arrived at the parking. As Chen Fei approached and reached for the car door, someone shouted from the side, hey. Chen Fei turned to look. A foreigner approached, smiling, and greeted an English friend. My name is Cole. Is this car yours? It's not mine. Could it possibly be yours? Chen Fei replied. Upon hearing this, 4 more foreigners approached slowly. Chen Fei frowned slightly, wondering what this meant. Are they looking for a fight? Wang Jianjun immediately got into position, ready to strike. But Cole still wore a smile cheerfully, saying, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Do you have the goods? Upon hearing this, Chen Fei glanced at him, and then at the few foreign men behind him. Could they be Yang Ning's assistants? He then replied, since it's you, I'll hand over the items to you. Richard was momentarily stunned. Are we trading right here? In his impression, arms deals usually took place in secluded locations. Yet these two were boldly making the trade right in a bustling parking lot. Who would have thought the local gangs in Hong Kong would be so audacious? No wonder they dared to deliver after committing murder. And they only sent 2 people. Truly ruthless. What a mess. Chen Fei said impatiently, do you want it or not? Richard quickly replied yes. He tossed out an envelope. Here's the money, do you want to count it? There's actually money. Yang Ning, this rich girl, is indeed straightforward in her dealings. But how much could this cost? Chen Fei dismissively replied. No need, what's the point of counting this little amount? So straightforward indeed. Richard then asked, where's the goods? Chen Fei nodded towards Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun placed the cardboard box beside the front of the Mercedes. Cole drew the box closer, glanced at the taped lid, and then looked up at Richard. Richard said, open it, and take a look. Chen Fei frowned, pressed his hand on the box. What the hell is there to see? Haven't you ever seen this stuff before? It's just a few ritual items and toys. How could they be worried about buying the wrong ones? The foreign men really were not thinking straight. Richard hurriedly explained, friend, it's not that we don't trust you, it's just, damn it, have you ever done this kind of deal? Chen Fei said, displeased. Are you worried that the goods inside are fake? Do you still need to inspect the goods? That's not professional at all. This statement left Richard and his companions at a loss. If they weren't allowed to inspect the goods, what was there to buy? Besides, what does it mean to be professional? The group of foreign men all looked at Richard. Richard insisted, I think it's better to check the goods, that way we can feel assured. Do you want it or not? Chen Fei asked impatiently. Richard replied, friend, we. His subordinates slowly reached for their waists, seemingly preparing to take action. But Wang Jianjun was faster. In a flash, he drew his gun, lifting it to aim at Richard's forehead from within his. The movement was so quick that Richard didn't even have time to think about dodging before he saw the dark muzzle of the gun. Cole and the others froze with their hands in midair. Do you still want it or not? Chen Fei was very unhappy. It was just a box of hygiene products and toys, yet they still insisted on inspecting the goods. Crazy. Richard's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly regained his composure. He stared at Chen Fei for 2 seconds, then raised his hand to signal his men not to move. A few seconds later, Richard slowly spoke. I, the White Glove Richard, am known for being disciplined in M country. Since you trust me, I will trust you too. He wrapped his arms around the box. Deal? Then he slowly backed away. Wang Jianjun did not lower his gun, keeping the muzzle trained on him. Cole saw his brother complete the transaction and quickly opened the car door behind him. Richard continued to retreat to the vehicle, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. The gangs in Hong Kong are truly ruthless. A few foreign men also got into the car, and Cole whispered, brother, where to now? To test the guns outside, Richard replied. His subordinate started the vehicle, driving out of the parking lot. The brake lights flashed at the corner of the exit, then disappeared. Chen Fei picked up the envelope on the front of the car and opened it for a glance. US dollars, a thick stack, at least 50,000. He truly did not understand the lifestyle of the upper class. To receive so much money for these items. No wonder Yang Ning has the leisure to come out and rob. He tucked the envelope into his pocket. June, let's go. The two got into the refrigerated truck and drove out of the parking lot. In a corner, a car watched. One person lowered their binoculars and picked up the walkie-talkie. Officer Huang, I just saw Richard making a deal in the Peninsula Hotel parking lot, but I didn't see what was being traded. Did you find out who he was trading with? A voice came from the walkie-talkie. I took photos. What should we do now? They split up. Bring the photos back first, let's check which group it is. Yes. Richard had his men turn the car into a quiet side road, and then stop. Cole sat in the back seat, the cardboard box resting on his lap. Richard spoke. Open it, and take a look. Cole quickly tore off the tape and lifted the lid. He started pulling out items from the box one by one. The first item was a vibrating device. Made of silicone, it bounced once in the cabin and rolled under the seat. Then it buzzed and vibrated. Next were ultra-thin sanitary pads, 2 packs. Tampons, a box wrapped in plastic reflecting light. A pile of yellow paper money along with incense candles. Cole's hand froze in the air, his face devoid of expression. It wasn't calmness, his mind had gone blank. Richard stared at the vibrating device on the seat, his pupils slowly dilating and then constricting. He slowly took out a cigar and placed it in his mouth, moving very slowly, as if afraid of doing something uncontrollable. Where's the gun? He asked. Cole opened his mouth, but made no sound. I'm asking you, where's the gun? Richard asked through clenched teeth. Cole rummaged through the box again, dumping all the paper money from the bottom, scattering it all over the cabin. There was nothing. There's no gun, Cole said. Richard picked up the vibrating device, his lips trembling with anger. We spent 15 hours flying from M country to Hong Kong, waited on the mountain for an hour, waited in the parking lot for another hour, and had a gun pointed at our heads, just to spend $50,000 to buy these vibrating devices. He slammed the vibrating device against the car window. With a bang, the window didn't shatter. The device bounced back, landing on Cole's lap. Cole quickly pushed it away as if it were a snake. He slammed the vibrating device against the car window. With a bang, the window didn't shatter. The device bounced back, landing on Cole's lap. Cole said cautiously, brother, this is Burn for the Dead in Hong Kong. I've seen it before. Burn for the Dead, eh? Richard's voice suddenly rose. Are they cursing us? He flipped the cardboard box over, dumping out the remaining items. Another vibrating device rolled out, a double-ended one, pink with bumps on it. The cabin instantly felt like a toy store. The subordinates in the front seat couldn't help but glance back, then quickly turned away. Richard stared at the double-ended device, silent for 3 seconds. Then he suddenly laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh, but one that was completely out of control, on the verge of collapse. Damn it. He slammed his fist against the back of the front seat. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Cole shrank into the corner of his seat, not daring to speak. Several subordinates also fell silent. Richard panted heavily, the veins on his forehead bulging. He looked down at the cabin full of toys and paper money, gritting his teeth. The local gangs are so rude. Night fell. Inside the black gold group, a statue of Guangdong stood on the high table behind the desk, with a red face, long beard, and half-closed Danfeng eyes. In the bronze incense burner in front of him, 3 sticks of incense were inserted, and wisps of blue smoke filled the room with the scent of sandalwood. Song Zaheo stood before the statue of Guangdong, holding incense with both hands, and bowed deeply. He silently prayed in his heart, Lord Guan, please bless this journey to be safe. My uncle is getting old and cannot bear the stress. I ask for your protection for him, and that a Jia with his stubbornness does not get involved in this mess, but returns safely. He bent down, showing sincere devotion. Chun Fei followed local customs, and also bowed to Guangdong, as did Yang Ning and Wang Jianjun. After finishing the incense, Yang Ning's gaze swept over. Song Zaheo glanced at Wang Jianjun, who was silently cleaning his military knife, and finally landed on Chun Fei's face. He then lowered his voice and asked, just the 4 of us? Chun Fei nodded. That should be more than enough to deal with Gao Yingpei. Yang Ning thought he had misheard. Song Zaheo, a former big shot from the underworld who had just been released from prison. Wang Jianjun, a taciturn, cold-faced assassin. Looking at Chun Fei, he felt that there was not a single truthful word from him. Are you joking? Yang Ning's voice became lower, but he could not hide the skepticism in his tone. I never joke. Chun Fei smiled. As I said, when poor one must be stealthy, when rich one should strike with overwhelming force. Now that I am wealthy, just wait and see what a baptism of fire looks like. Yang Ning opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed his words. Because whether what Chun Fei said was true or false, she had already boarded this ship, invested money, and put her life at stake. It was too late to say anything now. After offering the incense, Song Zaheo inserted the incense into the burner and turned around. Chun Fei said, since everyone is ready, let's set off. We have already worshipped Guangdong, so the feng shui will surely improve. Feng shui is a traditional Chinese cultural concept, and Hong Kong people particularly revere it. The most obvious manifestation of this is in the worship of Guangdong. Whether in business, the police, or the underworld, everyone loves to worship Guangdong. However, there are differences between them. The statues enshrined in the Triads are often depicted in red robes with eyes wide open and a knife raised. In contrast, the statues worshipped by business people and the police are usually in green robes with eyes closed and a knife held horizontally. Police officers pray to Guangdong before operations, hoping to solve cases quickly and ensure safe travels. Underworld members also pray to Guangdong before fleeing, striving for a smooth getaway and safe travels. Both the law enforcement and the underworld respectfully burn incense and bow before Lord Guan, then venture into the vast night of Hong Kong. In the anti-black office, Huang Sir stood before the statue of Guangdong, holding the incense upright. He offered incense every time before a major operation, not asking for anything else, just wishing for himself and his brothers to return safely. Lord Guan, please bless us, he said softly, bowing 3 times before inserting the incense into the burner. He then entered the office for a meeting. On the whiteboard were several images of Richard taken at the airport upon entry, photos of the transaction scene in the Peninsula Hotel parking lot, and 2 blurry figures. Everyone come here. A few subordinates gathered around. Huang Sir pointed at the photos on the whiteboard. These foreigners are from the M Country Wolf Gang. This one is the leader, named Richard, nicknamed White Glove. He just entered Hong Kong, and there are suspicions that they might be up to something here. We just happened to discover that they were trading in the parking lot this afternoon. He paused, pointing at the 2 blurry photos, but now the negatives have been exposed, and we cannot tell who these 2 are. However, the fact that the Wolf Gang is coming to Hong Kong indicates they are not small players. One subordinate asked, Huang Sir, what were they trading? I couldn't see clearly. Since it could attract the Wolf Gang's boss to come personally, it must be either weapons or counterfeit money. Huang Sir turned to look at everyone. I believe they will act soon, so our task is to keep a close watch on them. No, sir, the subordinates replied in unison. At that moment, someone knocked at the door. Come in, Huang Sir said. A police officer pushed the door open and smiled. Huang Sir, your girlfriend is here. Upon hearing this, the other officers instantly understood. Huang Sir, your wife must have brought you supper. Huang Sir and his wife are truly a match made in heaven. One is a police officer, and the other is a teacher, a strong partnership indeed. Exactly when will Huang Sir give us wedding candies? Facing the subordinates, teasing, Huang Sir waved his hand. Enough chatter. Let's focus on the materials, and also get in touch with the guys from Team 2. Yes, sir. When Huang Sir stepped out, he saw Hemin waiting for him holding a thermos. Her tone was gentle. I saw you busy and hadn't eaten dinner yet, so I brought you some supper. Huang Sir's serious expression softened a bit as he quickly walked over to take the thermos, smiling. It's so late, why aren't you resting at home? Why come over here? Hemin's tone carried a barely noticeable worry. I saw you didn't reply to messages, so I knew you had a task. Recently Hong Kong has been unstable. I can't sleep every time you go on a mission. Huang Sir felt warmth in his heart, but also some guilt. I'm sorry for making you worry. But this is how being a cop is. Hemin softly sighed. I'm not blaming you, I just. Lately she felt that being with this boyfriend was exhausting. He was always busy. Moreover, their common topics were dwindling, as every time they met, Huang Sir only talked about cases and never asked about her situation at school. She increasingly disliked police officers. Huang Sir looked into her eyes earnestly and said, Amin, I promise you that once this mission is over we will get married, okay? At that moment he resembled a general on stage. Hemin forced a smile. Then you must return safely. Eat something first, don't go hungry. All right. Just as Huang Sir opened the thermos, the office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. A police officer rushed out saying, Huang Sir, Team 2 just reported that Richard and some others have left the Peninsula Hotel. They split into 2 cars, and Team 2's guys have followed them, requesting our immediate support. Huang Sir's expression changed drastically as he set the thermos down. Notify all officers to prepare to head out and rendezvous with Team 2. Remember, stay hidden, don't alert the enemy, and keep a close watch on Richard and the others. They must not escape. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison, immediately taking action, quickly grabbing their gear and heading orderly towards the door. Huang Sir turned to glance at Hemin, his eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry. You go ahead. Hemin silently stood. Huang Sir nodded and quickly went out with the other officers while silently praying in his heart. Lord Guan, please bless us. Gao Yingpei stood before the statue of Guangdong, holding incense with both hands and bowing respectfully before inserting the incense into the burner. He then stood up and walked to the desk, asking the subordinate beside him, what movements has Long Si made recently? The subordinate replied, the old man has been drinking tea and reading the news daily without anything unusual. Gao Yingpei sneered, useless, occupying such a good business yet unable to do anything right. He had followed Long Si for many years, rising from a small thug to his current position. On the surface he appeared loyal, but in reality he was ambitious, Long coveting Long Si's shipyard and power, secretly manipulating counterfeit money activities behind Long Si's back. Now he was waiting for a suitable opportunity to frame Long Si, blaming him for the evidence of his own counterfeit dealings, seizing Long Si's shipyard and taking everything from him. Gao Yingpei continued, a buyer from M Country will arrive shortly, so be prepared and keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Yes, the subordinate replied. At this moment a car drove up to the front door. Gao Yingpei's subordinates cautiously surrounded it and saw a few foreigners inside the car. The passenger seats. Cole spoke, we have an appointment with Mr. Gao. The gatekeeper immediately consulted and confirmed it, allowing them to enter. When Huang Sir's team arrived by car, they happened to see Cole's vehicle entering the villa, and then the gate slowly closed. Have you found out whose house this is? Huang Sir asked the police officer. A police officer replied, "This is the home of Gao Yingpei, assistant to Long Si of the Long Clan shipyard." Gao Yingpei. Inspector Huang frowned slightly. The magazine Black Gold said Gao Yingpei was involved in counterfeiting. Could it be true? So Richard and his men are here to trade with Gao Yingpei. Sir, should we rush in and capture them? Another officer. Inspector Huang shot him a glance, annoyed. Rush in to capture them. Do you have any evidence? If there were even a shred of evidence, we could go and arrest them, but right now we have no evidence. If we go in and find nothing, they could complain to the police department, and that would be a problem for us. What should we do now? Let's wait for a moment. Inspector Huang thought for a moment and said, Team 2 should wait at the back door. As soon as you see those foreigners come out, rush in and stage a car accident. Then we can check if they have any illegal items. At that time, we will have a reason to detain them. Remember, do not reveal your identities and do not disturb Gao Yingpei's people lest we alert them. The rest of you spread out and keep an eye out for any suspicious targets. Detain them immediately. Yes, sir. When Team 2 turned to the back door, they just saw someone directing a refrigerated truck moving slowly ahead. To avoid alarming anyone, they drove the car to a farther location. Song Zihao parked the refrigerated truck and came to another van by the roadside with Yang Ning. He asked Chen Fei inside the car, "Brother Fei, what do we do now?" Yang Ning also looked curious, still unclear about Chen Fei's plan. Chen Fei opened the back door of the van, revealing a cargo area stripped of seats where a Browning M2HB heavy machine gun was mounted on a tripod loaded with belts of ammunition. On the floor there were scattered rocket launchers, MP5 submachine guns, PKM-7, 62mm general-purpose machine guns, Remington 870 shotguns, M26 grenades, and various models of handguns. Seeing this scene, Yang Ning felt her heart had taken a heavy blow. A heavy machine gun, a shotgun, a grenade. So he was telling the truth. It's really about rushing in and shooting. What exactly is he? A magazine owner or a mercenary? Chen Fei raised his wrist to check the time. You all pick suitable weapons first. Later, how go you go to the front? After 5 minutes, bombard with a rocket launcher. Those inside will definitely rush out in the chaos. Miss Yang and I will lie in wait outside. When people come out, we will shoot them directly and then rush in to snatch the items. Any problems? As for Wang Jianjun, he has already been arranged to go to Long Sis shipyard. Once something happens here, Gao Yingpei will definitely call for help. At that time, the shipyard will be effectively vacant, and the master copy of the counterfeit money will be within reach. Without thinking, Song Zihao shook his head no. Then he took a weapon. Yang Ning felt speechless. Indeed, if everything was full of flaws, then there would be no flaws. However, at this point she had no choice but to grab a weapon. Inside the villa, the crystal chandelier lit up the entire living room. Gao Yingpei sat on the sofa with Richard sitting across from him. On the coffee table were 2 open large boxes filled with neatly stacked counterfeit bills of $100 denomination, the watermark clear and the texture of the paper nearly indistinguishable from real. Cole picked up a stack of counterfeit bills and used a device to inspect them. After tearing open a sheet to check the paper fibers and counting the amount, he nodded. The goods are fine. Richard signaled one of his men to open the large box they brought and turned to Gao Yingpei. Inside were stacks of brand new $100 bills neatly arranged. Mr. Gao, here is $5 million. Please count it. Gao Yingpei gestured for his subordinate to count the money. After confirming the amount was correct, he stood up with a smile and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. They shook hands. Gao Yingpei added, Mr. Richard, Hong Kong's nightlife is vibrant with the best drinks and the finest women. Would you like me to arrange something? Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gao, but we do not need anything for now, Richard replied. Since he said this, Gao Yingpei escorted them to the door. Mr. Richard, if you need goods in the future, just come to me. If the quantity is large, we can negotiate the price. Okay. Richard nodded. Just then a flash of fire with a long tail soared over the wall at high speed, precisely striking the car. Richard, boom. A massive explosion erupted, flames shooting into the sky. The car was instantly blown into a fireball, and 2 nearby henchmen were killed on the spot. Even Richard and Gao Yingpei, standing over 10 meters away, were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, their ears ringing and their vision darkening. Richard crawled up, blood on his face, still ringing in his ears. He looked at the car that had been turned into scrap metal and suddenly pulled out his gun, aiming it at Gao Yingpei beside him. Fuck. Are you trying to set me up? Seeing the foreigner suddenly draw his gun, Gao Yingpei's men quickly pulled out their guns as well. Gao Yingpei hurriedly explained, Mr. Richard, if I wanted to set you up, why would I do such a thing in my own home? But Richard was furious now, recalling how he had flown for over 10 hours to Hong Kong only to be forced to spend $50,000 for a box of expedited goods. He shouted angrily, you are just a despicable local. Bang. He pulled the trigger, shooting Gao Yingpei, and Gao Yingpei let out a terrible scream and fell back. Seeing their boss shot, Gao Yingpei's men quickly opened fire on Richard. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted throughout the corridor and the yard. Both sides suffered casualties. Outside, Huang Sir heard the dense gunfire from inside and knew something was wrong. He immediately ordered, something has happened, everyone rush in and take control of the situation. At the same time, call for backup. After saying this, he personally drove, slamming the accelerator towards the front door. Bang. The door was instantly smashed open. In the midst of the fierce battle inside, Richard saw the car rushing in and shouted angrily. As expected, there was an ambush. Take them out. Gao Yingpai's men also angrily shouted, damn, these foreigners brought help. Brothers, open fire. Bang bang bang. The bullets from both sides rained down on the car like they were free. The windshield shattered into 1,000 pieces and Huang Sir died, heroically on the spot. The officers rushing in saw Huang Sir turned into a sieve and immediately became furious. Huang Sir, Huang Sir. Huang Sir is in trouble, kill these scumbags. Quick, call for backup, these bandits have too much firepower. The other officers, upon hearing that Huang Sir was in trouble, disregarded everything else and quickly pulled out their guns to shoot. Bang bang bang. The gunfire intensified. Outside, Yang Ning heard the gunfire from within and asked in confusion, is this your plan? Did you arrange for other people? There might be some complications, Chun Fei replied, uncertain about the situation. The gunfire showed no signs of stopping, nor did anyone come out. So he picked up a rocket launcher and said, forget it, fire. Whoosh. The rocket flew through the night sky towards the boom. Yang Ning, who liked excitement, saw this scene and forgot everything else, also picking up a rocket launcher to fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several rockets were launched. Continuous explosions erupted in the yard, drowning out the gunfire. Fuck. How could there be rockets? The already injured Richard felt overwhelmed. This isn't the United States. And the police officers rushing in were also dumbfounded. Suddenly someone said, these foreigners must be the arms dealers that the higher-ups want to investigate. Otherwise, how could they possibly have rockets? Upon hearing this, others reacted. This is a major accomplishment. The gunfire became even denser. At the same time, someone called for backup, stating that they had discovered significant clues about a major arms case currently taking place at Gao Yingpai's villa and hoped for swift support. However, inside, people could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Gao Yingpai and Richard both thought the others were reinforcements sent by their opponents, each wanting to eliminate the other. The officers were thinking about capturing all these bandits. The three parties had already lost their senses in the fight. Yang Ning heard the gunfire continue and glanced at Chen Fei. What do we do now? Russian, what else is there to ask? Chen Fei picked up an MP5. He used the walkie-talkie to call Song Zihao. How go storm into the villa? Yang Ning felt that the gunfire inside should be part of Chen Fei's plan, so she picked up a weapon as well. When they rushed into Gao Yingpai's villa, they saw the yard filled with smoke and dust, bodies sprawled everywhere. Chen Fei felt puzzled. Could there have been an internal conflict here? The three of them quickly checked upstairs and downstairs with Song Zihao, only to find that there was not a single survivor. However, they did discover 2 large boxes of counterfeit money and 1 box of real cash. Chen Fei took out a camera and handed it to Song Zihao. Take some pictures for me, and also photograph the bodies and the scene. Why, oi? Yang Ning asked, puzzled. Are you leaving evidence for the police? The counterfeit group had an internal conflict and a gunfight. The CEO of Black Gold personally went to the scene to collect evidence. Once this news breaks, tomorrow's Black Gold, and yes, will definitely sell like hotcakes, Chen Fei said. If the company goes public, the stock will definitely rise. Yang Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. Song Zihao quickly took snapshots. After finishing the film, Chen Fei instructed, let's go, or the police will arrive soon. Before leaving, they also blew up the refrigerated truck and the van. When the reinforcements called by the police arrived, they only saw a ground full of corpses and traces of bombing. A simple inspection revealed traces of rocket fire. It was indeed a major arms case. Rockets were involved. These foreigners must have used a heavy machine gun to wipe out the bold individuals at the Saikang Pier. Thus the case should unfold as follows. Americans conducted arms deals with Gao Yingpai or other transactions, then Huang Sir discovered it and began calling for backup. However, the opposing firepower was too strong, leading to the death of Huang Sir and all the police officers. On the way back, Chen Fei suddenly sighed and cursed, damn. Despite obtaining a considerable amount of real and counterfeit money in the villa, even Wang Jianjun took advantage of Gao Yingpai's decision to recall most of the shipyard employees barging in to seize a truckload of counterfeit money and the counterfeit printing plates. In this plan, the counterfeit money was not the priority, the printing plates were. In simple terms, the printing plates are the source, and all counterfeit money is copied and printed from these plates. Whoever possesses the plates can produce an unlimited amount of counterfeit money, printing as much as they desire. However, Chen Fei was still unhappy, because he had prepared so many heavy weaponry, yet they went unused. He did not complete the baptism of fire against Gao Yingpai. In the end, he had only launched a few rockets, leaving him with a feeling akin to punching a pillow. Yang Ning and Song Zihao felt puzzled when they heard him sigh suddenly. Why are you sighing? Yang Ning couldn't help but ask. Sigh. Chen Fei sighed again and said, you don't understand how I feel right now? Yang Ning replied, you got so much money, isn't that worth celebrating? Is this about the money? Chen Fei retorted, I'm not happy because this plan isn't considered a complete success. What then would qualify as a success? Song Zihao asked. How could there suddenly be a gunfight inside? Yang Ning glanced at Chen Fei and asked, was the gunfire inside part of your plan? How could it be me? I had no idea at all. Chen Fei certainly would not admit it, as he was just as clueless. But Yang Ning and Song Zihao completely did not believe him, feeling he was enigmatic. When he previously claimed that a few people could handle Gowing Pei, they were somewhat skeptical. But now they were utterly convinced. Seeing him unwilling to admit, Yang Ning and Song Zihao both thought he was reluctant to reveal too much. The driving Song Zihao asked, Brother Fei, where to now? Take me to the Kennedy Tunnel, Chen Fei said. I want to go home and reflect. He then looked at Yang Ning. What about you? I have to return to the hotel. Yang Ning said, I'll contact the U.S. side as soon as possible to ship out the counterfeit money. After dropping Chen Fei off, Yang Ning asked Song Zihao to take him to the Peninsula Hotel. The trip from Kennedy Tunnel to the Peninsula Hotel only took a few minutes. However, upon arrival, Yang Ning seemed a bit distracted. Song Zihao couldn't help but ask, Miss Yang, we've arrived. Oh. Yang Ning came back to her senses, but did not rush to get out of the car. Suddenly she asked, Brother, how may I ask, how long have you known Chen Fei? Not long, Song Zihao answered honestly. Because he had just met Chen Fei, he then asked, What's up? Brother, how don't blame me for being overly familiar. Yang Ning said, Don't you feel there are many odd things about Chen Fei during this operation? Odd? Song Zihao was puzzled. What do you mean? Actually, like you, I just met him too. We all know he appears to be running a magazine business, yet he has so much heavy weaponry. Calling him a mercenary is not an exaggeration. While organizing her thoughts, Yang Ning continued, But just now we hardly utilized the weapons he prepared. He said there were only the four of us, yet we heard dense gunfire inside along with a ground full of corpses. I don't know how he managed that, but everything must be under his control, and he must have already planned his escape. Song Zihao recalled and realized it was indeed the case. Although Chen Fei had prepared a lot of gear, they had only launched a few rockets. Moreover, they had clearly taken out Gowing Pei and received money, yet he still looked quite unhappy. Then why would he? Song Zihao asked, puzzled. Of course, to conceal his true identity. Didn't you notice that he pretended to be an ordinary person from the start? He clearly has the capability to acquire so much confidential information, yet he disguises himself as an ordinary businessman. He has the power to handle everything, yet he still wants us to participate. Yang Ning said. Then why does he do this? Who is he putting on a show for? Song Zihao pressed. Of course it's for you and me, Yang Ning asserted, and for everyone else. Everyone. Song Zihao pondered and recalled Chen Fei saying he was not incapable of doing such things, he was giving them a chance. Now it was clear that Chen Fei was indeed correct. In tonight's operation, his task was simply to drive over, launch a few rockets at Gao Yingpai's villa, and then finish. Song Zihao thought for a moment and said, I don't quite understand why Chen Fei would do this. In my view, he is seeking a different kind of challenge. We are merely spectators and beneficiaries who happen to be in the right place at the right time. Yang Ning said. Song Zihao remained silent for a moment and said, so he is choosing us. Yang Ning replied firmly, clearly this is a flawed plan, yet he still allowed us to participate. If we dare to gamble our future on this flawed plan, we are his trusted subordinates. What if we don't go along? If we don't participate, he will play alone and won't need to involve us. Yang Ning said. So this operation seems hasty, but in reality, it was planned long ago. Otherwise, how could there have been a sudden gunfight and infighting? And didn't you hear him say that this plan isn't considered completely successful? Listening to your analysis, it certainly makes a lot of sense. He must have calculated everything in advance. Song Zihao thought carefully and discovered that the entire sequence of events was tightly interconnected. They had just arrived for a few minutes when a conflict erupted inside, and everyone was wiped out. If it weren't a planned event, Song Zihao wouldn't believe it at all. This was not a simple and flawed plan. It was clearly an opportunity to subtly probe people's hearts and filter out those around him who could be of use. From start to finish, Chen Fei didn't exert much effort, and he didn't even need to personally engage in combat. Yet he smoothly reaped the rewards of money and counterfeit money, while also using the tragedy to promote his magazine. Such strategic planning and composed execution. How could such poise be typical of an ordinary businessman? The main question is, which businessman would hide heavy weaponry within their own company, right? Yang Ning nodded. Connecting all these dots reveals Chen Fei's identity. He could not possibly be a local gangster in Hong Kong. He must have an unimaginable background. He is either a retired top-tier gangster or a behind-the-scenes leader with hidden power, simply weary of vying for fame and fortune, choosing to conceal himself in the mundane world through a media business. I think the same, Song Zihao agreed deeply. At the same time, he sighed, realizing that this underworld was indeed not what he had previously known. If Yang Ning hadn't delved deeper into the matter, he would have probably never understood what was going on. Regardless of Song Zihao's thoughts, Yang Ning continued, Brother, how you are a retired big shot in the underworld, but once you're in the underworld, how could you simply exit? I suggest you consider your future carefully. So Miss Yang is advising me to stick with him. Song Zihao was, I don't know your thoughts, but I believe he is the most suitable person for me to follow, Yang Ning said earnestly. Since he is willing to give me this opportunity, no matter what, I cannot refuse. Saying this, she opened the car door. Brother, how I will get out now? You should head home early too. After Yang Ning left, Song Zihao fell into deep contemplation. Though he had not known Qin Fei for long, the intelligence and capability he displayed were impeccable and far surpassed that of an ordinary gangster. Perhaps he should consider his future carefully. At this moment, Yang Ning and Song Zihao were just opening the door to the mysterious Qin Fei, only to find a woman inside the room. Zhao Yaji, why are you here? I wanted to come, so I came. Zhao Yaji stood up. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Qin Fei laughed. How could that be? I don't have a place to call home everywhere. He approached Zhao Yaji and lifted her chin. I heard you used to be a flight attendant. Why not do it again tonight? I don't have any clothes. I do. Qin Fei pulled her into the bedroom and opened the wardrobe. Look, there are outfits for a policewoman, a nurse, and a flight attendant. Zhao Yaji rolled her eyes at him. Is that all you think about? Sex is a natural part of human nature, Qin Fei said with conviction. I just had a full meal. What's wrong with thinking about something sensual? This exquisite second-hand luxury car indeed performs exceptionally well in terms of power, acceleration, handling, top speed, and engine technology. Moreover, it has an accurate steering system that allows the driver to easily control the driving direction, while the suspension system provides strong support, while maintaining comfort, ensuring the vehicle's stability even during high-speed turns. Especially when revving the engine, the powerful roar is quite impressive. When Qin Fei finished his rendezvous with Zhao Yaji, it was almost 1 a.m. Zhao Yaji lay in bed, not even wanting to move, her fingers lazily watching him get up to dress. Are you going out so late? Not going out, just making a call. Qin Fei picked up the landline on the bedside table, and the phone rang several times before it connected, and a groggy voice came from the other end. Hello. Who is it? It's me, Qin Fei. Boss, what time do you think it is now? Lu Huijin's voice suddenly became clearer, but it was filled with resentment. Do you think I don't need to sleep? Exclusive news doesn't wait for anyone. Qin Fei lit a cigarette. I have explosive information. Come over to get it, and prepare to release it tomorrow. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. What's the scoop? Did some congressman get caught accepting bribes? No, it's much more explosive than that. Qin Fei exhaled a puff of smoke. You'll know when you get here. Take it back and look. Now. Lu Huijin cursed something under her breath, the words too quiet to hear, but she finally said, wait, and hung up. Qin Fei put down the receiver and turned to Zhao Yaji. You sleep first, don't wait for me. Zhao Yaji turned over, pulling the blanket up to her chin, lazily responding. About half an hour later, Lu Huijin arrived wearing an oversized hoodie and sweatpants, her hair casually tied in a ponytail, still showing signs of having just woken up. As soon as she entered, she started complaining. You better really have something, or I won't let this go. Qin Fei didn't reply, tossing the packaged negatives and a few already printed photos onto the coffee table. Look, I won't make you come for nothing. Lu Huijin sat down and flipped through the photos. The first one showed a mangled body, the ground soaked in blood. The second photo was of a car reduced to scrap metal with a foreigner lying beside it, his upper body riddled with bullet holes. Her drowsiness vanished instantly, and she sat up straight. What is this? Gao Yingpai's villa from tonight. Qin Fei flicked the photo. Isn't it explosive? Lu Huijin flipped through the photos one by one, growing more alarmed with each. The last page was a panoramic shot showing at least a dozen bodies lying in the courtyard, smoke swirling around. Did you take these yourself? I went to the scene personally. How did you end up there? Lu Huijin asked without turning her head. Qin Fei smiled. I told you I'm the king of intelligence in Hong Kong. It's normal for me to know this kind of information, right? Isn't it explosive? It's indeed explosive enough. Reporting that Qin Fei, the boss of Black Gold Media, went to the scene personally, this first-hand information will definitely boost our magazine's sales. Lu Huijin packed the photos and negatives into her bag and stood up. Is there anything else? For now, that's it. Go back and develop them well. A few might be underexposed. Have someone fix them. Got it. Lu Huijin walked to the door, looked back at him, hesitated for a moment, then finally opened the door and left. When she returned home, Yazi was still awake, curled up on the sofa watching television. Seeing her come in, Yazi casually asked, where did you go so late? To get information. Lu Huijin threw her bag on the sofa. Yazi asked in confusion, what information requires you to go personally at this hour? Qin Fei called me over, you can see for yourself. Lu Huijin took out the photos. Yazi picked up the first one for a glance, her pupils dilating in shock. The photo showed 7 or 8 bodies lying in a pool of blood, shimmering a dark red under the flash. In the distance was a destroyed car, its fire not yet fully extinguished. What is this? Gao Yingpai's villa. Lu Huijin picked up another wet photo, this one showing a close-up of a foreigner lying on his back, several bullet holes in his chest. Yazi frowned. Who took these? Qin Fei. Yazi fell silent. She looked at a few more photos, some close-ups of bodies, some wide shots with scattered bullet casings, and one of counterfeit bills. When did this happen? He said it was tonight. The two women exchanged glances, both seeing the same question. And how did Qin Fei know? How could he have been at the scene? Moreover, he took the photos so calmly with such comprehensive angles, it was as if he had set up the shot in advance. This Qin Fei. Yazi slowly spoke. What exactly does he know? Lu Huijin shook her head. She did. The next morning, all of Hong Kong was in an uproar. Every newspaper front page reported the same story. The front page of the Sing Tao Daily read, a shocking bloodbath. Gao Yingpai's villa turned into a slaughterhouse. The Ming Pao reported, infighting in the counterfeit money group. Gunfight at the villa leaves over 10 dead, several police officers sacrificed. The Hong Kong Commercial Daily reported a bloody massacre. Gao Yingpai has fallen. On television, the female anchor read the news. Last night, police reported a gunfight at Gao Yingpai's villa in Repulse Bay. Upon arrival, officers were met with heavy fire resulting in several police fatalities. A total of nearly 30 bodies were discovered at the scene, including Gao Yingpai and his men, several foreigners, and multiple Royal Hong Kong police officers. Foreigners confirmed to be from the M Country Gang. The scene shifted to the exterior of the villa. Yellow police tape surrounding the area, forensic teams in white coats coming and going, and reporters being kept outside, cameras aimed at every officer entering or exiting. The streets were crowded with onlookers. So many people died, it's truly terrifying, an old woman said, raising her vegetable basket to peek inside. I heard several police officers died. A nearby man whispered, they dare to kill even police officers. These people are really insane. My son is also a police officer. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Another woman sighed. How did Hong Kong get so chaotic? Have you seen the newspapers? Someone raised a magazine. It said that the boss of Black Gold Media took those photos. Really? Several people immediately crowded around. They saw a line of small print at the bottom of the newspaper. The above photos were taken by Chun Fei, the boss of Black Gold Media, who was present at the scene. Over at the nearby newsstand, the vendor shouted, Black Gold. Yes, come buy them while they last. I'm buying 2 copies of Black Gold. Give me one of yes. Change boss. In less than half an hour, both yes and Black Gold were sold out at the newsstand. Similar situations occurred at newsstands across the city. People bought Black Gold for a simple reason. If the boss of Black Gold Media could know such explosive news and capture first-hand information, it surely meant that everything reported by Black Gold was true. Another customer approached to buy a magazine. Boss, do you have any Black Gold left? Sold out, come early tomorrow. Edinburgh School. When the news of Huang Sir's death reached He Min, it struck her like a lightning bolt, leaving her in shock for a long time. She recalled what her boyfriend had said the night before. Once this mission is over, we'll get married. Who knew He Min's mind went blank, and she sat there dazed for a long time. At this moment, Chun Fei had just gotten up. When he heard the report mentioning police officers, he was momentarily stunned. Police officers? Were there police inside? He replayed last night's events in his mind. He and Song Zaheo and Yang Ning fired rocket launchers, and then rushed in only to find a scene of death. He thought it was an internal conflict between Gao Yingpai and that group of foreigners. How could police officers have died inside? So was it a gunfight between the police and Gao Yingpai last night? Song Zaheo saw the newspaper at a tea restaurant. Repulse Bay gunfight, several police officers sacrificed. His hand paused slightly. He spread the newspaper out flat and carefully read the report. The more he read, the more complex his expression became. He thought last night's operation was just about eliminating Gao Yingpai and his men. But police officers died inside too. Was it a coincidence? Or, he recalled what Yang Ning had said the night before, everything must have been under his control. If even the deaths of police officers were calculated by Chun Fei, then this person's methods are truly terrifying. Gao Yingpai M Country Gang police involvement, a melee among various parties, total annihilation, every step perfectly timed, neither too much nor too little, just right for the net to be cast. Could it be that even the police were used as pawns? Song Zaheo put down the newspaper, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. This underworld has really changed. At the Peninsula Hotel Yang Ning's room, the television was replaying the press conference held by the police headquarters, and several newspapers lay sprawled on the coffee table, all reporting on the Gao Yingpai villa shooting. Yang Ning held a copy of Black Gold magazine, flipping through it page by page. She examined it closely, pausing to scrutinize each photo. After finishing, she put down the magazine and closed her eyes. In her mind, she went over everything from last night from start to finish. Chun Fei said the plan was fire coverage, letting them charge in with weapons. But they only fired a few rockets, and it turned into chaos inside with gunfire, explosions, and screams, everything present. By the time they rushed in, all the people inside were dead. Goods intact, money intact. It was clean without any effort. She sensed something was amiss at the time. Now seeing reports of several police officers dead, her judgment was even more certain. This was not a coincidence, it was a calculation. Chun Fei had accounted for everyone. Gao Yingpai M Country, the police. These 3 forces were led to the same place to kill each other while he reaped the benefits. Even the deaths of police officers were part of his plan. Yang Ning opened her eyes and a smile appeared on her face. She felt inexplicably excited, because she felt she had indeed not followed the wrong person. The news on the television continued to report. According to news from the TV station regarding the Repulse Bay shooting last night, the police commissioner expressed shock and anger, and a special task force has been established to investigate. They also extended condolences to the families of the fallen officers. Reports indicate that large-caliber weapons and explosive remnants were found at the scene and foreign forces may have been involved. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent ringing of the phone came through. Chun Fei answered and Liu Huijin's voice came through. Did he mince boyfriend already sacrifice himself when you went there last night? Hearing this, Chun Fei paused. Her boyfriend was also there. He sighed and said, I met him before he died, and we spoke a few words. I didn't tell you last night, because I was afraid you would mention it to He-Man. You really hide things well, Liu Huijin said. I think you should hurry to the company. I expect there will be a lot of trouble today. That's it, I'm hanging up, I need to get some sleep. Chun Fei hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Yaji, who had just gotten up. Do you know where I can buy black condoms? He-Man's boyfriend had sacrificed himself. It seemed logical to go and offer condolences, right? Moreover, the black condoms were quite fitting. Chun Fei wanted to buy a black condom to comfort He-Man, and it wasn't just empty talk. He told Liu Huijin that to make He-Man curious about what Huang Sir had said to him, thus creating an opportunity for them to meet. After sending Zhao Yaji away, Chun Fei first met with Wang Jianjun. Last night, he had obtained a significant amount of counterfeit money, but there were no signs of deposits indicating that trying to deceive the system with fake money was futile. Upon meeting, Wang Jianjun took out a suitcase. Fei Ge, this is what you requested. Chun Fei opened it to find 2 sets of master plates inside. One set was metallic palm-sized, entirely cold and hard silver gray, with a surface polished as smooth. It was intricately hand-carved with fine patterns and human silhouettes, the lines as thin as hair, with subtle variations in depth, and one could feel the faintly raised and recessed textures with a fingertip. This was the engraved steel plate used for directly printing counterfeit money. With it, along with specialized paper and ink, one could print out lifelike U.S. dollars. During printing, ink would be filled into the grooves, excess ink scraped off the surface, and the ink in the depressions would be pressed onto the paper, creating the tactile feel and three-dimensional lines of real banknotes. The other set was made of a film-like template, thin as a cicada's wing, consisting of more than 20 sheets divided into front and back and color layers resembling a set of precision banknote negatives. It had a semi-transparent frosted film texture with straight-cut edges covered in extremely fine black lines, dots, and patterns. Under light, one could see dense microprint text, silhouette contours, and watermark patterns, all so tiny that a magnifying glass was needed to discern them. The entire set of master plates was housed in a small black metal box, moisture-proof, light-proof, and scratch-resistant, feeling heavy in hand. To someone in the know, what was inside this box was not just film, but the source of infinite wealth. As long as the master plates were available, one could produce printing plates at any time, and once the machine was running, boxes of counterfeit money could be printed. This set of film templates could be considered the ancestral negatives, while the metallic plates served as the working. With the film templates, new metallic plates could be endlessly replicated, and with metallic plates along with specialized ink and paper, one could directly start printing money. However, no matter how realistic the counterfeit bills were or how closely the serial numbers resembled real ones, it was useless, as genuine banknotes had official issuance records, with each serial number being unique. Counterfeit bills shared a common serial number, but lacked official backing, could only be used clandestinely, and would never see the light of day, unable to replace real banknotes. Well done, Chun Fei nodded in satisfaction. You didn't run into any trouble last night, did you? Wang Jianjun shook his head. I had only arrived for a short while when I saw a large number of shipyard workers suddenly leave in their cars, leaving only a few behind to guard these items. It took some effort, but it was manageable. Take some time to rest. Later I'll transfer some money to your account, and you can send some back to the families of those comrades. Chun Fei said. Wang Jianjun expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Fei Ge. He had initially thought that life in Hong Kong would be tough, but unexpectedly meeting Chun Fei allowed him to send back a good amount of money to those comrades. We're all in this together. I wouldn't shortchange you. Chun Fei patted his shoulder. You go on and handle your business. As for this counterfeit money master plate, I haven't figured out how to use it yet, so he'll just set it aside, believing it will come in handy one day. He then headed to the company. He first went to Liu Huijin's office. Upon meeting, Liu Huijin said, this morning many distributors called wanting us to print more. I estimate this case could double our sales. That's obvious, Chun Fei replied dismissively. Aside from the request for more prints, is there anything else? A reporter called wanting to interview you, but I turned them down. Liu Huijin said, I suspect it's not just the reporter wanting to interview you, the police will probably come looking for you too. This was indeed true. With such accurate information, the police would certainly want to ask him some questions. Chun Fei replied, in any case, going into the police station feels like going home. Oh, everyone there is talented and speaks well. If they want to come, let them come. There are many organizations in the world that live by selling intelligence, such as M Countries Kroll, Germany's Wolters Francis Dulek, and Y Countries Melhouse. They serve money selling all sorts of business intelligence, political dirt, asset tracking, and bribery investigations with no political stance. Clients of intelligence services range from national presidents, intelligence agencies, police departments, multinational corporations, and financial oligarchs down to small and medium-sized business owners, managers, shop owners, white-collar workers, ordinary citizens, and housewives. Thinking of this, Chun Fei suddenly felt that he could also become a commercial intelligence dealer, even if it's currently limited to Hong Kong. He wondered if, when he had enough money, his business could expand globally. In response to his remarks, Lu Huijin appeared unfazed and continued, I heard from my former colleagues that recently the ICAC arrested quite a few people based on leads from our magazine. Perhaps in a few days this news will be published and our magazine will definitely become popular again. That's good news, Chun Fei smiled. I can consider it a contribution to society. The Hong Kong government should award me as one of the top 10 outstanding youths. Lu Huijin rolled her eyes at him. I doubt it. If you always get leads in front of the police, the head of the police department would probably be very unhappy, making it seem like his officers are useless. I couldn't care less if he's happy or not. Just because he's the head, does that mean I have to accommodate him? Chun Fei said. Lu Huijin replied, yes, you're quite famous now. So can you let me get back to work? I have a lot to do. As soon as Chun Fei returned to the office, barely settling down, Lu Huijin called him on the internal line saying a lawyer was looking for him. Chun Fei replied, let him in. Before long, Lu Huijin brought in a middle-aged man in a suit carrying a briefcase. She introduced, boss, this is lawyer Liang Xiaoming. He said he came on behalf of someone. Miss Lu, I would like to speak to Chun Sheng privately. Liang Xiaoming smiled. If you would be so kind. Lu Huijin glanced at Chun Fei, who nodded, and she left the room. Once the door closed, Chun Fei asked, what brings you here, lawyer Liang? Please have a seat. Liang Xiaoming did not sit down, but opened the suitcase and placed 3 bundles of Hong Kong dollars on Chun Fei's desk. Chun Fei took a glance, estimating at least 300,000. He chuckled, what is this for lawyer Liang? Liang Xiaoming smiled and said, this is a tea fee from my boss for you, Chun Sheng, totaling 300,000. He wishes to befriend you, so he sent me to greet you first. Who is your boss? The sudden delivery of money certainly had a reason behind it. Liang Xiaoming replied, my boss' surname is Li, named Li Guomin, a legislative council member. Li Guomin. Chun Fei thought for a moment and said, I haven't heard of him. If I had slept with his wife, I might have a bit of... Liang Xiaoming smiled slightly and said, I don't know about such personal matters, but my boss doesn't like being featured in your magazine, so he sent me to make friends with you, Chun Sheng. Oh, really? Chun Fei smiled back and retorted, what if I refuse? Liang Xiaoming's smile froze as he said, does Chun Sheng look down on my boss? You think 300,000 can buy me off? Your boss really doesn't take my magazine Black Gold seriously. Chun Fei shook his head. I set up a magazine to expose unsavory matters. Liang Xiaoming smiled with a hint of menace and stated, Chun Sheng, our boss, says that where there is sunlight, there will be shadows, but not everyone prefers to stand in the light. He also said that if you don't give face, the next time someone comes, it won't be me. He pushed the 300,000 Hong Kong dollars closer to Chun Fei and said, Chun Sheng, think it over. I will take my leave for now. Once he left, Chun Fei called Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun quickly responded, Fei, go. The fake money cannot be let go for now, Chun Fei replied succinctly. He'll go do something later. A legislative council member. I don't take him seriously at all. Since he dares to send someone to threaten me tonight, I will hang him on a streetlight. All right. Just as he hung up the phone, Lu Huijin called again, saying that the police were looking for him. Lu Huijin led 2 men into Chun Fei's office. The man in front appeared to be in his 40s with a square face and thick eyebrows, dressed in a dark gray jacket over a white shirt without a tie. He walked steadily, clearly someone accustomed to being out and about. The younger one behind him carried a briefcase, wore glasses, and followed, closely scanning the office with his gaze. Boss, these 2 are from the Commercial Crime Investigation Department, Lu Huijin introduced. This is Lin, sir, and this is Zhao, sir. The 2 stepped forward to show their credentials, saying, Chun Sheng, sorry to bother you. We are here to gather some information and hope you can assist the police. Chun Fei leaned back in his chair and gestured to the chairs in front of him. Please do sit. Would you like tea or coffee? No need to be polite. Lin, sir, sat down, followed by Zhao, sir, who took out a notebook and a pen from his briefcase and placed them on the table. Chun Fei said to Lu Huijin, you go ahead with your work, I will have a chat with the sirs. Lu Huijin nodded, turned to leave, and closed the door behind her. Lin, sir, got straight to the point. Chun Sheng, we are here today mainly to understand the shooting incident at Gao Yingpei's villa last night. On that case, Chun Fei smiled. I read the newspaper today, and it is indeed serious. So many people died. What exactly are the sirs looking to know? As far as we know, you were the first to arrive at the scene. As a non-law enforcement officer, Lin, sir, carefully chose. Moreover, the photos you took were reviewed by our forensic team, and you entered the scene almost immediately after the gunfight ended. Therefore, we would like to know how you knew a gunfight had occurred there. When did you arrive, and how did you get there? Chun Fei chuckled. Lin, sir, I run a magazine. Being well-informed is part of the job. I have many informants scattered throughout Hong Kong, so it's not surprising that I know these things. When did you receive the information? Zhao, sir, looked up his pen, stopping on the notebook. It was just before dawn. Chun Fei replied. As for who fired the shots, I cannot disclose that. If my informants' identities are exposed, no one will dare to provide information to me in the future. This is something both sirs should understand, right? Lin, sir, and Zhao, sir, exchanged glances. Lin, sir, asked again, what did you see when you arrived at the scene? What did I see? Chun Fei smiled. My photos were published in the newspaper. There were bodies everywhere, blood everywhere, and destroyed vehicles. I was also startled at the time, but it was a professional habit to take pictures first, and after taking the pictures I left within 10 minutes. Did you see any suspicious individuals? Or hear any sounds? By the time I arrived, the gunfire had stopped and the yard was eerily quiet. I only smelled a strong mixture of gunpowder and blood. Chen Fei thought for a moment. As for suspicious individuals, I did not see any. If there were any living people, I wouldn't have been able to take pictures so calmly. Zhao Sir noted a few points in his notebook and then looked up to ask, Shun you previously exposed Gao Pei's counterfeit currency base in Black Gold magazine and mentioned his involvement in counterfeit trading. What is the source of this information? How did you confirm the authenticity of this information? Upon hearing this, Chen Fei leaned back in his chair. Zhao Sir, I might have to turn this question back to you. Has your commercial crime investigation department ever received tips about Gao Pei's involvement in counterfeit trading? If you did receive them, did you investigate? And if you did investigate, what were the results? Lin Sir's expression changed slightly. Chen Fei continued, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. I just want to say that my work at Black Gold magazine relies on intelligence. In Hong Kong, it's not too big or too small. Valuable information often isn't in your police files, but in street tea houses, cargo ships, stables, and chicken coops. I happen to be quite good at gathering this kind of information. Are you implying that the police are not as good as you? Zhao Sir's tone was somewhat confrontational. I wouldn't dare. Chen Fei smiled, though the smile was quite forced. I just think everyone should do their own job. I am responsible for exposing, and you are responsible for enforcing the law. If I expose something, and you have not acted, the embarrassment is not on me, but on you. Lin Sir raised his hand to stop Zhao Sir from speaking further. Chen Sheng, we are not here to argue about who is right. Lin Sir said, we just hope you can provide some specific clues to help us solve the case. For example, you have exposed several other matters in Black Gold magazine, such as certain officers accepting bribes, a gang smuggling arms at the docks, and a certain council member receiving benefits during land approvals. How did you come to know about these? Informants, Chen Fei answered straightforwardly. As I said, I rely on informants for a living. You police have informants too. We are all in the same line of work and should understand each other. However, your informants seem to be more useful than ours. Lin Sir's words had a hint of subtle provocation. Chen Fei laughed heartily. Lin Sir, it's not that my informants are better, it's that there are some things the police do not want to investigate, do not dare to investigate, or if they do investigate, it is futile. My magazine is different, though I do not need to provide evidence or follow procedures. I just need to write what I know in the magazine and then distribute it throughout Hong Kong. Everyone in Hong Kong can see it, and that's my advantage. You are using public opinion to interfere with law enforcement. Zhao Sir couldn't help but interject. Wrong. Chen Fei's smile faded and his tone became serious. I am using public opinion to compel law enforcement. Some things you should be doing, but you haven't done. I am doing them for you, and you should thank me. Look at how many corrupt policemen the ICAC has arrested since my magazine exposed them. Hasn't the morale within your police department improved a bit? Lin Sir fell silent for a moment. He knew Chen Fei was speaking the truth. In recent days, the Independent Commission Against Corruption has indeed arrested several officers for bribery based on tips from Black Gold magazine. This has caused quite a stir within the police department, and high-level officials have even issued statements urging self-examination. However, knowing it is the truth does not mean he can accept being lectured by someone who runs a magazine. Lin Sir took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and said, Chen Sheng, many officers died in Gao Pei's villa last night. Do you have any information regarding this? For example, who shot them? And were there any suspicious individuals at the scene? Chen Fei shook his head. I really don't know. By the time I arrived, everyone was already dead. However, I think you can investigate the backgrounds of those foreign individuals. As for how the gunfight started, if you need my help in finding out, I can assist, but you'll need to pay. Pay. Zhao Sir immediately frowned and coldly said, so many officers died last night sacrificing themselves for social peace, and you dare to talk about money. I don't like what this sir is saying. I have many people to support and many lines to follow. If I don't discuss money, am I supposed to appeal to their emotions? Chen Fei glanced at him. Sir, this is reality. You need to face it. With that, he stood up. In short, I have clues that your police do not. If you are willing to pay, everything is negotiable. However, I have matters to attend to now, so please excuse me, sirs. Chen Sheng, don't argue with children. Lin Sir smiled. Children have never run a household and do not understand the value of basic necessities. Chen Fei glanced at him, saying, Lin Sir is indeed more eloquent. Chen Sheng, your intelligence was hard-earned, so it's reasonable to talk about money, but we didn't come prepared with funds today. Lin Sir said sincerely, I personally don't have much money, but I still hope Chen Sheng can help so that those fallen officers can rest in peace. Then I'm afraid I can't help you. Chen Fei shrugged. I'm a businessman, and in business we talk business. The starting price for crucial clues in major cases is 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Top-tier financial and high society scandals, along with a list of police high-ranking informants, is 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and a century-spanning major case costs 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Hearing this, Zhao Sir furrowed his brows. Are you treating the police department like a bank? Buy it if you want, Chen Fei said with a sidelong glance. Seeing that Chen Fei was unwilling to budge, Lin Sir had no choice but to get up. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave for now. We'll report back to our superiors and then come back to bother you, Chen Sheng. Chen Fei had no obligation to assist them. However, as the magazine's revelations increased, they would inevitably attract attention, so it was better to clarify things with these two officers now. After all, it was no secret that magazines employed informants. Fondling Hong Kong Golf Club. This is a social hub for politicians, wealthy individuals, and justices. Thus, throughout the morning, many were playing golf, while casually discussing matters that were not meant for the public. When Liang Xiaoming arrived, his boss, Counselor Li Guomin, was already dressed in standard sportswear, holding a putter, and bending down to observe his shot. Standing nearby were 3 or 4 men similarly dressed, some holding golf clubs, others smoking cigars, chatting, and laughing. Counselor Li, your putting stance is incorrect. Your waist is too straight. The speaker was Director Chung of the Film and Entertainment Affairs Management Office, a plump man whose smile resembled that of a Mithra Buddha, yet his eyes were sharp. The Film and Entertainment Affairs Management Office, referred to as the Film Office, is the statutory regulatory body of the British Hong Kong government under the Department of Administration's Cultural and Broadcasting Division. It is neither police nor anti-corruption nor legislative council. It is an administrative agency wielding substantial power in licensing, review, and inspection. Old Chung, don't teach me anymore. The last time you did, I went from an 80 to 100 strokes. Li Guomin chuckled, then, with a push, the ball rolled into the hole. Several people immediately applauded. Luck, Li Guomin laughed as he picked up the ball and walked over to sit in the nearby lounge. A waiter promptly served chilled lemonade and a damp towel. After the waiter left, Liang Xiaoming leaned down to whisper in Li Guomin's ear. Li Guomin nodded and said, "A magazine brat, doesn't he know I have a voice in the Legislative Council? You go ahead and get busy." Liang Xiaoming had just stepped back when those playing golf with Li Guomin came over to sit. Apart from Director Chung of the Film and Entertainment Affairs Management Office, there was also Minister Zhou from the Urban Council's Commerce Department, President Liang from the Hong Kong Advertising Association, and a colleague from the Legislative Council, Councillor Gao. These were all old connections that Li Guomin had cultivated over the years. Did everyone read today's newspaper? Li Guomin placed the towel on the table and casually asked. Director Chung picked up his water cup and took a sip, saying, "I did. It's quite bloody, and it's another exclusive photo from that Chen Fei. This guy really knows how to dig. He even arrived at the scene before the police in the Gowingpei case." That's not all. President Liang interjected, the content in his magazine is even more outrageous, exposing a listed company's owner sleeping with a partner's wife, causing the company's stock to plummet 5% that day. I know that owner, he's furious, but can't do anything about it. Minister Zhou leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. To put it bluntly, people like him are just using a magnifying glass to find faults. If you have lice, he'll say you're riddled with disease. If you don't, he'll still draw one on you. As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. Li Guomin chuckled along, then slowly sobered, saying, "I'm unfortunate enough to be in this issue," just as he broke the news. "But everyone, if he dares to expose me in this issue, who knows, next issue might be any of you sitting here. I think you all should be careful." His tone was casual, as if joking, but the expressions of these few instantly stiffened. Because they were all from the same circle, in a certain sense they were all in the same boat. None were clean. Thus Li Guomin's words immediately raised everyone's vigilance. President Liang frowned. "This Chen Fei, I've looked into him. He didn't have much background before, just suddenly emerged, but it seems he has some powerful informant resources. He dares to expose anything and offend anyone. Not afraid of offending people." Minister Zhou said, "What's scary is if he offends someone who can't do anything about him. Look at Gao Yingpei, the man is dead, yet he's still stepping on him. Besides, what do Gao Yingpei's businesses have to do with him? He's just a magazine seller making money off the dead. Isn't that how the media works?" Councillor Gao said slowly, "Once this case is reported, the sales of black gold are probably already #1 across Hong Kong, even surpassing new knowledge. No matter his origins, the fact that so many people are willing to provide him with information shows he has some skill." Li Guomin said leisurely, "He does have some skill, but it's also closely related to us." He glanced at Director Chung. "Old Chung, doesn't your film office supervise content reviews? Such bloody and violent photos in magazines can easily cause social panic. Aren't you going to do something about it?" Director Chung immediately understood the implication of this statement and smiled. "Of course we will manage it. This issue of Black Gold indeed has some problems with many bloody photos that are too frightening. Our office has been researching it and is preparing to summon them for a discussion, requiring them to strengthen content reviews. If they fail to meet the requirements, we may suspend their publication." This is indeed correct, because according to the Newspaper Registration Ordinance, the Film Office can issue warnings to publications with inappropriate content, and for those that repeatedly disregard it, can recommend the Secretary for Administration to revoke their license. Although the process takes time, as long as there's a will, there's a way. Li Guomin turned to Minister Zhou. "Old Zhou, doesn't your Urban Council's Commerce Department manage market circulation? Isn't the newsstand's license approved by you?" Minister Zhou understood as well. "The newsstand license is indeed approved by us. Recently, we are cleaning up illegal operations on the streets. Some newsstands are occupying sidewalks, failing to meet fire safety standards, and selling pirated publications. There are many issues. We will take action on those that need to be stopped or closed, and as for those selling black gold, we will investigate them closely. This is not targeting this magazine. These newsstands themselves have problems, and we will act according to the law." acting according to the law. This phrase sounded nice and everyone laughed. Li Guomin laughed along, and then turned to President Liang. President Liang, regarding advertising, do your words carry weight? President Liang took a puff from his cigar and said, what do Hong Kong advertisers fear the most? They fear their brand's image being damaged. A magazine like Black Gold, which constantly exposes scandals and publishes bloody photos which reputable companies would want to advertise in it. I will talk to a few heads of major brands to see if we can issue an internal guideline in our association suggesting that member units be cautious in choosing advertising platforms. Not saying not to advertise, just saying to be cautious. Those advertisers will naturally understand. Being subtle is better. Counselor Gao interjected. Being too direct is not good. President Liang nodded. Yes, being subtle is better. After discussing this matter, it was time to make a statement. Therefore, Li Guomin said, we're all friends, and I recently learned of a lucrative project. It's a bit difficult for me to invest alone, so I'm looking for you all to join in. While it was said to be making money together, it was more like sharing the spoils. After discussing this, old Joe said, recently, I watched TVB's The Return of the Condor Heroes. The actress playing Su Ying is quite beautiful. What's her name? I know this. Her name is Mi Shui. Old Chung picked up the conversation. She used to be with Lee's television. Li Guomin laughed heartily, saying, since that's the case, I think we should organize a dinner and see if we can invite Wei Xiuhua and Zheng Yuling as well. Good idea. Several people present instantly agreed. At noon, Liu Huijin rushed into Chun Fei's office looking very upset. The people from the film office came and said they want to review our next issue's content, requiring us to provide proof of the sources of all photos. Chun Fei looked up, and then they said during the review period they suggest we suspend publication. Also, several newsstands we collaborate with received a notice from the Commerce Department saying they were ordered to cease operations for rectification due to occupying sidewalks and fire safety issues. Those newsstands are the ones selling our magazine the most. Moreover, many distributors called me saying they want to return goods, some of whom had only called this morning to request additional prints. The printing factory also called saying someone mixed in and damaged the machines. There must be something fishy going on. Oh, just added the order and now they want to return. Chun Fei reassured, don't worry, I'll check the reason. If someone is targeting us, what do you plan to do? Liu Huijin asked again. Chun Fei replied, if it's a rival, then we'll take them down and absorb their businesses, making ourselves bigger and stronger. The most basic logic for a magazine to make money is high-end advertising subscriptions and brand collaborations, with its value increasing over time as it operates. Currently, the full-page advertisement fee for Black Gold has reached 30,000 Hong Kong dollars per issue, and for cross-page ads it has reached 60,000 per issue. However, to grow bigger and stronger, the most direct way is to absorb rivals. There's no need to start from scratch to build popularity. Absorbing a similar magazine means inheriting their tens of thousands of fixed readers and established distribution volumes. The most crucial aspect is the positioning of newsstands. This is the lifeblood of the magazine. If a rival has been operating for years and has prime locations in Mong Kok, Causeway Bay, Yau Ma Tei, and Central, with credit terms and rebate relationships merging can lead to a direct takeover without slowly negotiating cooperation. Although many small magazines are backed by gangs or wealthy individuals, forcibly merging could mean intruding on someone else's territory, leading to conflicts and being blacklisted by printing factories. But Chun Fei was never afraid of what was called trouble. Since the other party was unreasonable, then it was time to resort to true measures. Liu Huijin pondered and said, could it be those people we exposed in the magazine? Without a doubt, Chun Fei reassured, I'll handle this matter. You don't need to worry. Okay. Sending Liu Huijin away, Chun Fei called Song Zihao. Brother Fei. Although Chun Fei was younger than him, Song Zihao still called him Brother Fei. Brother, how you don't need to be so polite. Chun Fei got straight to the point. I'm looking for you today because I need your help with something. Brother Fei, go ahead. Chun Fei explained the issues faced by the magazine to him, then added, I'm currently worried about the magazine being vandalized, so I want to find a few people to help keep watch. You've mingled in the underworld before and must know quite a few people in this area, especially reliable ones. Song Zihao thought for a moment and said, I've served time in prison, so I'm not sure if I can find anyone, but I'll do my best. Thank you, Brother Hao. Brother Fei, you don't need to say that. Song Zihao laughed. We're all in this together. After hanging up the phone, Chun Fei took out the weapons he had prepared for dealing with Gao Yingpei. This time, they would finally come in handy. No matter what legislative counselor he was, since he dared to cut off his financial path, he shouldn't blame himself for cutting off his life path. He had just made this decision when Yazi came to find him with a cold face, saying you offended someone and now the business is in trouble. My connections won't work. I think we have to use violence to make those bastards cooperate. Hearing this, Chun Fei threw out an MP5. Then go take care of them. If anything happens, I'll just take the fall. Yazi has been extremely busy lately. The Black Gold Group has just integrated that investment bank and trading firm, and various old accounts need to be reviewed. Compliance checks must be passed. Cyril had previously agreed to everything, and after much effort in submitting the materials, they were just waiting for the approval from the business administration and financial regulatory departments. However, today, everything came to a standstill. Moreover, 3 cross-border transactions from the trading firm were seized by customs under the reason of doubtful documentation. She personally made a trip there where the other party politely served tea, implying that someone above had intervened, and this matter could not be rushed, it had to be handled slowly. Handle it slowly. Every day the goods are stuck at the dock costs money. As for the shell company, she had chosen the price had already been negotiated, and they were just waiting for the transfer of ownership and board changes, but suddenly another unknown company popped up and intercepted the deal. The other party offered 10% more than her. Yazzie sat in the office flipping through the documents, her expression growing colder. The compliance review from the investment bank was sent back by the financial department due to incomplete materials. She had meticulously prepared everything according to the checklist, double-checking even the punctuation marks 3 times, yet the response from the municipal business department was very official: under review, please be patient. Be patient. She knew that these 4 words meant either you didn't offer enough money or you didn't have the right contacts. Before coming to Chen Fei's office, Yazzie had already called Cyril. This damn foreigner had previously agreed with her completely, so why did he suddenly change his tune? As soon as the call connected without any pleasantries, Yazzie got straight to the point. The issues I mentioned to you earlier, the business and finance departments have stalled them, and even the trading firm's cross-border transactions are also stuck. Can you help me out? Cyril was silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled. The scope of your business is a bit too broad, it's not easy to handle. And you know things are tightening up now, some matters are beyond my authority. Hearing this, Yazzie couldn't help but grip the phone tighter. Beyond the scope of business. When she was sent in as an undercover, it was never said that way. You had previously agreed wholeheartedly. Yazzie suppressed her anger. But then came Cyril's blunt questioning over the phone. Why didn't you report the Gao Yingpei case to me last night? Have you really considered yourself the president of the company during this time? Do you even care about this case? You still have the time to deal with these trivial matters. Then a busy tone came from the phone. Yazzie held the receiver, listening to the busy signal, slowly putting the phone down. She was so angry that she wanted to drag Cyril out of the phone and beat him up. But Chen Fei, without asking for reasons, threw her a gun instantly, leaving her bewildered. Yazzie looked down at the MP5 in her hand. It was real. Her first reaction was to notify Cyril. But in the next moment, what flashed in her mind was not the police badge and handcuffs, but those stalled transactions. Due to the compliance review from the investment bank, she had spent half a month staying up late organizing materials. For the trading firm's cross-border transactions, she had personally gone to the dock to negotiate with customs officials for 3 days. For that shell company, she had sent numerous gifts to the other party's boss, and it was almost in her grasp. But now it was all gone. She remained silent for about a minute before saying, "Do you have a target?" Chen Fei glanced at her. "Wait for news. There's work tonight. If you really want to deal with those people, let's go together tonight." "Okay." Yazzie nodded. "I'll wait for your news." Then she left. Back in her office, she stood by the window for a long time, having been ordered to infiltrate the Black Gold Group to gather evidence of Chen Fei's crimes. To enter Chen Fei's inner circle, she sought Cyril's help handling business for Chen Fei, helping him build connections, and even thinking of ways to deal with competitors. Just as she was about to succeed, this mess occurred. Yazzie thought again about Cyril's words on the phone, "beyond my scope of business." This clearly indicated that the damn foreigner didn't want to deal with her, or had already doubted her abilities, even her loyalty, and he even questioned her. And Chen Fei? Does Chen Fei know what she is doing? Maybe not. But Chen Fei trusts her. Just a word from her, and he dares to throw out an MP5, letting her go deal with them. If something goes wrong, he'll end up in jail. What is this? This is putting her life in her hands. If she takes this gun to the police station, perhaps today would be the day Chen Fei falls. But if she takes the gun and follows Chen Fei out, then Chen Fei would have another helper. Yazzie struggled in her heart for a long time before finally making a choice. Choosing to stand by someone who sees her as one of their own rather than a superior who only values achievements while disregarding her hard work. 8 o'clock in the evening. Kowloon Tong, a private club. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary old-style Western building, gray exterior walls, iron fence gate, without a single sign. Several luxury cars were parked at the entrance with license plates that had inconspicuous numbers known to those in the know as belonging to certain individuals. Inside, however, it was a different world. Upon entering, there was a dark red corridor carpeted with thick rugs, making no sound when stepped on. Passing through the corridor, there was a spacious private room fully furnished with mahogany furniture, and a crystal chandelier illuminated the room brightly. On the wall hung a landscape painting by Zhang Daqian. Its authenticity was uncertain, but just the frame was worth a lot of money. Li Guomin sat in the main seat, dressed in a new deep gray suit, his hair meticulously combed, wearing an emerald ring on his thumb that gleamed under the light. Xiang Shu was seated to his right, dressed in a dark striped custom suit with a golden badge pinned on his collar, which was the emblem of an unknown club. Minister Zhou was seated on the left, his hair slicked down with wax, wearing a new pair of golden-rimmed glasses that were much more refined than the ones he wore on the golf course. Chairman Liang and Councillor Gao sat next to each other, both dressed in old-fashioned suits with leather shoes polished. Xiang Chu opened his mouth first. The film and television department has already notified Chun Fei's magazine that the next issue will undergo strict review. If the source of the photos cannot be provided, it will be indefinitely delayed. His magazine won't be published normally for at least a month. Minister Zhou added, the business department has also handled their end. Those vendors selling black gold excessively all have issues. Any one of them could be shut down for rectification. As for those distributors, whoever sells Chun Fei's magazine will be in trouble. Black gold is basically out of stock in the market now. Chairman Liang smiled slightly. The heads of several major brands are cooperating well, saying that the advertising budget they were supposed to spend in the second half of the year will be shifted to other platforms. Councillor Gao, while distributing cigars to several people, said, you don't need to worry about my end. There won't be any movements in the Legislative Council for now. Even if that Chun brat wants to appeal through the legislature, I can have someone hold it up. Li Guomin smiled and said, everyone, thank you for your hard work. This meal is just a small token of my appreciation. You please enjoy it without discussing business for a while. Just then the waiter brought in several female stars. The first to enter was Mi Shui, wearing a black long dress, her hair styled up with a pearl necklace around her neck, her skin glowing under the light. Next was Wei Qiuhua, dressed in a dark green qipao with a slit just right to reveal a portion of her calf. Following her was Zheng Yuling with short hair, looking capable, her jacket draped over a chair, wearing a silver gray spaghetti strap dress. The other two were familiar faces from a wireless station, one in a red dress, and the other in a white lace top, both looking meticulously dressed with exquisite makeup and nails painted in similar shades. These individuals were all familiar faces at the business dinners of wealthy merchants. Seeing these few, Li Guomin and the others greeted them with smiles, their words nothing more than compliments about their beauty. Mi Shui and the others also thanked them for the invitation. Then Li Guomin had the food and drinks served. Dishes like lobster and abalone sauce, steamed East Star grouper chicken soup, with fish maw, black truffle, stir-fried lobster, and honey glazed char siu, all exquisite delicacies. The wines were all fine wines that had aged a bit. Li Guomin raised his glass, looking around. Thank you to the stars for coming. Let's have a toast first. Everyone responded, the clinking of glasses resonating beautifully. With a glass of wine down, the atmosphere warmed up. Minister Zhou served Wei Qiuhua a piece of char siu, while Chairman Liang chatted with Zheng Yuling about her new drama. Councillor Gao spoke to the female star in the red dress next to him, making her giggle behind her hand for quite a while. Li Guomin also shared some funny anecdotes with Mi Shui. The scene was very harmonious. Soon the waiter opened a second bottle of Lafite, and the aroma of wine filled the entire room. Li Guomin leaned back in his chair, looking at the messy table and the beautiful women around, feeling very satisfied. Especially when he saw several female stars with flushed faces, he was already thinking about whether to go onion with Mi Shui tonight or have a group activity. Suddenly there was a loud crash. The door slammed against the wall, bouncing back and shaking slightly. Everyone looked over at the same time. 3 people stood at the entrance. The leader was a young man, good-looking, dressed in a black jacket with a smile on his face. Behind him stood a man and a woman. The man had a cold, ruthless expression, while the woman exuded a certain charm. The private room instantly fell silent. All eyes were on the 3 intruders. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and confusion. Chun Fei spoke first. Everyone is eating. It seems I arrived at just the right time. Who are you? Li Guomin frowned coldly, saying, do you not realize this is a private gathering? Chun Fei glanced at him. I am Chun Fei. I used to farm in the mainland, and now I run a magazine in Hong Kong. Black Gold and Yes are published by my magazine. Hearing his name, the crowd froze instantly, especially Li Guomin and others who had just banded together to deal with Chun Fei today, only to have him show up at their door tonight. Their minds were filled with questions. What kind of guts did a magazine publisher have to barge in? Xiang Chu suddenly stood up. I don't care who you are, get out immediately, or I'll call the police. Chun Fei ignored him, walked up to the dining table, patted Mi Shui's shoulder. Please make way. Mi Shui subconsciously stepped aside, and Chun Fei pulled out a chair to sit down across from Li Guomin. With a smile, Chun Fei said, Li Counselor, do you believe that my next issue of Black Gold will feature your photo hanging from a lamp post? The private room fell into complete silence. It was as silent as death. Everyone looked at Chun Fei with incredulous expressions. Mi Shui and the others didn't dare to breathe. They never expected that their mere attendance at a dinner party would lead to such an incident. Li Guomin stared at Chun Fei across the table, utterly unable to perceive what confidence this young man had to speak so boldly. After all these years, he had seen threats, pleas, and even betrayals behind his back, but he had never encountered anyone who dared to sit before him and speak in such a tone. Moreover, this person was just an obscure magazine editor. After a brief silence, Li Guomin suddenly laughed. It was not a laugh of fear, but one of condescension, as if he regarded the other as someone oblivious to the grave situation. He leaned back in his chair, lazily spinning the jade ring on his thumb. Slowly he said, do you know who we are? Chun Fei picked up the wine glass in front of Mi Shui and took a sip, saying, yes, you are Li Guomin, member Li Xiang Jinbong, director of the Film Bureau, Zhou Qixian, minister of the Industry and Commerce Department, Liang Jinrong, president of the Advertising Association, and Gao Shichang, member of the Legislative Council. I must say you have some insight. Li Guomin snorted. Even the people from the secretary's office are polite to me. The chief of police must schedule a meeting to have tea with me. You, a nobody who ran from the mainland to open a magazine in Hong Kong, dare to speak like this in front of me. Chen Fei smiled and said, let me introduce my companions, Wang Jianjun, my most reliable brother, and my sharpest blade, Yi, my top strategist. By the way, everyone in this establishment except for you has already been incapacitated by my strategist. You dare threaten me? Li Guomin's gaze turned even more menacing. Do you have any idea how many threat letters I receive in a year? Some of those people are in Stanley Prison, others have fled abroad and dare not return, and some are no longer in this world. He coldly stared at Chen Fei. Which category do you think you belong to? Young man, do not be unaware of your own insignificance. Xiang Zhenbang spoke with the usual haughtiness of authority figures. I don't care how you got in here. With a single phone call, I can ensure you spend your life in Stanley. Young man, I advise you to leave now while you still can. He paused and added, if you really think you are someone important, then you are mistaken. In Hong Kong, people like you who run gossip magazines are, to put it bluntly, just beggars. In our eyes, you are nothing. Zhou Qixian's voice was even louder than Xiang Zhenbang's. Chun, do you believe that with one notification, all the newsstands in Hong Kong would refuse to sell your content? Do you think you could even hold a single sheet of paper? Liang Jinrong adjusted his glasses, his tone less aggressive, but the disdain was evident. Chin, you might not understand the Hong Kong advertising market. Our association controls over 70% of the brand advertising budget in the region. One word from me, and your magazine won't secure even a single advertisement. Without ads, how do you expect to survive? Are you relying on your few thousand copies sold? Is that enough to cover printing costs? Gao Shichong leisurely spoke. Young man, having ambition is good, but it needs to be directed in the right way. As a magazine editor, if you offend members of the Legislative Council, the Film Bureau, the City Council, and the Advertising Association, do you want to live longer? Or do you think Hong Kong's prisons are not sufficient for you? His tone was that of an elder admonishing a younger generation. If you have any sense, you should close your magazine tomorrow. Publicly apologize to member Li in the newspaper, and I can help you plead for leniency with him, allowing you to exit with some dignity. If you refuse to recognize reality, don't blame us for being ruthless. After hearing what the others said, Li Guomin signaled them to be silent with a gesture of his hand. Then he looked at Chen Fei and said coldly, I am not trying to scare you. I can overlook what you just said as youthful arrogance. You can stand up now, walk out, and tonight will be forgotten. Tomorrow, close your magazine and publicly apologize to me, and I can arrange for you to leave in a wheelchair. He held up 3 fingers. Now I give you 3 seconds. Get lost. The atmosphere in the room became extremely. While Li Guomin and the others appeared to be advising him earnestly, they all harbored murderous intent. However, the thoughts of the other female artists varied, not for any other reason, but because the way this person entered was inappropriate. Generally, those who can enter such private clubs are either wealthy individuals in suits or big bosses accompanied by bodyguards. Yet these 3 were dressed plainly, without ties, no invitations, and no one to guide them. They simply kicked the door open. Especially after Chen Fei sat down facing the repeated humiliation from Li Guomin and the others, he maintained a smile throughout. It was not a forced smile, it was a genuine smile, one that showed indifference. Mi Shui had attended many dinners and met many wealthy individuals, as she knew who was putting on a show and who possessed real confidence. The young man gave her the impression that he was not seeking death, rather he seemed to be there to collect a debt. She no longer cared why Chen Fei wanted to drink her wine. Instead, she was curious about what gave Chen Fei the audacity to claim he would publish a photo of Li Guomin hanging from a streetlight. Wei Qiuhua and Zheng Yuling shared similar thoughts. Yet they all understood that the smartest move in such a situation was to stay silent, remain still, and not make a sound. Chen Fei set down his glass and pulled out a gun. Bang! He slammed it on the table. Upon seeing this scene, Li Guomin's expression changed. It was not fear, it was anger. He had not expected this person to invade his dinner party armed, and even dared to pull. In Hong Kong, gun possession is a serious crime, and threatening a legislator with a firearm is an even graver. Is this person insane? Are you going to kill me? Li Guomin asked coldly. Killing is certainly on the agenda, Chen Fei said, while unlocking the safety, and before I came here, I stopped by your house. Before Li Guomin could grasp the meaning of his words, Chen Fei had already taken out a notebook. He tapped the cover and said, take a look for yourself. Oh, what is this? Li Guomin's expression instantly changed. Moreover, it was a panic that seeped from his bones, something he could not suppress. He recognized this notebook as his own, with the word transactions written in his handwriting in the upper right corner. Such a confidential notebook had always been locked at the very bottom of his study's safe. How did this person get it? Chen Fei opened the notebook and laughed. Memberly, your issue is that you love to keep records too much. You meticulously note the date, who you received money from, and what you did, keeping everything clear and detailed. I mean, as a member of the Legislative Council, why do you write such detailed diaries? Are you afraid you won't have material for your memoirs later? Who can write their innermost thoughts in a diary? Truly respectable people do not write diaries. Oh, I certainly do not. He pulled out a sheet of paper and tossed it to Zhou Qixian. Minister Zhou, this is yours. Take a look and see if the numbers match. Zhou Qixian picked up the paper with skepticism and turned it over. At a glance, his pupils dilated. It was a handwritten record clear on dates, amounts, and matters involved. March 15th, Zhou Qixian Industry and Commerce Department of the City Council, 300,000 coordinated the approval of land at Saikang Pier. May 8th, Zhou Qixian 200,000 expedited the approval process for the reconstruction of Kuntong Industrial Building. May 13th, Zhou Qixian 150,000 dealt with the issue of the Black Gold magazine's newsstand license. The last entry was from today. Zhou Qixian's face turned from red to pale, then from pale to green. He suddenly looked up at Li Guomin. Li Guomin, did you take notes on my transactions? Li Guomin's lips trembled. Old Zhou, let me explain. Oh, it's not what you think. Then what should I think? Zhou Qixian slammed the paper on the table, causing dishes to clatter. 300,000, 200,000, 150,000. You even recorded today's affairs. What do you keep those records for? What are you planning? Xiang Zhenbang immediately pointed at Chen Fei. Don't stir up trouble here. Who knows if your ledger is real or fake? Chen Fei pulled out another sheet of paper and tossed it to Xiang Zhenbang. Director Xiang, this is yours. Don't worry, Memberly treats everyone equally, so everyone gets a share. Xiang Zhenbang took it and looked, his face instantly going pale. The records were even more detailed, noting which club, on which day, how much cash was received, what was approved for whom, and even detailed the few luxury watches he received, including brand, model, and serial number, all without omission. You. Xiang Zhenbang pointed at Li Guomin, trembling. Li Guomin, are you crazy? You recorded these things, are you trying to get us all killed? Liang Jinrong and Gao Shishang's expressions were no better. Before they could speak, Chen Fei pulled out two more sheets. One sheet for Liang Jinrong detailed his internal transactions within the Advertising Association, noting how much each advertising company had returned to him, and how much money each brand had slipped to him to get on his recommendation list. The sheet for Gao Shichang was even harsher, detailing the bribes for internal voting in the Legislative Council, how much each vote was worth, who gave it, and what votes were cast, written more clearly than any official document. After reading it, Gao Shichang slowly placed the paper on the table and raised his head to look at Li Guomin. The look in his eyes was no longer one of anger, but of murderous intent. Li Guomin, I've known you for 23 years, and I helped you rally votes. I defended you against proposals. Is this? Li Guomin began to sweat on his forehead. Chen Fei pulled out another sheet from the notebook. He looked at Zhou Qixian, then at Li Guomin, and smiled. Minister Zhou, there's one more thing I think you should see. He laid the paper on the table, pushing it towards Zhou Qixian. Zhou Qixian picked it up. It was a diagnostic report from Queen Elizabeth Hospital from 10 years ago. This document belonged to expensive medical tests typically done for litigations regarding inheritance rights, custody, or non-marital births. 3 names appeared on it. One was Li Guomin's, one was old Zhou's wife, and the other was old Zhou's son. The diagnostic results stated, based on ABORH and HLA typing analysis, it cannot be excluded that the aforementioned man is the biological father of the child. Upon seeing this result, Zhou Qixian began to tremble uncontrollably. He stared at the report for a full 10 seconds, reading it word for word 3 times. With reddened eyes, he looked at Li Guomin and gritted his teeth. Did you keep a record of my transactions? Did you? Li Guomin's face had turned deathly pale. Zhou Qixian shot upright, roaring. I raised you for 18 years. 18 years. I raised your son with my own hands. You despicable beast. And you kept a diary. How utterly vile. Xiang Zhenbang, Liang Jinrong, and Gao Shichang exchanged glances, each seeing the same raw terror reflected in the other's eyes. It wasn't Zhou Qixian's fury that chilled them. It was the sudden, horrifying realization dawning upon them all. If Li Guomin had meticulously documented even this, what then were they in his eyes? Friends? Allies? No, only tools. Disposable instruments to be traded, betrayed, or trodden underfoot without hesitation. The atmosphere in the private dining room shifted once more. Moments earlier, a group of impeccably dressed, respectable men had been dining and drinking. Now every pair of eyes gleamed with the feral ferocity of cornered predators. Sensing the murderous glares of those around him, Li Guomin forced composure and declared, don't panic. These documents are forged. This man has fabricated them out of nowhere to sow discord among us. Zhou Qixian's lips trembled for a long while before he finally uttered, voice hollow, Li Guomin, you monstrous beast. Xiang Zhenbang spoke with quiet despair. Li Guomin, are you truly mad? Do you truly believe that hoarding such records will shield you for life? If even a single page leaks, we are all doomed. Gao Shichang leaned back in his chair, gazing blankly at the ceiling as a long, weary sigh escaped him. 23 years I've called you my brother. Yet this is how you repay me. Then abruptly he laughed, a bitter, jagged sound. You call me brother with every breath, yet this brother knows my darkest secrets better than I do myself. Cold sweat beaded ever more profusely on Li Guomin's brow. This was the web of relationships he had spent half a lifetime weaving. His most trusted allies, his sharpest weapons. Yet at this very moment their stares held not grief, not even anger, but the chilling absolute certainty of a corpse awaiting burial. Not because he was about to die, but because they wished him dead. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Fei brought his palms together, drawing every gaze to himself. He fixed his eyes on Li Guomin and said calmly, I never delay vengeance. I promised to hang you from a street lamp, and that promise expires before midnight tonight. Li Guomin's expression contorted anew. Wang Jianjun stepped forward from behind and unzipped a black travel bag, withdrawing firearm after firearm. All were 38 caliber revolvers. He placed one before each person seated at the table. Wang Jianjun's silent act sent their hearts hammering violently against their throats. What was happening? Was he planning to eliminate everyone in the room? When Wang Jianjun finished distributing the gun, Chen Fei rose and stepped aside, addressing the group. Each of you now holds a weapon. I ask a simple favor: help me execute Li Guomin and hang his body from a street lamp so I may feature it in next issue's magazine. His tone remained courteous, as if genuinely soliciting assistance. His words struck terror so profound it nearly triggered cardiac arrest. They were being asked, together, to murder Li Guomin. The men present retained some measure of composure, but Mi Shui and the others trembled uncontrollably. They were women, fragile, untrained, and now expected to take a life. He paused, letting his gaze sweep slowly across their faces. But should I fire first after those 5 seconds? Well, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to send you all on your final journey. Blame your ill-fated friendship with a man who kept such meticulous diaries. The air in the room froze solid. Li Guomin could no longer contain himself. He surged to his feet, shrieking hysterically, "You dare! I am a legislative council member. If anything happens to me, all of Hong Kong will erupt, and none of you will escape." He pointed first at Lao Zhou Qixian. "Recall your own transgressions. If the police investigate, you'll be the first to fall." Then he whirled toward Xiang Zhenbang. "The bribes you've accepted would keep you locked away in Stanley Prison until your dying day. Liang Jinrong, do you truly believe killing me will absolve you?" Finally, he gestured toward Gao Shichong. "Old Gao, 20 years of brotherhood, and still you'd betray me." Gao Shichong did not meet his gaze. He stared only at the revolver lying before him. Yazi gave Wang Jianjun a subtle nod. Wang Jianjun raised his right hand. 5. His voice was soft, but every soul in the room heard it with crystalline clarity. The female entertainers flinched violently, eyes wide with primal dread. They clamped trembling hands over their mouths, stifling even the faintest whimper. 4. Li Guomin lunged desperately for the revolver before Zhou Qixian. But Zhou Qixian moved faster, snatching the gun and leveling its barrel directly at Li Guomin. "Old Zhou, you're insane." Li Guomin's voice cracked with panic. Bang! Gunfire shattered the silence. Li Guomin cried out in agony, clutching his shoulder as he staggered backward. Old Zhou, you actually fired." At the sight of blood blooming across Li Guomin's chest, Xiang Zhenbang and the others reacted instantly. There was no choice left. Chen Fei's ultimatum had been unambiguous: fire, and live, hesitate, and die. None of them wished to die. So Li Guomin had to die. Bang! 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 Gunshots erupted in rapid succession, dense, deafening like New Year's firecrackers. Every hand pulled the trigger, not from hatred, not from vengeance, but from sheer animal terror, the desperate need to ensure they would not be next. Wang Jianjun's countdown continued. 3. Mi Shui couldn't recall how the revolver came into her hands, or when her fingers squeezed the trigger, only that her fingers shook violently and the gunshot detonated like thunder inside her skull. Wei Qiuhua and Zheng Yuling too feared death. Each felt the weapon materialize in her grip, then, dazed, disoriented, fired blindly at Li Guomin. Yet it also felt as though in their paralyzing terror unseen hands had seized theirs, guiding them to grasp the gun, then pull the trigger. Each revolver held 6 rounds, 54 bullets in total. At least 20 struck Li Guomin's body. With every report, his frame convulsed violently. When the gunfire finally ceased, he lay motionless. Mi Shui dropped the revolver onto the table, her hand still trembling, her entire body shuddering uncontrollably. Wei Qiuhua gripped the edge of the table, doubled over, gasping raggedly. Zheng Yuling released her weapon and collapsed inward, quaking violently. Zhou Qixian and the others, however, exhaled in grim, exhausted relief. Clap, clap, clap. Yazi suddenly applauded and smiled warmly. "Excellent work, everyone. From this moment onward, we are family. Come, let's smile and take a group photo." She produced a camera. A flash burst forth, illuminating the room's utter devastation. Chen Fei lifted a wine glass, poured himself a drink, and turned to Xiang Zhenbang. "Director Xiang, any issues with my magazine?" "None at all. None whatsoever." Xiang Zhenbang shook his head frantically. "Minister Zhou, any problems with those newsstands?" Minister Zhou hastened to reply, "None at all. They'll open tomorrow." "No, I believe there are serious issues," Chen Fei countered, shaking his head. Minister Zhou blinked in confusion, utterly baffled by the remark. Chen Fei added, "I want those newsstands, but I don't wish to pay for them. Minister Zhou, do you have any suggestions?" Minister Zhou instantly grasped his meaning. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "I'll do my utmost. I'll find a way. And several of my company's operations remain stalled. Surely Minister Zhou can resolve those as well." Chen Fei beamed, tapping the notebook in his hand. Minister Zhou's face fell, as if his mother had just died, his expression a mask of abject misery. I'll find a way, he whispered. Chen Fei turned next to Liang Jinrong. President Liang, you'll give my magazine's advertising priority, won't you? Absolutely. Absolutely. Counselor Gao, you'll be able to assist me with many matters, I trust. I'll do everything within my power. Ladies, next issue of Yes may feature your interviews, yes. The actresses nodded, faces drawn and ashen. Excellent. Now we are. Chen Fei refilled their glasses and raised his own. I never betray friends. Drink up. This toast deepens our bond. They lifted their glasses, complex emotions churning within, then drained them in one swift motion, as if the alcohol might drown their fear. Setting down his glass, Chen Fei addressed Yazi and Wang Jianjun. Please escort these gentlemen to hang Counselor Li's body from a street lamp and capture high-quality photographs. Understood. I'll ensure it's handled properly, Yazi affirmed. Chen Fei nodded. As for these esteemed actresses, they've undoubtedly suffered coercion and abuse at Counselor Li's hands for years. I must conduct thorough interviews, so the truth may be exposed in my magazine. After Chen Fei took away the 5 female artists, Yazi's gaze swept across the people in the private room. The 4 individuals who had just been well-dressed and pointing fingers at the world now looked like frostbitten eggplants, their faces drained of color. She clapped her hands and said, Gentlemen, since Counselor Li can no longer move by himself, could you please help carry him? No one moved. Old Zhou and the others stood still like wooden stakes. Wang Jianjun threw out the body bag, then pulled out a gun, chambering around with a click. Lift. Old Zhou was the first to react. It wasn't because he was brave, but because he had already fired the gun, leaving no way back. Bending down, he grabbed Li Gumin's left ankle. The leather shoe surface was slippery, and it took him 2 tries to get a firm grip. Xiang Zhenbong steeled himself and bent down to grab the right ankle. Li Gumin's head tilted back, his mouth slightly open, eyes wide open, refusing to close. The 4 of them stuffed him into the body bag, swaying like they were carrying a freshly slaughtered pig as they walked towards the door. Exiting through the back door of the club, they found a narrow alley at the end of which was a street lamp with a protruding beam, just right for hanging something. Right there, Yazi pointed casually. The 4 of them carried the corpse over, and under Old Zhou's direction, laid Li Guomin on the ground. Xiang Zhenbong bent over, holding his knee, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. I can't do this. You can do it. Yazi said coldly, aren't you good friends? It's only right to send your friend off for the last time. If you don't send him, he'll send you. No, I can do it, I can definitely do it. Xiang Zhenbong hurriedly pleaded. Old Zhou remained calm. He looked up at the lamppost and asked, is there any... Clearly the fact that Li Guomin had slept with his wife had a huge impact on him. Wang Jianjun tossed out a bundle of rope. The gun remained pointed at the 4 men. Old Zhou took off his coat, spat into his hand, and began to climb the lamp post, breathing heavily. He climbed quickly, likely influenced by adrenaline. In no time he reached the top, threaded one end of the rope through the beam, and tossed it down. Below, Gao Shichong caught the rope and quickly fashioned a sturdy noose. Once Old Zhou was back on the ground, the 4 of them worked together to lift the corpse and tied the rope around Li Gumin's body. Then they grunted and pulled on the rope together. Throughout the whole process, Yazi was taking photographs. Li Gumin's body slowly lifted off the ground, swaying slightly as it rose the dim street light, casting a glow above him as if he were ascending to heaven. The body hung beneath the beam, and Old Zhou secured the rope to the iron hoop of the lamp post, tying it tight. Li Guomin hung there under the dim street light, the yellowish light pouring down from behind his head, forming a soft halo around him, almost reminiscent of Jesus. Unfortunately, Jesus could not save him, because Chen Fei had ordered that he be hung from the lamp post. Yazi captured the image of Old Zhou and the others alongside Li Gumin's suspended body, freezing it all on film. Next, she took a few individual shots of Li Gumin's body. Then, putting away her camera, she said, thank you all for your hard work. It's time to go home or sleep. As for the cause of Li Gumin's death, I will teach you to keep your statements consistent. Basically, it will be that Li Guomin offended someone and was shot by unidentified individuals who burst into the banquet. Although there are many loopholes, as long as Old Zhou and the others don't want to go to jail, they must stick to this story. After explaining everything, she sent them on their way. Upon hearing this, Old Zhou and the others felt as if they had narrowly escaped death and hurried off like the wind. At almost the same moment, a consensus formed in the minds of several people. Better to provoke the King of Hell than to provoke Chen Fei. Having been through so many years, they had seen all kinds of people. But they had never encountered someone like Chen Fei, who said he would hang Li Guomin from the lamppost, and did it without hesitation. Moreover, he didn't even have to lift a finger. It was simply using someone else's knife to kill. They who were once in high positions in a split second had become the knife in his hand. Just thinking about it sent chills down. This young man is extremely ruthless. After the others left, Yazi looked at Wang Jianjun and said, let's first handle the details and finalize the statements. She had been trained in England and knew how to handle these details. In Chen Fei's home on Kennedy Road, Mi Shui Wei Chiuhua and 3 others huddled in the corner of the sofa like 5 mice trapped in a corner by a cat afraid to move or speak. Chen Fei picked up a bottle of liquor from the coffee table, poured himself a glass, glanced at the 5 women, then raised the bottle and asked, would you like some? No one responded. Mi Shui shook her head, her movement so slight it was almost imperceptible. Don't be nervous, Chen Fei said, taking a sip of his drink and leaning back in his chair. I'm not a bad person. Upon hearing this, the others felt as if they had heard the greatest joke. They had been coerced into killing a counselor by so many people, and he still claimed he wasn't a bad person. Chen Fei seemed to read their thoughts and continued, are you thinking that I forced you to kill someone and yet say I'm not a bad person? But the gun was fired by you and Li Guamin was killed by you. I merely lent you a few guns. Mi Shui lifted her eyes to glance at him, then quickly lowered her head. Let's not talk about that, Chen Fei set down his glass. Let's get to know each other briefly. My name is Chen Fei, I run a magazine. You should all know that although I also know your identities, I want to hear you say it yourself. Wei Qiuhua and the others exchanged glances, unable to discern his intentions. Mi Shui was the first to speak, her voice somewhat hoarse. I'm Mi Shui. Im Zheng Yuling. Wei Qiuhua. Hello, Chen Sheng, Im Wen Liumei, said the woman in the white lace top. The one in the red dress followed suit, Im Yuanen. Chen Fei smiled slightly and asked, do you know why I kept you all? Chen Sheng, please just tell us what you want us to do. Mi Shui said, no need to beat around the bush. I like straightforward people because I am one myself. Chen Fei leaned back in his chair and said, and I am not a gentleman. I only have two major weaknesses. One is greed for money and the other is lust. So tonight I want to challenge my kidneys. You all should understand what I mean. Mi Shui and the others exchanged glances, yet none of them stepped forward. If that's the case, I'll proceed with. Chen Fei stood up and walked in front of them, saying, line up and lie down. Each of you will receive 30 strikes. If I stop at any one of you, that person can go home first. How's that for fairness? Though he said so, these individuals had experienced too much that night, completely overturning their previous encounters. They were already mentally exhausted, pushed to their limits. Their thoughts were so scrambled that they could hardly think, their spirits utterly broken and their brains virtually crashed. Hence, after the first round, someone fell asleep, completely forgetting whether it was 30 or 50 strikes. In the end, they had no idea from whom Chen Fei collected his payment. After a long night of tossing and turning, Chen Fei also fell asleep. The next morning, Li Gumin's body was discovered. Murder. A shrill scream broke the morning silence in the alley. Within 20 minutes, 3 police cars sped. The officer in charge got out of the car and saw the suspended body, his brow furrowing deeply. Bring it down first. The officers slowly lowered the body. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, gathering in groups outside the cordon, craning their necks to peek inside. The forensic expert crouched down, gave the body a quick examination, then provided the result. There are gunshot wounds on the body. Although there are strangulation marks on the neck, the cause of death is gunfire, estimated to have occurred between 10 and 12 last night. He then pulled out some of Li Gumin's documents. Comparing them with the corpse, he read aloud, the deceased is Li Guamin, a legislative council member. As soon as these words were spoken, several people in the front row of the crowd heard them clearly. Li Guamin. Is that the same Li counselor? Which Li counselor? Isn't he the one exposed by the magazine Black Gold? Well, you haven't even read Black Gold. My goodness, who killed him and hung him on a lamppost? What kind of grudge is this? Killing someone is one thing, but to hang him up for everyone to see shows they want everyone to notice. Good people like him deserve to be hung on a lamppost. The discussions rippled out like water waves as more and more people joined in. Some rejoiced at his misfortune, while others were merely spectators, not shying away from the chaos. This alley, although not in the bustling city, was by no means a remote corner. The murderer dared to hang someone here, clearly unafraid of being seen, and one could even say it was a deliberate act to let people see. While everyone was in a heated discussion, inside, Chen Fei happened to turn over groggily, reaching out to touch beside him, finding a smooth arm, and comfortably placing his hand on it, continuing to sleep. Everyone slept soundly until after 9 in the morning, before waking one after another. Chen Fei was also awakened by the noise. Facing the various expressions of the others, he spoke first. I'm a direct person, so I speak directly. If you become my women, you only enjoy privileges without hardships, and besides, you wouldn't want me to squeal, right? It's not a crime to say whatever I want. Half a month passed quickly. Half a month, neither long nor short, was enough for a sensational murder case to transform from heated discussions on the streets into a brief news item, and it was enough for certain individuals to complete a stunning turnaround. After that night, Lao Zhouxiang, Jinbang, Liang Jinrong, and Gao Shichang became the most loyal pawns of. Since there was no turning back, they decided to push forward relentlessly. Each one leveraged their connections to resolve all the previous predicaments facing Black Gold. They not only handled the scrutiny from trade and investment banks, but also praised Black Gold through the media for its courage to expose the dark side of society, and through further maneuvering, they pulled Black Gold, and yes, back from the brink of being pulled from shelves. They even secured several unexpected prime positions. The most exaggerated were the distributors. Previously, they had called to cancel their subscriptions. Now they flocked to apologize and plead. Mr. Lo, what happened last time was our fault. Please show your magnanimity. How many copies of Black Gold? And yes, do you have left? I want 20,000 copies. No, 50,000. No matter how many you print, I want them. They'll take the reprints too, and anything unsold I'll buy at the original price. Mr. Lo, this is a gift I ordered from Chow Tai Fook. Please accept it. Miss Lu, I want to order 50,000 copies of the next issue of Black Gold, and yes, I didn't expect these people to come to plead for forgiveness. In fact, I preferred their initially defiant demeanor. At the same time, Yazzie was not idle either. He arranged for people to continuously visit dozens of gold newspaper stands. The approach was very straightforward: either proactively lease the stands to the Black Gold Group for monthly rent, or wait for Black Gold to open a new stand across the street, better decorated and at a lower price. Others tried to resist, only to find their stands sealed by the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department and the Municipal Services Bureau the next day, citing violations of street occupation or other inexplicable reasons. Some even faced vandalism by unidentified individuals or were subjected to dirty tactics like being splashed with paint. Others attempted to seek support, only to have their contacts hang up as soon as they heard they were affiliated with the Black Gold Group. It was only at this moment that everyone realized the Black Gold Group had gained a more substantial backing. Otherwise, how could they be this formidable? Through the collusion between politics and crime, after half a month the Black Gold Group had secured 47 prime newspaper stand locations in the core areas of Hong Kong Island and Kowloon. These locations were distributed at the bustling intersections of Causeway Bay, Sim Sha Sui Mong Kok, and Central, each one alone akin to a goose that laid golden eggs. Yazzie then revamped them all. Standardized decor, unified distribution, and centralized management, with the Black Gold Group's logo emblazoned on the sign. The letters BG in a minimalist style in black font, because the full English name of the Black Gold Group is Black. After this battle, Black Gold successfully held the lifeblood of the magazine in its hands. In addition to significantly contributing in this aspect, when Lao Zhou and the others heard Chen Fei mention Mi Shui and Wei Xiuhua, they used their connections to help Mi Shui secure a cosmetics advertisement endorsement and to get Wei Xiuhua a role and an advertisement endorsement in The Charming Thief. As for the other few, they had their taste and were satisfied. There are 3,000 rivers. I only indulge in a few that I am addicted to. After Mi Shui and Wei Xiuhua learned that it was Chen Fei who arranged it, they were initially filled with fear, resistance, and numbness, but later they even arranged to have a meal with Chen Fei, a process that Chen Fei found unsurprising. People often develop a distorted dependence after extreme fear, especially when they realize that the one who frightens them can also provide them with a significant sense of security and benefits. Moreover, this was arranged by Lao Zhou and the others. They couldn't let down such good intentions, right? Last night Mi Shui had dinner with Chen Fei. After dinner, naturally, there was no shortage of intimate moments. This morning Chen Fei and she had just finished their morning exercise. They were still entangled in each other's presence. Suddenly the phone by the bed rang urgently. Mi Shui immediately pulled up the blanket to cover her head. "Your phone is so annoying, go answer it quickly." Chen Fei was reluctant to answer. He was currently in high spirits. However, the phone showed no signs of stopping, which was extremely bothersome. With no other choice, Chen Fei had to get up. Pop. He rolled over and reached for the phone. "Hello. Who is it?" "It's me, Ajun. Didn't you say you wanted to attend Officer Huang's funeral?" "His funeral is being held today." Lu Huizhen asked over the phone. "We are downstairs now." Hearing her mention this matter, Chen Fei finally recalled it. He had indeed mentioned it before, but because the Royal Hong Kong Police has a protocol for the funerals of fallen officers, he had completely forgotten. He needed to wait for the forensic and criminal investigations, such as autopsy evidence collection, report writing, etc., to be completed, which had already taken half a month. "Of course I have to go," Chen Fei said without a second thought. Officer Huang sacrificed himself for the peace of society, so out of respect, I must go. Come pick me up. After saying a word to Mi Shui and packing up briefly, he headed downstairs. It was only when he saw that Yazzie was also in the car that he understood what Lu Huizhen meant by "we." The memorial hall for Officer Huang and the other fallen officers was set up at the Hong Kong funeral home. Upon arriving, aside from the relatives and friends of the fallen officers and the citizens coming to pay their respects, the police commissioner, high-ranking police officials, and notable gentlemen were also present. On either side of the entrance stood 2 rows of impeccably dressed Royal Hong Kong police officers armed with batons and handguns, standing firm, like pines and cypress, their expressions solemn and austere. Inside, the memorial hall was filled with wreaths and condolence banners sent by the police force, various district associations, and business elites. Black and white photos of Officer Huang and the other officers hung side by side on the main wall. The family members, dressed in plain clothes, stood to the side. Chen Fei glanced around and noticed He Min among them. However, she was not dressed entirely in white and could not stand in front of the closest family members, only at the side with the female guests. Chen Fei inwardly felt it was a pity. After paying respects and bowing, he moved to the segment for speeches. Han Ili slowly walked onto the stage, briefly outlining the background of the operation against the ruthless bandits, stating that the bandits were heavily armed and fiercely resisted, and that several colleagues lying here had faithfully fulfilled their duties and bravely sacrificed themselves to protect the peace of Hong Kong. In the end, he shifted his tone and solemnly promised that the police force would thoroughly investigate to capture the remaining bandits and bring them to justice, ensuring the souls of the fallen could be appeased. He also assured that the families would be properly compensated and cared for, so as not to leave the colleagues' families in distress. After the family expressed their gratitude, everyone circled around the coffin and proceeded to the burial. Chun Fei and the others also followed the car to the He Stone Cemetery waiting for the coffin to be buried. Just as he was about to find a chance to speak to He-min, a foreign man in police uniform approached him, leading several others. Yazi whispered, "This man is the senior inspector of the district crime squad. He was also the foreigner who sent her to carry cases involving long-term, deep undercover operations infiltrating the core of criminal organizations were personally decided and assigned by him." Chun Fei shook his hand and said, "Mr. Henry, hello. I am Chun Fei. It's unfortunate that these officers encountered such a tragic event. They are the pillars of the police force and the support of the citizens. However, to maintain good public order, police-citizen cooperation is necessary. I've heard that your media group has extensive connections and knows many insider details that the police force is unaware of, so I hope Mr. Chen can contribute to the peace of Hong Kong. If I know anything, I will certainly inform you." Chun Fei smiled and said, "If Mr. Henry needs to know more about any cases, you can subscribe to our next issue. It will contain a lot of explosive content." "Oh." Henry smiled wryly. "Will there be insider news regarding the death of Counselor Li Guomin?" Chun Fei replied, "Of course. Black Gold Media's mission is to uncover those untold secrets. Then I must subscribe to see." Henry hinted, "I heard there is such a capable young man who can make the Department of Commerce, Film Office, Advertising Association, and Legislative Council busy with just one phone call. Do you know who this person is, Mr. Chen?" "Oh, there is such an impressive person," Chun Fei exclaimed in surprise. "If Mr. Henry knows him, please be sure to introduce me. Oh, I love making new friends." Henry subtly hinted, "If I know him, I will definitely have him arrested." "Do you know why, Mr. Chen?" "No, I..." Henry replied, "Because this person operates on the edge of legality, meddling in public affairs, cultivating connections in the political sphere, secretly controlling media and street locations, appearing to run a legitimate business, while stirring up chaos, constantly testing the limits of the police and the Hong Kong government." He paused and said, "If you were in my position, how would you deal with such a person?" "Of course I would hang him from a lamppost." Chun Fei smiled slightly. "And you, Mr. Henry?" "I would make the same choice as you." Chun Fei nodded. "Mr. Henry, it seems we are the same kind of person." "Indeed, we are the same kind of person." Henry stared at him for 2 seconds. Suddenly he reached out and patted Chun Fei's shoulder with considerable force, as if he were patting a junior with whom he had a good relationship. "Mr. Chun is an interesting person. Hong Kong needs young entrepreneurs like you and also media like Black Gold that dares to unveil the hidden shadows." Henry changed his tone. "As for rules, whoever crosses the line must pay the price no matter how capable they are. Don't you agree?" "Of course," Chun Fei replied. "I have always adhered to my own rules in business. That's the best thing." Henry nodded, his gaze sweeping past Chun Fei's face, and then to Yazi. He then withdrew his gaze and said, "Mr. Chen, I will definitely read the next issue of the magazine. If you have any news regarding the murder of Congressman Li Guomin, feel free to come to the police station for tea." He turned and walked a few steps, then stopped without looking back, casually tossing out, "By the way, send my regards to Mr. Zhou, Mr. Xiang, and Mr. Gao. Just tell them an old friend is thinking of them and hopes everyone can have tea and go fishing together when they have time." "Does Mr. Henry wear a helmet while fishing?" Chun Fei suddenly asked. Henry shrugged no. Chun Fei watched him walk away, his smile unwavering. Yazi stepped forward a half step, lowering her voice. "He is beating around the bush." "I know," Chun Fei nodded, "but he has no evidence. If Henry had evidence, he would have arrested someone long ago instead of sparring with him like this." Yazi quickly calculated in her mind, Henry should only be suspicious for now and does not have substantial evidence. But his special visit to you today indicates he has connected the dots regarding Li Guomin's death, the resurgence of Black Gold, the long-term contract from the newsstand, and the shifts of Old Zhou and the others. "It doesn't matter. This is how we operate," Chun Fei said. Yazi asked again, "What are you planning to do?" Chun Fei replied, "I operate by rules. If he doesn't recognize his place, then let's string him up on a lamppost. Later you go find a lamppost, and I believe it will come in handy soon enough." Then he drew a cross over his chest and said, "May the Lord forgive him, amen." "All right, I'll go pick a lamppost now," Yazi replied. As soon as the two finished speaking, Lu Huijin accompanied the redeed He-min over. He-min saw Chun Fei and softly greeted, "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for seeing him off one last time." "Teacher, he please accept my condolences," Chun Fei said. "Mr. Huang was a good person, if this is what I should do." "Mr. Chen." He-min hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I heard he had something to tell you. Can you share it with me?" Chun Fei nodded. "Of course, no problem." Yazi and Lu Huijin discreetly stepped aside. "Mr. Chen, what did he say before he passed?" He-min asked, her tone heavy. Chun Fei sighed lightly and said, "He said he was sorry to you and hoped I could take good care of you." "Is that all?" He-min was somewhat surprised. Chun Fei said, "Mr. Huang was already gravely injured at that point, and how much more could he say?" He sighed again. "I'm sorry you didn't get to see him one last time. The police arrived too quickly, and my identity is sensitive, so I couldn't stay long." Even if you had notified me by the time I arrived, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. Hemin gently shook her head. Chen Fei continued, Mr. Huang entrusted you to me before he passed, so no matter what you need, whether it's plumbing work or dealing with mice at home, feel free to call me. Don't refuse on fulfilling his wish. You wouldn't want him to die with regrets, would you? Having said that, Hemin didn't know how to respond. Chen Fei also asked for her contact number, home phone, and address. Hemin, feeling embarrassed, could only give it to him. Chen Fei also provided her with his information, urging her to contact him if anything came up, lest Mr. Huang's spirit know he hadn't taken care of her and appear at his bedside in the middle of the night. This made Hemin feel a bit amused and helpless, so she nodded politely and said, If I really need anything, I will trouble you, Mr. Chen. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. See you again. After Hemin left, Chen Fei called for Yazi and Lu Huijin to leave together. Outside the cemetery, they washed their hands with pomelo leaf water. Just as they were about to get in the car, Chen Jiejun unexpectedly appeared. Chen Jiejun greeted, Brother Fei, long time no see. Chen Sir, it has indeed been a long time. Chen Fei nodded, No tasks today. I have no tasks today. Chen Jiejun shook his head. I'm no longer a police officer. You don't need to call me Chen Sir. Chen Fei asked in confusion, What do you mean? Were you suspended? Chen Jiejun wore a look of helplessness. The higher-ups said I caused significant property damage during the case and acted too forcefully, so they demoted me. Later, Zhu Tao's nephew sent people to repeatedly intimidate and provoke me, even assaulting my girlfriend and her family. I beat them up and the higher-ups blamed me again, so I quit. Being a cop is indeed quite dangerous, Chen Fei said. You still need to be careful. Chen Jiejun sighed. There's danger in every profession. Because there is danger, someone needs to take action. If everyone feels it's dangerous and does nothing, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? Hearing this, Chen Fei gave a thumbs up and said, How about going on a trip like to Bali or somewhere to get away from the police disputes for a while? I was thinking the same, Chen Jiejun said. So, I plan to take May out to play in a couple of days. Good, let me know if you need. Chen Fei waved his hand. I have things to attend to today, let's have tea together tomorrow if you're free. Chen Jiejun noticed two beautiful girls in his car and suddenly felt a twinge of envy. Why is it that every time he sees this guy, he's with beautiful girls? Does he have some extraordinary charm? In the car, Yazi handed a document to Chen Fei. This shell company is quite good. It is one of the most scarce shell resources on the market, and the shareholders are cooperative with a clear intention to sell, willing to assist in subsequent asset injections and business separations. However, the company currently lacks the funds to independently complete the entire process of backdoor listing and will need at least 10 to 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Let me think of a way, Chen Fei replied. He had invested about this amount in the stock market, but he did not intend to take this because Hong Kong is filled with opportunities. Why should he use his own money? After dropping off Yazi and Lu Huijin at the company, Chen Fei casually wandered around. He had been paying attention to the situation for some time, but nothing had caught his interest that was worth acting on. As for suitable content for publication in black gold, let Wang Jianjun stake it out and take photos. So today he planned to take the initiative. Perhaps he could gain something. However, his car leisurely rolled along and unexpectedly arrived at the filming location of TVB. Chen Fei thought to himself that since he had nothing to do today, he might as well go in and listen to some music. To him, the TVB filming site felt like a place of entertainment, which was why the steering wheel had turned here automatically. The operation was unsuccessful. Even if the chickens are out, it's the same. He presented the business card of Black Gold Media and smoothly entered the filming site. He headed to the set of The Legend of Chu Liuxiang. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, he heard a commotion inside. Quick! Call for an ambulance. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor on site? Clear the area, don't crowd around, let some air circulate. Quick, go get the medicine box. The sounds of footsteps, shouting, and chairs falling over mixed together, and the entire filming site was in chaos. Chen Fei stepped inside and saw a crowd gathered in the center of the space. Some were pacing anxiously, others were at a loss, while some hurried to prepare the medicine box. He took a few steps closer and pushed through the crowd, only to see Zhao Yaji lying on the ground in costume, her eyes tightly closed, her complexion as pale as paper, and her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. Beside her was a woman fanning her with a handkerchief, continuously calling out, Sister Ji, Sister Ji. Zhang Xiaoqiu said nearby. Quick, go prepare the car, we need to take her to the hospital now. Why are you still dawdling when she has fainted? Chen Fei immediately spoke up, clear the way. He bent down and picked up Zhao Yaji, quickly running towards the exit. His speed was astonishing. The crowd was stunned by this scene. Who was this? Why was he so fast? But the situation was urgent and no one had time to ask questions as they hurried out of the filming site and into their cars to chase after him. Once outside, however, the car was already out of sight. Chen Fei rushed into the nearby hospital as quickly as possible. After a thorough examination by the doctor, he said, Miss Zhao has fainted due to overexertion and weakness from early pregnancy. There's nothing serious. She should lie down and rest, replenish some nutrients, and be careful not to overexert herself, attending regular prenatal checkups. She's pregnant. Chen Fei was instantly stunned. Could it be his? He had been reckless several times. Then he thought about Deborah. What if she was also pregnant? and if it was his, it didn't seem bad to name the child Tingfeng. If the fourth brother was willing to help raise the child, even if she had the surname Xie, he would mind less. Let's call him Tingfeng. He regained his composure, thanked the doctor, and discreetly gave him some money to keep it confidential. Not long after the doctor left, Zhao Yaji on the hospital bed also woke up. When she saw Chen Fei, she was taken aback. "Why are you here? You fainted. How could I not come?" Chen Fei held her hand and said, "You're pregnant. Why are you pushing yourself?" Hearing this, Zhao Yaji remained silent for nearly a minute, bit her lip, and then spoke. "After he hit me that time, we haven't been intimate." "Does he know?" Chen Fei pondered for a moment and said, "If he's willing to take responsibility, I don't mind if the child has the surname Huang." Zhao Yaji fell silent for a long moment before saying, "I intend to divorce him." "That would do," came the reply. "Either way, you two were bound to part sooner or later." Chen Fei said, "If it can be settled sooner, all the better. Come live with me later." He seldom spoke of matters of the heart, but he could not tolerate Huang striking his child. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zheng Xiaoqiu and several crew members hurried in. Chen Fei fell silent. Once they entered the ward, everyone fussed over Zhao Yaji with solicitous inquiries. Zhao Yaji forced a smile and assured them she was nothing serious, only needing a day of rest. They understood and agreed to film other scenes for now, waiting until Zhao Yaji recovered to reshoot today's scenes. Chen Fei pulled Zheng Xiaoqiu to one side. "Chen Sheng, what is it?" Zheng Xiaoqiu asked, puzzled. Chen Fei explained, "Officer Qiu, I know Miss Shun is forthright by nature, and you are often surrounded by rumors." Hearing this, Zheng Xiaoqiu's expression turned awkward. Chen Fei continued, "When you go back, you must make things clear to Miss Shun. Miss Zhao is pregnant, but it has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, the media will twist it, and Miss Shun will be misled." "What?" Zheng Xiaoqiu looked stunned. "She's pregnant. Rest assured, Chen Sheng, Ji and I are partners. There was nothing improper. I will tell her plainly when I return." After settling the matter, Zheng Xiaoqiu returned to the ward and, citing Zhao Yaji's need for rest, led the crew away. Zhao Yaji did not want to stay in the ward, so Chen Fei took her back to his room. It was not her first time there. As for her wanting a divorce, he thought a heavyweight attorney could easily handle it. If she went home and Huang tried to assert conjugal rights, it would feel like an accusation pinned to him. Afternoon fell. In a cafe, Yazi held a cup of coffee opposite Xilier. "Yazi," he began, "please call me by my full name, Miss Lu Yao, or by my title, President Lu," she snapped. Her tone was icy, as she could not help remembering how that foreigner had treated her half a month ago. Xilier wore an earnest expression. "I admit I spoke harshly last time. My temper was rash, but there were reasons. So many officers died at Gao Yingpei's villa, the pressure on me has been immense. I hope you can understand." "Very well. You summoned me in such haste. Do you have new instructions?" Yazi asked. Xilier replied, "There are still no leads on Li Guomin's death. The higher-ups are displeased, so I want to ask if you have uncovered anything in recent days." "What could I have uncovered?" she retorted. "Those corporate affairs have entangled me completely. I thought with your help I could free up time to investigate, but because you shirk responsibility, I wasted time handling official matters." Yazi's tone grew colder. "Do you really think an undercover agent can infiltrate a criminal organization and be believed if she never takes part in criminal acts? Would they accept me as one of their own?" Facing her relentless questioning, Xilier restrained his anger. "I admit it is difficult to penetrate his inner circle so quickly, but has he not shown any odd behavior before?" Yazi shook her head. "No. Even the company's funds appear legitimate. As for the kiosk businesses and the like, before he intervened, they were hardly clean, built on extortion and theft. Then why did Zhou Qixian and the others suddenly fall in with him?" Xilier asked. "Perhaps he holds dirt on them. Do you think everyone is spotless?" Yazi said, "If he shows anything abnormal, I will report it to you." "All right," Xilier replied. Satisfied at last with an answer, Xilier continued, "You are right, gaining the target's trust is never easy for an undercover. I have devised a perfect plan to ensure you are accepted as one of them." "What plan?" Xilier said. "In 2 weeks, the Jundu Hotel will host a Czar jewelry exhibition. Each piece on display will be priceless. Criminals from all over Southeast Asia will swarm like sharks drawn by blood, but very few will have the capacity to act. If anyone tries to seize those jewels, bare hands won't suffice. We have already rounded up most arms dealers in Hong Kong, and several police units will increase patrols. The criminals will be forced to source weapons locally." Leaning forward and lowering his voice, Xilier said, "I will leak a line that Chen Fei has stock. The robbers will come to him to buy arms." "Do you really think Chen Fei is an arms dealer?" Yazi asked. She had been pondering that herself. After all, the MP5 he gave her had only just been issued to the military. It was scarcely available on the black market. Moreover, she had reason to believe the standardized weapons turned up by Jiang Tianqing's nightclub were planted by Chen Fei to frame Jiang Tianqing. But how did Chen Fei obtain those standard-issue weapons? Could he really have ties within the military? Xilier's tone hardened. "Even if he isn't an arms dealer, he's a disreputable publisher. Look at the exposés he's released. What a headache for us. Citizens now think our police force is inept." Growing angrier, he said, "He has seriously crossed the line with our force and the Hong Kong government. If even a shred of solid evidence surfaces, I will have him arrested and rot in Chiju for the rest of his life. Yazi quickly examined each link in the plan in her mind. The scheme itself was not complex robbers, a transaction, full surveillance, and on-site arrest. That was standard police procedure. The problem was Xylier had simplified matters too much. Chen Fei was not someone who could be so easily ensnared. He could in a single night with a notebook turn Lao Zhouxiang Jinbong and their crowd into his henchmen, have them kill Li Guamin and hang the body from a lamppost. Would such a man be unguarded when a weapons deal was handed to him on a platter? Seeing Yazi silent, Xylier asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm wondering how convincing the robbers you arranged will be." Yazi lifted her head. Chen Fei is astute. If the robbers show the slightest flaw, it won't be only me who dies. The entire line will be blown. Xylier smiled. They will be genuine criminals. Men with such stain on their records that their very existence is a waste of air. He shifted the topic. In the coming days, someone enraged by Chen Fei's exposés will arrange a gunman to kill him, and you will take a bullet for him. Yazi's hand stopped stirring her coffee. Xylier continued. Of course the shooter will be a professional sniper. He will use live rounds, but he will not strike a fatal blow. At most you will bleed a little. You expect me to take a bullet for the sake of a performance? Murderous thoughts swelled in Yazi. She had already resented being made an undercover. Coupled with Xylier's earlier outburst, it had driven her to go with Chen Fei to hang Li Guamin. And now this damned foreigner wanted her to be shot. At most bleed a little, as she scoffed. Is that even a human way to Chen Fei was right. Men who chase glory and disregard their subordinates' lives deserve to be hanged from a lamppost. It isn't for the performance, Xylier corrected. It is for Chen Fei's trust. Consider this a woman who suddenly puts herself between him and a bullet taking it for him. Such an act buys more trust than 100 dossiers or 100 meetings. Must there be a shot? Yazi pressed, fighting down her fury. You may choose not to accept it, Xylier said. But if you refuse, you will never enter Chen Fei's inner circle. He will always see you as peripheral, you will never obtain evidence of his crimes, and we will never be able to arrest him. If the plan goes forward, whether it involves his arms trafficking, the jewel heist, or other crimes, you will be involved. Then we can bring this man, who disrupts investigations and colludes with corrupt officials, to justice. Yazi stared at her coffee cup in silence for a long time before asking slowly, when? Where? In 3 days. As for the precise location, I will tell you 6 hours before the operation. Remember only one thing, Xylier fixed her with a stare, the shot must hit you. Only then will Chen Fei place complete trust in you. Once Xylier departed, Yazi drained the now cold coffee in one long swallow. Real robbers indeed. When the time came, she vowed she would blow them all to hell, and take him with them. The next morning, all the newspapers in Hong Kong reported on a single event. The front page of the Ming Pao read that Tsar's rare treasures will arrive in Hong Kong in mid-month, exclusively exhibited at the Kadoorie Hotel, valued at over $100 million. The front page of the Sing Tao Daily stated the necklace of Nicholas II makes its Asian debut along with 18 court treasures on display. The front page of the Express announced a centuries event in the jewelry world. The tears of the Tsar will descend upon Hong Kong this month. The front page of the Chung Pao stated security measures are comparable to those for a presidential visit to Hong Kong. The Kadoorie Jewelry Exhibition refuses entry to unauthorized persons. Almost all the front pages of the newspapers in Hong Kong were occupied by the same news. The announcement was urgent and fierce, like a bomb thrown into calm waters, instantly stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Citizens who bought the morning papers gathered in small groups, flipping through the newspapers while cursing. Jewels worth over $100 million. My monthly salary is $2,008, and even my grandchildren wouldn't be able to afford a button. If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. They aren't letting you see it anyway. Look at this entry by invitation only, no public tickets available. They won't even let you look. What does that mean? Do they look down on people? Jewelry of the rich is precious, while the eyes of the poor are... That's not how it is. Those belong to the Tsar, the Emperor of Russia. What business do you, a small citizen of Hong Kong, have? Me minding their business. Bah. I just can't stand the faces of these rich people. An exhibition is fine, but why not sell tickets publicly? ID accepted, even if a ticket cost 1,000, but they don't even sell tickets, only allowing those rich and powerful to see. Isn't that looking down on us poor folks? They should be hanged on the lampposts. They should hang that Cyril, that dead white guy, on the lamppost. Black Gold Media. In Chen Fei's office, Yazi spoke in a harsh tone. What did he do? Chen Fei looked up at Yazi. Yazi was silent for almost a minute before speaking. Actually, I am an undercover agent for the Hong Kong Royal Police sent by Cyril to gather evidence of your crimes. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. If I really want to hang Cyril, I must rely on Chen Fei. After all, as an undercover agent, even if she achieves great merit and returns to the police station in the future, she will only be regarded as an outsider whose promotions and raises are out of the question. Last time they had killed Li Guamin together, and with such a callous superior as Cyril, it was better to go all the way down this path. If she didn't clarify the situation with Chen Fei now, it would be different later. So she explained the whole situation. Oh, I see. Chen Fei said dismissively. It's just the police, nothing to make a fuss about. Here I welcome all talents. Retired soldiers, washed up big brothers, police, and reporters are all welcome. Yazi saw his expression was calm and asked, did you already know my identity? No, Chun Fei decided. You didn't know my identity, yet you dared to take me to kill Li Guamin. Yazi was surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? For a moment, she didn't know whether to say Chun Fei was bold or whether he really trusted her. It was just like when he entrusted her with 5 million to start a company upon their first meeting. But Yazi was 100% sure that he was just putting on a show for her. Chun Fei was unbothered. I Chun Fei live by my guts and courage. Even if you're from the political department, they'll still take you in. There are currently 2 well-known fools in Hong Kong. One is Shaw Brothers, the English name of Shaw Brothers Studio. The other is the Special Branch of the Hong Kong Political. The Special Branch is the highest and most secretive intelligence agency under the British colonial government, known for its hierarchical structure, scope of power, and actual influence, making it the invisible ruler during the colonial era, far surpassing regular police departments. It possesses extraordinary powers beyond those of regular police, such as legal wiretapping, illegal arrests, indefinite detention investigations into organizations, undercover infiltration, and even the ability to recommend the governor to dissolve suspicious organizations without following regular law enforcement procedures. There is a detention center on Victoria Road, where those suspected of subversive activities against the colonial government or the Y country government would be held and subjected to various tortures for interrogation. Yazi felt a bit lost in his train of thought, organized her thoughts, and continued, to gain your trust, Cyril will arrange a shooting in 2 days, and I need to take a bullet for you. And then, oi? Chun Fei asked. Yazi picked up a newspaper from the desk and said, next is this jewelry exhibition. He believes this exhibition will attract the attention of interested parties, so he will release news before the exhibition, letting a group of notorious robbers come to you to buy arms, and then the police will act against them. If they can't catch you with evidence, it will also help me gain your trust. Come to me to buy arms. Chun Fei couldn't help but laugh. Do I look like someone who sells arms? Yazi looked at him seriously. I think you do, otherwise how could you possibly have an MP5? The MP5 is just basic operations, nothing to be surprised about. Chun Fei said, continue. Yazi continued, I want to use this opportunity to eliminate that Cyril guy. Do you have a plan? I have a bit of an idea for now. Yazi said, initially I wanted him to perish alongside the robbers so the police wouldn't trace it back to us, but if we did that the benefits would be minimal. So I plan to establish a video company, set up a large number of cameras in the combat zone, and film the entire process of the robbers battling Cyril, then anonymously sell these tapes to the regions of Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. As long as we sell quickly enough, even if the police investigate, we can still make a fortune. That's a good idea, Chun Fei said after serious consideration, but it will require a lot of details, and Yazi said, so I need your assistance as the king of intelligence in Hong Kong to figure out where the robbers will engage Cyril. The key is that as long as the robbers have heavy firepower and unleash a barrage on Cyril, it won't attract much attention, so we need to introduce a variable. What variable? Involving the British Army, or the Flying Tigers, or armed police, etc. Yazi continued to explain her plan. Only by doing so can we reap the benefits of the fishermen completely, without exerting effort, and take out both Cyril and the robbers, while making a huge profit. You truly are a criminal genius. Chun Fei gave a thumbs up, but bringing in the British Army or the Flying Tigers is not a simple matter, it's not something that can just be thought of casually. Yazi looked at him, the heavy machine guns at the Saigon Wharf are yours, right? And the rockets at the Gowing Pei Villa are also yours, right? As long as we bring out the heavy machine guns and rockets to fire, let alone the Flying Tigers, I believe the British Army will also respond. So we still have to get involved. Chun Fei thought for a moment. Otherwise the robbers wouldn't be able to obtain those big guys, and we also need to consider whether it will attract the attention of the political department. Moreover, just selling the tapes won't earn much. This is just my rough idea, though I'll think it over more thoroughly. By the way, I need to tell you something. I really can't manage the company's affairs. I think you should leave it to someone else. I think Asian would do well, Chun Fei said without hesitation. Let's leave it to her. Yazi was instantly speechless. This decision feels like it just came from your head without much thought. Don't worry about the details. So you'll have time to think about how to deal with taking the bullet for me, and also reevaluate your plan for the tapes. Let's see if we can seize this opportunity to elevate Black Gold further. I have faith in you, go for it. Outside a police station's detention center, the iron gate creaked open, and a weary Li Yunfei stepped out slowly. His eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings, fearful of attracting trouble again. Last time he helped Dayton make connections, he ended up caught in a horrific shooting incident resulting in Dayton and others being dismembered, and even the diamonds he obtained were stolen. Terrified, he found a place to hide to avoid the storm, but later in urgent need of money, he had to take the risk of going out to run errands, eventually getting caught by the police. Fortunately, they did not investigate this matter, and he was released today. As he walked and pondered where to find shelter, a black car suddenly sped around the corner, braking sharply right in front. Before Li Yunfei could react, two tall, imposing men quickly got out of the car and rushed towards him without saying. Li Yunfei, frightened, turned to run, but one of the big men grabbed his shoulder fiercely, the grip so strong it felt like it might crush his bones. Who are you? What do you want? Li Yunfei struggled and shouted, but was met with a powerful punch to his stomach from the punch caused Li Yunfei to gag. Ugh! He almost vomited the leftovers from last night. Immediately the two men held his arms, forcibly dragging him into the back seat of the car with swift, decisive movements, leaving Li Yunfei no chance to resist. Li Yunfei felt a surge of panic at this unexpected turn of events, even thinking that old enemies might have come to take revenge. However, inside the car was only a middle-aged man. He held a document in his hand, his gaze fixed on Li Yunfei. While flipping through the document, he slowly read aloud. Li Yunfei, age 38. A well-known intermediary in the underworld, notorious for his loyalty, providing channels for gangsters to dispose of stolen goods, and earning commissions for a living. You have experienced a failed relationship and your wife left you out of disappointment. Am I right? Li Yunfei suppressed the panic in his heart, forcing himself to calm down, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do we have any grievances from before?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly, his tone calm, yet authoritative. "Brother Fei, don't be nervous. My surname is Fong, you can call me Mr. Fong. We have no grievances, but I have a business deal that I need your help with commissions so high you can't even imagine." Li Yunfei was filled with caution, yet kept his expression neutral as he asked, "What kind of business?" "Mr. Fong replied, "My boss has a batch of high-powered firearms he wants to sell. Although there are many talented individuals in Hong Kong, none are our ideal clients. Only you, Brother Fei, can find those capable of handling this batch of firearms, so I'm asking for your help." Li Yunfei's expression instantly froze. Firearms? That's a death sentence. The police are cracking down on arms dealers everywhere. If I get caught, I could end up in prison for life. Mr. Fong chuckled, taking out an envelope. "This is a fee of 20,000. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If you can help secure this deal, my boss can offer you 25 of the transaction amount." Hearing this, Li Yunfei became intrigued. "What kind of weapons are we talking about?" "Absolutely top-tier items." Mr. Fong said, "Shotguns, submachine guns, handguns, grenades, machine guns, bombs. And if the other side has the capability, we can also provide heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, and more." Li Yunfei felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of heavy machine guns. This was the real deal for arms dealing. After nearly a minute of silence, Li Yunfei finally said, "How do I know if what you're saying is true or false?" Mr. Fong replied calmly, "With my boss power, there's no need to joke with you. Just help spread the word as quick." He then handed over a piece of paper. "This is my contact information. If anyone is interested in buying, just reach out to me." Li Yunfei took the paper and got out of the car in a daze. He remained in a daze until the other party drove away. When did Hong Kong have such sharp arms dealers? Suddenly he thought of the incident at the Saigon Pier. Could it be that Dayton and the others were taken out by this Mr. Feng's boss? Damn it. If that's the case, this news must be spread, otherwise he would surely meet the same fate as Dayton, being torn apart. The more Li Yunfei thought about it, the more fearful he became. In a luxurious suite at the Peninsula Hotel, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in reading the front-page news about the Tsar's jewelry. His every gesture exuded an elegant, scholarly aura, seemingly a knowledgeable and cultured professional. This man was called Doctor, but that was not his real name. Looking at his composed demeanor, it was hard to believe he was the core leader of an international crime syndicate. He was called Doctor because he never acted recklessly. Every crime was meticulously planned and executed step by step, as rigorously as a doctor devising a treatment plan. He had come to Hong Kong this time for the batch of Tsar's jewelry. The newspaper clearly stated, 18 pieces of Russian imperial treasures valued at over $100 million will be exhibited at the Jumeirah Hotel mid-month. Doctor read the report from beginning to end, then looked at the next news item, and only after finishing the entire paper did he place it on the coffee table. He turned to the long-haired woman sitting to his right. "Fei, how's the progress at the Jumeirah Hotel?" Fei replied, "I've blended in well with the hotel staff. No one suspects my identity, and there will be no problem handling the security staff." This woman looked like a career woman, but her skills were exceptional, and she was ruthless, killing without a second thought. Hearing Fei's response, Doctor nodded in satisfaction and turned to another young man in camouflage. "Rabbit, how's your side prepared?" This man was Doctor's trusted aide, skilled in combat. Rabbit replied, "The manpower is ready, but there are still some issues with the firearms. The Hong Kong police are cracking down on arms, and our previous firepower is insufficient. I think we need to prepare more equipment. Do you have any candidates in mind?" Doctor said, "Recently many arms dealers in Hong Kong have been taken down. Those remaining are just small fries. Some claim to be arms dealers just because they have a few old guns. The characters we deal with this time are crucial, so we must be well equipped with both handguns and rifles." "Understood. I am already looking for information, and I want all the heavy hitters." Rabbit responded, "When the flying tigers come, we will be able to leave calmly." Doctor nodded. "Could you go handle this matter? If you run into trouble, solve it yourself. Remember." He paused before continuing, "You must rely on yourself." "I know what to do," Rabbit replied, understanding. Doctor added, "What about Sangbang? Sang Bang is still obsessed with boxing, uninterested in anything else, Rabbit replied. Fei Fei smiled lightly. Aside from boxing, he probably isn't interested in women either. Doctor's gaze swept over the two of them and said, until I announce the operation, this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. You know my habits. If I suspect someone has leaked information, I will kill. Saying this, he picked up his coat. I'm going out for coffee now. You all can get back to work. The elevator descended to the first floor, heading straight for the lobby. At this time, there weren't many guests and several tables by the window were empty. He chose a corner table to sit down, draping his coat over the chair back. After ordering a cup of coffee, he sipped while discreetly surveying the surroundings. This was his habit. At the table diagonally opposite sat two young people. The man was young and handsome. The woman was as beautiful as a peach blossom. They chatted for a bit, and the woman went to make a phone call. She returned shortly after. He vaguely heard the woman cursing something about foreign devils. Doctor withdrew his gaze and picked up a copy of Black Gold to browse. He felt a bit of admiration for the founder of Black Gold, who managed to gather such impressive information. However, he didn't know that the handsome young man at the opposite table was the founder of Black Gold. Cyril, that foreign devil, said he has arranged for someone to spread the news about the firearms. It won't be long before everyone in the underworld knows about it, Yazzie whispered to Chen Fei. Really? Chen Fei nodded. Then I'll take the opportunity to get into the arms business. Hearing Chen Fei say he was going to deal in arms, Yazzie immediately frowned and said, Are you really going to engage in arms trading? Cyril is watching you. If you go sell arms, won't he catch you red-handed? Chen Fei dismissively replied, No need to worry, he has his schemes, and I have my ways to bypass them. Yazzie thought for a moment and added, What if those buyers are actually undercover cops? Since Cyril wants to catch you, he might arrange for someone to pose as a buyer to test you. There's absolutely no need to worry about. Chen Fei said confidently, I am the king of intelligence in Hong Kong. If they are indeed undercover cops, I would recognize them at a glance. This reasoning made sense. Yazzie said, Since you are so confident, I will rest easy. If the buyers are indeed robbers, it will be perfect for them to clash with Cyril. Now we'll see if your intelligence as the king of Hong Kong is reliable. Chen Fei pointed to his head and said, When the time comes, I will provide you with complete intelligence so you can execute your plan to take down that Cyril. So what you need to do now is prepare a lot of cameras and tapes. Okay. Yazzie nodded. I await your intelligence. This time we'll pull off a big heist that will shake Hong Kong. Just then the pager went off. She picked it up, took a look, and said, I have to go, there's something at the company. I think you should buy me a car, otherwise when I go out to discuss something I'll need you to drive me there. Aren't you in charge of the money? Whether to buy a car is up to you. Chen Fei laughed. Do I need to arrange something like this as a big boss? Yazzie shook her head helplessly. You are truly a qualified hands-off manager. At the door, Chen Fei tossed her the car keys. You can head back to the company yourself. What about you? I'm going to visit a friend. Chen Fei hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading straight for Edinburgh School. On the way, he first stopped at a gift shop to pick a fruit basket and a bouquet of flowers. When passing a family planning supplies store, Chen Fei instructed the driver to pull over and push the door open. Inside, there was only the proprietress, who was reading a newspaper. Chen Fei scanned the shelves and asked, Do you have any in black? The proprietress looked up at him and asked, What black ones? Condoms. The proprietress set down the newspaper, stood up, walked to the shelf, rummaged for a bit, and took out a box of black ones. Black ones with a fruity flavor and granules. Chen Fei glanced at the packaging and instantly fell in love. I like this one. H.E. Mint's place was located on a quiet street near the center of Edinburgh, surrounded by a few old banyan trees, their shade covering half the road. This was not her home, but a convenient place for attending classes. After getting out of the car, Chen Fei, holding the fruit basket and flowers, headed straight to the 6th floor and knocked on He Mint's door. Teacher, here, are you home? It's Chen Fei. I'm here. After some rustling inside, the door opened a crack, revealing He Mint's face. She was wearing a cotton long dress for home, her hair casually tied back, and her face was free of makeup, looking clean. However, there were dark circles under her eyes, indicating she hadn't slept well recently. Chen, you're here. Chen Fei raised the fruit basket and flowers in his hands. I was passing by and thought I'd drop by to see you. Aren't you going to invite me in for a sit? He Min hesitated for a moment, but invited him inside. This is for you. Chen Fei handed over the items. He Min set the items down. Please sit, I'll go get you a glass of water. Chen Fei sat on the sofa looking around. The house was not large but very tidy, with a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall and a few books on the table. Have you handled the matter with Sir Huang? Chen Fei asked. He Min sat down across from him and nodded. It's all settled, thank you for sending him off. It was the least I could do. Chen Fei sighed and said Sir Huang was a good cop. His absence is a loss for the police force and the citizens of Hong Kong. He Min lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes, unsure of what to say. Chen Fei then asked, have you eaten? He Min shook her head, not yet. Then let's go have a meal together. He Min glanced at him, then lowered her head again. It's not very convenient. What's inconvenient about it? Chen Fei stood up. Sir Huang entrusted me to take care of you. If you're hungry while I sit here drinking water, he'll be watching from above and won't feel at ease. He Min couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation from his words. Her lips twitched, but she didn't smile. Chen Fei stood up and said, just right, I haven't eaten either. There's a tea restaurant downstairs that smelled pretty good when I passed by. He-min pondered for a moment and said, let me change my clothes. When the two of them went downstairs, He-min had already changed into a white shirt and dark trousers, and her hair was tied up again, looking much more refreshed. There was a restaurant downstairs. After entering, Chun-Fei handed her the menu and said, order whatever you want. He-min took the menu, flipped through a couple of pages, and ordered a bowl of wonton noodles. Chun-Fei ordered a serving as well, adding 2 side dishes and 2 iced lemon teas. While waiting for the food, Chun-Fei asked her, how's work going? He-min lightly sighed and said, the school gave me a break to adjust before returning to class, but I feel that sitting around isn't a solution. Therefore, attending classes feels more fulfilling. Chun-Fei nodded. If you need any help, just let me know. Sir Huang's matters are my matters as well, as since he entrusted me, I must ensure everything is taken care of. Hearing this, He-min thought for a moment and said, Chun, if you're not too busy, I have something I'd like to trouble you with. What is it? He-min carefully chose her words. After our last conversation, I felt you were very knowledgeable, so I'd like you to help tutor a student who is performing terribly. Is that okay? Tutoring? Chun-Fei asked, is it a boy or a girl? A boy. His name is Zhou Xingxing. Since it's something from teacher, then it's my business as well. I'll go with you to the school to tutor this student. Chun-Fei readily agreed. He-min was momentarily puzzled. What did he mean by my business is your business? But she didn't want to ask for clarification. As they were enjoying their meal, a customer entered the restaurant. The waiter saw the newcomer and went up to greet him. Brother Fei, what would you like to eat? The usual will do, Li Yunfei said as he found a spot in the corner, his eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings and glancing toward the door. The Peninsula Hotel. The doctor wandered around outside before returning to the suite. The rabbit was already waiting inside. Upon seeing him return, he stood up. I received a message that there are goods being distributed on the street: shotguns, submachine guns, handguns, and even rocket launchers. The doctor's gaze sharpened as he asked, is the information reliable? The rabbit replied, the information came from Li Yunfei. This person is quite famous on the streets, specializing in acting as an intermediary for various deals, and he has handled numerous transactions with a good reputation. The information he provides should not be false. Li Yunfei. The doctor repeated the name as he sat on the sofa. Is he the one who helped the Dan connect? The rabbit nodded. That's him. After the deal with the Dan went wrong, he escaped quickly, saving his own life. Later, he was caught by the police for another case and was just released today. Is someone looking for him to deal in goods right after he was released? The doctor frowned. That timing seems a bit... The rabbit said, I thought about that too, but it's unlikely that Li Yunfei would cooperate with the police. His reputation on the street is built on loyalty. If he turned traitor, he wouldn't be able to survive in that world anymore. He paused and added, moreover, he only acts as a middleman for those transactions. He never touches the goods or handles the money. He just passes messages and connects people. Even if the police catch him, they wouldn't have any evidence. The doctor pondered and felt that the rabbit had a point. Li Yunfei, as an intermediary, belonged to a gray area. It would be too costly for the police to pursue him with little gain. What's the origin of the seller? The doctor asked. The rabbit shook his head. Li Yunfei didn't say, just mentioned that the seller's surname is Fong, and that he has a boss who deals in a large volume and can get anything. I plan to contact Li Yunfei first and arrange to meet him to feel things out. The doctor nodded. You go contact him, but don't rush. Let's first see who this boss Fong is. We have dealt with arms dealers in Hong Kong before, and we have never heard of anyone who can get rocket launchers. If it's someone new we've never seen before, we need to be extra cautious. The rabbit replied, I know. I've already arranged to have a meal with Li Yunfei to extract some information from him. I'm about to head over now. Go ahead, the doctor nodded. The rabbit left straight for the place he had arranged with Li Yunfei. Upon entering, Li Yunfei was already eating there. The rabbit stepped forward and approached Li Yunfei. Brother Fei. Li Yunfei looked up, his eyes filled with vigilance. Who are you? We made an appointment over the phone. The rabbit smiled slightly. Brother Fei, no need to be nervous. Li Yunfei thought to himself, not being nervous is easier said than done. He was now even suspicious that someone might be aiming a machine gun at him from the shadows. If it weren't to complete this task quickly, he wouldn't be willing to take the risk to meet the rabbit. Oh, it's you. Have a seat, Li Yunfei asked. Do you want something to eat? The rabbit reached out to the waiter. I'll have a bowl of wonton, thank you. Then he lowered his voice. Brother Fei, how reliable is your information? Are those big weapons really for sale? Do they have machine guns, flamethrowers, etc.? In fact, Li Yunfei wasn't sure either, but he still said, the deals I introduce are always reliable, but whether you are satisfied or not depends on seeing the goods right. The rabbit nodded. You're right. I need to see the goods to know if I'm satisfied. If they really have submachine guns, machine guns, grenades, and such, I will definitely give Brother Fei a satisfactory commission. He lit a cigarette and said, please hurry and arrange a meeting with this seller for me. I have a batch of goods that was hijacked at sea and need some firepower to deal with it. Hey, what are you buying these things for? You don't have to tell me. Li Yunfei quickly waved his hand. I'm just an intermediary, so I don't ask about the origin or the purpose. I just introduce the business. Oh, once the deal is done, you just pay me. As he spoke, he stood up. I'll take my leave now. Once the seller responds, I'll inform you by phone. I'll be waiting for your good news, Brother Fei. As Li Yunfei reached the door, the two customers at the table also stood up. They chatted as they walked. Teacher, will it really not delay your matters? Chen Fei shook his head. It won't. Anyway, those matters can be handled by the people at the company. Right now, the most important thing is to solve your troubles, teacher. Saying this, the two walked out. Li Yunfei followed closely behind. The rabbit watched him leave, and after finishing their food and drinks, also left the restaurant. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a stick in his mouth turned the corner from behind the wall, muttering softly, "Submachine guns, machine guns, grenades. Damn, the case of the boss hasn't been solved yet, and now there's this big case. Never mind, it's better to avoid trouble." Suddenly someone called out to him from behind. "Uncle Da, what are you mumbling about?" Uncle Da was startled, turning around to tap the young man behind him on the head with the stick in his mouth. "Damn, you little brat, don't you know that scaring someone can kill them?" Half an hour later, Chen Fei accompanied Hemin to Zhou Xingxing's house. Hemin knocked on the door. "Zhou Xingxing, are you home?" "It's Teacher He. Teacher He is here. I'm coming." A voice replied from inside. Soon the door was opened by a young man standing at the entrance. Dressed smartly, he looked quite spirited. This was indeed Zhou Xingxing from Fight Back to School, the #1 assassin of the Flying Tigers, sent by his superior to Edinburgh Middle School as an undercover agent to investigate the missing firearms of the superintendent, and his superior even forged documents to claim he was the son of Chao Dahua. "Teacher He." Zhou Xingxing greeted, only to discover that there was another person standing behind her. A man. A very handsome man. Zhou Xingxing's gaze lingered on Chen Fei's face for 2 seconds, and his heart sank. "Teacher He, who is this?" He struggled to maintain his smile, but his tone was already somewhat off. Hemin stepped aside and introduced, "Xing, this is my friend Chen Fei. He is very knowledgeable, and I specifically invited him to help you with your studies. I hope you can study hard and improve your grades." Hearing this, Zhou Xingxing cursed inwardly. Damn. A guy was brought in to tutor me. And he's so handsome. This guy wouldn't be trying to pursue Teacher He, would he? He felt turmoil inside, but had to force a smile, saying, "Oh, hello Chen Fei, welcome, please come in." Chen Fei smiled slightly, and said, "You must be Zhou Xingxing. Teacher He has been talking about you all the way here, saying you are a very promising student, but your foundation is a bit weak." Hearing this, Zhou Xingxing didn't know how to describe his feelings. Weak is an understatement. It's simply ever since he took on this undercover task, he hadn't had a single good day. Every day he sat in class with a bunch of teenagers enduring those ridiculously childish textbook contents. What was worse, he, the top assassin of the Flying Tigers with godlike shooting skills and unbeatable combat ability, was being tortured to the brink of death by a single exam paper. He wanted to do well, but he couldn't recognize those ABCDs, let alone. Math was even worse. X and Y were eternally at odds, and equations were like a foreign language to him. He was always punished to stand outside the classroom for various reasons. During exams, he even flipped the wrong book to copy answers. He almost thought about applying to withdraw, until Hemin appeared. At that moment, Zhou Xingxing felt the whole world lit up. Because his grades were so poor, Hemin couldn't bear to watch and took the initiative to offer him tutoring. Zhou Xingxing nearly jumped up at that moment. He had previously felt a bit regretful knowing that Hemin had a boyfriend. But now that Huang Sir was gone, did that mean he had a chance? Though this thought was a bit unkind, Zhou Xingxing felt he could graciously accept this opportunity. So he specially took some money today to send Chao Dahua, who lived with him, out to let him enjoy himself. But unexpectedly, Hemin brought a man over to tutor him. If it weren't for Hemin, Zhou Xingxing would have already closed the door and kicked him out. After sitting down, Chen Fei said, "What subject do we need to catch up on? Let's get started." Zhou Xingxing reluctantly took out his book for tutoring, all for Hemin's sake. Hemin watched for a while, confirming that Chen Fei wasn't making any mistakes in his explanations, then got up and walked to the balcony to sit down, taking out a book from her bag and flipping through it. The afternoon sun shone on her, and the gentle breeze moved her hair, making her look serene and beautiful. Zhou Xingxing watched for 2 seconds, and his heart fluttered again. "Zhou Xingxing," Chen Fei's voice pulled him back to reality. "Let's turn to the 3rd page of the textbook first, and learn a few basic words today." Zhou Xingxing withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and opened the textbook. After all, it was just tutoring, he could just get through it. Once Teacher He left, this guy could do whatever he wanted. So he pretended to listen for nearly 20 minutes. At that moment, Hemin walked back from the balcony and said, "You two study for a bit, I'll go downstairs to buy some fruit for us to eat later." "Teacher He, you don't have to go through all that trouble." Zhou Xingxing began, but before he could finish, Hemin had already picked up her bag, smiled, waved her hand, and walked out the door. Zhou Xingxing seemed to be listening to Chen Fei's tutoring, but in reality, he was thinking about how to deal with this guy who was even more handsome than himself. When Hemin returned, Chen Fei said, "You study for a bit, I need to use the restroom." The room was left with just Chen Fei and Zhou Xingxing. Zhou Xingxing's mind turned several corners. He glanced at Hemin, who was washing fruit on the balcony, then at the direction of the restroom, and suddenly a thought popped up in his mind. This Chen Fei was just so irritating. Not only was he handsome, but he was also knowledgeable, and even friends with Hemin, making him too competitive. Originally, he had the advantage of being close to the water, seeing Hemin every day at school. But now Hemin actively brought him here to tutor, And if he continued to interact with He-min, wouldn't that mean he was completely out of the game? No, he had to think of a way. Zhou Xingxing's mind turned, and a not-so-glorious idea emerged. He quickly walked to the balcony and called, "Teacher He." "Yes." He-min turned her head. Zhou Xingxing glanced at the direction of the restroom and lowered his voice, saying, "Teacher, he is the friend you brought over." "Is he gay?" He-min was taken aback. "What? When I was tutoring with your friend just now, he actually asked me to stand up and turn around, admiring my muscular build, while saying my skin is delicate and soft, and that it must feel great to the touch." He-min's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning, "Did he really say that to you?" "Yes, he did. The more I talked, the more fired up I got. He even whistled at me, asking if I wanted to study well." The tone. "Tisk teacher, he, you know what I mean." I felt something was off at that moment. He paused and added, "And I accidentally saw a pack of condoms in his pocket. You tell me a grown man carrying that kind of stuff around and whistling at me. Teacher He, I think it would be better if you tutor me yourself." He-min was left confused, her mind a mess. Condoms, delicate skin, whistling. These words together indeed led to many wild imaginations. She suddenly remembered the time when she had dinner with Chun Fei and Lu Huijin, and Lu Huijin had rubbed her foot under the table. At that time she felt something was off. Although Lu Huijin didn't show anything when she sent her home, thinking back, now the frequency, the strength, and Lu Huijin's ambiguous smile. He-min's heart suddenly sank. Could it be? Chun Fei was gay and liked men. Lu Huijin was also gay and liked women. So these two appeared to be a couple, but in reality they were good friends. The more He-min thought about it, the more she felt Chun Fei did seem a bit, how should she put it, not like the kind of man who would flirt with women. When he spoke to her, his eyes were clear and his manners were proper, never crossing any lines. At that time she thought he was a man of propriety. Now thinking back, maybe it wasn't that he was proper, but that he had no interest in women at all. So was it because his boyfriend entrusted him to take care of her before he passed? And thinking about Lu Huijin, who was beautiful and cheerful, there must be many suitors, but she seemed to have never made a move. That time she rubbed her foot under the table must have been her way of confessing to herself. He-min quickly shook her head, trying to discard those messy thoughts. "Teacher He, are you okay?" Zhou Xingxing noticed her changing expression and felt secretly pleased, but he said with concern, "Did I scare you with what I said?" No. He-min forced a smile and said, "Xing, there may be some misunderstanding in this matter. Chun Fei is my friend, he is not that kind of person." Zhou Xingxing immediately replied, "Teacher He, I hope it's a misunderstanding too, but I still feel a bit scared." Just then Chun Fei came out of the restroom. He-min glanced at Zhou Xingxing and lowered her voice, saying, "Let's not talk about this for now, or I'll look into it later." Zhou Xingxing said, "Don't worry, Teacher He, I won't make him uncomfortable since he is your friend." The two returned to the living room from the balcony. Chun Fei casually asked, "What were you discussing?" "So mysterious." He-min smiled, albeit a bit awkwardly, and replied, "Just asking about Xing's recent studies. Came to have an orange." After eating some fruit, the door was suddenly opened from the outside. Xiao Dahua walked in with a stick in his mouth. Upon seeing He-min, he immediately put on a warm smile. "Teacher He has arrived. Thank you for your hard work coming to tutor Xing again." He-min smiled and stood up. "Uncle Do is back. Why are you home so early today?" Xiao Dahua quickly took the stick out of his mouth. "Isn't it because of Xing? That kid insisted on kicking me out, saying that tutoring needs to be quiet and that I disturb his studying at home. I thought, when has this kid ever been so diligent? It turns out Teacher He is coming." He-min said, "Today my friend is tutoring him. Uncle to this is my friend Chun Fei." She then introduced Chun Fei. "Chun Sheng, this is uncle to the father of Zhou Xingxing." "Hello, Uncle Da." Hello. Xiao Dahua replied enthusiastically, "Thank you for your hard work. Our Xing's grades are a bit lacking, so please don't mind his low intelligence." Zhou Xingxing's face darkened, and he said stiffly, "Dad, can you please not talk nonsense?" Xiao Dahua completely ignored him and continued to speak to He-min. "Teacher He, our Xing is just not honest with his mouth, but he actually respects you a lot in his heart. He talks about you every day when he comes home." "Dad." Zhou Xingxing wished he could just cover his mouth. He-min was amused and said, "Zhou Xingxing has been performing quite well in school, although his grades are a bit lacking, but his attitude is very correct." Xiao Dahua nodded repeatedly. That's right. Thanks to you two teachers. You both have worked hard. Please stay and have a meal. They'll go buy some ingredients." "No need, Uncle Da." He-min looked at her watch and said, "It's getting late and today's tutoring is about done. We need to head back." She turned around, picked up her bag, and said to Chun Fei, "Let's go." Chun Fei stood up and said to Zhou Xingxing, "Xing will stop here for today, continue tomorrow, and remember to review the vocabulary we learned today." Zhou Xingxing cursed inwardly but smiled on the surface. "All right, Xing, thank you." He-min walked to the door and turned back to Xiao Dahua. "Uncle Da, I'm leaving now. I'll come to see you another day." Xiao Dahua courteously walked them to the door. "Teacher He, take care, be careful on the road." After the door closed, the footsteps of He-min and Chun Fei gradually faded away. Zhou Xingxing stood on the balcony, watching the two walk away side by side, his gaze fixed on Chun Fei. Xiao Dahua approached with the stick in his mouth and followed Zhou Xingxing's gaze down, grinning mischievously. "Xing, you have a rival in love." Zhou Xingxing remained silent. Xiao Dahua added, And that guy is even more handsome than you. You're in trouble. Zhou Xingxing snorted, lifting his chin slightly. How could I ever be in trouble? If anyone is in trouble, it should be that guy who is tutoring me. Qiao Dahua looked curious. Why do you say that? Zhou Xingxing turned around, leaning against the balcony railing with his hands in his pockets, a smug smile on his lips. I already told teacher, that guy is gay. Qiao Dahua was stunned, almost dropping the stick from his mouth. What did you say? That handsome guy is gay. Zhou Xingxing huffed. Anyway, teacher, he will definitely believe it. Just think about it, teacher, he is a decent woman. How could she get too close to a gay person, eh? So this rival is not a threat. Qiao Dahua looked him up and down, chuckled. Xing, this trick of yours is quite devious, but I like it. He then looked down again, but the figures of Chun Fei and He Min had already disappeared below. But speaking of which, Qiao Dahua pondered, what if that guy isn't gay? If you mislead teacher He and the truth comes out, how would teacher He view you then? Zhou Xingxing's smile froze for a moment. He hadn't thought about that question at all. But soon he regained his confidence. It's impossible. What I made up. No, the things I said are all logical. Besides, even if he isn't gay, as long as teacher He thinks he is, then he is. Qiao Dahua shook his head. Then you should ask teacher He if she believes it or not. Zhou Xingxing ignored him, turned around, and walked back to the living room, flopping down on the sofa. Qiao Dahua sat down opposite him, propping his leg up. Xing, let me be honest with you, don't take it the wrong way. What is it? Teacher He is a good woman, and you are a good man, but you two. Qiao Dahua considered his words. You two don't quite match. Zhou Xingxing sat up abruptly. What do you mean we don't match? Qiao Dahua counted on his fingers. First, your undercover identity cannot be exposed. If teacher He really gets together with you, what will she do if your identity is revealed one day? Second, you don't even know when this mission will end. Once it's over, are you going back to the Flying Tiger Squad? What will teacher He do then? Third, her ex-boyfriend was also a cop, and he just got killed. Zhou Xingxing interrupted him. Okay. So what you're saying is I have no chance. Qiao Dahua chuckled. I'm just helping you analyze the situation. Zhou Xingxing lied back down, staring at the ceiling, his voice much softer. I know these truths, but you don't understand. Qiao Dahua stopped talking, just took the stick out of his mouth, and started to eat fruit vigorously. Zhou Xingxing closed his eyes, his mind full of He Min's image. At this moment, Chun Fei was accompanying He Min on the way back to her place. He Min spoke little along the way, occasionally stealing glances at Chun Fei, her gaze carrying a complex scrutiny. Feeling her gaze, Chun Fei asked, Teacher He, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? No. He Min quickly shifted her gaze, walked a few steps, then couldn't help but ask, Chun Sheng, do you have any particularly close male friends? Chun Fei was taken aback. What do you mean? Nothing. He Min smiled, quickened her pace, just asking. Meanwhile, inside the house, Qiao Dahua was eating fruit when he suddenly remembered something. Xing, how's the investigation on the boss gun going? There's no progress at all. Every day it's just dealing with these lousy assignments. Damn it, I became a cop because I was bad at studying, and now I still have to handle these assignments. Zhou Xingxing wore a mask of pain. Qiao Dahua said, if you still can't find anything, the boss will definitely use his lethal scissors to crush your head. Cut it out. Zhou Xingxing scoffed. What scissors? Lethal scissors. Qiao Dahua replied seriously, the boss used to host a kung fu show and has real skills. I don't care about him at all. Since you've called me dad a few times, how about I give you a piece of intel? Qiao Dahua said, about the gun and its major arms. I won't let you call me dad for nothing, right? Zhou Xingxing lazily replied, what major arms? Submachine guns, machine guns, grenades, stuff like that. Is that big enough? Is it cool? Zhou Xingxing opened his eyes upon hearing this. You actually got such amazing intel. Quick, tell me. On the way home, He Min felt that Chun Fei was indeed acting a bit strange. A man like him, wealthy, capable, and handsome, should not lack for women around him. But it seemed he really didn't have many women by his side. Ajun counted as one, but Ajun. The thought of Ajun rubbing her foot against his under the table gave He Min goosebumps. Upon reaching the door, He Min inserted the key and couldn't help but say Chin Shang. Chun Fei turned his head to look at her and replied, What do you think of Ajun? He Min asked. Chun Fei was puzzled as to why she suddenly brought up Lo Huijin, but he answered truthfully, Ajun. She is a good woman. He Min's heart stirred. A good woman. Such an evaluation sounded like an assessment of an ordinary friend with whom one had no emotional entanglement. If a man likes a woman, his expression and tone should be different when mentioning her. He Min closely observed Chun Fei's expression at that moment. Calm and different, with no ripples of emotion. Indeed, she felt more certain of her suspicions. I think Ajun is great too. He Min continued, following Chun Fei's words. She's beautiful, capable, and has a good personality. You must be very happy with her, right? Chun Fei nodded. Yes, quite happy. And she has a good figure, right? He Min added. Chun Fei glanced at her, feeling the question a bit strange, but still replied. Well, I suppose. A woman like Ajun must have many suitors, right? Has she ever mentioned her love life to you? Chun Fei was filled with doubts, asking about Lu Huijin's love life. What was this about? So he casually replied. She hasn't really mentioned it. Our relationship is mainly work-related. Work-related? He Min's eyes brightened. So you two aren't in that kind of relationship? Chun Fei was increasingly curious about what was on He Min's mind, so he shook his head. No. Upon hearing this answer, He-min was even more certain that Chen Fei had no feelings for Lu Huijin, which meant he indeed was not interested in women. If he had some peculiar traits, it would confirm he was gay. Meanwhile, Chen Fei felt even stranger about He-min's probing into his relationship with Lu Huijin. Why was she so concerned about his relationship with Lu Huijin? Was she verifying if he was Lu Huijin's boyfriend? If so, was she going to ask if Lu Huijin was single next? He couldn't help but think, could it be that He-min lost her boyfriend and has now even changed her sexual orientation? Her changing orientation was one thing, but she couldn't go after Ajun. If she truly had such an idea, he felt it necessary to correct her. So does Ajun have a boyfriend now? He-min asked again. Chen Fei was more certain of his suspicions. He-min's interest in Lu Huijin had exceeded normal bounds. First she praised her beauty capability and good character, then mentioned her figure, and now she was asking if she had a boyfriend. This was not something a normal friend would inquire about. Clearly these were questions posed by someone with ulterior motives. Chen Fei said perhaps she should have one. Why are you asking? He-min did not rush to answer. She felt that since she had discovered Chen Fei's issue, she couldn't just ignore it. She had read that some homosexuals are born that way while others are influenced by their environment. The latter could potentially be changed through correct guidance and proper correction. Chen Fei did not seem like the naturally inclined type, right? Perhaps he just hadn't met the right woman. Perhaps all he needed was someone to help him open that door. The more He-min thought about it, the more she felt it was her responsibility to do this. Chen Sheng, she spoke again. Moi. Chen Fei replied, you can call me Fei Go. Fei Go, have you ever thought that you might just not have met a woman who truly moves your heart? Chen Fei turned his head to look at her, puzzled. Teacher, what exactly are you trying to say? You might as well be clearer. As he spoke, he took his hand out of his pocket. Clatter. They both looked down simultaneously. It was a box of condoms. The same black box Chen Fei had bought earlier at the family planning store. The air suddenly fell silent. He-min was quick, bending down to pick it up, pinching the box between her fingers and holding it up to Chen Fei. Fei Go, what is this? Chen Fei glanced at it and said without changing his expression, bubblegum. He-min instantly felt a wave of disbelief. Bubblegum. Yes, bubblegum. Chen Fei reached for it back. It's a new flavor, fruity, and you can blow bubbles with it. He-min withdrew her hand. Fei Go, I'm not a 3-year-old child, don't lie to me. This is clearly a condom, and it's black too. She looked at Chen Fei seriously. Fei Go, tell me the truth, have you ever kissed a woman? Chen Fei was stunned. Had he ever kissed a woman? What kind of question was that? His mind raced as he tried to understand the meaning behind He-min's words. Seeing him silent, He-min thought she had guessed right, and his silence was an affirmation. Just as I thought, He-min murmured. Chen Fei finally couldn't help but ask, Teacher, what exactly are you trying to say? He hadn't finished his sentence, because He-min suddenly stood on her toes and kissed his lips. It lasted about 4 to 5 seconds before she calmly said, see, actually kissing a woman isn't scary, right? It's not scary, but I didn't feel anything different just now. Chen Fei had lost track of He-min's train of thought and decided to take the initiative, continuing, shall we do it again? No. He-min's words were not finished before he wrapped his arms around her waist and sealed her lips. At the same time, he turned the key and carried He-min inside. Then he hooked the door with his toe. Bang! The door slammed shut. At that moment, He-min suddenly felt something. While pushing him away, she anxiously said, Fei Go, don't do this. I'm just helping you. If you are the passive one, I don't have any tools for that. I'm helping you too. Chen Fei thought she was talking nonsense and replied, don't be nervous, we exchange sincerity for sincerity and strength for sound. The black condom would indeed come in handy tonight. He-min's title was truly well-deserved. It was so he used several black fruit-flavored ones to comfort and correct He-min. Comforting her the whole afternoon, He-min was so exhausted that she couldn't move and fell asleep. When Chen Fei woke up, the outside sky had darkened. As he reached out to turn on the light, he suddenly heard the sound of a call machine coming from the mess of clothes on the floor. Initially intending to ignore it, he worried it might be Yazzie or someone else looking for him about something important, so he had to get up. Pop. He-min turned over in response. Chen Fei got out of bed, rummaged through the mess on the floor to find his pants, and took out the call machine. He called back using He-min's phone. Who is looking for me? It's Yazzie, came the voice on the line. They say someone is ready to sell weapons. How is your side preparing? If Yazzie was still an undercover agent, this matter wouldn't be communicated to Chen Fei so straightforwardly. However, the situation was different now, so it was direct without much beating around the bush. So soon. Chen Fei was a bit interested. Did they say where the transaction would take place? If they suggest a location, just refuse. How could we let the seller suggest a place? Yazzie replied. You decide on the location and I'll arrange for Ajun to set up the cameras to capture that grand scene. Let's choose the old dock at Chingy. As for the time, let them know once you arrange everything. This place is surrounded by sea on 3 sides with narrow roads for land access, making it easy to defend and hard to escape. It is ideal for black market transactions, arms exchanges, hiding people and goods, and confrontations. Yazzie said, okay, I'll arrange it right away. With such short notice, are you sure Henry will believe it? He will believe it. The shorter the time, the more it shows that the seller is eager to offload their goods. Could you go arrange it? After hanging up the phone, he went to wash up, and when he returned to the bedroom, He-min was awake. Chen Fei said, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat together." Everyone was an adult, so Hemin didn't cry. Her first question was, "Have you been with a woman before?" "What do you mean by being with a woman before?" Chen Fei was confused. "If not with a woman, should I be with a man?" "Huh." Hemin was stunned. "You've been with a woman? Don't you like men?" "Who told you I like men?" Zhou Xingxing did. That guy never tells the truth. Only then did Chen Fei realize what was happening. Hemin had mistaken him for a homosexual. No wonder she said she was helping him. He felt he should thank Zhou Xingxing for the assist. Hemin had already begun to resent Zhou Xingxing in her heart. Even when going out to eat, she cursed Zhou Xingxing countless times in her heart. After eating, Chen Fei told Hemin, "I won't be sleeping at your place tonight. I have some matters to attend to." He planned to visit Henry's home at night to see if that guy had a habit of keeping a diary. Proper people don't keep diaries. But Henry certainly was not a proper person. "Who said you had to sleep at my place?" Hemin said irritably, "If you have things to do, go ahead." Upon returning, seeing the black condom box still on the bedside table, she cursed Zhou Xingxing again. Achoo achoo. Zhou Xingxing, who suddenly sneezed several times, rubbed his nose and looked at Chao Dahua beside him. "Ada, are you ready? Are we really going to rob Defei's car?" Chao Dahua hesitated. "Although I haven't seen Defei for a while, that guy is not easy to deal with." Today he heard about a major arms case in the restaurant, but the information was vague, so Zhou Xingxing ordered him in a high-ranking officer's capacity to investigate it clearly. Thus Chao Dahua had to communicate with the Undercover, who was also responsible for following up on the boss gun case, and unexpectedly learned that Defei hid the arms in a truck at a remote parking lot, so Chao Dahua passed this information to Zhou Xingxing. Upon learning about Defei's arms lead, Zhou Xingxing immediately decided to go for it. Hearing Chao Dahua's words, he snorted coldly. "He's not easy to deal with, but I, Zhou Xingxing, am definitely not a name without substance. Right now Defei isn't around, and there are only a few of his subordinates left. We can just take his arms truck and make the boss happy." After making arrangements, the two of them secretly arrived at the target parking lot at night. However, there were many trucks on site, and they didn't know which one had the arms. Zhou Xingxing thought of a way to trigger the alarm on the vehicles, and suddenly the entire parking lot was filled with the sound of alarms. Defei's subordinates were startled and hurried to check which truck contained the arms. These people's reactions pointed Zhou Xingxing to the target. Once Defei's men left, he and Chao Dahua got into the truck to search, and indeed found a large number of rifles, and the boss lost gun hidden beneath the truck bed. This scene made Zhou Xingxing excited, and he cheerfully said, "Done. With so many guns, how do we take them back?" Chao Dahua, who was holding a bunch of guns, asked with difficulty. Zhou Xingxing glared at him. "Are you crazy? Of course we drive the whole truck back." After saying that, he jumped out of the truck bed, climbed directly into the driver's seat, connected the wires to start it, and then pressed the gas pedal to rush out, completely unaware that Chao Dahua was still outside the car. Zhou Xingxing left so smoothly that Chao Dahua, who was standing at the back of the truck, was dumbfounded, hastily chasing after him while shouting, "I didn't get in the car. I didn't get in the car." However, the truck had already sped off for dozens of meters, and he couldn't catch up. Defei's little brothers noticed the truck was stolen and hurriedly pursued, but unfortunately, they couldn't catch up. Although they couldn't catch up to the truck, they caught Chao Dahua on the spot. A young man in charge shouted angrily, "You dare to steal from Brother Defei? You must be tired of living." Brothers beat him up. Hey, don't hit my face. Don't hit my face." Chao Dahua pleaded hurriedly, "I still rely on this face to make a living." Hearing this, the young man became even angrier. "Damn, a face full of wrinkles, and you still want to rely on it to make a living? Do you think you can eat soft rice?" Hit him in the face. Just as they were about to start beating Chao Dahua, a car drove up, and when the headlights shone on Chao Dahua's face, the car charged straight at him. These people didn't know what was going on and were afraid of being hit, so they scattered. The car rushed up to Chao Dahua, and Chen Fei leaned out of the window. "Uncle Do, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? What are you doing here?" Seeing it was Chen Fei, Chao Dahua felt like he had found a savior, and hurriedly said, "Chen Sheng, there's no time to explain, let me in." In Central, the Hong Kong Club. This private club, established in the 19th century, has always opened its doors solely to bankers, barristers, and high-ranking officials with white skin. The half-length statue of Queen Victoria at the entrance scrutinizes each person attempting to step inside, with a cold gaze reminding them that this place is not for just anyone. For this is the heart of Central, a remnant of colonial times, and a secret chamber for the elite. Most of these individuals discuss billion-dollar businesses, political transactions, and underground rules. Henry handed the car keys to the doorman and stepped into the hall. The dark walnut-paneled walls displayed several oil paintings from the colonial period, each character in the paintings bearing a serious expression and dressed exquisitely, as if they were about to leap out of the frames to reaffirm their dominion. Dimly lit by a crystal chandelier, the entire space was enveloped in an atmosphere of an intentionally crafted old world. "Henry," a voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Henry turned to see the person approaching was Robertson McLean, the Deputy Commissioner of Police, and an old friend. This gray-haired Scotsman was tall and stout, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit, holding an unlit cigar. "Robertson," Henry shook his hand, "have the others arrived?" "They are all inside." McLean nodded towards the private room at the end of the corridor. "We were just waiting for you." The two walked down the corridor passing several heavy oak doors, finally stopping in front of one. The attendant respectfully pushed the door open and they both stepped inside. The private room was not large, but it was meticulously arranged. An oval dining table was covered with a snow-white tablecloth and 3 candles quietly burned in a silver candlestick illuminating the tabletop. The view of Victoria Harbor outside was mostly obscured by heavy curtains, leaving only a narrow gap through which a few rays of city light streamed in. 4 people were already seated at the table. The first on the left was David Kwong, the senior counsel of the Department of Justice. Though he had a Chinese face, his essence was more a country than the country people themselves. He graduated from the law faculty of Cambridge University and rose rapidly after returning to Hong Kong, relying not on ability, but on absolute loyalty to the colonial system. Seeing Henry enter, he lifted his glass of red wine in a distant toast. Beside him sat the chief superintendent of the Commercial Crime Bureau, Pang Kwok-tung, a local in his 50s with graying hair but sharp eyes. He had been in the police force for 30 years, having seen all kinds of storms, yet he had never been able to break through the invisible glass ceiling. Further to the right was the Assistant Commissioner of Customs, Brant Wood, a young countryman in his 30s with slick blonde hair, the kind that exuded efficiency and decisiveness. He glanced up at Robertson and Henry nodded slightly, then continued to focus on the documents in his hand. The first person on the right was the Chief Investigation Officer of the Independent Commission Against Corruption, named Xie Zhihao. The ICAC personnel were known for their independence. Their presence here today already indicated something significant. Everyone is here. McLean took his seat at the head of the table, placing his cigar in the ashtray beside him. Henry, you speak first. Henry did not rush to sit down, but stood at the edge of the table, hands braced on the back of a chair, sweeping his gaze across the faces of everyone present. He then slowly began. Thank you all for coming today. I have called you here because we face a common issue, one that if not handled properly will damage not only our respective departments, but also the very foundation of the rule of law in Hong Kong. He paused to pull out a chair and sat down before continuing. I am referring to Chun Fei, a newcomer at a magazine. As soon as the name was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room subtly shifted. Everyone's gaze turned towards Henry. Henry continued, on the surface, Chun Fei is the owner of a magazine company engaged in publishing, but based on the intelligence we have gathered, he is far from simple. He pulled out several pages from his briefcase, but did not distribute them to the others, merely holding them in hand. Firstly, we suspect that the Saigon Pier shooting, the Golden Sparrow nightclub arms case, and the Gao Ingpei Villa case are all related to him. At the scenes of these incidents, we found Browning machine guns, military-grade weapons, and rocket launchers, but where do these things come from? Who is supplying him? We have yet to clarify this. Secondly, he selectively exposes certain insider information, using his media resources, seemingly running a magazine, but in reality manipulating public opinion and interfering with law enforcement. You all should have seen his black gold. The information is mostly true, which is a very dangerous signal. Thirdly, and most dangerously, his network of connections always manages to reach the crime scene before the police. This is not something that can be achieved with money. He must hold some unknown leverage over these people. Fourthly, individuals from the Commercial Crime Bureau have interacted with him. He has claimed that for the right price, any intelligence can be sold, including high society scandals, lists of informants within the police force, and comprehensive plans for major heists. In other words, he is establishing a private intelligence empire that surpasses the law. Fifthly, the police once discovered a notebook in Li Gumin's possession that recorded various gray transactions, but this notebook mysteriously vanished after Li Gumin's death. Furthermore, the sample issue of black gold contains some details about it, seemingly with several of your names on it. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Henry placed the documents on the table, clasped his hands, and leaned back slightly. Now this empire is expanding at an astonishing speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not exaggerating. This is genuinely happening. We must confront this magazine businessman seriously and in a manner that does not allow for his direct demise. The room fell silent for several seconds. David Kwong was the first to speak. I agree with Henry's description, but do you have any evidence? I mean evidence that can be presented in court. Without evidence, no matter how we analyze his potential danger, it remains empty. That is precisely the issue at hand. Henry's expression darkened. This person is extremely cunning. Every single transaction appears legal on the surface. His magazine exposes the scandals of others, but he never leaves any incriminating evidence behind. We do not even know who his informants are, where they are, or how many there are. Brantwood finally spoke, but his tone was cold. So you called us here today not because you have evidence, but precisely because you do not. I called you here because we will soon have evidence, Henry replied with a slight smile. I have set up a plan of, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will arrest Chun Fei within a month. What plan? Pang Kwok-tung asked. Henry briefly outlined his plan, involving an undercover agent to gain trust, robbers, arms deals, a jewelry exhibition, full surveillance, and an on-site arrest. He emphasized that he had an insider. After listening, Pang Kwok-tung frowned and said, this plan carries significant risks. If your analysis is accurate, it means that Chun Fei is not an ordinary target. If he senses anything amiss, the entire operation could collapse, and even the notebook could be made public. That is why I did not use fake robbers, Henry replied. They are all the real deal. Disgraced individuals who are living off the air. They do not even realize they are assisting the police, thus ensuring the authenticity of the plan. Xie Zhihao suddenly interjected. You mentioned having an insider. Is this person reliable? Henry nodded. Absolutely reliable. She is my informant and has been undercover for some time without ever being exposed. That's good. Xie Zhihao did not pursue the question further. The others also raised no objections. Henry continued. I am confident that the success of my plan is merely a matter of time. Therefore, I invited you all here to discuss what we should do after Chen Fei falls. This statement acted like a key, unlocking the thoughts of the people present. Pang Quoktong remarked seriously, what do you mean? The meaning is simple. Henry's gaze swept across each face again. The things Chen Fei possesses are not what an ordinary person should have. His intelligence network and his connections are dangerous weapons in his hands, but if placed in the right hands, they could become tools for maintaining stability in Hong Kong. He paused, allowing everyone time to digest. Then he continued, after Chen Fei is taken down, these resources will become unowned. Rather than letting them scatter and be picked up by ill-intentioned individuals, we should take over. We have the ability and the responsibility to do so. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Then David Kwong chuckled. Henry, you say this with such grandeur, but in reality, you're just dividing up Chen Fei's cake. Henry did not deny it, nor did he find anything wrong with the term. You can understand it that way, but I prefer to call it a rational redistribution of resources. Brantwood leaned slightly forward. How do we divide it? This was the question everyone was most concerned about. Henry pulled out another document from his briefcase and handed it to McLean, who was seated to his right. McLean took the document, flipped a few pages, then passed it to the next person. The document went around the table, and each person's expression after reading it varied. Pang Quoktong's expression was the most complicated. He saw the intelligence network concerning police corruption in the next issue of Black Gold. If this information fell into his hands, his position in the police force would undergo a fundamental change. The country individuals who had always been a burden on him might begin to speak to him differently. David Kwong's expression was the most calm. He was interested in the intelligence resources in Chen Fei's hands. The Department of Justice often had to compromise on certain cases due to public pressure. If he could obtain some resources, it would at least reduce the unfavorable information against prosecutions. Brantwood's eyes lit up slightly. He was focused on Chen Fei's cross-border trading channels. Though this trading company was insignificant in the entire Hong Kong context, it had the attention of officials. If used for his own smuggling, it would surely yield considerable profits and could also cast doubt on Chen Fei. Xie Zhihao displayed no change in expression, but he read the documents the slowest, as he was the most meticulous. The ICAC was interested in the dirt on Chen Fei, the evidence of bribery and abuse of power by officials. If these items reached the ICAC, they would become sharp knives. McLean was the last to finish reading, placing the document on the table. This list is very detailed, Henry. You must have spent a long time on it. Since the day I began paying attention to Chen Fei, I have been organizing this information. Henry said, but I need to remind everyone that everything on this list still belongs to Chen Fei. Until our plan succeeds, these items do not belong to anyone. Of course, Brantwood replied. We should finalize the distribution plan before taking action. This is the most prudent approach. All right, Henry sat up straight again. I have a preliminary plan to listen and feel free to express any differing opinions. He picked up the document and opened the first page. Firstly, Chen Fei's intelligence network involves the most people and is the most complicated and difficult to take over. My suggestion is for the police and the ICAC to jointly manage it. The police will handle criminal intelligence, while the ICAC will manage anti-corruption intelligence, with both systems operating independently, without interference from each other. Xie Zhihao nodded slightly, but did not speak. Secondly, Chen Fei's magazine, along with dozens of retail points for newspaper stalls distributed across Hong Kong, Kowloon, and the New Territories. Although these assets are under Chen Fei's name, their actual operation is handled by his assistants. After Chen Fei's downfall, it is likely that these media outlets will be taken over by his assistants, but we cannot allow them to continue operating independently. David Kwong cleared his throat at this point. The Department of Justice needs a channel for voice, not to control the media, but to be able to convey information accurately and timely to the public when public opinion deviates. In other words, I need a magazine that is obedient yet credible, and Black Gold fits the bill. Henry glanced at him. That can be discussed. Thirdly, Li Gumin's notebook. Henry looked at everyone. I do not know if you have any dealings with him, but this matter concerns our vested interests and must not be allowed to be exposed. After a discussion, everyone agreed with his proposal. The goal was to completely eliminate this magazine businessman, preventing him from exposing anything detrimental to them. However, not knowing what exactly he possessed or how much he had, or who was behind him, was why Henry set this trap, to pull Chen Fei in and uncover everything hidden behind him. The cake was divided. Everyone was very satisfied. Ordinary people reading Black Gold might either think, wow, this can be obtained, how impressive, then go about their business, or dismiss it as pure fiction unworthy of belief. But those who could come here were all capable individuals able to grasp more and see further. Henry clapped his hands and cheerfully said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's still early. I think we can go enjoy ourselves before heading home to sleep." Once consensus is reached, these individuals would abandon so-called gentlemanly etiquette, completely tearing off their hypocritical masks, indulging in vulgar pleasures, and engaging in activities that ordinary people could not even imagine. At this moment, Chen Fei was driving Chao Dahua home. It was conveniently on his way. He casually asked Chao Dahua why he was beaten up in the parking lot. Chao Dahua naturally wouldn't reveal the truth, cursing, "Do I even need to ask? It's just those punks who can't stand how good-looking I am, so they decided to beat me up." "You really have a knack for making things up," Chen Fei replied speechlessly. "If I had known this would happen, I would have left you there." Chao Dahua changed the subject. "Chen Sheng, may I ask, what is your relationship with teacher He?" "We're a couple," Chen Fei replied. Although Zhou Xingxing wasn't his son, they lived under the same roof, so he thought it was worth. "If we weren't a couple, do you think I would waste my time tutoring your son?" Chen Fei asked curiously. Chao Dahua couldn't help but think. "Ah Xing, you even spread rumors that he's gay. Now he's sleeping with your teacher." Regaining his composure, he said, "So that's how it is. No wonder you're tutoring our Ah Xing together with teacher He. By the way, Chen Sheng, you look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Have you seen Black Gold?" Chen Fei asked him. Chao Dahua nodded. "Of course I've seen Black Gold. What's the matter?" "I am the owner of Black Gold," Chen Fei humbly replied. Upon hearing this, Chao Dahua was taken aback, examining Chen Fei up and down. "No wonder you look so familiar. You're the owner of Black Gold. I'm truly honored. However, compared to Black Gold, I prefer Yes. Especially the beautiful young girls in it." "I like it too," Chen Fei replied. Chao Dahua continued. "May I ask how much of the content in Black Gold is?" "About 80 to 90% is real," Chen Fei said. "I don't believe that." Chao Dahua shook his head directly. "It's definitely all fabricated. New knowledge is the same. It starts with a picture, and the content is all made up." "Don't believe me?" Chen Fei asked. "I don't believe you," Chao Dahua replied. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and said, "CID 5798. Chao Dahua was stunned for a moment, feeling that this number was quite familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After 4 or 5 seconds, he finally reacted. "Wait, isn't that my police number?" He was struck as if by lightning, and in an instant cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "How do you know that?" "Not only do I know your police number, but I also know that Zhou Xingxing is not a student, but an undercover agent from the Flying Tiger Squad, specifically investigating your boss kind gun." Chen Fei glanced at him. "Am I right?" Chao Dahua's face turned pale, feeling a buzzing in his head. For years he had been undercover, sending away countless peers, relying on his ability to hide and keeping it deep. Now being exposed by someone he had only met once nearly scared the soul out of him. He stammered, "What are you talking about? I don't know anything." "Stop pretending." Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. "If I can establish Black Gold, I must have some skills, right?" Chao Dahua hurriedly pleaded. "Chen Sheng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted the authenticity of Black Gold. Please don't expose me, all right?" "I'm not interested in your undercover identity," Chen Fei said. "But you must keep tonight's events confidential." Of course, Chao Dahua quickly agreed. Once he got home, he slumped onto the sofa, lost in thought. Chen Fei continued to wander around Henry's house. As soon as he returned home, Zhao Yaji said, "Someone called you, said it was urgent. They couldn't reach you and asked you to call back as soon as possible. I heard it's a woman named Yazi." "Oh really?" Chen Fei took out his call machine and glanced at it. He had just turned it off to keep his actions concealed. He called Yazi back first. After the call connected, Yazi said, "There are many unidentified individuals at the Qingyi Old Dock, and there are even firearms. It looks like a criminal gang. Are they our people at?" "A criminal gang?" Chen Fei replied. "They definitely aren't our people. I just think that place is suitable for it." "That's good, because I've set up a lot of cameras around. If there's a conflict, we'll definitely capture it all on tape." Yazi said, "That foreigner Henry is pressing me for information again, wanting to know where and when you will make the transaction." Without thinking, Chen Fei said, "Since there are a lot of criminal gangs there, let's set the transaction for midnight tomorrow. However, inform Henry later about the news." "Got it," Yazi replied. "We'll find a way to have Henry launch the attack at 11:30, so they can clash with those people. We won't need to intervene at all." A day later, Yazi called Henry to inform him that Chen Fei was ready to make the transaction with the robbers at midnight tonight at the Qingyi Old Dock. Upon receiving the news, Henry immediately gathered a large police force and called in the Flying Tiger Squad, deploying them around the Qingyi Dock, preparing to catch both sides in one fell swoop during the transaction between Chen Fei and the robbers. He also had someone relay the message to Li Yunfei. When Li Yunfei informed Rabbit about the transaction's time and place, it was already 11:30 at night. Although Li Yunfei didn't know why the transaction at midnight was only notified to the buyer at 11:30, he still followed through with it. Rabbit happened to be inside the Qingyi Dock at that moment. He was taken aback. Immediately, he relayed the message to the doctor. At that moment, the doctor was also there, along with nearly 100 of his subordinates, all prepared for this jewelry deal. Upon learning that the seller wanted to set the transaction here, the doctor's expression changed dramatically. "What? The seller wants to set the transaction here? And tonight?" Rabbit's face turned cold. "Yes, this is the message just passed on by Li Yunfei. Midnight tonight right here." The doctor rarely swore. "We've been tricked. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden flurry of footsteps and gunfire erupted outside. Immediately afterward someone shouted, "Not good. The cops are here," along with sporadic gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment the gunfire outside erupted. Tat 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 tat. The Flying Tiger Squad submachine guns opened fire. First, a dense hail of bullets poured in through the door, leaving numerous bullet holes in the walls, debris, flying sparks flying. Several of the doctor's subordinates were shot down before they even had time to draw their guns, collapsing to the ground like straw. "Shoot!" Rabbit shouted loudly. In the warehouse, nearly 100 people simultaneously grabbed their weapons to fight back. AK-47s, M16s, shotguns, handguns. Various weapons fired together. Bullets poured like a torrential rain towards the door and windows. The first few members of the Flying Tiger Squad at the front were immediately mowed down. Some screamed and dodged, while others were directly shot in the chest, falling silently. Seeing that the situation was dire, the doctor immediately said to Rabbit, "Quick, cover me as I withdraw." "Hand grenade! Hand grenade!" the Rabbit shouted again. A group of subordinates immediately took out hand grenades and threw them. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of explosions filled the air. Flames soared and fragments flew in all directions. Screams echoed outside, clearly indicating that someone had been injured in the blasts. However, the Flying Tigers were well-trained and reacted swiftly. Almost simultaneously, several flashbangs and smoke grenades were thrown in from outside. "Close your eyes." The warehouse was filled with bright flashes of light, blinding everyone. Following that was a wave of intense gunfire, bullets flying in from all directions. The people on the doctor's side were dazzled and could barely open their eyes, firing randomly. The sounds of despair echoed in the darkness. "Fire! Fire!" the doctor shouted. At the same time, the Rabbit shouted loudly, covering the doctor as they planned to escape through the back door. The Flying Tigers seized the cover of smoke and flashbangs, simultaneously bursting in through the side door and rear window. Several dark figures leaped in through the window, opening fire the moment they landed, their 3-round bursts precise and deadly. 4 or 5 more people from the doctor's side fell to the ground, one of them shot in the head, dying on the spot. At this moment someone shouted, "There are people at the back door too." The doctor turned to see that the back door had been kicked open, and at least a dozen Flying Tigers were flanking from behind, guns spewing fire and bullets flying throughout the warehouse. Caught in a pincer attack, the warehouse instantly descended into chaos. Although there were many people on the doctor's side, most were a disorganized mob lacking the tactical training of the Flying Tigers. The Flying Tigers operated in groups of 3, covering each other as they advanced alternately, each round of fire taking down 1 or 2 enemies. The people on the doctor's side fought individually. Some hid behind cover, firing randomly, others ducked and scrambled for safety, while a few recklessly brandished AK-47s, only to be swiftly taken down by the precise shooting of the Flying Tigers. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" Sang Bang shouted, hiding behind a pillar, peeking out every few seconds to fire a shot. With his latest shot, a scream of agony echoed from the opposite side, indicating someone had been hit. But the firepower of the Flying Tigers was overwhelmingly fierce. Dozens of guns fired simultaneously, a rain of bullets raining down, shattering the concrete pillars in the warehouse and leaving the walls riddled with holes. "Damn it!" The Rabbit's eyes turned red as he pulled out a hand grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it toward the doorway. Boom. The hand grenade exploded among the Flying Tigers, sending some crashing to the ground from the shockwave, while others retreated, clutching their injured arms. However, the substitute members of the Flying Tigers immediately surged forward, their firepower undiminished. The doctor's side began to falter. In just a few minutes of gunfire, a dozen or 20 people lay on the ground. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood, with gunfire explosions and screams filling the ears. "Doctor, we can't hold on any longer." Sang Bang ran to the doctor's side. "Their firepower is too fierce. We've lost so many brothers." The hidden doctor saw his men falling one by one, while the Flying Tigers, despite sustaining casualties, maintained their formation, tightening their encirclement. "Break through from the side," the doctor commanded immediately. "Rabbit, take your men and push out from the left." "Understood." The Rabbit changed his magazine and charged towards the left side door, firing as he ran. The Flying Tigers immediately turned their guns toward them, bullets slicing through the crowd, and 2 or 3 more people fell. The Rabbit fired a burst at the opposing side, extinguishing the 2 lights at the doorway, allowing the doctor to rush towards the side door in the darkness. Then someone kicked open the side door, with the Rabbit leading the charge. The doctor followed closely behind. However, the Flying Tigers were in hot pursuit, bullets striking the ground just behind them, sending concrete shards flying. Sang Bang was the first to dash out, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire. A dozen bullets hit his chest simultaneously, sending him flying backward before he crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, body twitching twice before going still. "Sang Bang!" the Rabbit shouted, with red eyes firing back at the opposing side. But there were too many Flying Tigers. Outside, at least 30 were lying in ambush, taking turns to fire. The bullets rained down like a storm, leaving no opportunity to breathe. The moment the Rabbit poked his head out, a bullet grazed his ear, taking away a patch of flesh. The two men behind him who dashed out through the side door were turned into sieves, collapsing to the ground, without even having time to scream. Back! Retreat! Fall back! The doctor shouted. But the escape route was already blocked. The warehouse was still being cleared by the flying tigers, and they were encircled outside, making escape impossible. A few people retreated to the pillars by the side door, using this sole cover to prolong their survival. The pillars rang with the sound of bullets striking, sparks flying. Let's fight them. A subordinate stood up with an AK-47, squeezing the trigger without letting go. However, he had barely fired for 2 seconds when at least 5 or 6 bullets struck his body simultaneously, causing him to collapse to the ground like a pile of mush. Another one down. Don't show your heads. None of you show your heads. The rabbit pressed the remaining men behind cover. But there were only a few pillars to hide behind, hardly enough for so many. The commander of the Flying Tigers shouted from a distance, "Listen up, you inside. You are surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender." The rabbit spat, "Go to hell." He pulled out a hand grenade, pulled the pin, waited 2 seconds, then hurled it out with force. The grenade exploded in midair, shrapnel flying everywhere. But this only bought a few seconds. The firepower of the Flying Tigers ceased for just an instant before intensifying even more violently than before. Outside, the voice came again, "This is the last time, drop your weapons and surrender." The doctor glanced at his brothers beside him. Some were already dead, and others were on the brink of death. As he pondered what to do, he suddenly heard a dull, strange sound. Immediately after, a concrete pillar just a meter away shattered into fragments, the entire pillar collapsing. Those hiding behind had no time to react. Their bodies were blown apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Those hit fell silent instantly, not even able to let out a scream, dying on the spot. Then the bullets swept over. In just a few seconds, the doctor and his team were buried here. The commander of the Flying Tigers immediately grabbed the radio and shouted angrily, "Damn it, which departments were supposed to participate in this operation? Why is there a heavy machine gun? Now people are dead." A response immediately came through the earpiece. "Report, we did not deploy any heavy machine guns." "Report, neither did we." "Report, the heavy machine gun is not police equipment." Listening to the reply coming through the earpiece, the commander's face changed dramatically. It turned out that it wasn't their own people firing outside. Could it be that someone else wanted to take advantage of the chaos? He immediately ordered everyone, "Conceal yourselves, find the enemy's position. Remember, the enemy's firepower is strong. Execute on the spot. Repeat, execute on the spot." However, when the Flying Tigers members approached the firing position, they found only a Browning heavy machine gun. Someone had rigged the heavy machine gun's trigger with thick rope and adjusted the mechanism before withdrawing, which is why the gun was firing wildly on its own. Seeing this makeshift automatic setup, the commander felt a wave of fear. If the gun had been aimed even slightly lower, his entire squad would have been wiped out. Who could have done this? He hurriedly relayed the information to his superiors. The higher-ups sent the information back to Henry. But Henry had not received the message, as he was holding a celebration banquet at his private villa in Shallow Water Bay. According to the intel from Yazi, she confidently stated that Shin Fei had already appeared, and she would control him to prevent him from being shot down. Henry placed great trust in her, allowing his subordinates to make arrangements without personally overseeing the operation. The villa in Shallow Water Bay was brightly lit. To celebrate the success of tonight's operation, Henry had specially prepared several bottles of Louis XIII. At this moment, McLean had already drunk quite a bit. This deputy commissioner of police usually carried himself like a nobleman in the office, but at this moment, he had loosened 2 buttons of his shirt collar, revealing a patch of grizzled chest hair. Lying on the sofa with one hand holding a wine glass and the other draped over the back of the sofa, he obliviously clutched a cigar, ash falling onto the sofa without him noticing. Mumbling, he said, "Henry, this wine is nice. Send 2 boxes to my home later." "No problem," Henry replied with a smile, turning to clap his hands. A door in the corner of the living room opened and several heavily made-up women walked out. They were both Caucasian. Each woman had an excellent figure and appearance. They were dressed very scantily, their shiny dresses made of fabric that wouldn't even be enough for a pair of underwear. The sound of high heels clicked on the marble floor, producing a crisp tap-tap sound. Henry smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for after-dinner activities. These beauties are prepared for your enjoyment. Oh, let's await the good news from the front." Upon seeing the arrival of these women, David Kwong's eyes lit up immediately. During the day, he had been in a suit in court, looking all dignified, quoting classics and speaking with righteous enthusiasm. But at this moment, he resembled a beast, putting down his wine glass and beckoning the nearest woman toward him. She swayed her hips over, sitting on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering something in his ear. This made David Kwong laugh so hard that his face was full of wrinkles while his hands wandered dishonestly on the woman's hips. The others also began to get handsy with the women beside them. Just when the atmosphere in the room reached its peak of intimacy, a round of applause suddenly erupted. It was genuine, and not the applause of love. Then someone with a smile said, "Looks like I arrived just in time." The sudden applause instantly drew everyone's attention. In the living room, a young woman appeared out of nowhere with an outstanding figure and beauty. Brant looked at Henry. "Is she one of tonight's beauties?" Henry, however, did not respond to him, only staring at Yazi. How the subconscious thought was, "Weren't you supposed to be trading with Chin Fei? Why are you in my house?" If I weren't here, how could I appreciate your current charm, sir? Yazzie smiled gracefully. You don't need to worry about me, just continue. Even if you're doing something else now, you don't have to consider me. Henry suddenly had an ominous premonition and said in a deep voice, you didn't go for the trade. No, Yazzie answered. Henry's heart sank, so the information was false. Correct. Yazzie readily admitted you thought there would be buyers and sellers there, but neither was present. The Flying Tigers were merely eliminating a batch of unidentified armed individuals. She was unaware that the doctor and others were the ones intending to buy arms. The doctor also didn't understand why the trade was scheduled in his territory, and with such urgency, it caught him completely off guard. It could be said that it was all muddled from the start. Chunfei didn't know that it was the doctor and his group. He just thought they were here to make a quick buck, allowing them to test the combat power of the Flying Tigers. Henry believed he was in control of the situation, only to realize later that there was a mole beside him. Shit. Henry's murderous intent surged. You actually fed me false information. Do you even know what you're doing? Yazzie smiled slightly. Of course I do. Hearing their conversation, everyone present finally realized that Henry's plan had gone awry. The Undercover had turned, and now come to cause trouble for Henry. After figuring it out, the few people even stopped their gestures of touching the woman. Henry released the woman. He was holding his gaze, turning fierce. You dare to betray me. He was extremely angry. At first he thought he was like a hunter setting a trap to catch Chunfei, but in the end he didn't even catch a hair of Chunfei and had become the prey himself. He thought he was on the verge of success, but unexpectedly the newly appointed mole had already turned against him, while embracing a woman, drinking Louis XIII, smoking a cigar, waiting for good news. Yet throughout he had been like a clown, showcasing his poor acting skills on stage. Betrayal. Yazzie smiled slightly. Mr. Henry, I believe you are using the wrong term. I have never been loyal to you, so how can there be betrayal? She took a step forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the marble floor. The sound echoed in the eerily quiet living room like a slap in the face. You arranged for me to go undercover beside Chunfei, and I went. Now you've wasted my efforts, and that's not enough. You actually want me to take the bullets for you. Henry clenched his teeth. You must be crazy. If I am crazy, then why should I serve you? Why should I take bullets for you? While you're here embracing women and drinking fine wine, I'm out there risking my life as an... Yazzie glanced around at everyone present, her gaze sweeping from McLean's face to David Kwong's, from Brant's face to Peng Wodong's, and finally landing on Siezaheo's face before returning to Henry's, saying, "So I'm out." McLean stood up, buttoning his shirt, his face turning pale. Do you know who stands before you? As an undercover agent of the Hong Kong Royal Police, you can just quit like that. I know. Yazzie looked at him. Deputy Commissioner Robertson. McLean, I also know you received 300,000 Hong Kong dollars from Jardine last month to help suppress an investigation into bribery at customs, and as for my undercover identity, I believe only Mr. Henry has the file, and coincidentally that file is in my hands. Upon hearing this, both Henry and McLean's faces turned pale. Yazzie then turned to David Kwong. David Kwong, Senior Prosecutor of the Department of Justice, you have 3 offshore accounts, 2 of which are funded by convicted mafia leaders. David Kwong's face instantly turned pale, with fear, his gaze evasive. Brantwood, Assistant Commissioner of... Yazzie continued, pointing out one by one, you have at least 2 smuggling leads perfectly aligning with the development needs of the Black Gold Group. Brantwood hurriedly retorted, you are slandering a senior government official. Yazzie ignored him, turning to the next. Peng Guodong, Chief Superintendent of the Commercial Crime Bureau, you are not a good person. Either you have monopolized those female subordinates in your unit, right? You don't even let them return home to reunite with their husbands. What kind of police are you? Peng Guodong snorted coldly, what are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? I've noted that down, and later it'll show you what's called the most venomous woman's heart. Yazzie looked at Xie Zhihao. Mr. Xie from the ICAC, do you need me to remind you how much dirty money your account has received? Xie Zhihao frowned, you are slandering me. I will sue you for defamation. Yazzie did not respond, and turned her attention back to the remaining women. Continuing to name names, Chun Milan, 28 years old, your husband, is the deputy manager of the Chinese department at Jardine, stuck at the promotion threshold for 5 years, so you came out to sell yourself. Liang Shuzhen, 30 years old, who works at customs with her husband, also seeking a promotion. Next to the expressions of the few women present turned greatly fearful. In the current colonial elite circles, such schemes of offering wives for wealth were not uncommon. The Ming Pao and Tsingtao Daily had reported multiple times that mid-level Chinese employees in Central had personally pushed their wives onto the tables and beds of the powerful for promotion or survival, calling it decent sacrifice, but in reality treating their partners as tools for climbing the social ladder. You see, Henry, I have a copy of each of your backgrounds in my hands, provided by Chunfei. She smiled. Did you think tonight you were the ones catching Chunfei? From beginning to end it was Chunfei playing you. Henry slammed the table. How dare you betray your oath? Suddenly he thought of a question. Where's Chunfei? Where is he now? Call him out. Another voice chimed in. Mr. Henry, I'm glad you thought of me, but it's a pity you didn't think of me while drinking and playing with women. It's truly disappointing. I thought we could be friends. Everyone turned to where the voice came from. They saw Chunfei sitting on the sofa by the window. He had arrived, while Yazzie captured everyone's attention. When Peng Guodong and the others saw him, even though they had long been in high positions, they felt a collective fear. The person they had just conspired against last night was now sitting here perfectly well. Anyone witnessing this scene would break into a cold sweat. Henry's eyes turned red, not knowing whether it was from too much alcohol or sheer anger. He laughed in anger. So you all teamed up to play me very well. But as a citizen of the British Empire and a senior police officer of the Hong Kong Royal Police, do you dare to kill me? In front of so many people. No, Chen Fei shook his head. How could I kill you? Killing is against the law. Hearing this, Henry breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Chen Fei added, however, if anyone among you is willing to eliminate the others and join my camp, I guarantee that their dark past will not be made public and promotion and wealth will be no problem. The words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Then they reacted as if they had heard the greatest joke of all time. Let us kill each other. David Kwan suddenly burst into loud laughter. Have you gone mad? I am a senior prosecutor of the Department of Justice. Do you take me for a murderer? Brantwood joined in the laughter. Do you think you are in a movie? Deciding our lives and deaths so casually. Mike Lane immediately took a tactical step back. Young man, you probably do not understand your situation. We are among the most powerful people in Hong Kong. Those things in your hands might only allow us to retire early. You think you can make us kill each other? You are too naive. The others laughed along, their laughter dripping with condescension. Chen Fei also chuckled. Everyone was laughing heartily. Even Henry, who only knew bits and pieces about him, was laughing. The laughter lasted for at least 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Only then did Chen Fei begin to speak. Calling you gentlemen is giving you face, but if I do not give you face, you are not even worth a dog. And I was serious when I said this. Out of the 6 of you, only one can survive. Who lives you decide yourselves. Despite the heavy threat in those words, no one moved. Moreover, no one believed that Chen Fei would actually shoot himself. Chen Fei added, 88, Shallow Water Bay Road. Mike Lane's pupils contracted slightly. Mr. Lane, your backyard has a swimming pool. The tiles by the pool are blue and your wife goes to the club to play tennis every evening at 8. Are you threatening me? Mike Lane interrupted him, speaking coldly. Chen Fei ignored him and turned to David Kwan, 17, Balian Road, mid-levels apartment A on the 12th floor. Your wife goes to Central for facials every Wednesday afternoon, and the woman you keep lives opposite the Hang Lung Center in Causeway Bay on the 7th floor unity. Mr. Brant lives at 45 Shek O Road. You go out for a run at 6:30 every morning, running 3 kilometers along Shek O Road before turning back. Brantwood narrowed his eyes. What do you want to say? My home address is something even the postman knows. Chen Fei disregarded him and looked at Peng Guodong, 28, Clearwater Bay Road, Saikong. You visit your mother in Yuan Long every Sunday, and to get from the village entrance to her house, you have to pass through a narrow alley. Mr. Xiejihao, you live at 55, Shan Village Road, Happy Valley, and that old man who watches the place collects $500 in red packets from you every month. Chen Fei then looked at Henry. This is 112, Shallow Water Bay Road. The canopy of that banyan tree at the entrance is aligned with the window of your master bedroom on the 2nd floor, am I right? Henry coldly said, what exactly are you trying to say? Chen Fei smiled slightly. I have been inside each of your homes, I have seen your bedrooms, studies, and safes. I have also taken pictures of the items in your safes. By the way, my photography skills are quite impressive at a level that encompasses both Eastern and Western techniques. A hint of emotion finally appeared on the faces of the 6 men. Chen Fei continued, but that is not the main point. The main point is that I have set up a large amount of heavy weaponry in each of your homes, such as mortars, rocket launchers, and heavy machine guns. The fields of fire for each position have been calibrated, and they are aimed at nearby police stations and banks. Upon hearing this, Mike Lane's eyes widened in disbelief. You are insane. David Kwan sneered. Are you joking? Do you think you are a weapons manufacturer? Or an arms depot? Peng Guodong also mocked. However, Henry's expression turned grave, for he had long suspected that the heavy weaponry that had appeared was related to Chen Fei, but he had no evidence. Now, hearing Chen Fei say this, he became more convinced of his suspicion. Chen Fei ignored the ridicule from these people. He nodded towards Yazzie. Yazzie walked to the window and swiftly pulled open the heavy curtains. In an instant, everyone in the living room saw a Browning M2HB heavy machine gun set up in the villa's garden. The gun was pitch black, its barrel long and thick with a golden belt of bullets hanging down from it, glinting under the light. Furthermore, a cold-looking man held it ready to fire at any moment. What made people feel even more on edge was that there were several mortars by the man's feet. That machine gun is aimed at the yacht of the governor out at sea, and right now the governor is on the yacht drinking champagne. You should all know that the effective range of the M2HB is 1,800 meters, and from here to the governor's yacht the straight line distance is less than 1,300 meters. Mike Lane rushed to the window, pressing his face against the glass to look outside. His lips were trembling, and his forehead was covered in sweat. That was the real deal. It was definitely not a prop used for filming. The others realized that this was no joke, and their hearts raced. What kind of ruthless person is this? To actually aim a gun at the governor. How could this possibly be an ordinary magazine businessman? Amidst the terrified gazes of everyone, Chen Fei said, the safety of that gun has now been disengaged. At my command, over 1,000 rounds will be fired within half a minute, and the mortars will also be launched, turning the governor's yacht and him into mincemeat. He spread his arms wide as if showcasing a work of art. Additionally, there will be people in your homes firing madly at surrounding police stations or key units, and the whole of Hong Kong will know that you did it, because the machine gun and mortars are in Henry's villa guarding your homes. At this point, Chen Fei looked at everyone, now who still thinks I am joking. If this was a joke, it would be the biggest joke. Everyone swallowed hard. This person's framing and scapegoating skills were truly impressive. He could even produce heavy machine guns and mortars. This unconventional method of threat made these high-ranking officials break into a cold sweat in an instant. Suddenly, Chen Fei pulled out a revolver and slapped it down on the table. Bang! The sound drew everyone's attention. They saw 6 bullets glimmering in the chamber. I am not fond of wasting words. Chen Fei raised his wrist to check his watch. Within 3 minutes, if anyone is willing to eliminate the others and ally with me, he will live and the others will die. 3 minutes later, if no one acts, I will order the firing. After saying this, he lowered his hand and looked at the group. Begin. The second hand ticked away. Yazzie had readied a camera pointing it at them. After saying this, he lowered his hand and looked at the group. Begin. If what Chen Fei said was true, that he had set up a large amount of heavy weaponry at home and could suddenly open fire, then even if they held high positions, the consequences would be unbearable. Thus, everyone simultaneously cast their gazes at the gun on the table. Peng Guodong suddenly lunged for the gun. However, Mike Lane was faster than him, not because older people react quicker, but because he was closer to the gun. Just as his finger touched the grip, Peng Guodong had already seized his wrist. The two instantly tangled together, knocking over the table and shattering the wine bottles. The scene startled the nearby women, who screamed out. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out. It was unclear whose finger had pulled the trigger, but the bullet pierced through the ceiling and chandelier fragments rained down. David Kwan screamed and stumbled back, knocking over the floor lamp behind him. Seeing that the two had already started fighting, Brant quickly grabbed a bottle from the wine cabinet and smashed it forcefully against Peng Guodong's head. Bang! The bottle shattered instantly, and Peng Guodong's head was injured, blood streaming down his nape, yet he did not let go. He still gripped Mike Lane's wrist tightly and successfully wrested the gun from Mike Lane's hand, then pressed the barrel against Mike Lane's stomach and pulled the trigger. Bang! Mike Lane let out a muffled groan, clutching his stomach as he staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the wall and slowly sliding down, leaving a trail of blood on the wall. Ow! The women in the room screamed again, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Yazzie, who had been holding the camera the entire time, coldly said, "If anyone screams again, I will kill them." The women trembled even more at this, quickly covering their mouths with both hands. At this moment, Peng Guodong had already turned around with the gun, aiming it at Brant, with gritting his teeth. "How dare you hit me?" Seeing the situation turning against him, Brant quickly pleaded, Peng sir. But Peng Guodong had no interest in listening to his explanation and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A burst of blood blossomed from Brant Wood's chest, and he fell heavily to the ground. The next moment, Xie Zhihao lunged from behind, wrapping his hands around Peng Guodong's neck. Peng Guodong's face turned red as he was choked. The gun in his hand was pressed against Xie Zhihao's ribcage, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! Xie Zhihao let out a miserable cry and fell back. David Kwan was already sprawled on the ground, struggling to crawl backward with hands and feet. Peng Guodong walked over, aiming the gun at his head. Bang! David Kwan's body jerked violently and then stopped moving. Panting, Peng Guodong turned around. Now he had to deal with Henry. With a face full of terror, Henry stood in the middle of the living room, clutching a broken wine bottle he had somehow acquired. He looked at Peng Guodong, covered in blood, as he approached, his eyes reflecting a madness born from extreme fear. Peng Guodong raised his gun, aiming at Henry, and pulled the trigger. Click! To his surprise, it was an empty gun, as the 6 bullets had already been fired. Peng Guodong was stunned for a moment and looked down at the gun in his hand. Seizing the moment, Henry suddenly lunged at him. The two instantly fell into a scuffle. Although Peng Guodong was half a head taller than Henry and stronger, he had already killed 4 people, and after taking a hit from a wine bottle, his stamina was at its limit. Henry was pinned down by him, frantically smashing the handgun down. The grip hit Henry's face heavily, striking several times, breaking Henry's nose. Henry remained silent, gripping Peng Guodong's wrist tightly, the two of them in a deadlock. However, it seemed that Henry, who had indulged in drink and lust for years, was physically weakened and could not hold out. "You bastard, die!" Peng Guodong suddenly shouted. But in the next moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A spray of blood erupted from Peng Guodong's chest as his eyes widened and he collapsed onto Henry. His eyes were fixed ahead. Yazzie's gun was still aimed at him, and looking at his somewhat dazed pupils, she smiled slightly. "I told you I would show you the heart of a truly venomous woman. You are so venomous." After saying a few words, Peng Guodong ceased to move, dying with his eyes open. Henry abruptly pushed Peng Guodong's corpse away, gasping for breath. Chen Fei said, "It seems that tonight's victor has emerged, and that is Mr. Henry Cyril. Let us warmly welcome this senior inspector from country Y to join our ranks." Yazzie sighed in frustration. "I really dislike this guy. Can I get rid of him?" Upon hearing this, Henry quickly scrambled to his feet and exclaimed, "No. I've already done what Mr. Chun said, surviving to the end. Why would I still need to be eliminated?" He continued, "Indeed, I have always kept my promises. If I were to kill Mr. Henry now, it would be detrimental to my reputation." Chun Fei sighed and looked at Henry. "Yazzie really dislikes you. Think about it. Do you have any redeeming qualities that could make us accept you?" Henry felt his head buzzing at Chun Fei's words. Why was this dragging on? He looked up at Chun Fei. Chun Fei leaned back on the sofa, a smile still on his face, as if watching a play that hadn't reached its conclusion. Henry glanced at Yazzie, who had her gun aimed at him, her eyes full of unabashed disdain. Henry understood that Yazzie's earlier shot wasn't to save him, but rather a reflection of her disdain for Peng Wodong. He was more aware of this than anyone. "Mr. Henry," Chun Fei said, "Yazzie is waiting for your response. If you can't come up with any redeeming qualities, she might genuinely shoot again. While I keep my promises, sometimes I can't control my subordinates' actions." Henry's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Having reached this critical juncture, he had to survive. It wasn't about fearing death, it was about losing everything if he died. His position, his wealth, his family. If he died, Chun Fei would place all the blame on him. In death, he would merely be a scapegoat. Only by staying alive, only by becoming Chun Fei's man, could he preserve these things, even if just in name. Henry's mind raced as he forced himself to say, "Mr. Chun Miss Liu, I, Henry Cyril, from today onwards am neither a senior inspector nor a citizen of the British Empire. I am your dog." Hearing this, Yazzie slightly furrowed her brow. Henry continued, "Dogs have their uses. First, I am familiar with all operational processes of the police department, all the key figures' weaknesses, and all the shady files. Whatever Mr. Chun needs to investigate, handle, or protect, I can manage. Keeping me around is beneficial for the development of black money. There's no need to spend more money to pave the way, and no one will investigate you." He grew more confident as he spoke. "Secondly, I am a citizen of Country Y. Here, being a citizen of Country Y is a pass. Many matters you find inconvenient to handle I can take care of. Many people you cannot approach I can connect with. I am more familiar with Hong Kong's judicial system, political circles, and foreign business than anyone else." Chun Fei remained silent, merely tilting his head slightly. Henry stated his third point. "Thirdly, I have lives in my hands. My leverage with Mr. Chun is greater than anyone else's. I cannot betray. Betraying means death. The pledge earned with lives is more binding than any oath." Chun Fei nodded. "That sounds somewhat reasonable." He glanced at Yazzie, who lowered the gun's muzzle slightly. "Fourth, I am the most suitable dog. These people are either too tough, too slippery, too foolish, too cunning, and I am nothing. I have no background, no support. I have reached this position solely by being a dog. Previously I was a dog for the citizens of Country Y, now I am a dog for Mr. Chun. In being a dog I excel more than all 5 of them combined." "Haha, interesting." Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "You say you're the best at being a dog. Then tell me, how does a dog—" Such an insulting remark made Henry's body stiffen. After just a second or two he uttered, "Woof." The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard in the quiet living room. Yazzie suddenly laughed. The superior, who had previously been so overbearing, was now barking like a dog. Henry, seeing her smile, quickly added, "Woof, woof, woof." The barking grew louder. This scene left the surrounding women stunned. They never expected that the high-ranking inspector they knew could actually bark like a dog. Chun Fei nodded in satisfaction and said, "Your performance has been commendable. I am temporarily considering taking you in. On the surface you will still be a senior inspector. Your informant's files and connections will continue to operate as usual. Moreover, I can also provide you with some leads to help you solve cases and gain wealth and prestige." Upon hearing this, a glimmer suddenly appeared in Henry's eyes. Chun Fei glanced at Yazzie, saying, "From now on he is under your management." Yazzie paused briefly before saying with a smile, "All right, Mr. Henry, from today onwards you must listen to me. If I say go east, you cannot go west. If I say bite someone, you will bite. Do you understand? Otherwise the video of you killing someone just now will be released." "I understand." Henry quickly nodded, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. In the next moment Chun Fei said, "But I currently have a few difficult problems." Henry, sensing the mood, replied, "Mr. Chun, please speak. I plan to purchase a clean shell company, but there's a shortfall of over 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Initially I intended to borrow money from people like you, but now they are all dead. Who do you think I should borrow from?" This statement left Henry dumbfounded. A shortfall of over 20 million. Borrowing from the dead. Did that mean he was expected to cover it? All the corpses present had died because of Chun Fei's words. What did that have to do with him, Henry? Henry's head felt like it was about to explode. Having just regained a life and sold himself as a dog, if he hesitated over money now, those earlier barks would have been for nothing. "Mr. Chun," Henry said, his face looking worse than crying, "I really don't have 20 million. The police have only seized a few drug dealers' transaction proceeds in the past few months, totaling around 300,000, still sealed in the evidence room. As per procedure, this money cannot be handed over to the Treasury until the case is closed. The case is still ongoing and the main suspects are still at large, so the money cannot be touched for now. However, if Mr. Chun needs it, I can make this money disappear from the evidence room, turn it into clean cash flow, and then transfer it through 3 to 4 accounts, finally depositing it into any company account you specify. 300,000. Chen Fei shook his head, too little but. Henry's heart instantly leaped to his throat. Chen Fei continued, I've heard of a big drug lord named Zhu Tao. He is dead now, but his legitimate assets remain. Do you have any way to operate this, allowing me to take over at a friendly price without causing trouble? I need to think of a way, Henry replied. Chen Fei added, I have my eyes on a printing factory in Kuntong. The equipment is good and the workers are skilled, but the owner is a scoundrel from country Y who bullies the market. Not only does he raise the prices for printing my magazines, but he also privately pirated my magazines. You know how important the printing factory is to me. He paused, looking at Henry. Now I don't want to spend money, yet I want the printing factory. Do you have any ideas? Henry forced himself to say, I will have my people check every day. Once the workers disperse and the orders are lost, he will be left with a pile of outdated machines no one wants. By then Mr. Chen can negotiate again. Whether it's 30% or even 1/3 of the market price, he will have to sell. This foreigner is not just a dog that can bark, he can truly bite and knows where it hurts. Chen Fei said, Now tell me, when can you handle these matters you just mentioned? Henry quickly replied, For the first matter, the money will be in your account within 3 days. The second matter will take at most a week. The sealing order will come down, and within half a month the factory owner will proactively approach Mr. Chen to discuss prices. Chen Fei poured a glass of wine and asked, How will you handle these corpses? Henry's mind raced, and he replied, They'll say it was a drunken dispute, a mutual killing. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I am a professional at fabricating false cases. All right, whatever you want to fabricate, Chen Fei nodded. Yazzie added, Mr. Henry, you mentioned that you were a dog for the citizens of country Y before, and now you're a dog for Mr. Chen. But you've misunderstood one thing. Henry looked up at her. Citizens of country Y keep dogs to guard the door, Yazzie said with a gentle smile. Mr. Chen keeps dogs to bite people. You have only guarded the door before and never bitten anyone. From today onwards, you must learn to bite. He suddenly focused on the few women feeling fierce and whispered, Mr. Chen, they all saw what just happened. I think it would be better to. As he spoke, he made a throat-cutting motion. Chen Fei pondered for a moment and turned to Yazzie, saying, I have always believed that everyone has their use. I will leave them to you. I test them to see if they meet the company's development needs. After all, good families and weapons each have their own strengths. All right, I will do my best to try, Yazzie nodded. The next morning, all the media in Hong Kong were reporting on the gunfight at the Tsing-Yi shipyard. The front page of the Tsing Tao Daily read, The Flying Tigers fought fiercely at Tsing-Yi shipyard, killing nearly 100 bandits. The front page of the Commercial Daily reported, Police conduct a thunderous sweep, cracking the largest arms case in Hong Kong. The Ming Pao headline stated that Tsing-Yi gunfight lasted all night with intense exchanges of fire resulting in the complete annihilation of the gang. Every newspaper's headline reported on the gunfight from last night. The news was sent out at 3 in the morning by the Police Public Relations Bureau, carefully crafted to highlight the bravery of the Flying Tigers while downplaying the reasons behind the operation. Although there were slight differences in the reports from each newspaper, one name repeatedly surfaced: Henry Cyril. Senior Superintendent Henry Cyril personally commanded the operation, with meticulous planning, successfully defeating a criminal gang armed with heavy weaponry, confiscating a large cache of arms, and killing nearly 100 bandits, with only a few police officers sustaining minor injuries. Accompanying the article was an old photograph of Henry dressed in a suit, his golden hair neatly styled, with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, embodying the standard demeanor of a gentleman from Y country. Next to the photo was an image of the Tsing-Yi shipyard scene, littered with shell casings, the walls riddled with bullet holes, and a Flying Tiger team member on guard with a gun, creating a shocking scene. Police Commissioner Han Ely made a brief statement. The success of this operation fully reflects the professional quality and determination of the Hong Kong police force in combating crime, and Senior Superintendent Henry Cyril's command was indispensable. The governor's office also sent a congratulatory message filled with enthusiastic language praising the police force for upholding the rule of law and peace in Hong Kong. The entire Hong Kong was cheering for the police force. No one knew that among the nearly 100 corpses lay a gang that originally intended to accomplish great things, but ended up meeting a baffling demise. No one imagined that this was nothing more than a senseless exchange of fire. As for the 5 corpses in the villa at Repulse Bay, Henry had already dealt with them before dawn. He claimed he had been commanding the case at Tsing-Yi shipyard last night, but these people inexplicably died in his house, supposedly due to drunken disputes and mutual killings. When the forensic team arrived, every detail, the overturned coffee table, shattered bottles, bloodstains on the floor, and the weapons in everyone's hands, pointed to an uncontrollable melee. Henry stubbornly insisted that he was directing last night's gunfight, but due to certain technical reasons, he lost contact with his subordinates. No one doubted him, nor did anyone dare to question him. The deaths of 5 high-ranking officials at a private gathering would cause a scandal that could bring disgrace upon the entire Hong Kong government. Based on past experience, such cases would usually be settled quietly within the department. After handling these matters, Henry glanced at his photo in the newspaper and remained motionless for a long time. In the photograph, he was dressed sharply, full of vigor, with the headline reading, "Police Hero Henry Cyril." But now he was nothing but a dog. In Central at the cafe of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, Chen Fei sat by the window, holding this morning's newspaper with the headline about the Tsing Yi shipyard gunfight particularly eye-catching. "Have you been waiting long?" A female voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw Mi Shui wearing a cream-colored dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders, walking over with a bright smile. Alongside Mi Shui was a young girl around 15 or 16 years old with a ponytail. She bore some resemblance to Mi Shui, but her demeanor was entirely different. Mi Shui had a gentle yet spirited appearance, while this girl immediately struck one as having a stubborn temperament. "No, I just arrived." Chen Fei stood up and pulled out a chair for Mi Shui. After she sat down, the girl followed suit, her eyes curiously scrutinizing Chen Fei without hesitation. "Who is this?" Chen Fei asked. "This is my sister," Mi Shui smiled. "Yan Huiming. You can call her little sister. She just returned from Australia and insisted on coming out with me to see the world, so I brought her along." "Sister, please don't make it sound like I'm a child." Yan Huiming pouted in dissatisfaction and then turned to Chen Fei, confidently extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Yan Huiming. I heard from my sister that you were the boss of the Black Gold Group. I have seen your magazine." Chen Fei shook her hand. "Which of my magazines have you seen?" "Yes," she exclaimed. Yan Huiming's eyes lit up. "I absolutely love the celebrity photos in it, as well as the horoscopes. My sister sent me a copy when I was in Australia. Oh, and I also voted for that student lover selection." Chen Fei couldn't help but laugh. Yan Huiming spoke quickly, chattering away like a bird that couldn't stop. "Not just like it." Yan Huiming leaned closer, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "Chen Sheng, I want to develop in the entertainment industry, but my sister always disapproves. Can you help me?" Mi Shui lightly nudged her. "Little sister, don't act so familiar. It makes it seem like you're close to Chen Sheng. As long as I'm close to you, it's fine. Besides, I'm serious." Yan Huiming dodged Mi Shui's hand, her eyes still fixed on Chen Fei. "I don't look bad, right? My sister is a big star. I can't be worse than her, can I? Chen Sheng, you know so many people in the entertainment industry. Can you introduce me?" Mi Shui frowned. What's the point of going into the entertainment industry? She was very aware of what the entertainment industry was like, and had always hoped her sister wouldn't enter it. Yan Huiming snorted. "Anyway, I'm not good at studying. I can't do anything else, so I might as well try the entertainment industry. Besides, you are in the industry, right? It would be perfect for you to help me. Why do you keep stopping me?" Chen Fei chuckled. "Do you really want to enter the entertainment industry?" "Yes." Yan Huiming nodded vigorously. "Then you need a stage name." "Stage name?" Yan Huiming's eyes brightened immediately. "Right, just like my sister. Chen Sheng, why don't you help me come up with a stage name? Let me see if it sounds good." Chen Fei looked at her face, which hadn't fully matured but already showed promise, and without thinking said, "How about Xueli?" "Xueli." Yan Huiming repeated twice. "Xueli. Xueli. Sounds quite nice." Xueli not only carries a Hong Kong essence, but is also easy to remember, plus it pairs well with your sister Mi Shui's name, making it clear that you are family. Mi Shui looked somewhat displeased. "What do you need a stage name for? I really don't want her to enter the entertainment industry. You know what it's like there." "Don't worry, I will protect her. Who dares to have ill intentions, I'll chop off their hands." "You know my methods," Chen Fei replied. Yan Huiming immediately smiled brightly. "Thank you, Chen Sheng. When I become famous, I'll treat you to a meal." Chen Fei laughed and shook his head. "Let's see if you become famous first." Yan Huiming continued to pester Mi Shui with a barrage of questions, asking whether the entertainment industry was easy to get into, whether she should participate in a beauty pageant first or directly approach a television station. While Mi Shui spoke with Chen Fei, she answered her sister's questions casually. After a while, Xueli suddenly leaned over, lowering her voice to ask, "Mr. Chen, I heard that the book Black Gold you published is based on true events. And I heard that you have a lot of dirt on people, even the governor of Hong Kong. Is that true?" Mi Shui shot her a glare. "Little sister, stop talking nonsense. I was just asking." Xueli stuck out her tongue. Chen Fei looked at her and smiled. "Why does a little girl care about?" Out of curiosity, Xueli blinked. "You don't look like a bad person, but the things you do don't seem like those of a good person. It's quite strange." "Little sister." Mi Shui raised her voice slightly. Mi Shui was so nervous because she had witnessed Chen Fei casually using several executives as his enforcers. "It's fine." Chen Fei waved his hand, signaling Mi Shui not to be anxious. He then asked Xueli, "Why do you want to know this?" Xueli rested her chin on her hand, staring at him without blinking. "Because I've never met someone like you. The bosses my sister knows are either smooth talkers or arrogant rich men, all of whom speak in a very false manner. You are different." "How am I different?" "I can't quite say." Xueli tilted her head in thought. "Anyway, you're just different. When you speak, your eyes don't have that ingratiating look. It's as if you don't care about anyone." Mi Shui coughed lightly beside them and said, "Little sister, you talk too much. I'm just curious." Xueli pouted, but under her sister's gaze restrained herself a bit, sipping her orange juice and stopping her inquiry. Chen Fei found himself increasingly interested in this young girl. At 15 or 16, she was bold, quick-tongued, and had decent observation skills. He confirmed again, do you really want to enter the entertainment industry? I do. Shweli put down her orange juice, her eyes sparkling again. I'm serious. I'm not just saying this for fun. Then do you have any talents? Singing, dancing, acting? Shweli blinked. I can learn. Chen Fei smiled lightly. Just learning isn't enough. In this industry, there are many who look better than you and many who can learn better than you. You need to have something that others don't have. What do you think I have? Courage, Chen Fei said. Your boldness is your advantage. You dare to say what others won't and do what others can't. Such a personality will give you charisma in front of the camera. Shweli's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. Mi Shue sighed beside her, knowing she couldn't stop her sister. She turned to Chen Fei, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Are you really encouraging her? The path is chosen by her. You can only hold her back temporarily, not forever. Chen Fei smiled. Instead of letting her stumble blindly, it's better to help her find a path. At least with you watching beside her and me backing her up, there won't be any major troubles. Mi Shue was silent for a few seconds, not saying anything further. She knew too well about Chen Fei's methods. When he said he would protect her, he truly meant it. In all of Hong Kong, there were many who could say whoever dares to have any thoughts will have their hands chopped off, but Chen Fei was definitely one of them, and he could really do it. So tell me, Shweli leaned forward excitedly, what should my first step be? Should I go participate in a beauty contest first? Or go directly to the TV station? What's the rush? Mi Shue tapped her lightly. You have plenty of time now. First focus on your studies. Learn what you need to learn, practice what you need to practice. Once you build a solid foundation, the opportunities will naturally come. But, no buts. Mi Shue frowned. Do you think the entertainment industry is a simple place? If you go in without understanding anything or having any skills, who will support you? Who will give you opportunities? Even if I have been in the entertainment industry for many years, I can't just force a big... Shweli opened her mouth wanting to say something, but realized she indeed had no talents to show and had to swallow her. After chatting for a while, Shweli got up to go to the restroom. Mi Shue watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but ask, are you really planning to help her? She's your sister. How could I not help? Chen Fei smiled. Besides, this little girl is indeed interesting, bold and bright-eyed. She has the makings for this industry. Mi Shue was silent for a moment. I don't want her to take this path. You know how chaotic this industry is. That's why she needs you even more. Chen Fei said. With me backing her up, no one will dare to touch her. You've seen my methods before. Mi Shue helplessly shook her head and sighed. Chen Fei finished his coffee and said, I have something to attend to now. I'll come find you tonight. Goodbye. Just as he got up, he added, tonight, I hope to see your little sister at home. You understand what I mean, right? Mi Shue looked at him, leaving with a complicated expression. When Shweli returned, she only saw her older sister idly flipping through the magazines on the table. Where's Chun Sheng? She asked as she sat down. Mi Shue replied. He had something to attend to and left early. Upon hearing this, Shweli blinked and asked, Sister, what is your relationship with him? Why do I feel like you're acting like a little wife in front of him? Mi Shue raised her hand and tapped her head. What nonsense are you talking about? It's true. Shweli rubbed her head and smiled. But I think he's quite nice and he speaks reliably, much better than those slick-talking bots. Nice is nice, Mi Shue said begrudgingly. But he's too nice enough to be worrisome. She felt that she had inadvertently boarded a pirate ship and it was hard to get off. Shweli didn't understand her sister's words and didn't care, lost in her excitement as she plotted her starry path. After Chen Fei left the cafe, he went directly to the office of Yazi. Yazi said when she saw him, I got the legal property information on Zhu Tao from the police. Let's hear it. Although Zhu Tao is a drug dealer, he has operated in Hong Kong for over 10 years, and the amount of his laundered assets is much more than I estimated. There are 3 large nightclubs in Mong Kok and Tsim Sha Tsui, the largest of which is called Oriental Palace, located on Nathan Road in Tsim Sha Tsui, covering over 12,000 square feet. It is extravagantly decorated and is one of the notable venues in Hong Kong. There are 2 others located in Mong Kok and Yau Ma Ti, which are slightly smaller but still landmarks in the area. The total market value of the 3 nightclubs is roughly around 7 to 8 million. Chen Fei nodded, signaling her to continue. Zhu Tao also holds the full properties of 4 commercial buildings, one in Mong Kok, with 6 floors, total area of about 20,000 square feet, currently rented to a bank, a gold shop, and several retail stores with a monthly rental income of around 80,000. One building is in Sham Shui Pu with 8 floors and a total area of about 30,000 square feet, with a monthly rental income of about 60,000. The other 2 are in Jordan and Yau Ma Ti with slightly worse locations, but a combined area of over 40,000 square feet. The market valuation of the 4 buildings is approximately 12 million. 12 million. Chen Fei became a bit interested. Yes. Yazi opened the 3rd document. Zhu Tao also controls a small real estate company owning 3 plots of land in the new territories, all of which are substantial. The largest plot is in Tuen Mun, about 30,000 square feet, currently vacant, but if the new territories develop in the future, the land price may multiply several times. The other 2 plots are in Yuan Long and Fanling, each around 10,000 square feet. The market valuation of the 3 plots is approximately between 800,000 and 1 million. Since they have not been developed yet, the land price is currently low but has potential for appreciation. What about the others? Chen Fei asked. Zhu Tao controls a transportation company with over 20 trucks and a warehouse of about 5,000 square feet, mainly for local transportation and storage. This company has clean accounts. Based on asset value, the fleet, warehouse, and licenses are valued at around 1,500,000 to 1,800,000. Yazi turned to the 4th document. Zhu Tao also owns the rights to 2 restaurants, one in Mongkok, 3 floors, a local old brand, with a monthly rent of about 20,000, and the other in Causeway Bay, better located, 2 floors with a monthly rent of about 30,000. The combined market value of the 2 restaurants is roughly around 2 million. She flipped to the last document. Lastly, Zhu Tao has several street shops in the Yaomati area, all in good locations ranging from 500 to 1,000 square feet, totaling 7 shops. The estimated market value of these street shops is around 3 million, with a total monthly rental income of about 40,000. Then she laid out the 5 documents on the table in a row. The nightclubs are estimated at 7 to 8 million, the commercial buildings around 12 million, the land valued at 800,000 to 1 million, the transportation company valued at 1,500,000 to 1,800,000, the restaurants around 2 million, and the total street shops approximately 3 million. At this point, Yazi looked at Chen Fei. All of these combined Zhu Tao's legal properties are valued at approximately 26 million to 28 million. 27 million. Chen Fei shook his head. That's too high. Yazi followed up. I also think that's high. Since we have already colluded with high-ranking officials in the government, we need to acquire these properties without spending a dime. This aligns with our company's mission. How so? Chen Fei asked her. Yazi said he has been dead for such a long time. Currently, the nightclub is nominally managed by a few of his old subordinates, but in reality, those people have no understanding of business. The nightclub's operations are deteriorating day by day, and the lease for the building is about to expire. To put it bluntly, it's a scattered mess that no one dares to take over for fear of trouble. I will go find Henry and have him freeze all the assets under Zhu Tao's name again under the guise of an asset investigation, claiming that these assets are suspected to be proceeds from drug trafficking and require further verification. Additionally, I need your help. She added, I will investigate who is responsible for Zhu Tao's case, and you help me find their dirty secrets. Besides their scandalous reputations, I need something that could land them in prison or even lead to their demise, so they can contribute as well. Count on me. Chen Fei nodded. What happens after the freeze? Yazi said, after the freeze, those old subordinates will surely panic. They were already afraid of being implicated. Now that their assets are frozen and they can't access their money, they will feel trapped. The more they think about it, the more frightened they will become. Then I will have A Jun talk to them. Not with money, but with their lives. Not bad, I like this plan, Chen Fei said with interest. Go on. I will tell them that Zhu Tao owed me a substantial amount of money. For the exact amount, I will have Henry help me create a promissory note stamped with Zhu Tao's private seal, dating it to 3 months before his death, and then show it to them. Yazi smiled. Tell them that this debt must either be repaid or compensated with assets. If they can't repay, I will take them to court, and their assets will still belong to me while they will have to deal with the lawsuit. What if they refuse to sign? Chen Fei asked. Yazi laughed. Then I'll have Henry invite them to the police station for tea, and after that we'll talk. Chen Fei gave a thumbs up. You are giving them no way out. I did offer them a way out, Yazi said. Sign the contract and take a severance package to leave. If they refuse to sign, they leave, the assets stay, and there will be no severance. Do we still need to give severance? Yes. Yazi pointed to the black gold logo on the table. Black Gold is a large company. We can afford to pay this little amount. In the end, let's say 30 to 50,000 each to make them feel like they aren't being robbed, but rather sold out. As long as they receive the money, they'll feel much better. Chen Fei couldn't help but applaud. Let's do it as you say, but first have Henry issue the freeze order and leave them hanging for 10 days to half a month. By the time they are utterly panicked, you can step in. At that point, they won't just be willing to pay, they might even offer to pay extra. Yazi thought for a moment and added, I think this method won't work well on the printing factory. We still need Henry to investigate. Once the seizure order is issued, the factory will halt production, the workers will scatter, and the boss will naturally come looking for us. Good, if he sends us the goods, that's the best. If not, we might as well send him to fill the seat, Chen Fei said. Understood. Once we get these 2 things sorted out, if Henry has ulterior motives, just send him back to his hometown, Chen Fei said. Yazi seemed to have anticipated Chen Fei's response and looked up at him. At that time, can I fire a rocket at him? Chen Fei casually asked, why is a girl like you so interested in rockets? I used to be a police officer. Yazi stated confidently, when I was a police officer, I could only use a gun, at most a grenade. Rockets are big weapons that I couldn't even touch. Now that I have this condition, I can't keep living in the past. Chen Fei immediately agreed. All right, let you fire a rocket at him when the time comes, so he knows what a woman's heart can be. Thinking for a moment, he added, tell Henry to find a way to set up a meeting with the Chief Secretary Ji De, the Financial Secretary Xia Dingji, the Customs Commissioner David Jordan, and the Secretary for Justice Ji Lisher. I plan to introduce myself to them. Ji De is the head of all civil servants in Hong Kong, holding significant power. The financial secretary oversees all financial taxation, customs, and monetary policies in Hong Kong. The customs commissioner is the highest authority responsible for inspecting Victoria Harbour, all ports, docks, and as for the secretary for justice, while it may not be as good as the chief secretary in terms of administrative coordination and not as strong as the financial secretary in financial control, it ranks first in Hong Kong for arresting and convicting criminals, covering up crimes, and judicial support. Are you trying to let them engage in mutual destruction? Yazzie glanced at him. Give me something novel to broaden my horizon. Chen Fei replied, those people from Peng Guodong are useless to me, and I don't want to dirty my hands, so let them fight among themselves for entertainment. But Jida and the others are very useful to me. How could I let them destroy each other? All right, I'll notify Henry. Chen Fei had just returned to his office when Lu Huijin rushed in like a gust of wind, holding 2 magazines in her hands, her face full of irritation. Boss, you finally returned. She slammed the magazines on the table. Look at this. It was discovered on the streets of Mong. Chen Fei picked up one of them, which was a pirated copy of Black Gold. The paper was yellowed and brittle, and the printing was so blurry it looked like it had a layer of frosted glass. Even the cover girl's face was double printed. He flipped to the inner pages where the handwriting was crooked and ink smeared all over his hand. The other magazine, Yes, was no better, with misaligned layout, distorted image colors, and even the logo of Yes was printed incorrectly. Pirated copies have suddenly increased in the market. Lu Huijin said with her hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. I sent people to turn around in Causeway Bay, Mong Kok, and Tsim Sha Tsui, and everywhere had these 2 pirated copies. Our legitimate sales have dropped by nearly 30% this week, all because of this trash. Chen Fei casually flipped through. The quality of this pirated version is so poor, even piracy is done without sincerity. Are you still laughing? Lu Huijin glared at him. I have already reported it to the police, but when they came they only took a few copies from the stall. Then they turned around and set up the stall again. They caught a few minions and asked who printed it, and they all said they didn't know. If this continues, our revenues will suffer a significant loss. Although the colonial government has a Copyright Act, it is loosely enforced, and the penalties are light. Citizens do not report officials, so nothing happens. Although the copyright regulations have just been revised and a copyright tribunal has been established, these measures are merely for show. They have hardly ever caught anyone printing pirated copies. Anyway, the consensus in the industry is printing books without copyright is a way to earn money as long as you can print. Chen Fei threw the pirated magazine into the trash can and said, don't worry, I will handle it. Meanwhile, in a printing factory in the Kuntong industrial area of Kowloon, machines were rumbling away. The full name of the printing factory is Wing Fat Printing Co., Ltd., just a small part of the business empire of the printer Raymond Chester. This man in his 40s, who is of Y nationality, controls over 40% of the magazine printing business in Hong Kong. Most of the well-known magazines in the market come from his factory. In addition, he also owns a paper trading company, a book distribution company, and a logistics fleet covering all of Hong Kong. Balding and wearing a checkered vest with a slightly protruding belly, he was standing in the glass office on the 2nd floor overlooking the workshop while smoking a cigar. His father was a businessman from the old colony who had settled in Hong Kong in the 1930s, starting from a small printing workshop. After Raymond took over, he turned the family business into an industry leader. However, in recent years, the magazine business has become difficult, and with Chen Fei's Black Gold and Yes rising rapidly, he felt uncomfortable that they weren't printed by him. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the better these 2 magazines sold, the more it highlighted his redundancy as the printing king. Boss. A thin middle-aged man entered the room. He was his Chinese manager Lin Xiaodong, looking somewhat serious. There are reports outside that Black Gold has already reported to the police, and it's not an ordinary report. It seems they have some connections, and the Commercial Crime Bureau has started to inquire. Raymond exhaled a puff of smoke and said, leisurely, report to the police. Let them report. But, Tang, how long have you been with me? Raymond turned around, patted Lin Xiaotang's shoulder, and said nonchalantly, the team money I give to the police station every month isn't for nothing. Inspector Chun from the Commercial Crime Bureau is a member of my golf club. We had drinks together the day before yesterday. Do you think they would come to investigate me? Lin Xiaotang frowned slightly, but Black Gold seems to have some means. Means? You don't really think that the scandalous stories about the wealthy families in the magazine or the counterfeit transactions are real, do you? Remember, the truth is known only to a few, so there are 3 parts truth and 7 parts exaggeration. The rest is all fabricated. Raymond pointed to the printing machines downstairs. You see those printing machines? I can change the plate and print legal orders in half a day. After the investigation is over, I'll switch it back. Do they have any evidence? Even if they catch a few delivery guys, what does it have to do with me? My fleet runs all over Hong Kong every day. Who knows which truck is carrying the pirated copies? Lin Xiaotang still seemed a bit uneasy, but he hadn't finished speaking when Raymond said, you can rest assured. Whether you believe it or not, I don't even need to show up, and those pirated copies on the market will crush his legitimate sales. When his sales drop to a point he can't bear, he will naturally come to me for printing. At that time, I will set the price, and I will decide the profit sharing. Saying this, he took a cigar from the table and continued, in the printing industry in Hong Kong, no one can make money without going through me, Raymond Chester. If he doesn't print with me, he'll make whatever he prints turn into waste paper. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in an apartment on Baoyuan Road in the semi-mountainous area, a faint aroma of food wafted through the air. The kitchen was brightly lit, and Mi Shui, wearing a floral apron, busily attended to the stove. The lotus root and pork rib soup in the pot was bubbling away, or she had been simmering it for almost 3 hours. The lotus root was tender, and the pork ribs were soft, the soup a milky white, emanating a rich fragrance. Sister, how much salt should I add? Shueli stood nearby, unsure. Add a spoonful first, then taste it before adding. Mi Shui didn't look up, her hands deftly slicing tomatoes. You shouldn't add too much salt to stir-fry tomatoes, it would overpower their sweet and sour flavor. Oh, Shueli replied, carefully sprinkling salt into the eggs, then flipping them with a spatula, asking again, is this enough? Mi Shui glanced over, that's about right. Pour the tomatoes in and just stir-fry it a bit before serving. Don't overcook it. The two sisters busied themselves. The pork ribs in the steamer were nearly done, the salty aroma of fermented black beans mingling with garlic wafting out. Mi Shui's signature dish, steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce. She was meticulous. The pork ribs were marinated for half an hour with starch, soy sauce, fermented black beans, and minced garlic, resulting in tender, juicy meat that was flavorful even to the bones. Sister, Shueli asked casually while helping, is Chun Shun your boyfriend? Mi Shui's hand paused momentarily, not looking up. Why do you ask that? Just curious. Shueli said while dishing out the food. I noticed you seemed quite attentive to him. Usually you just throw something together, but today you are simmering soup and steaming pork ribs. When was the last time you cooked with such seriousness? Mi Shui placed the chopped vegetables into a basket and replied lightly, he is a guest. It's only polite to prepare a good meal for guests. Guest? Shueli turned around with the plate, tilting her head to look at her. Sister, even though I'm younger, I'm not foolish. The way you look at him is different from how you look at others. Mi Shui paused for a moment before speaking. As for me and him. Never mind, don't ask any more, I can't explain it clearly. Shueli placed the plate on the dining table and returned to the kitchen, leaning against the door frame, watching Mi Shui. So do you like him? Mi Shui did not answer, merely took the pork ribs out of the steamer and set them on the stove, then stirred the soup pot. Sister, Shueli leaned closer, asking earnestly, is he the kind of person? Very influential. I just feel he doesn't seem like an ordinary magazine boss. How would I know? Mi Shui shook her head. I only know he knows many people and can do many things. Don't pry too much, he isn't a bad person and treats me well enough, which is sufficient. Shueli observed her sister's hesitant expression, vaguely understanding something, and chose not to press further, turning to set the table. She muttered while arranging 4 dishes and a soup for 3 people. Doesn't that seem too much? Too much. It's his first time coming to our home for dinner. We can't let him think we're stingy. Mi Shui said, glancing at the clock on the wall, which was nearing 7:30. Shen Fei said he would come in the evening, but didn't specify the exact time. Just as she was thinking, the doorbell rang. He'll get it. Shueli ran to the door, almost bouncing. When the door opened, Shen Fei stood at the entrance carrying a big bag of gifts. Chen Xing, you're here. Shueli smiled, brightly stepping aside. Shen Fei changed his shoes and walked in, seeing Mi Shui coming out of the kitchen, her apron still tied on her hair, casually tied back, giving off a homely vibe. You came here and brought something. Mi Shui took the gifts, her tone carrying a hint of reproach, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly lift. You can't show up empty-handed on your first visit. Chen Fei smiled, looking around the room. The decor was warm and cozy, with a few potted plants on the balcony, the breeze blowing in from outside, gently swaying the leaves. The entire room was clean and tidy, without unnecessary clutter. Every item seemed carefully chosen. Quickly wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon. Mi Shui said as she turned back to the kitchen. Shueli followed in to help with the dishes. Chen Fei waited a short while before they started eating. On the dining table were 4 dishes and a soup, steamed pork ribs with black bean sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, a plate of boiled shrimp, and a pot of lotus root and pork rib soup. The dishes were not complicated, but each one exuded thoughtfulness. Mi Shui and Shueli sat on one side. Chen Fei sat opposite them. The 3 of them gathered around the small square table, which was just right. Try my cooking. Mi Shui picked up a ladle and served Chen Fei a bowl of soup. The lotus root needs to be simmered just right to taste good. Why started cooking it at 3 this afternoon. Chen Fei took the bowl, sipped it, and found the soup rich and sweet, the lotus root tender and flavorful. He nodded. It's delicious, much better than what you get at restaurants. Mi Shui smiled, adding a piece of pork rib to his bowl. This is also one of my specialties, give it a try. Chen Fei took a bite. The pork rib was tender and juicy, infused with the flavor of black beans, perfectly steamed. He couldn't help but pick up another piece. Shueli watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Sheng, my sister really cooks well. It's a pity that when she's by herself, she just makes instant noodles. It's only because you're here that she shows her skills. Mi Shui lightly kicked her sister under the table, keeping a composed expression. Just eat your food and stop talking so much. Halfway through dinner, Mi Shui brought up the magazine issue. I heard that 2 of your company's magazines have been pirated. You know about it. A colleague mentioned it to me this afternoon. They said the pirated copies are poorly printed, far inferior to your genuine ones. Mi Shui inquired, can anything be done about it? I heard that piracy is rampant in Hong Kong, and many publishers can't do anything about it. Don't worry, I'm already arranging it. Chen Fei smiled. There should be results in a few days. It's just one printer causing trouble, nothing complicated. Mi Shui glanced at him and didn't ask further. Shueli listened from the side, stealing glances at Chen Fei, and then at her sister, feeling there was something indescribable about this man. He spoke slowly, his voice soft, but every word seemed well thought out with no filler or pleasantries. He was different from the men her sister had mentioned before, who were said to either boast about their wealth at the dinner table or flaunt their connections with their eyes wandering, as if calculating something. But Chen Fei was different. The tone of each of his words was sincere, not the empty flattery of politeness. Moreover, his movements of serving food and refilling soup were very natural, as if he had been sitting in this home for many years without making anyone feel awkward. As Shueli pondered, she suddenly felt something brush against the top of her foot. She looked down to see the tablecloth hanging down, obscuring her view of what was below. At first she thought it was a table leg, and didn't pay much attention, continuing to eat. Then that foot brushed against hers again, this time not just a brush, but a soft press. Shueli's chopsticks suddenly froze. She looked up at Chen Fei across the table. He was chatting with Mi Shui, his expression normal, showing no signs of anything unusual. What kind of person is the owner of that printing factory? Mi Shui asked as she poured more soup for Chen Fei. He's a country national named Raymond Chester. Chen Fei took the soup bowl. He's the largest printer in Hong Kong, who over half the magazines on the market are printed by him. I didn't give him the printing contract, so he got a bit upset and started causing trouble. Shueli's heart raced suddenly. She felt that foot still resting against hers, lightly pressing, just the right amount to make it hard to ignore. She secretly glanced at Mi Shui, who was focused on peeling shrimp, completely oblivious. Chen Fei continued speaking as if it wasn't intentional. Shueli found it thrilling. She had been pursued before. During her school days there were boys who wrote her love letters and invited her to movies, but those boys had straightforward, shallow gazes that couldn't hide their intentions. But Chen Fei sat opposite her, casually discussing everyday matters with her sister, smiling, his eyes clear, yet his foot was doing something else. She thought he was incredibly bold and proactive, completely unrefined, as if it was entirely natural to do so. No one had ever dared to treat her like this before, yet Chen Fei did. Dinner felt tasteless to Shueli, her heart in turmoil. Finally, after finishing, she hurriedly said, Sister, I'll go clean up. You talk to Chin Sheng. No need, you don't know how to organize my pots and pans. Mi Shui replied while cleaning up, you should keep chatting with Chin Sheng. Don't be so formal. Ooh, just call me Gu Fei. Chen Fei waved his hand. After tidying up, the three of them chatted casually in the living room. Mi Shui brought out a bottle of wine. Since you probably have nothing to do tonight, let's have a couple of drinks. Sure. Chen Fei readily agreed. Shueli immediately said, I want a drink too. No alcohol for children. Mi Shui's expression turned serious. Shueli, however, stubbornly said, I just want to try. Having lived under her sister Mi Shui's shadow since childhood, and now being in a rebellious phase, she particularly wanted to prove herself and seek independence. Do whatever you want. Mi Shui poured 2 glasses of wine, setting the bottle down. I can't control you anyway. Shueli promptly fetched a cup and poured herself a large glass. Then she raised her glass, mimicking a scene from a martial arts drama. Gu Fei, this toast is to you. After saying that, she downed it in one go. What a good drinker. Chen Fei gave a thumbs up. You're truly a woman who doesn't yield to men. I'll toast you as well. Don't spoil her, otherwise she'll take advantage of it. Mi Shui interjected. Shueli saw Chen Fei finish his drink and poured herself another glass. Gu Fei after this glass there are still 3 more. Mi Shui saw her acting all grown up and said, drink less at your age, you shouldn't be getting yourself into a drunken state. Gu Fei hasn't been here for long, how could I let him down? Shueli glanced at Chen Fei. Gu Fei, what do you think? Can you still drink? I've never been afraid of drinking with anyone. Chen Fei raised his glass too. In no time, they had polished off more than. Shueli's face was already flushed, but she still raised her thumb. Gu Fei, you're generous. I admire you. After saying that, she leaned back on the sofa and closed her eyes. The next day around noon, Chen Fei finally left Mi Shui's apartment. If it weren't for the boost from his rotation technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to get up today. The gentle embrace of a woman is a hero's grave. After stepping out, Teacher Chen secretly vowed to abstain for the day. As he passed a newsstand, he saw a group of raucous young men gathered around, loudly shouting, Boss, do you have the enhanced versions of Black Gold? And yes. Grab 2 copies for my brothers to check out. The newsstand owner understood instantly, pulled out 2 magazines from beneath the stall, wrapped them in newspaper, and handed them over. That'll be $11 for both. The leading young man paid for them, and his companions immediately snatched them up, flipping through them, while letting out lascivious laughs. Wow, this page is explosive. Isn't that the one? The one from the TV series. Doesn't she have such a great... Looking at it really makes you want to touch. This enhanced version looks really exciting. This is great, even more thrilling than that dragon tiger leopard. A few older gentlemen nearby shook their heads in discussion. Isn't Black Gold known for its exclusive scoops? How did it come to this? Business isn't easy, right? If it's not selling, you have to come up with some gimmicks. But this is too much, isn't it? Can those female stars agree to this? What does it matter if they agree or not? The magazines are printed, can they be taken back? It's a pity I'm getting old, otherwise I do want to try it too. Listening to these discussions, Chun Fei stepped up to the stand. He glanced at the colorful array of items on the rack, all of which were the day's newspapers and magazines. However, several articles in the newspapers caught his attention. He casually bought a few copies. The entertainment section of the Star Island Daily dedicated a significant space, the enhanced versions of Black Gold and Yes shockingly appear with numerous female stars furious and planning to sue. The commercial daily had an even more sensational headline, Fake Magazines or True Pornography. Black Gold embroiled in a scandal with synthesized nude photos potentially facing a collective boycott from female artists. The Ming Pao report was relatively restrained, but still unkind. Our newspaper has received multiple complaints from readers indicating that the enhanced versions of Black Gold and Yes are vulgar and infringe upon the portrait and reputation rights of several female artists. Our reporter contacted the Black Gold group, who stated that the enhanced version is not authentic and is a malicious counterfeit currently under investigation. The most scathing was an opinion piece by the Chung Pao titled Magazines resorting to any means for sales. Where is the moral line in Hong Kong media? In it, the author criticized the unethical practices of Black Gold and Yes, without mentioning the issue of counterfeiting. Chun Fei frowned immediately. Who was the bastard messing with him? He would not hesitate to take action against them. Boss will have one copy of Black Gold and one of Yes. The newsstand owner looked up at him and said, "Young man, do you want the enhanced version or the regular one?" "The enhanced version. What's the point of the regular one?" The owner chuckled, pulled out 2 magazines from beneath the stall and mysteriously tapped the covers. "So young people should definitely go for the enhanced version. The content inside is absolutely thrilling, guaranteed to leave you wanting more." Chun Fei took the 2 magazines, the covers prominently displaying the logos of Black Gold and Yes. The layout, font, and color scheme looked exactly like his own magazine, with no signs of shoddy production. "The enhanced versions are $2 more each, totaling $11 a piece," the owner said. "This price is absolutely worth it. The content inside. You'll know once you buy it." Chun Fei paid for them, picked up the Black Gold magazine, and flipped open to the inner pages. The content at the front was identical to his authentic version. Articles, layout, advertising pages, all copied exactly. But when he reached the middle, several pages of copperplate paper suddenly appeared containing content that was definitely never in the original. This content was erotic in nature, featuring a leading actress from the previous issue. Each page had large photos with bold and explicit poses, some in swimsuits, some in lingerie, and a few that were even more revealing, nearly nude. Next to the photos were suggestive captions like "Exclusive revelations from Black Gold" and "The untold side of female stars," with vulgar wording that was hard to bear. Chun Fei flipped open the Yes magazine, and the situation was identical. The first few pages contained normal star photos and horoscopes, but when he turned to the middle, the tone suddenly changed, filled with glamorous photos of female stars, some of which were not just simple photos, but composite images. They had placed a certain female star's face onto a nearly naked body, accompanied by a fabricated interview with extremely explicit content. Chun Fei examined it closely. At first glance, these photos looked real, but he could tell at a glance that they were created using the technique of double exposure, specifically designed for photo forgery. Ordinary readers wouldn't be able to distinguish them. "Are these selling well?" Chun Fei casually asked. The newsstand owner chuckled broadly. "Very well. They were delivered yesterday afternoon, and by this morning more than half had already sold. You wouldn't believe it, some people are specifically coming to ask for the enhanced versions, buying several copies at once to take home." Chun Fei nodded, taking the magazines and turning to leave. This tactic was far more poisonous than counterfeiting. The previously shoddy counterfeit versions, while impacting sales, were easily identifiable as fake by discerning eyes, causing limited harm to the brands of Black Gold and Yes. But the 2 enhanced versions before him, from cover to inner pages, from layout to font, were all high-precision replicas, making it impossible for ordinary readers to distinguish which was authentic and which was counterfeit. More deadly were the pornographic contents embedded within. Readers who bought these enhanced versions would assume they were published by Black Gold and Yes. Those manipulated female stars would also think they were being exploited by the Black Gold group. Neither side would be pleased, and both would be offended, while the unseen puppet master reaped the benefits. Before the others arrived at the company, numerous female artist calls had already flooded into the Black Gold office. The first call to the Black Gold group came from a female artist at the TV station named Guo Meiling. She was a second-tier actress with TVB and had just done a photo shoot for Yes a few days ago. The photos hadn't been published yet, but today she saw someone in the previous issue wearing almost transparent lingerie, posing in an extremely indecent manner. This completely exceeded her expectations, and she instinctively thought she would also be manipulated in that way. So she called to cancel the collaboration, saying, "Please inform Miss Liu our collaboration for this issue is canceled, and you cannot use those photos we took before." The operator hung up the phone, rubbed her temples, and before she could catch her breath, the phone rang again. This time it was a female artist from the previous collaboration, her voice even louder than Guo Meiling's. "Miss Liu, what's going on with your Black Gold?" When did I ever take those kinds of photos? Do you know my boyfriend saw this magazine and nearly broke up with me? Isn't this ruining people's futures? Miss Chin, this matter really isn't our doing. Not your doing. Then why is your black gold logo printed on the magazine? If it's not you, then who else could it be? It's a counterfeit. Counterfeit? You think you can wash your hands of this by using the counterfeit excuse? From now on, I have no business relationship with your black gold group. The previous contract is void. I also have the right to demand compensation. The phone hung up again. For the next morning, the black gold group's phone never stopped ringing. Several operators in the office were so busy that they could barely keep their footing, their faces pale. Calls from over a dozen artists came in, some calling personally, others having someone else call for them, with content mostly similar: inquiries, accusations, threats, and cancellations of collaborations. Lu Huijin sat at her desk with the two enhanced magazines spread out in front of her, her face ashen. She flipped to one page which featured a photo of a rookie singer who had just debuted, the girl only 19 years old. The photo had been altered beyond recognition, with the accompanying text being extremely vulgar. Fuming, she gritted her teeth and said, "These bastards." She had already taken calls all morning, her voice nearly gone. She simply instructed the front desk to switch the phone to voicemail. Finally, the world was quiet. "Has the boss not returned yet?" she asked her subordinate. No, the employee shook his head. "But Miss Le said we should start recalling the enhanced magazines from the market. I've already arranged for it to be done." "What's the use of recalling them? They've already been printed, sold, and seen by everyone." Lu Huijin rubbed her temples. "The most important thing now is to stabilize those artists. If they all terminate their collaborations, our magazine won't be able to continue." Her subordinate hesitated and finally spoke up. "Sister Jin, do you think we have offended someone? Is that even a question?" Lu Huijin's tone was not good. "Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will make sure to ruin them." Despite it being only a short morning, the news had already spread in various circles. In a private room of a high-end restaurant in Sim Sha Sui, several behind-the-scenes figures from the entertainment, before the dishes had even arrived, the topic was already heated. "Have you heard? The enhanced versions of Black Gold and Yes magazines caused quite the stir." "Of course I've heard. My phone was nearly blown up with calls this afternoon." Another producer shook his head. "The 3 female artists in my new movie were all manipulated by that magazine. Each one is crying buckets. I bet my film will be canceled before I even finish shooting it. From my professional eye, some of those photos look obviously fake, but some should be real. Black Gold can get anything. Whether they're real or fake doesn't matter. What matters is that it's printed with Black Gold's name. The readers won't care if it's authentic or counterfeit. They just know it was published by Black Gold. This trick is quite lethal. Who did it? Who knows? They probably published something they shouldn't have, so someone set them up. While this is going to be fun to watch, this trick is simply a heartless stab. Black Gold will find it hard to recover from this in the future." In the TVB makeup room, several female artists were getting their makeup done. One artist spoke up. "Did you see today's newspapers? Black Gold's magazine is in trouble. Oh, it's all over the..." "I saw it," another female artist sighed. "Didn't the company just say not to contact the Black Gold group for now to avoid misunderstandings?" "Who would dare contact Black Gold now?" said the first female artist, turning her head. She glanced over at Zhao Yaji in the distance and whispered, "Sister Ji was still promoting Black Gold before. Now that this has happened, our show's ratings will probably be affected too. Indeed, we're unlucky to be involved in this. It was hard enough to get a role. If this show gets cancelled, we'll definitely be implicated." Meanwhile, in the Wing Fat Printing Company in Kuntong, Raymond Chester was sitting in his second-floor office, holding a glass of whiskey, his smile brighter than the sunlight outside the window. Lin Xiaodang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Boss, today's newspapers are all reporting this matter, all criticizing the Black Gold group." Raymond chuckled even louder. "Ah, Tang, what did I say? We don't even need to step in, they'll end up in a mess on their own." Lin Xiaodang pondered for a moment. "Boss, do you think Chen Fei will find out it was us?" "Find out." Raymond took a sip of whiskey. "So what if he does? Does he have any evidence?" The paper, ink, and printing techniques for those enhanced magazines were all sourced from different channels. "You won't pin it on me. Even if he finds the printing factory, it's a little-known place in the outskirts. Oh, what does it have to do with me, Raymond? However, this is unnecessary expenditure for us," Lin Xiaodang continued. "We could completely use those shoddy counterfeit versions to squeeze him out." "That wouldn't be useful," Raymond shook his head. "People will still recognize his authentic version, but now it's different. Black Gold's reputation is already tarnished." At this point, he set down his glass, poured another, and continued. "Besides, even if he suspects me, what can he do? Report to the police. If they come to investigate, I'll just cooperate. Oh, once it's over, I'll still be the largest printing business in Hong Kong. Can he sue me? He won't even get close to me." His confidence was not unfounded. Someone had spent a lot of money to have him assist, otherwise he wouldn't be doing such. Lin Xiaodang nodded, but still felt somewhat uneasy. Chen Fei had managed to start 2 magazines in Hong Kong, writing so much hidden dirt, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. "Boss." For the people of the Black Gold Company, this day felt like sitting on pins and needles. Since 9 in the morning, the phone had not stopped ringing. By afternoon, mere phone calls were insufficient, and some began to visit in person. The receptionist led him into the meeting room where Lu Huijin had just gathered several journalists to publish urgent statements regarding non-original black gold content purchasing prime front page space for a hefty sum. Just after sending the journalists away, there had been no time to even sip water. It wasn't just Ming, the students and instructors of the Illusion Sword Academy, especially Wang Yuji and Ling Weiner, were equally stunned, their beautiful eyes shimmering with ripples of shock at Qing Wushuang's explosive power. To everyone's surprise, Long Tongue, upon seeing that person, broke into a beaming smile, rushed over in a few steps, knelt down, and exclaimed joyfully, "Foster Father." It turned out that the person was indeed the fire shadow of the Snow Plain Divine Palace. With a single palm strike, it produced a sound reminiscent of crashing waves, the terrifying power concentrated in that one hand. Not far from the corpse in the woods, Ihan suddenly discovered a treasure, an immortal artifact that appeared to belong to the deceased cultivator. At the end of the Yin-Yang path, there was a patch of gray light. That was the entrance to the underworld. Many wandering souls without a Yin officer escort upon nearing it were sucked in. The old goat chuckled, no longer speaking. Some words, when said too much, could backfire. It was better to plant a seed first, for who knows when it might take root and sprout. Initially, Wu Lemon and Yen Kai's actions were merely a form of venting, yet they had come to understand much more. As she finished speaking, the rising rose petals instantly dissipated, transforming into a fierce wind that lifted her away, vanishing into the sky. The proud Lu Fei gazed at the elixir, her eyes glimmering with disbelief. Stopping mid-sentence, Shang Toma looked up to see a white-haired, reed-eyed figure staring at him with a malevolent expression. If it weren't for the lingering remnants of malevolent spirits, the inhabitants of the elven forest would not have been cursed. With the flower blooming and rain falling after taking down over 100 people, they finally captured Wu Ying using a captive tool and threw Wu Ying outside the fortress. Exhausted and devoid of strength, this was not the first time such a thing had happened. No matter how much Chao Gu, called Li Jinger, could no longer wake up from her slumber. Seeing the two of them drenched in sweat, Li Yunbao asked, "What's wrong, children? Is there something urgent that you need from your mother? Look at you running with beads of sweat on your foreheads." Saying this, Li Yunbao took out a handkerchief from his sleeve, pulling Kiki closer to wipe her sweat. While others were unaware of the Black Silk Spirit's avatar, the Dark World Sovereign was not. Many years ago, the leader of the mysterious continent carried a black box to another world but never returned. He learned this from the mouth of Chong Kong from the east. Now 2 avatars had entered the mysterious continent, and it was evident that their purpose was the Black Silk Spirit. After the voice finished speaking, Yi Daoren once again heard footsteps approaching, gradually growing quieter. Zhang Liao and Tai Shirzi were simultaneously startled. This Zili was indeed very cunning. By saying this, Jin Shizong would definitely find the imperial physician for him, allowing him to determine whether he had been poisoned. My hand is not flesh and blood, it is merely a pile of metal parts. Not at all concerned about the terrifying scene of the distant giant hand crumbling little by little, Yi Daoren walked down, without looking back, his target clearly the darkness at the end of the steps. The Chui family truly knew how to please, directly finding 2 mother rabbits that were already pregnant, which made Song Li feel quite embarrassed. At that moment, a gunshot rang out in the mountains, and then a bodyguard's forehead exploded in a burst of blood mist. Li Luoyan's expression instantly turned cold. She had been married into the Li family for decades, witnessing everything from Li Xixin to Li Xiaohe, from opium to television. The Li family had established roots in Hong Kong for 3 generations. What kind of scene had she not seen? What kind of person had she not met? A young magazine publisher dared to utter the word "die" in front of her. She coldly replied, "Do you know who you are speaking to?" "I know." Chun Fei nodded. Li Luoyan, the head of the Xixin family. Li Luoyan's expression instantly turned cold. She had been married into the Li family for decades, witnessing everything from Li Xixin to Li Xiaohe, from opium to television. The Li family had established roots in Hong Kong for 3 generations. What kind of scene had she not seen? What kind of person had she not met? A young magazine publisher dared to utter the word "die" in front of her. She coldly replied, "Do you know who you are speaking to?" "I know." Chun Fei nodded. Li Luoyan, the legacy of Mr. Li Xiaohe. Several elders acted almost simultaneously, activating their heart methods to summon the power of the Luo Tian Great Formation, vanishing from their original location in an instant. After emerging, looking at the surrounding environment, he fell into contemplation. It was truly helpless. The gap in strength between him and the Emperor of Strength was too vast. This heavenly god sect possessed such a formidable Law King one. He favored the most adept at cultivating hard skills, overwhelming opponents with sheer strength. This is simply too much. Insheng took a deep breath, his teeth clenched tightly. If you and I merge into a single entity, achieving the future Buddha and condensing the legendary strongest divine weapon, the illusory blade, perhaps we could withstand a blow or 2. As the black palm made contact with the white limestone, it silently pressed a large chunk of the white limestone inward, causing it to collapse. Lin Fan grabbed one of the spiky tentacles, allowing the spikes to pierce through his palm without even flinching. The 360 antivirus was activated, consuming 4 units of energy to stabilize the injuries of both individuals, leaving a total of 27 units. Only then did Lin Tiansheng rise, his gaze landing on Lin Hongli. Okay, I will ask Yashikfu pressed his lips together, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized that these two Chinese individuals were truly not here to scare him. A force of spiritual energy descended from the heavens like a torrential flood, crashing down, destroying all obstacles, and obliterating everything rushing towards Chun Danqing. At this moment, Scar Brothers surely noticed that Gao Ningning's background must be quite substantial, vaguely sensing that this girl was definitely from a wealthy family. Therefore, he felt a twinge of unease, realizing that if he took her away, it might lead to some troublesome issues later. Thinking of that fierce slap, Qin Anan couldn't help but feel a chill in her beautiful starry eyes. The fair hand that fell at her side instinctively clenched into a fist. After taking a deep breath, she managed to calm herself down again. Though she was a bit older, her beauty and figure were undeniable, capable of warming the bed, feeding, and acting cute. Fang Heng muttered to himself, sensing that his strength had improved significantly compared to before losing consciousness. The somewhat calmer Qin Huai felt a bit uneasy under her cold gaze, but he still spoke with conviction. After all, that was Mo Zanha's stronghold. Moreover, the most dangerous place was often the safest. Lin Yi felt a bit irritated, but still willingly moved down his neck, slowly unbuttoning Luo Nan's shirt, and kissed her way towards his heart. If it weren't for the stick in my mouth, I would really like to ask if I had any other choices. Luo Nan and Luo Shui evidently noticed the anomaly. Although Luo Shui saw Zhao Tang, due to the sudden turn of events, she was momentarily stunned as the car approached. Qi Ran was lying on the bed, and he must be feeling very uncomfortable now. As long as she entered, she would be able to get to him. Let Huaido handle this. Huaido can read lips. We discovered something from their conversation. Wei Xiaoxue pointed at Zhang Huaido and said, as for her, that old ancestor who never shied away from trouble actually held a tea banquet in the courtyard today. Looking at this scene, it seemed she was determined to settle this matter, and one could only wonder where she found the confidence that Zhang would agree. Cousin, could you help me with a favor? Ningxi didn't hear clearly what Yang Yi said. All she thought about was how to meet. Yanqing prepared a table of delicious food, enticing Su Fuyue to eat. Su Fuyue obediently ate, but that pair of eyes no longer held their previous brightness, as if a layer of gauze had covered the gemstones. Her dazed expression made it difficult for Yanqing to suppress the anger swelling in her heart. Li Jia holds a high status in Hong Kong. Among the first generation of the four major families during British rule, he stands as the strongest, wealthiest, and highest in social standing. Li Mingze is undoubtedly instrumental in all of this. His experiences can be described as exceptionally. When the war broke out, he abandoned his comfortable life in Hong Kong to join the fight on the mainland, serving as the captain of the Hainan Island team of the Red Cross Society of China, responsible for the transport of frontline wounded refugee relief and supply of materials. Don't make it sound so easy. This is a feeling that comes from the soul. I can't adapt. Yi Feng's profession as a magician indeed pertains to the realm of the soul, but he cultivates the essence of mental power. Although the soul will receive a certain degree of enhancement, it is ultimately limited. Bai Yi and Lin Moyan led the way, followed by Bai Ling and Jianya with Yao Tai and Yin Kai in the middle, each carrying a large burlap sack. A gentle breeze swept by, and just as Liu Ao thought he would be severely beaten, the scene before him blurred. He suddenly left the ground beneath the opponent's feet, while the action of the thin-faced youth stepping down froze beside him. Zhe Jin understood the expression in the eyes of the Tianzi Peak and wanted to reach out to pat him in comfort. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently raised his injured left hand, causing pain to Zhe Jin, who grimaced and quickly retracted his hand. Yet the intense pain would not vanish in a short time. Yi Feng, left speechless, could only shake his head in silence, because once Nan Gongqian became stubborn, even he could not change anything. Thinking of this, Yang Chong imagined what would happen if he were to return to Earth now. Knowing that those pitiful beings dared to yell at him, he would undoubtedly unleash a surge of primal force to crush them. However, I dare not approach the Li family mansion for fear of being discovered by Li Jinghui's people, so I can only stand at a distance waiting for an opportunity. The intimidating actions of the big men momentarily stunned them, staring blankly while holding bowls. The three with special abilities, however, paid them no mind, while Bai Yi and Jianya leisurely sipped their soup. Constable, you actually made it to Chita City. Do you remember that you belong to the mercenary guild? Ruishi pushed the drunken Byler to Myra and walked up to the burly constable. I can't just stroll into a store holding cash. If I encounter someone with good character, they might refuse me outright, while those with bad character will likely snatch the money away and kick the cat aside. Ling Shui's family background isn't great, but she had previously worked at the Qinghu Hotel, so she felt no novelty, like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Niefeng listened to a bunch of nonsense from him, merely wanting to express his stance. In consideration of Hu Ping's face, he refrained from arguing. Seeing the male disciple's demeanor, Ling Tian unleashed several sword chi, with his rusty sword obliterating those blood spirits. Old son, stop gambling. You've already lost 1500 tonight, a fellow gambler reminded. Upon seeing their ancestor and the most gifted Lu Sheng Piaoxue return, everyone was instantly thrilled. Lu Hui was very confident, with divine sense and an extraordinary state of mind. His talent in the mental realm would surely not lag behind anyone. Coupled with his exceptional culinary skills and the cheat of one Lu Gue Zhong, he would likely remain in a state of rapid progress even after becoming a true chef. Clearly Lu Hui also understood this point well. To know others is intelligence, to know oneself is enlightenment. Afu could clearly recognize his own strength and did not become complacent merely because he defeated the storm giant bear alone. This alone raised Lu Hu's regard for Afu. However, previously Yi Fei had been troubled by matters concerning the demon world, which is why he had not paid much attention to or studied his battle form. Now Yi Fei discovered that such a situation had arisen again. Jida and the others waited in the room for nearly an hour, their patience wearing thin. This cursed place not only barred their exit, but also denied them even a cup of water. Xia Dingji paced back and forth, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Qi Lisher leaned back on the sofa with his eyes closed, appearing calm, yet feeling an immense inner turmoil. David Jordan resembled a bull trapped in a cage, his face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, teetering on the brink. Whether beast bones or insect corpses, they had perished in the endless ages past. Their bodies should have disintegrated then. Yet the remnants of their souls lingered preserved until now, breaking apart inch by inch, merging into the cosmos. I stood in place, slowly turning around. That smile I had managed to retract back into my heart, quietly continuing to lie dormant, so that when I took it out next time it would be as perfect as before. You're right, young Master Rue, I'm coming over now. Qiu Luo quickly halted his steps, nodding affirmatively at Nan Kurue. Brother Nan, it's really not me. I can't even understand what you're saying. Lu Hanbai was also sweating. As Chu Yang approached quickly, he retreated without hesitation. This private room held significant meaning, as it was where Chu Yang and Lin Yanxiu first met and became acquainted. Hua Qianjiao and Hua Baimei, while familiar with Dongfang Yuping, understood their position within the immortal flower and spiritual herb sect, knowing they could only follow. They were all individuals living at the bottom of society, speaking as dictated by their class. To dine in such a high-end place was beyond their wildest dreams. One must understand that the people who typically enter such grand establishments are either wealthy or nobility. Before the few in the court could lament for long, a loud clamor of horses echoed from outside the yamen. Nan Kurue followed the middle-aged man from the reincarnation mansion until noon of the next day, before he finally showed signs of stopping. It's impossible. Lien smiled slightly. Although the sword saint before him exerted immense pressure, Lien was not entirely. There are still 10 families of what do they do? Chen Mu maintained a calm tone, looking at the trembling Li Shenglen. The Dragon King was heartbroken upon learning of this, personally going to take the lives of those despicable villains. However, this act violated heavenly laws, resulting in his entire lineage being cast into the heavenly prison. The shift in topic left one speechless. Shirley, who had been frowning, intended to use her emotions to say something further, but upon hearing Solin's words, her expression immediately turned serious. In fact, any coach or athlete dislikes competing in the rain. Especially in sprinting, when it rains the track becomes slippery, hindering the athlete's performance. Generally, competitions held during rainy weather see athletes' results fall short of their usual standards. Upon arriving at the 100 battles platform, he completely ignored Jiang Nan, his fingers curling, and then 5 dragon shadows howled out from his 5 outstretched fingers. I trust you. Send 20 people to closely monitor the Duga family. All core information of the Shinmen must only be known by you. No one else can be informed. Chenmu said. Shin Jichen tried to summon his flying sword again, but it was too late. In a hurry, he grabbed a bell from his ring to shield himself. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but shiver. What did this mean? Could it be that the Een master who deceived our family back then was this old bastard Guapigu? Can one simply make a hasty conclusion based on her words? Is there no sense of justice left? Wang Wei scoffed, dismissing it without concern. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Chen Kishui's eyes as he was about to say something, but unexpectedly the impatient voice of the coach outside interrupted him. Sir, there's someone outside claiming to be Chen Feng looking for you. The one knocking and speaking outside was the estate steward. After he finished speaking, he ignored the astonishment of others and pulled me outside. Under these circumstances, I had no reason not to follow. The 2 Tianzuan, who had just barely blocked a move from Sun Bing, were now utterly terrified upon seeing the sword light, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds, and they dared not delay, immediately igniting the essence blood in their hearts. Shuaming could no longer remember how many times he had said this harsh remark. Each time it was said, his tone would grow. Though only a day had passed, Shuaming knew that the longer they delayed, the bigger the issue would become, and the more serious the... He carried an SKS sniper rifle on his back, held an M416 in his hand, wore a level 2 helmet and level 2 armor, and had an inconspicuous crowbar hanging from behind. Chen Longxiao was not just simply enraged, he was utterly furious, leaving an indelible shadow on his child. Shuaming mentioned the investments for the coming year, but Tong Weihua showed little reaction, stating he would not participate in Tong Yes matters, whether he liked business or preferred to take the civil service exam. That was his own affair. This indicated that Tong Weihua recognized Shuming's suggestion. With such capability, you wish to follow me. Don't you think it's too embarrassing? Before that person could reveal themselves, Tang Tian's voice rang out again, speaking nonchalantly to the distance. Righteous cultivators. Hai used to be a righteous cultivator too. Ignoring the imposing presence of the 8th prince, Zhao Si began to laugh bitterly. The 500 or 600 soldiers of the falling moon who had originally fled by the river were now, including the barbarian cavalry, fewer than 100, all remaining as cavalry. The next morning when I woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock. In winter, that wasn't considered very late. I was even more surprised than her, because I was currently in a spiritual state. Not to mention living people, even a powerful cultivator like Xie Tianhua, couldn't see me, so why could she see my figure? In another room, the roar of voices never ceased. Inside was Raymond Chester, who had been invited from his office and had even received a couple of punches on the way. One punch struck his abdomen, nearly causing him to vomit his dinner. Another hit his nose, leaving it red and swollen, blood streaming down and staining the collar of his shirt dark red. He had been locked in this room for some time. Li Sisi felt a chill in her heart, sensing that something dangerous was about to emerge from the black liquid. Thinking about how none of the 4 guardians from the bamboo forest had appeared, yet did they truly believe that just these green snakes could handle her? Mu Qianxuan forced a smile, ignoring the strange looks, resting her head on Mu Yuchen's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest while he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. In that moment, Wang Sun resembled a child who had fallen, holding back tears, his nose slightly stinging, causing his eyes to redden, yet he appeared indifferent. Yi Qingqing took out a vial of poison, using telekinesis to apply a bit, dispersing it like mist. As long as it touched the skin, it wouldn't surge into the body. Watching the ecstatic ghost and bird, Li Sisi couldn't help but smiled, choosing not to disturb them, for their ability to enhance her strength was indeed a good thing. After Qin Fan's patient explanation, Qin Shuadong finally understood the true value of the glass bead in his hand. This led him to imagine the bustling scene of the auction, which had driven nearly all male cultivators mad. Owning this unparalleled celestial map was akin to possessing the most beautiful woman of the Tianxian continent. Enjoying the blessings of such beauty, how could it not ignite one's passion? Even Yu Tao, standing nearby, was visibly shocked, his brows furrowing, remaining silent. However, the flickering light in his eyes indicated he was somewhat excited. If Li Mo could break through the transformation realm with the Huaming Dan, then undoubtedly the status of the Danxiang would rise again in the southern wilderness, becoming a colossal force. At around 2 a.m. on March 1st, a convoy of enemy soldiers entered their line of sight. 2 cars and 10 large wagons fully loaded with military supplies, exactly as Wang Shitu had described. Thus Tianxian had some goodwill towards them, but Xue Linglong beside her appeared aloof, keeping a distance from us. As soon as he spoke, his entire arm transformed into black, resembling iron forged in darkness. Meanwhile, Fong Tung and Zai Bin, who had already exhausted their 5 coins, could only look on enviously at those who were playing, their eyes wide with excitement and thrill. The soul whip lashed fiercely in front of the gasping Qi cultivator. With a scream, his soul shattered, and in an instant he lost all breath. She no longer dared to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of the man bleeding from all 7 orifices would appear before her. Taking out the storage bag of the elder Tianxia, she scanned it with her divine sense, breaking its restrictions, revealing numerous items inside. For today's events, he would not forgive any transgressions, but Ling Hao merely severed his arms and broke old Tang's fingers without killing anyone. The scroll of reincarnation slowly unfurled, with 2 great fish in black and white slowly spinning under the influence of life, forming a chase of pursuit. His current life was exchanged by his wife for him. Until he found her, how could he dare to die so easily? Even after escaping from debt, he remained focused on continuing the development of King of Fighters and other games. Lin Mu unconsciously reached to touch her belly, feeling that what she had consumed was something extraordinary. Yi Ying wrinkled her nose at Shi Qin, startling Shi Qin, who was already struggling to keep up, causing her to stumble. After sending off Lin, their most important task on Chongting Star was considered complete. Next, they just needed to see if there was anything else to supplement before setting off. As Raymond was still tangled in his thoughts, Chun Fei leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Sign, and I can give you a way out. Refuse to sign, and I will have you and your entire family killed. Let's see if your compatriots from Y country will help you." At these words, Raymond glared at him with eyes full of rage. Unfortunately, a glare alone cannot kill. In the end, Raymond chose to bow to reality. He signed his name on those few pages of documents with flourish. As Raymond was still tangled in his thoughts, Chun Fei leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Sign, and I can give you a way out. Refuse to sign, and I will have you and your entire family killed. Let's see if your compatriots from Y country will help you." At these words, Raymond glared at him with eyes full of rage. Unfortunately, a glare alone cannot kill. In the end, Raymond chose to bow to reality. He signed his name on those few pages of documents with flourish. This hotel is specifically designed by the Siba tribe to accommodate esteemed foreign guests. Ordinary people cannot enjoy such treatment. Of course, Wei Ziyun, as mentioned by Yin Xian, was present. However, Su Weiyun did not seek him out. Instead, she waved her arm, causing the 2 colorful ribbons tied to her wedding dress to soar into the air. Thus, his earlier astonishment was not solely due to disbelief in the outcome. He was also paralyzed by fear, too afraid to make the slightest move. He feared that any slight motion could lead to his immediate demise on the spot. As she spoke, she moved her body. Only then did she finally confirm that she had indeed freed herself from the silver chains behind her, and she was now free, no longer bound by any restraints. It was a gray animal larger than a rabbit, plump and adorable, with a short tail that wiggled cutely, looking quite delicious. Bloodhand infused all consciousness back into the body of the modified person, allowing the consciousness and body to harmonize during training. Clearly Chu Yin had made a decision, and Jiang Weiner understood that no matter how much she advised, it would be in vain. Decades passed, and the once strong chief of the merfolk had now aged into an old man. As usual, he took the child and sensed the power within him, causing the chief to involuntarily exclaim softly. After instructing the beasts at the base not to run around, Shan followed Shen Gui and Yao Yu as they left the base. In contrast to Gu Qing's embarrassment, Yi Qing did not feel angry. She simply had no idea how to respond. The messages stopped coming through. I placed my phone back on the bedside table, covered my head with the quilt, and memories of our once loving days flooded my mind. Although they were now fragmented, they replayed in my mind, like shattered mirrors coming together. In that case, let him go, said GMO, preparing to find someone to issue a holy decree to Xia Year after returning. Upon hearing this, Jiesheng was very surprised. It seemed the ancient clan was truly determined to not rest until they captured all 6 realms. The Great Love Dao made the same repeated pleas, but the Buddha still refused to acknowledge their request to leave the monastery. At this advance, Li Qiui could not help but show a look of terror as she saw Qiaoer following Li Ronghua. It was Jiesheng's first time seeing Bai Yu speak, and he felt a bit guilty. If the old ghost had found him sooner, perhaps he could have helped them reunite earlier. But now it seemed that everything was preordained. No matter how much one tried to change, regret was futile. Shui Zitian simply returned to his room, first completed the necessary homework, then took a shower, and changed into a set of pajamas. When he looked up, it was already 10:30. As he aimed, he saw the opposing gunner pull down the trigger, and at the same time Ma Zizhang on the nearby high-rise also issued the order to fire. The opposing side pursued relentlessly from behind, but even a 6th-level magical beast could only match his speed. Since Yin Tu started first, how could they catch up? I could tolerate how Zhou Yin mocked me, but every time he Yong mocked me, my heart would sting, as if pricked by needles. She understood that the authority to decide the outcome of this battle lay with Chu Bo. If Chu Bo did not take part in the killing, her strength alone would not be able to inflict any harm on the leader. Instantly, the Grand Hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Although the Demon Clan was still some distance from the Yushu sect, given the current strength of the Demon Clan, it was only a matter of time before they launched an attack. When Chun Fei returned to the company, the sky had already darkened. Raymond's enterprises in Hong Kong had changed hands overnight. Just counting the assets would keep Yizi busy for an entire week. The total value of these assets amounted to around 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Chen Fei did not need to worry about personnel arrangements. Yizi would handle who stays, who goes, who gets promoted, and who takes their money and leaves. However, some matters still required his personal attention. Old Xiao recognized the danger immediately and swiftly leaped aside, but many who failed to evade in time were reduced to ashes in an instant, leaving not even a strand of hair behind. I believe my brother is the most formidable person in the world. They would surely retreat in fear upon encountering him. Lu Dan laughed. Originally, the commander had sent them to eliminate this artillery, but if they delayed, there would be dire consequences upon them. I am Gaia. Sorry, I mistook you for a cosmic pirate earlier, Gaia said, scratching his head awkwardly. Old Xiao knew that he could not use the Great Golden Crow spell at this moment. After all, it was a high-dimensional spell, and its consequences would be far beyond what a single Earth could endure. The longevity fruit is indeed a remarkable treasure that can directly extend one's life by 100 years. Even if some effects overlap with other longevity treasures, it can at least add 80 years. Kai Yong remarked, of course. Old Lu's knowledge surpasses mine. He does not easily take apprentices. Being accepted as his disciple must make countless Confucian scholars envious. Lu Fan felt increasingly convinced that his decision to become a disciple of Lu Ji was undoubtedly a correct one. With a single command, he could unleash infernal flames, sweeping away worldly power in an instant. Evil thoughts are difficult to eradicate. For mortals, only a devout and seasoned priest can expel these formless entities through ritual. After their full-force strike, Bai Yuling released Lan Hai and her companions, launching a counterattack in coordination with the senior ghost. Sister Pan Hong held Wen Xiaonan as she sent a large group of sisters back to the hall. Seeing that Sheng Gong was still in the bedroom working on training materials, she softly coaxed Wen Xiaonan to go to bed first. Since this matter was not about deliberately proving the truth or continuing to live like a puppet, we had to take action in seeking some meaning in life. I mean that I had muddled through this matter. I had been too passive. A few days later in the court, Emperor Xuanwu lightly pressed his temples, stifling a yawn. Last night he had stayed up too late with Consort Li Gui, nearly missing the morning court. Now, listening to the ministers report some utterly tedious matters, he felt even more disinterested. Finding skilled players is not easy. There are many ordinary players, but since the guild has just been established, the number of ordinary players should not be too high. It is best to start with just over 20 experts. This is the foundation of the Killing God Society. Once the guild grows, we can add some decent ordinary players to stabilize the structure. Sir, I don't mean to doubt. There's no need to look for recordings. Seeing the elder was getting serious, Tang Gua hurriedly said to the old man in the hat, giving a glance to Qin Song beside him, hoping he could help ease the atmosphere, change the subject, and prevent the old man from wasting time looking for recordings. Jing Ting covered her face tightly with her hands, making it impossible for anyone to discern her expression. Her cries were loud, but they largely sounded pretentious, lacking genuine sorrow. After speaking, a sudden radiance surged across his face, and in the next moment his pallid visage vanished, replaced by a handsome face that bore a hint of cunning. Mist enveloped the area, and many monsters were calling out from the lake's depths, occasionally releasing bubbles that floated to the surface. Upon hearing those words, Jida and the others allowed him to handle it first, and they would follow soon after. Li Mingzi stepped out of the office. The corridor outside was short, but he walked slowly. With each step he pondered whether his strategy could turn the tide. The few foreigners inside should be able to assist him. Arriving at the reception hall, Chen Fei was already seated inside. Moreover, he was alone. Li Mingzi stepped out of the office. The corridor outside was short, but he walked slowly. With each step he pondered whether his strategy could turn the tide. The few foreigners inside should be able to assist him, right? He arrived at the reception hall only to find Chen Fei already seated there, and he was alone. Attire. The two observed for a while, and not far away a majestic bird called out before spreading its wings and flying off in search of food. Wang Wenjing felt a surge of unwillingness upon hearing Tang Jinhua's words, and her expression began to twist in anguish. Measuring nearly 20 zhang, this giant shark, though formed of brute strength, resembled an ancient beast more than anything. Originally, Feng Tiangang intended to leave with the Zhuke order, but after hearing Li Zi's commotion, he was also taken aback. Long before Wang Dawei had killed Li Fuqiao and fled, she had learned of their plan from Chu Caiji's lips, which led Wang Hohat to firmly believe that the true culprit behind Li Fuqiao's tragedy was Xiang Yue. She couldn't comprehend what extraordinary means Chui Hong possessed that made Wu Muyun visit her room every night. After pondering for a while, she seemed to understand. Could it be the legendary art of the driver? This condensing chi wall was the thickest wall that Shiryu could form with his current cultivation. After being struck by a betta fish, it was covered in cracks, and the next attack would surely shatter it. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't know you. Her defense sounded incredibly feeble. The red scarf worried for their boss, but the black shark seemed oblivious, focusing entirely on Azi. Feeling an oppressive gaze upon her, Qin Shuang frowned, and prepared to leave after bowing only to be suddenly. A man of utmost refinement draws attention wherever he goes. Xia Yin felt someone looking at him, and when his gaze subconsciously swept by, he recognized many familiar faces, nodding to those he should, and ignoring the rest. Shueji, seemingly alerted by some hint, said with a face full of regret that she should have hidden her phone in her shoe sole. Feeling a moment of doubt, Yun Shu gently fiddled with the clothes on the ground, and the longer she looked, the more the confusion in her eyes intensified. If one were to satisfy the 5 elements words, it might lack poetic elegance. Yet if the artistic conception were just right, it would be challenging to find a rhyme, indeed a case of losing sight of the bigger picture. Cultivating a single individual is already challenging, and now losing 5 at once pained Shun Mu Mian's heart. In the shadows, several men in black entered the inner room, rummaging around chaotically, but finding nothing, and then vanished into the night. Suyu greeted her with a smile. Sister, he had always treated her well, and was approachable. Although she was a department head, a position slightly lower than Suyu's, Suyu often took the initiative to greet her. Moreover, the ancient practice of the white horse easily exchanges for a maid was not mere fabrication. As a concubine, one's status was inherently lowly. In the evening, feeling nostalgic, she visited the bar where she had first come at 20. Now that she returned, her mindset had changed drastically, as she was once filled with concerns, but now she had let go of everything. Anxiously waiting for the moon to rise high, she reheated the meals prepared for Lu Ying again and again, but was unable to wait for his arrival. Bai Pingzi saw that waiting like this was not a solution. Noting the darkening sky, the palace gates would likely be closed, making it impossible for Lu Ying to leave the palace tonight. She had no choice but to advise her to return and rest first, promising to notify her once there was news. Indeed, I hope the Taoist friend can fulfill this. Of course, I will ensure that the Taoist friend does not suffer losses. Ying Ji said earnestly. To address the mayor of Jingzhou City with such politeness was already a significant courtesy extended to Mu Yi. The Divine Beast's wing bone and Divine Beast's soul crystal are different. They contain little energy, but they possess a soul skill of a Divine Beast. However, Li Si's current strength is insufficient to obtain this soul skill, which is a matter for later. For now, it can be temporarily overlooked, as the 8-winged magic spider's wing bone has 2 other precious aspects. Li Mingzi increasingly felt that something was amiss. He organized his thoughts and decided to clarify the intentions of these individuals. Turning to Chen Fei, he said, "The 3 conditions you proposed, I have come with sincerity today, but before we sign the contract, I would like to confirm again in front of these gentlemen, what is it that you want?" Chen Fei replied, "The path to breaking the formation has been reignited, and the 7-layered demon tower manifests 7 ghostly lights linked with formation flags. I saw Anza's right thumb emit another purple light, successfully connecting to the top of the tower. Hearing the affirmation from the other party, Lu Jinyang did not display excessive excitement, only offering a calm smile. His only chance now rested on that masked individual. Therefore he paid no mind to anything else, exerting all his strength to entangle Yi Haochuan, rendering him unable to defend. Are you going to come out, or do you intend to hide in your shell for the rest of your life? I looked at the shell in front of me with a smile, and said, what Sima Fu just mentioned was indeed this matter. Even though I acted according to the Emperor's orders, Li Chengding still felt a bit uncomfortable afterward. Nuoka stared intently at the man, his fierce and intimidating appearance looking quite fearsome. This was because he did not want to believe this matter. If true, it would mean that the painting was not seized by Wang Chun, which clearly was not the outcome he desired. Who told you I was afraid? Do you see any trace of fear on my face? Yanjun said somewhat oddly. Moments ago, when threatened by Si Qingfeng, she thought that if it came to it, she would simply end it all. But facing Yi Haochuan, she wasn't even sure if she would be able to summon the courage to take her own life afterward. I remember I was killed earlier. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Jinsung, whose health was gradually restoring, looked at Wang Yingjia with curiosity. Liang Zhen's reasoning seemed very sound, especially regarding the third point about luck. Gao Jichong particularly believed in this, thus firmly trusting Liang Zhen's words. I was still contemplating whether to call Uncle Tao to inquire. But what position did I have to call Uncle Tao to intervene in this matter? Suddenly opening her eyes, Shimu Yu precisely controlled the blue silk threads attacking the head of the nearest bat. A flash of blue light appeared as the bat's head separated from its body, and this time the head did not regenerate. The headless bat fell silently. No, I just feel that I owe you a lot. Feng Yu dared not look into Mo Ning. Let's go. Upon mentioning food, she bounced around energetically as if filled with excitement. My heart sank, and I could only say consider it a suicide. After saying that, I hung up the phone. I knew he would definitely ask me if I had discovered something. He came to Mingnan High School to find me, because he believed that this matter was mysterious. And indeed it was quite mysterious. I looked puzzled and asked, where are we going to rest? Isn't your grandfather at home? I had been thinking that I could just lie here for the night. I remembered the times you fed me. Sun Wanwan gazed at him with intense eyes, truly overwhelmed by a feeling called gratitude. Hello, how may I assist you? The smile was always the signature expression of a waiter. However, thinking of the originally perfect plan facing an early setback, Lu Chuan Rongi was truly unwilling. Okay, you all can leave for now. Oh, I want to rest here for a while. Taylor waved his hand indicating for them to exit. Yet she suddenly felt an inexplicable joy. After all, she still held some feelings for herself, otherwise why would she save herself? Let go of me. Let go of me. My ancestral master will not spare you. The old woman struggled desperately. The Ninja Turtles forcefully shifted their center of gravity, but fortunately, he had sufficient physical ability to barely stabilize himself and not be thrown off balance. In this regard, Parker of the Spurs had the most say. After all, he had been shaken off by Yi Yang's step-back move twice, and he deeply detested this move. Due to the banquet held in the afternoon, the maidservants were busy removing the items. Jiang Dong was engaged in a bloody battle, clashing with an incoming Shadow General. The opponent had just broken through to the second flower peak, reaching the great ability level, but at the moment of engagement that person was directly knocked off their horse, nearly losing half their body. The dock where the cruise ship anchored was not open to ordinary people, and they entered only with an invitation. This is quite understandable. If the program team had not specifically promoted Wen Ningyu, her votes would not be this high. However, the program team did promote her, and with endorsements from big names, the result was evident. Indeed, the underworld's cleansing of the West has destroyed all the sacred mountains and divine lakes. Any place where high-level celestial beings slumber has been excavated, obliterating thousands of years of accumulation in the Western world. Perhaps there are still treasures existing, but even the underworld cannot find them, let alone expect them to have such luck. Old 8 wasn't particularly tall, probably just reaching my shoulder. So if there is something private to say to me, it can only be that I lower my head. All thoughts of the prince of the Zhongzhou Empire, the wicked mother, and the malicious queen of Zhongzhou were cast aside. At that moment, a clear voice came from the direction where Zi Qianma and others entered. Not far from Xie Tianxin and the others in the Green Mountains, and not a large cave entrance emerged from which crawled out a black, dark demon beast. Du Shi shrugged. I don't know, I used to be his class monitor, and the security department notified me to bring someone. It's that simple, I don't ask anything more. At the same time, it also represented that they had lost their previous leading position in the research of strategic bombers. In the 21st century, this was considered outdated, but now it has become fashionable. One cannot be too much ahead of the times. Half a step is sufficient. Looking at these two rewards, Chun Fei was quite intrigued. Understanding the first one, as the name suggests, is about helping subordinates enhance their skills and strengthen their business capabilities, such as becoming more proficient in gunplay assassination techniques and close combat skills to defeat enemies, as well as significantly improving their resilience and endurance. This reward is suitable for Yazi and Wang Jianjun, as they both have plenty of tasks that require violence, and their professional skills need to reach a higher level. As for Mu Chung, upon hearing the boy's close familiarity with Wu Mo, he did not show it, but in his heart, he took Wu Mo more seriously. Otherwise, how coincidental is it that her dear pet goose delivered a message to County Magistrate Li? How did the letter end up in the hands of Prince Qing? Even more coincidentally, Prince Qing happened to be at the county office in Shanghai County. After rejecting the alliance, the united government does not need to take action themselves, as there are many ways to bring down wildest regime once again. The return punch shield tactic is recognized even by haughty trainers like Shinji, which shows just how classic and practical the return punch shield is. Lu Yue, am injured and need your help to disinfect and bandage it, or the wound might get infected. Lu Yu. Su Yang called out again. In the afternoon, while playing beach volleyball, Qin Gui Gem mostly focused on gentle ball placement, but occasionally mischievously made Aki Chuan move significantly to receive the ball. The man in the photograph had deep-set features and firm facial contours comparable to characters from European classical sculptures, yet infused with a touch of Asian grace. Unforgettable, he left a symbol for Song Gushi, explaining that any important information in the future could be sent to the Northern Town government, and as long as the Jinyui saw this symbol, it would be delivered to the palace immediately. The difficulty lies in the fact that it's hard to articulate. Although everyone agrees that the map from the Hanlin Academy is inaccurate, no one can provide concrete evidence. Outside, Pikachu, fully charged, lay directly on the pink mat sleeping soundly. Su Tianlong had once told Su Mingyue that with him around no one would dare bully her and her daughter. How much? She went to her father to ask for a little money. Her father said they had too much money at home and needed to spend more. It was a rare opportunity, as there weren't many spare ribs left. Tang Bao immediately changed the topic, and then everyone took photos together with Gu Zhuan, Mu Chu Chung, and Lu Ziyuan sat in the car knowing where Gu Ci was watching the sky from the VIP area, yet he couldn't see Gu Ci from inside the car. He gave a thumbs up in her direction as Gu Ci was on the stance. This was his battlefield, and he aimed to bring back the championship trophy for Gu Ci, making up for the regret from the last time in Lavis. Although the members of the Handicraft Club were unaware of the truth, most could guess that this incident was closely related to. At night in the dormitory of Fiona and Lisa Tung, Yi Muzi quietly sat up, pulling out a seppuku knife from her boot and sharpening it on the metallic edge of the bed. After dinner, the three moved to the courtyard to stargaze and drink tea. Chun Liangdong also had a knack for brewing tea and invited Gu Ci and Ziyu to taste his treasured Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. Using chopsticks, he picked up a slice, placed it in his mouth, and gently bit down. The texture of the meat and the juices burst forth as if every taste bud was loudly celebrating the deliciousness. Despite feeling extremely unwilling deep down, this trained assassin could still discern the situation. He was not the opponent's match, so he had to hurry back before revealing his identity. Gradually, his expression became grave. Everything being sold by these people was actually contraband. Yet he secretly thought that this girl's concern for others was rather clumsy, but it was quite endearing. Do you really think Atlantis is a holy land? This place is filled with dangers, and it's truly a stroke of luck that you haven't died here. Ling Feng's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and severity. The banquet officially commenced. The waiters began to serve 12 exquisite dishes one after another onto the dining table. Every dish from Yongji was exceptional. The roasted goose had a crispy skin and tender meat. The honey-glazed char siu was sweet, without being cloying. The steamed E-star grouper was incredibly fresh, and the original pot chicken soup was rich and flavorful. The guests clinked cups and exchanged toasts, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Chun Fei raised his wine glass, toasting table by table. Upon reaching Ji Da's table, Ji Da stood up smiling. To be honest, when I heard him say that, I really wanted to answer him, haven't you ever eaten? Yet this tiny detail was already the limit of our strength. The gap felt like a chasm. What the Dujuan swordsman said actually made a lot of sense. Oh, everything indeed exists in mutual creation and restraint, a fact that no one can resolve. Unfortunately, no one can answer this. It is an eternal mystery that ended with Luo Tianjin's demise. Excellent. Gonting is indeed full of courage and highly skilled. Guoshi sincerely praised. The soldiers below erupted into thunderous cheers and applause. As my gaze swept over his cold face, I also caught sight of his bandaged hand. Perhaps it was my illusion, but I felt that Longjing looked at me as if I were a cherished fruit filled with affection. Maybe my eyes truly were deceiving me. However, just as I was about to speak up about settling the bill, Yi Xiaoyao noticed, where the hell is my gold card? At that moment, could it possibly be my last gold card? Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know, I just felt myself becoming greedy. The instant Luo Tianjin lunged, I frantically dashed towards Wang Na. There was only one chance to escape, fleeting and ephemeral. One moment she was obedient, the next moment innocent, then aggrieved, then domineering, then fierce, and suddenly generous. Why was she so changeable? In that moment, the melee magic soldier let out a roar filled with agony, who under the shockwave of sound his eardrum had already ruptured with strands of blood flowing from his ear. You live here? Jian Haoyan suddenly interjected, looking up at the dormitory building with a slight frown, as if it contained many familiar scents. As time passed, slowly the temperature began to gradually cool down from its previous heat. Before I knew it, it was already time to prepare for dinner. With that single roar, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Loki with eyes filled with fear, then slowly knelt down. Having developed to this point their reputations among the two factions were utterly ruined, they were unwilling to accept having paid such a hefty price only to gain nothing. No need. I've already thought of what gift to give Linio, said Zi Yuan Dun. Upon hearing this, Yachuan, and you couldn't help but wonder what it would be, but with Linia's birthday only a few days away, they decided to wait until that day to see. Dinner is ready. Amu brought the dishes to the table and called out to Xiachuan and Yu. Then she left, promising to return in the afternoon. For her, participating in the battle against the wild ruined dragon was already a suicidal act. As a 9-star hunter, the chances of surviving this 10-star battle were nearly zero, making no difference whether she acted or not. With that, the second elder acted without hesitation. He extended his fingers, and as the primal force surged, he suddenly struck forward. Saying this, Su Xiao displayed an exaggerated expression and pounced towards Chu Xiaomei with claws bared. Chun Wani mentioned that she had a French classmate who happened to make wedding dresses, thus leaving the wedding dress matter, and after a brief moment of shock the crowd erupted. Some disciples of the Han family and members of the Bailey clan turned pale, nearly unable to stand. Hearing these words, Chun Fei's heart sank. He immediately turned his head to look at Wu Guofeng. She stood at the door of the tin house, one hand resting on the door frame, while the other awkwardly rubbed the hem of her clothes, her expression somewhat flustered, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. Chun Fei observed her openly. She was a mature beauty, her features untouched by the ravages of time. But to be frank, he had no particular thoughts about her at the moment. Looking into Shun Qian's watery eyes, Shun Qua accurately judged from past experiences that as long as he persisted, his sister would definitely cry for him. With a sense of helplessness, Shun Qua could only close his mouth and adopt a resigned expression. Li Guimei walked into Zhang Yeshan, her heart aching, asking if Zhang Yeshan was all right, having been frightened by her. Xiao Zhiqing quickly straightened his ceremonial robe and stepped inside first. Zhang Ruming followed last. And after the three entered, they knelt before Wu Erhin to pay their respects, while Zhang Ruming merely bowed slightly, standing with his hands clasped. Chan Chi smiled as he spoke, although his expression turned somewhat unnatural when he looked at the sawdust scattered on the ground. Qingxin Hall was not like the other Zen temples, who knew how long it would take to replace the wooden tables. Now that Yili was silently, one naturally kept quiet, as well. After all, they were in the Imperial Palace, where one couldn't afford to be straightforward. Years ago, the lay practitioners of the Sand Flow Buddhism Association imitated this snowy landscape painting. Afterward, they realized that several character scenes in the painting stemmed from 4 different anecdotes, providing a way for future viewers to discern its authenticity. An hour later, the fierce winds continued to rage above the sea, and the waves relentlessly crashed against the surface, stirring the waters below into instability. Jia was extremely anxious under such turbulent winds. Although the 5 were strong werewolves, they could only barely hold their ground. She feared that if the wind intensified, it would sweep all 5 of them into the sky. Moreover, he practiced divine realm techniques. How could the residual flower manual, no matter how powerful, compare? Even so, Wang Sun remained very cautious, for he was tracking 50,000 cavalry, not 50,000 livestock. I say, my friend, don't you think you've gone a bit overboard? A cold voice echoed as the arrogant Jing Shao approached. Thus, on the eve of the tense public auction, Yen Yisin took Yin Wan for a stroll through Old Delhi. Lu Jingyan nodded repeatedly. Indeed. It is not that my teammates are incapable, but rather that the opposing team is too cunning. Therefore, larger groups like the familiar clan would resolve the issue of numbers by arranging schedules or determining priorities. Fortunately, Wu Haqin knew one thing: well, do not apply the soft-hearted mentality of using white satin ribbons against Lian Yi, or else after admiring such a lively spring and palace for so long, she would surely be completely powerless to resist Lian Yi's manipulation. At the very least, she should collect some interest right. From the initial teasing to gradually being evenly matched, it eventually resulted in only the 2 of them being subjected to torment. I just heard you call her Isin. Oh, I really like that name. Yen Isin smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear, revealing her completely makeup-free face. To the west of the capital, near the Imperial Palace, there were mostly official buildings with no commoners residing. The roads were wider than in other areas. Walking past a row of majestic and grand official buildings, at the alley's entrance stood a somewhat low-key and shabby office. This was the notorious Ministry of Justice. Lian Yi supported his forehead, his eyes slightly closed as images of a panoramic view of the entire Tiangong city emerged in his mind. By divining others' destinies, he gained insight into their existence and perspectives, almost piecing together a 3-dimensional map of Tiangong city. Lu Fei did not pursue, as the direction the other party retreated was towards the center of Qingmu city. If the battlefield were to be drawn into the city center, the final outcome would not be what he wished to see. As Yezi pushed open the door to the meeting room, she discovered it was packed with people. Upon seeing her enter, the crowd stood up in unison. Miss Lu, Director Lu. Miss Lu, I apologize for interrupting you during your busy schedule. Miss Lu, we need your urgent assistance. A cacophony of greetings erupted simultaneously like a pot boiling over. Yezi nodded in response and said, Rest assured we will definitely complete the task. The leader, the second, and the third all patted their chests and declared. In a tavern in Feiyun City, a crowd of young cultivators filled the space. Each of them was at the level of Void Immortal, though a few were already formidable beings at the Earth Immortal stage. What they all had in common was their youth. When the test results came out, the three inner disciples were taken aback. They looked up and saw that the master had already walked away nonchalantly to the right, leaving only a solitary proud silhouette. Moreover, this was not the end. Ling Tian once again surged forward, appearing like a ghost beside Ning Yangtian, delivering a powerful punch. The cargo truck's compartment was not tightly locked. At a glance, there was a gap wide enough for two fingers, emanating a pungent fishy odor accompanied by a wave of nauseating scent. Initially, the news of the new material's emergence was only known to a few developed countries. However, it is unclear at which stage the leak occurred, as within just a few days the news had spread and media outlets around the world reported on it. Upon hearing Zhang Boyan's words, Lu Yu maintained a smile on his face. Having walked through the dark side of the world for so long, he had seen all kinds of storms. He responded to Zhang Boyan's words in a calm tone. Although Lu Yu had injured his right hand with a punch, he was still considered a master in his own right, possessing considerable strength at that moment. Despite everyone being baffled by Huashang's actions, no one voiced any alternative suggestions. After Junju was brought out, the first thing she did was to observe Junli. Seeing her rosy complexion and festive attire, she appeared quite well on the surface, which relieved her slightly. She then approached Junqi and they exchanged greetings, leading Rong Zhan and Ko Chong forward. However, at that moment the situation dramatically changed. In such a malevolent place, powerful demons were bound to emerge, and the palpable sense of danger in the air was beyond what the three of them could contend with. The Empress Dowager felt a subtle sensation upon hearing these words. Looking down, she realized that the one coming to plead was none other than Lin Baoshu, leaving her momentarily stunned. Faced with Song Kuei's pressure, Zhou Tian sneered coldly, refusing to back down. A strong wave of true essence emanated from his body, and the two distinct flows of true essence clashed in the air, causing their garments to fall. After leaving Yuanju City, Jinzi was in a forest on the way to Qiansong City, enjoying lunch with three spirits. Just then the grass by the roadside rustled, and three tail-like objects emerged, capturing the attention of Jinzi and the spirits. In the land of Dongdai, a snow-covered landscape was rumored to be frequented by snowmen and snow demons. Many who ventured into this area would turn to stone before taking 100 steps. The original Fox clan was extinguished, coinciding with the existence of a young nine-tailed fox. Though male, he was considered a top-tier powerhouse at that time. While when Yucao pondered how to respond to Xiaohou Qinxiao, the besieged figure in black suddenly turned around, their gaze sharp as a wolf, directly fixating on Wen Yucao. Is it true that only the Dragon Clan can unleash the powers of Dragon-type Pokemon? Jinzi asked. It made sense. If there were none in the vicinity, the Academy wouldn't have assigned them the task. They could have easily given it to the nearest class. The overall strength of the class that came this time was not weak. If they were to be considered weak, then Yu Hao and his peers would be the weakest class. The 3,000 troops of Quan Song had long been horrified by the bodies floating in the river. Upon seeing the enemy's fleet approaching, they had no heart to resist. The sight of their fallen comrades rising again to attack only drove them to panic, fleeing towards Xiakou City without looking back. With slightly lowered eyes filled with astonishment, they widened in disbelief, staring blankly at Park Hyman. However, before he could react, a tall figure burst forth from the corners of his vision, crashing violently into him. Many vowed never to watch South Korean television again, not to buy South Korean phones and cars, nor to travel. They called for a boycott of South Korean films and television, urging not to pursue those Korean stars any longer, and for domestic companies not to invite them as spokespersons. Hair cannot be permed, cut, or touched, she said with a very serious expression, indicating that if the stylist did not comply, the shoot could not proceed. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. She explained to Bai Shui in detail about establishing a pig farming network and its purpose, and then let Bai Shui make the arrangements. After dinner, Lengzi went to bed. This guy would get sleepy right after eating. Qin Xianglian cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen. You can get excited on your own. I'm going to sleep now. Gao Fei turned and lay down on the bed, pulling the quilt over him, closing his eyes, and soon began to snore. Originally, it was thought that the matter of Xiaohou Ba could distract Zhang Fei, making him not focus solely on Luoyang. Now, with just a few angry roars, he had basically resolved the situation. Would this make him even more passionate, believing that capturing Luoyang was a matter of mere moments? The two of them were worried about further incidents at night. Duduan Jijun was in a bad mood, and neither of them slept well. Tai Xian activated his true essence, shaking off the layer of filth covering him, but unexpectedly his Dao robe was also shaken open, leaving him completely exposed. Such techniques were exceedingly scarce. Throughout Taihao City, it was difficult to find a relatively advanced defensive combo technique. After precise calculations, both teams set off simultaneously at this time, just in time to converge at certain locations where everything had long been arranged. Atletico Madrid had yet to restart play when the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the 90-minute match. Daddy, Li Jiesin asked in confusion. Chen Fei replied, gently patting her head. What a good child. Wu Guofeng's already flushed face turned even redder as she whispered, since you're calling him daddy, just call him daddy. In her view, perhaps if her daughter called Chen Fei daddy, he wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts towards her. However, she clearly overestimated Chen Fei's boundaries. Daddy has matters to attend to. Daddy? Li Jiesin asked in confusion. Chen Fei replied, gently patting her head. What a good child. Wu Guofeng's already flushed face turned even redder as she whispered, since you're calling him daddy, just call him daddy. In her view, perhaps if her daughter called Chen Fei daddy, he wouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts towards her. However, she clearly overestimated Chen Fei's boundaries. Daddy has matters to attend to. After all, Taisher Ci was also a man with a heroic spirit. He could allow himself to follow the general of Dulia who rebelled first, and then submitted to shed blood on the battlefield in order to bring peace to the world, but he would never follow treacherous ministers and rebels who betrayed the royal family. Feng Wu only felt a tremendous force come through, almost causing the long knife in his hand to slip away, and the original trajectory of the attack immediately deviated. As soon as Mao Yifeng's eyes sparkled, Shitani Momoka's words instantly convinced her, as this was one of the things she cared about the most. Yi Xingqian and Shina Shizuku quietly listened to their conversation, both feeling it would be best not to join the topic at this moment. The seventh prince and his powerful companions were nearly invincible among opponents of the same tier, easily breaking through formations even when faced with the glorious divine guards. Moreover, the other members of the dark forces were all prodigious strongmen at the 9 steps longevity realm, making it impossible for the government to compete with them. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for Chun, causing him to involuntarily gasp, his expression grave as he looked at the deity. However, seeing the human warriors in such a miserable state, even though she was not an Eastern Emperor warrior, she felt the same and became furiously enraged. The existence of the heroic spirits entered the sight of everyone in the world. Neither the Church nor the Magic Association had the ability to stop Gaia and Alea from revealing the existence of heroic spirits, forcing those who once thought magic was superstition to accept the collapse of their worldview. Watching Su Enai gradually wear down the avatar his father left for him, Liang Yunyao felt as if his scalp was about to explode. Although the Great Resurrection Pill was said to be able to bring the dead back to life, it could not heal severe head injuries. Then the entire team of Chu State flickered and disappeared among countless Chu Wei, clearly having hidden themselves. Typically, the explanation would be that those who looked better than the two of them are not as talented, and those who are more talented do not look as good as the two of them. As the second largest empire in the Northern Alliance after the American Empire, the soil of Ao holds little value and significance in a certain sense, as the vast central area of the country is a series of connected yellow deserts, with high temperatures forcing the sky to remain devoid of significant rainfall. The teleportation array, being a high-level formation, cannot be studied on site, not to mention that this blood pool city, which sacrifices thousands, is inherently eerie and unnerving. Dongfang Shuo rubbed his bald head. Not to mention anything else, he already had an inkling of who the most difficult disciples were. The first few to raise their hands were definitely among them, while the most elusive was probably the only one who didn't raise a hand, causing him to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This batch of mentors is a bit challenging. She wore a faint smile on her face, her gaze wandering around, as if feeling somewhat embarrassed about it all. Haihu lifted his lowered brows and gazed at the middle-aged man before him, who in a certain sense was not only his superior administratively, but also his blood-related uncle. A pain surged in my heart as I suddenly wondered how we ended up in this situation. The relationship that had always been precarious had completely reached its end. How could a spoiled girl like her learn to care for others? How could she even notice her brother's low spirits? Did she really come out to tie someone up to comfort her brother? After a brief chat, Ma Qingwei brought up the matter of the bomb again. Chen Fei assured him that he would notify him as soon as there was any news. However, Heijin is not the police station, and it is advisable for Ma Qingwei to report it to the authorities. Moreover, the last time the police claimed that Heijin had influenced their operations through public opinion. Hearing this, Ma Qingwei sneered disdainfully. We pay so many taxes, and yet a mere bomb threat has the police spinning in circles. If we were to rely on them. Although it was an interrogation, Sky managed to extract quite a bit of information from Fitz, understanding the reasons behind Fitz's current state. Chinya glanced at the barrage of comments on his phone, feeling quite tipsy. After a few minutes, once the Christian carp was cooked, he extinguished the bonfire and began to have lunch. In fact, this is quite normal. In this era, aside from a few powerful empires, other countries hardly have any sense of nationhood. So it turns out you didn't die? Suzhua heard the voice of Masterman, and Lu Tianyu naturally heard it too. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Lu Tianyu still felt a bit nostalgic. This left Zhuanghao dumbfounded. He had been having nightmares due to being scared by Lu Qiao these past 2 days, and his expression was somewhat dazed, causing him to forget this matter. Coincidentally, he ran into Lu Yin coming up from the underground palace. Lu Yin spent every night in the underground palace, sleeping alongside her sister. The envoy from the Kingdom of Bulgaria thought of a possibility that greatly surprised him. Seeing what his son was thinking, Qin Xiong did not clarify things for Qin Huayu, but simply told him, Lu Tianyu has been revered as the national teacher and will soon announce it to the world. The shell of this alligator turtle is incredibly hard. Shinya remembered that someone used an electric tool and spent 40 minutes just to cut through it. Now as he slaughtered this alligator turtle, which weighed about 80 pounds, the shell alone must weigh at least 20 pounds. Fortunately, this is just a single array, and Yao Tao does not need to understand the underlying principles. She only needs to remember the patterns. To everyone's surprise, when Xia puffed out her proud chest. If it weren't for her being too voluptuous, she would have surely pounded her chest to make a sound. Ai Wei lay in bed suffering greatly. Mao Jin was planning to sell me off. At the same time, he was secretly acting with the servants while the others from the Turnbell family treated me as refuse. Damn it, stay calm, Ning Xianghan. This statement was spontaneously devised by the cunning parrot, aiming to swiftly conclude the interrogation and declare this candidate unqualified without following conventional procedures. His words were filled with bitterness. Anger rippled through him like waves as he moved to the window and opened it. Ning Xianghan watched him pause as he reached for the windowsill. He suddenly turned around, and when he drew a knife and approached her, her heart stopped. Since father is aware, why not submit a decree of repentance? Lin Zissou said softly with a smile on her lips. As for the music festival, the two sisters had never heard of it before, let alone participated. However, from the literal meaning, they understood it to be a grand musical feast, so they were both very much looking forward to it. Yet the one who should have brought them joy, Song Yiqing, did not feel happy. She experienced a peculiar emotion, one she couldn't identify. It was a mix of flavors intertwined with sorrow and sadness, along with a hint of barely noticeable joy. As soon as Zhang Mingyu spoke, Wan Shuqing knew what he was going to say and blurted it out. However, Lu Xun mentioned that there are some big shots in the White Dragon Temple. Could the theft of the Buddhist beads in 2 days be related to them? He Xiaoyu then realized that the other party had come prepared today. In truth, the numbers were not important. What mattered was the attitude and determination. The other party was clearly aware of this, which is why they had specifically written it out for her to see. The notorious drug lord Guan Saiba has risen to fame in Hong Kong, having once been a mere henchman in the Golden Triangle. He now controls a significant portion of the drug trade in Southeast Asia. If captured, it could cut the drug supply in half. It's somewhat intriguing. Guan Saiba seems to possess several hundred million in cash, but now it doesn't seem to be the right time. Chen Fei pondered, noting that even Chen Zhejun is still investigating the bombing incident. She always felt that as long as Ming Yi returned to stay by her side during childbirth, she would have more confidence. Sun Yuyao's lowered eyelashes caught sight of Ji Yuyo lingering in front of her, not leaving. A sense of confusion arose within her heart, yet she forced herself to remain calm and looked up. This guy's appearance is not much better than Tiger's. He is just a fool with an overindulged body. The incantation drifted into his ears, and Ji Yu felt as if he were enveloped in an ineffable celestial sound, prompting him to murmur along with the incantation. In the past, even those skilled in the iron shirt technique would not dare to take one of his punches heeded. However, the person before him not only remained unscathed after his full force strike, but looked at him with utter disdain. You don't want to live? The man fumed, shoving her aside while bracing himself against the bone-chilling resentment. His dark robe had lost a sleeve, apparently torn when the black mist had pierced through it. Ji Yuyo rolled her eyes fiercely. Was Sun Yueyao never going to stop? Coming to find trouble again and again? Did she have a death wish? As a skeptic of superstitions like Huang Daxian, Song Hai did not believe in any magical powers or disasters. However, he was aware that weasels are vengeful creatures, and who knows what kind of trouble one might stir up upon returning, commonly known for biting into homes. Li Gang never expected that his previous weak classmates would suddenly become so formidable none of them could deal with. Last time when the old man and Gu Qinshi met Xiao Fan, they realized he possessed SS-level strength. Compared to the witchcraft of the southern border, the requirements for disciples imposed by various sects are significantly higher. If one is of ordinary talent, cultivating is not an easy task. Watching Dao Yuan leave, Lei Luo was somewhat stunned, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. With neither money nor time, she could only think about opening a clinic in her spare moments. Once life improved, she would consider it further. In the rescue of Lei Luo, both nearly lost their lives. Ultimately, it was due to their weakness. The thought of what might happen next caused his brows to furrow involuntarily. Even though she tried to cover her mouth and nose as much as possible, she still inhaled some alcohol. Thus, when Qin Wuyan pulled Peiji out, this large loli was surprisingly lightheaded, but fortunately, she did not exhibit a drunken state. At this moment, Lu Yun called her bodyguard, asking him to protect her as she returned home through the back door, avoiding the swarm of reporters that annoyed her. The vision ended. Getting married. Why was such a joyous occasion not announced? After all she had watched this, Yi Hao snorted coldly, his eyes glimmering with cold light, which fell from Wu Qingji onto the wooden stick at his feet. You see, I told you, you saved a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chen Jitao said from the side. Though it was getting late, the back street of Shiza Fine Arts Academy was still immersed in uproar. The two of them passed through the brightly lit campus with their howling dog, and Nuonuo said she was heading up. Upon hearing this, Belter shivered, thinking of the heart-wrenching feeling, which was worse than death. As the staff of Maitian Music opened the car door, Tian was just about to get in when two young people suddenly rushed out from a corner to her. The nearby staff reacted swiftly, immediately pulling the two apart. An eerie silence enveloped the entire abandoned factory. In the vast space, only the faint buzzing of old light bulbs swaying and the heavy, hurried breaths of the crowd remained. Ahong stood frozen in place, the sudden shock nearly overwhelming his senses. But only moments later his gaze quickly darted towards Chen Fei, and Wang Jianjun, the astonishment in his eyes gradually replaced by a cruel glint. His tense back slowly relaxed as a flicker of confidence surged within him. If the young and talented from the demon realm had come to the immortal realm, then the White Emperor, the High Priest, or the Demon Sovereign should naturally be accompanied by demon soldiers for protection. The immortal realm has always placed great importance on the immortal arts competition, and during the event there would certainly be comprehensive security. Thus the White Emperor had 3 days and nights to search for the demon princess. Gu Xiaoyang immediately grabbed Shen Qingluo's arm, anxious and displeased as he glared at her. If the child liked Li Dashuan more than him, and they didn't agree to their marriage, would they still not get married? In his heart he had never been able to let go of Xian. Although he hated her, he had never contemplated wishing. After Sister Lu left, Fu Jichu cuddled a pillow on the sofa watching a drama. When something joyful happened, she would burst into loud laughter, as if she didn't notice the frosty expression of Ning Jing sitting beside her. Even when Ning Jing deliberately coughed a few times, she remained unresponsive, pretending not to hear. Now he felt a despair he had never experienced before, even harboring a sudden impulse to join his spirit link. At that moment, Bai Linghuai let out a blood-curdling scream as a red fire lotus grew on her belly, blooming vigorously and radiantly. You really know how to ruin the mood. He was not pleased with her breaking the sweet atmosphere at that moment, yet she was not wrong, but it was better to set off first. Fu Jichu turned to see the helplessness in Fu Tianhan's eyes. She smiled reassuringly. Brother, you don't need to feel troubled. Xia Dai is wronged. I believe the law will bring her justice, and she will be fine, right? The last message clearly indicated she had been scolded. She was completely soaked, her jacket dripping, and her hair clung to her face. Outside, the wind and rain were fierce, rendering the umbrella almost useless. She was drenched like a drowned rat. Xiao Tong reviewed the homework of the twins and taught them a few common etiquette tips before it was time for lunch. Today O Ting was not with them. He seemed to be catching a flight and hadn't eaten much breakfast before heading to the airport. With Jean Binjian's troublesome presence, Wu Yu had sworn not to be a backup. Once more, who would willingly take on such a role? It was none of his business. Mi Xianger sensed something was off but found it difficult to ask. The room fell silent for a moment with an awkward atmosphere. She wanted to explain, but she knew that no matter what she said, Li Qinxian would not believe her. Holding it in hand posed no danger. There was no deafening sound of firecrackers, only a sprinkle of fireworks more akin to entertaining a child. Perhaps by the time she returned to the mundane world again, the familiar scenes would have long ceased to exist, just like her chance encounter with Qin Shuchu. However, how to speak appropriately to leave a good impression and trust with everyone depended solely on the speaker's wit and emotional intelligence. Gu Qing thought to himself, Sarinera. In a critical moment, he leaped up, stepping on the back of the cow, with one foot using the rebound to propel himself towards the opposite cliff. The scruffy old man chuckled, oblivious to the high temperature, and devoured the sizzling yellow goat meat. The term treasure hunting operation may be unfamiliar to disciples of the other 9 great divine sects, but all disciples of the Luo Tian sect are thoroughly acquainted with it. The young man hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke in a negotiating tone. Bastian, we truly have no money right now. However, we have a project in Shatian that is still ongoing. Could you please grant us a few more days? Once the supermarket owner pays, we will certainly compensate you, Bastian. A few days of grace isn't impossible, but according to the progress of your project, when can you manage to pay me back? Chen Fei inquired. How much is Bastian planning to have us compensate? The young man asked softly. This brief interaction seemed to close the distance between the two, dissipating the previous awkwardness and lightening the atmosphere. This can be considered a form of human vanity. Even when observing others spending money lavishly, one might fantasize about the day they could do the same. Reliable. They only recognize money. Moreover, the Black Tower has been following closely. He needs to confirm if it is Ma Chong. Third brother, if it truly is him, give the Black Tower a chance. Lazy said seriously. In a constitutional monarchy, the monarch's powers are limited to a certain extent, ensuring the safety of officials and ordinary citizens lives under the law. The days of emperors deciding fates with a single word, as in the feudal society of the past, are over. Today, Li Mingyuan, rare time to rest a bit, saw Lu Pu visiting once more, and it was easy to think he had come regarding yesterday's issue. I lay on the hospital bed, my head wrapped in bandages with over 20 fractures throughout my body, 2 ribs broken in my chest, and various soft tissue injuries. Disregarding the shocked gazes of the two, Chun Yu laughed heartily, continuously pointing at Hu Yan, clearly mocking him, while Hu Yan's expression grew increasingly worse. Feigning an attack does not imply a light combat mission. Contrary to common perception, Chen Zongbai's feigned attack task is to some extent as challenging as the main forces siege against Xingfei. It seemed as if there was something that made them unwilling or afraid to approach, as they all chose to avoid Dehua. Young master, I am convinced. Sun Qixing has true skills, oh, I will have a worthy opponent to practice against in the future. Wu Feiping grinned widely. Nami was also generous, directly showing him a smile, causing Sanji to nearly swoon with happiness. By the way, where can I buy that phone bug? Ignoring the bodyguard, Hallett turned to ask. Not only her, but Marissa and Alice also looked at their companion, all unable to decipher the intent of Ling Ming. Don't be misled by his current politeness. Once you are no longer of use, he will turn his back on you without hesitation. A scout with a head wrapped in a farmer's turban rushed into the makeshift wooden army tent and knelt. Among everyone, Qi Ming, Chu Xian, and Ing Zheng have already formed combat power, while the remaining individuals, including Zhang Lan, Zhao, Inkong Cheng, Xiao Xiao, Honglu Yu, and Zhu Wen, have yet to return to the horror film world for training. China is merely a beginning. He still needs to obtain permissions to establish military industries among several major global powers, striving to transform the technology in his hands into real military might. Only in this way can the state share his burdens and provide more self-defense strength when facing that curse. There are only 5 forces in total. Although the quality of soldiers is high, it is somewhat insufficient against the million-strong Yellow Turban Ocean tactics. Fortunately, this sudden abnormal situation did not last long. After just a few minutes, everything returned to. Although people were extremely surprised and puzzled, they did not think much of it, and assumed it was some issue on the power company's side that led to this situation. He did not know how hot-headed he had become, daring to swing his fist and strike the leader's face. With a sound like a watermelon bursting, a face that company employees despised vanished from this world. At the core of the underground dragon vein, Mu Yun sat, cross-legged, life force and breath transcending at an exponential speed, leaping into the profound and desolate, his presence flickering in and out of visibility, ultimately reaching a critical point. Evening. Wang Jianjun took his group out to push the project forward, while Chun Fei followed Ma Qingwei to attend an event. Since he had left the factory not long ago, Ma Qingwei called him to invite him out for a couple of drinks. He mysteriously mentioned over the phone that he would make sure Chun Fei would not regret coming out tonight. Chun Fei happily accepted the invitation, and he would be riding in Ma Qingwei's car. After getting in the car, Chun Fei asked old Ma. Bai Xiang was momentarily taken aback, and Fu Jinyuan then said, "Isn't that fine for the eldest sister-in-law? If not, I'll have the servant handle it." As Fu Jinyuan spoke, he was about to call for the servant. The eyes of the Snow Wolf King sparkled with wisdom. Its words not only left Zhuang Mingdai deep in thought, but also stunned the crowd at Fengyan Square for quite some time. It was said that there was also a distribution of performance bonuses where the number of clients one brought in a month would determine the share, which made everyone envious of the generous Changi building and those who worked there, which was quite inconsistent with what Lu Dalong had said. Cattle and sheep frantically rammed against the fence, while cats and dogs ran around wildly, seemingly desperate to escape this terrifying place. The piglets even collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Fuang nodded. At this moment, Liang Jihuan did not have the energy to ask why Fuang was there. "Where are they?" Liang Jihuan said as she was about to get out of bed, but the 4-needle in her hand was suddenly tugged, causing blood to rush back into the tube. Upon hearing Su Shu mention the words old, which the 3 children who were drawing suddenly looked up at her. This was also his own first attempt at creating a talisman, so he took the whole process very seriously and solemnly, completely unaware that right after he finished speaking, the expressions of the people outside the illusionary transmission device were filled with surprise and confusion. Now in the court, after the emperor ascended to the throne with the Lu family's power, it seemed he intended to weaken the authority held by the Lu family. In the entire Jishui city, Wang Guanshi was the only one who could interrupt the city lord's training without prior notice. Huang Puju looked at Yun Huang and pointed to a token at his waist. Yun Huang realized and nodded in response. Nalan Yinran was clearly aware that Nalan Jia was so angry because she had unilaterally gone to the Shao family to cancel the engagement. Considering the time, half a month was enough for the news to reach the Nalan family. "I am not someone who cannot control myself. Often I simply do not wish to." He was implying that Liang Mingxian was too impulsive last night. "So how old were you when you got up, old sir?" "Last year. It hasn't even been half a year." The old man was full of energy. Thus the gunners quickly turned their cannons to target the 3 ancient Roman warships that were rapidly approaching. Chen Bo adjusted his clothes and revealed what he believed to be a handsome smile. Upon entering the room, he was momentarily stunned as he saw a figure he had been longing for. In short, it was utterly impossible to take out 100 million to invest in the project. It would never be possible. After a series of explosions, the temple collapsed like a sandcastle, with countless shattered stones flying in all directions, turning the ancient Roman soldiers waiting outside the temple into a scene of misery. After spending these days together, old Madame Lin knew that this loose servant was capable. After some thought, she realized that it would be pointless for her to go, so she agreed to stay in the room. The Feathered Emperor was facing an unimaginable joint attack. At this moment, the 2 Supremes chose to elevate their powers without hesitation. Even the Feathered Emperor felt the pressure from the combined strength of the 2 Supremes. Not to mention anything else, just the completely soaked tight-fitting jacket he was wearing spoke volumes. Zhao Yu understood that this was just an excuse. In reality, he wanted to have a private conversation with him. The content was probably meant to explain his thoughts or remind him of certain matters. As Chen Fei's words fell, a voice responded, "You want us to pay for clues? Chen Xing certainly knows how to do business." The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was Lin Jiaming of the Lin family. At this moment, the Lin family, with its strong foundation in the garment industry in Hong Kong, had expanded its foreign trade across multiple countries, holding a vast amount of industrial properties and overseas orders, and was at the peak of its power. Relying purely on the real industry to stand at the top circle, they exuded confidence, as always. Yin Lin had studied martial arts under Guo Zichao for several years, and coupled with his good physical condition and agility, he fought with considerable skill. Generally, he could gain the upper hand against 3 to 5 peers of his age, and even against adults with some martial arts background, he could hold his own. Logically, Li Qing should have at least 8,000 subordinates by now, but he felt uncertain because the levels of these 8,000 subordinates were not high, and there was still a long way to go before reaching the 60-level ceiling. Tirith walked up to Lin Sangbai with a blank expression, not even glancing at the clearly abnormal Li Bangxia, who would have been subject to her mockery under normal circumstances. Only the 3 of them, the protective law enforcers, had not suffered severe injuries. However, the various treasures they hastily produced were instantly torn apart by the malevolent energy, resulting in heavy losses. Seeing the badge selling so well, Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, finally securing a stable channel for developing subordinates, provided no one else obtained the messenger badge. In fact, Guangzhou Riko could not, and would not slack off. Although her personality was lively, and she disliked constraints, she had matured significantly regarding work compared to her past life. Moreover, she was supervised and guided by the wife of the retainer sent by Shimza Yoshihisa. Feng Wanli furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Qing, man who appeared utterly despondent and lacked any motivation to continue living. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I must charge in. Oldly, you need not worry about this. I will discuss it with Long Zi and the others, Ling Yunpeng said firmly, without a hint of hesitation. Usually Hashimoto Nana did not address Guangzhou Riko as master, but at this moment this was the only way she could remind her to be strong. Although the cave on the cliff looked extremely perilous, it posed no difficulty for Fan Yen at this time. He raised the heaven-turning oar and thrust it forcefully. It embedded deeply into the cliff. Then gripping the oar, he easily flipped into a cave that was over a meter deep beneath his feet. Just as the host and guest were enjoying their conversation, they suddenly saw Duan Qianli rush in, looking anxious, and whisper something in Lu Dinjia's ear. What Master Chiu said was far from alarmist. The various behaviors of the red sand over the past few days undoubtedly indicated a clear fact. Threads of moonlight flowed along the governor's meridian, entering the upper Dantian and merging into the Sea of Consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he discovered that in the Sea of Consciousness some sparkling lights gradually appeared, among which one light stood out particularly bright, like a star in the night. It was only after entering the private room that I suddenly felt a tinge of regret. Looking around, I saw Zhang Yu sitting elegantly drinking with Han Xiao, exuding both the demeanor of a gentleman and a sense of authority. The magic crystal looked small, but the soul power it contained could be described as boundless. In fact, that blood demon was once truly powerful, belonging to the chaotic spirit equivalent to the strength of a level 6 practitioner, having fought with the fire spirit clone to a standstill. Haven't you already gotten involved, my friend? There's the water curtain cave ahead, and the golden cudgel behind. Rilai laughed. Just after finishing treatment, Miao, who was feeling refreshed, chatting with his mother in the room, when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the door. I believe you. Dee Bolin took a couple of steps closer, standing beside him by the pillar, her gaze sweeping across the hall. A lot of beautiful girls have come tonight. Have you set your sights on anyone? Do you want me to help you make a connection? No. Chen Fei turned his head to glance at her, his gaze sliding from her face to her neck and back to her face. I've got my eye on someone. Who is it? Do I know her? Dee Bolin asked with interest, tilting her head. Chen Fei looked at her and slowly said, Lu Tao snatched this guy's wallet, which only contained a few thousand yuan, but it's better than nothing. Luo Qingming felt a bit disappointed, still thinking about getting a treasure for brother Yao and her master. However, upon seeing Lu Tao's rapid pace and his somewhat sturdy physique, everyone quickly stepped aside, fearing they might be knocked down by him. He then turned his gaze to the young scholar in a robe practicing martial arts under the moonlight on the other side, before returning his attention to the fire, resting his chin on his knees in a daze. Yao Zhini felt a deep urge to die. Just as he brushed past a glimmer of cold light, he dodged while explaining. After being scolded by Xue Jiu, Li Sui did not get angry, nor did he show that shameless smile. His expression was serious, as grave as a wooden man, with his eyes fixed on Xue Jiu, causing the usually arrogant latter to lose his bravado and feel a chill in his spine. Even if Tang Xiufan did not call Lu Tao husband, if she were to actually do so, Lu Tao would still feel goosebumps. The Empress Dowager first adopted a low-ranking concubine who gave birth to Prince Su, but by that time Prince Su was already 4 or 5 years old. The Empress Dowager feared that this child would turn out to be an ungrateful wolf raised by her. She watched her return to university after her internship, and then saw her graduate and report to a new job only to witness her being hit by a car on the road. When he inadvertently caught a glimpse of two characters in the calligraphy practice, he felt a stir in his heart and came up. After learning about it, Tungong became very worried about Dr. Inamori. To ensure Dr. Inamori's safety, Tungong had to sign a longer contract with Lin Chong, and it was likely that for decades Tungong would be unaware that he had been played by Lin Chong. As for whether Lin Chong would still be in this universe decades later, that was another question. Ye Kai said, "I am not a vicious person, so you need not fear me at all." While speaking, he had already walked over. Immediately after, the chaotic power from Mao Di surged forth, his cultivation gradually rising, as his astonishing magical power quickly restored. It might be better for Yan Xian to move out early. Having her hover around him all day was quite tormenting. Lin Di thought to himself. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of alarms, screams, furious roars amidst fierce resistance, and the clashing of metal weapons rang out incessantly. The enraged cavalry of Wu Hung, caught off guard, instantly suffered losses that should never have occurred. After finishing their meal, Qing, he tidied up the things casually. Su Qi, shocked by Yunbei's pregnancy, pulled Yunbai to sit on the sofa to have a serious discussion. "I've conveyed everything I needed to. Can you let me go home now? It's perfect that you're here. You can help me move these things my wife bought into my car." Zhu Yan took Qing He to the back to see how much stuff his wife had bought. Yu Xian immediately jumped up from her chair. Everyone found it confusing when she suddenly jumped out mid-sentence, but upon seeing Jiang Xiang arguing with someone, they understood and all rushed over, letting everyone understand that the opportunity to change their fate did not lie in the official positions they once thought, but rather in strength. And then the system of exchanging military merit for martial arts secrets was also laid down by Kai Su. Even the withering leaves appeared vibrant in his eyes, for he knew that new life still existed there, and soon new buds would thrive.